Hello, everybody. I declare open this meeting of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and pay our respects to the elders past, present and emerging. Right. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the Budget Estimates 2022-23 hearings are conducted in a safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The Committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. The Senate has referred to the Committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 2022-23 for the portfolio of climate change, energy, the environment and water, and the portfolio of infrastructure, transport, regional development, communications and the arts, excluding infrastructure, transport and regional development. The Committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The Committee is due to report to the Senate on Tuesday the 29th of November 2022 and has fixed Friday the 16th of December 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The Committee's proceedings today will begin with its examination of the energy outcome of the Climate Change, Energy and Environment and Water portfolio. Under Standing Order 26, the Committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the Committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate by resolution in 1999 endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operational financial position of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has the discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth should not be asked to give an opinion on matters of policy and shall be reasonably given opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when or how policies were adopted. I particularly draw the attention of the witnesses to an order of the Senate of 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Mobile phones should be switched to silent. I welcome back Senator the Honourable Jenny McAllister, Assistant Minister for Climate Change and Energy, representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, I don't. Thank you, Chair.
I also welcome back Mr David Frederick, Secretary of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, and officers of the department. Mr Fredericks, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Let us begin. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, all. If I can just start off where we left the last hearing Friday a week ago, the department took a number of questions on notice regarding the Labor's Powering Australia plan, and I just wondered whether or not there were any of those answers ready to be provided to the committee.
So, Senator, the questions that we took on notice, we intend to answer in accordance with the usual Senate procedures and timelines.
Okay, so you can't update us on things like...
No, but I'm happy, Senator, to take questions
right,
from you now if there's anything you'd like to...
We'll start with a few of them.
Sure.
One of the questions we did ask was whether or not someone from the Minister's office had asked the department to post the powering plan on Powering Australia plan on the website. Have we had any confirmation whether or not that occurred?
No, they didn't, Senator. I dealt with that issue in my statement that I made.
So to be fair to you, Senator, from that,
yeah. To be fair, you weren't there. So
yeah. But if we can just follow on.
But
from
no,
that,
to answer that question.
Who in the department did approve the text for the Powering Australia webpage before it was published?
So, Senator, I won't name officials as usual, but it was approved at the Band 2 level.
Right, okay. And can you just confirm for us that all references to Reputex's modelling have been removed from the portfolio website?
They have, Senator.
Okay. So at this last hearing that we had Friday a week ago, you said that the department had reviewed the Reputex modelling. Was this done internally? Was it done with a consultancy? And if it was a consultancy, which one was it?
So, Senator, for this I'll pass it in the first instance to Mr Duggan.
Yeah.
Senator Simon Duggan, Deputy Secretary Energy Group. So, Senator, the department met with Reputex to understand the assumptions that went into their modelling and to understand the results of their modelling. And that was the extent of the analysis that was undertaken.
So there's no consultant brought in, or it was just department meeting with Reputex?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. Was this then provided back to the government in the form of a ministerial submission, or was there any...
Not to my knowledge, Senator, but maybe Ms Brunoro, who was here at the time, might be able to answer that question.
You know, was there any of this analysis provided back to the government?
Senator Joe Evans, Deputy Secretary in the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, and no, there was no briefing provided up to the government after we had met with Reputex.
Okay. Did their modelling show you and lead you to believe that there would be an 18% drop in the wholesale power price by 2025?
Senator, we simply understood what Reputex had published and understood the assumptions behind what they put into the public domain, so we didn't pass any judgment on their outcomes.
Right, so you don't know whether it showed an 18% drop in the wholesale price, and let
I
alone
can't
did it
answer that
show an
question,
18%
Senator, no.
drop then directly rating to retail prices?
Senator Beth Bronoro, Division Head of Electricity in the department. The review that we did with Reputex was really just to understand how their model operated, and it, based on their assumptions that they've made around things like demand, etc., and how they've modelled the policy, it did show a drop in the wholesale prices, but we didn't make an assessment of that. We were just there to understand the model.
Okay, did it show that power prices were going to drop by $275 a year, and did it show that it would deliver 604,000 jobs?
It showed there was a deviation from the baseline that was actually undertaken in the modelling, and I think it was pointed out perhaps at the previous estimates that the baseline represented the set of factors at the time, which included things like coal and gas prices at the time. So their modelling looked at those range of factors that were operating, and then it looked at a with policy scenario, and it showed a deviation from that baseline that existed at that time.
Okay, so what I'm trying to understand here is the department's website, up until last week, included the figures over 604,000 jobs being created. So all I can assume is that the department took on face value the Reputex modelling to put it on its departmental website, but now has removed all references to it. So I'm trying to understand, and I think everyone has the right to understand, does this now mean that the department doesn't have faith in the Reputex figures, that your analysis hasn't been able to replicate them, that these Reputex figures are now no longer recognised as being reliable figures by the department?
So, Senator, can I take that one? It's a little bit the discussion that you and I had at the last Senate estimates session when it was just you and I, that my colleagues weren't here, but I think there's sort of two answers to that. One is there's just no doubt, and I've been very clear about this, that Reputex modelling was on our website in error. It was the wrong thing to do, and we've corrected it. And to the extent that it did have figures from Reputex sitting on that website, then that was a mistake. And so, in many ways, that was an error that the department made some time ago. I'm grateful that you brought it to our attention. I genuinely am.
You're welcome.
Yep, I genuinely am. And it has now allowed us to fix that error. So that's sort of a process issue that was a fault of ours. And then the second issue is, what is the department's view of that modelling, and that's what the officials are describing to you. And as I said to you last estimates, Powering Australia, it sits as an analysis that was, the Reputex modelling sits as an analysis that was done in 2021. It was against the baseline of wholesale costs that existed at 2021. It was providing results through to 2025, so some way off. And as Ms Brunoro is saying, at the end of the day, that analysis was a standard analysis of determining a sort of a derivation from that 2021 baseline. But from the department's point of view, that was a point in time analysis. It was not done by us. It was done in 2021 at that baseline, and that's kind of the beginning and end of it for us.
Well, I think it's not the beginning and end of it for us. So maybe you might be able to let me know, and I'm not sure if you've got some people here who can answer this, how many draft media releases and speeches have been provided to the Minister's office that the department's provided that have contained references to the $275 reduction in electricity prices, an 18% reduction in wholesale prices, or the creation of 604,000 jobs.
So, Senator, I'll need to take that on notice.
If we can just make sure that that's recorded, that we'll get how many of those, because that should be a number. Also, in the same vein, how many pieces of ministerial correspondence have contained those figures?
Yep.
But I would actually like to seek an assurance to the committee that this will no longer occur.
So, Senator, I'll absolutely take that on notice, and I'll give an assurance, of course, that any of the work that we do complies with all the proper practices, the public service and guidelines that we work to. That's the obligation that I have. I've accepted that there was an instance where we failed that, and so we'll ensure that we don't do such a failure again.
All right. Thank you. I'll leave it there, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Rice.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Continuing on talking about the modelling, nice to be with you here today. Minister Bowen, it's a bit of a echo, yes. I'll keep going. Minister Bowen has stated that the 43% emissions reduction target is the modelled aggregate impact of all of our policies, not just an ambition or an objective or a goal. We will deliver a 43% emissions reduction with the policies we have announced. So I just wanted to start with, from the modelling that the department has done or is doing, does the department agree that this statement is true?
Senator, so the department is in the process of updating its projections, and as you would be aware, we will table those before the end of the year. So once we've completed that, we'll be in a position to answer that question with our own work. In the meantime, those statements have been based on the government, the minister's statements have been based on the Reputex modelling done while they were in opposition.
Okay, so can you just talk me through then what your expected timeline on your own modelling is going to be?
That work is underway as we speak, and there's a Senate order to table those projections before the end of the year.
Okay, so in terms of that Reputex modelling then that statement's relying on, and so what new coal or gas projects are expected to go ahead according to that Reputex modelling and fitting with the 43% target?
Senator Rice, can I just, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ms Evans, perhaps to you, Chair, through you, Chair. We were advised that the discussion about climate, the outcome related to climate would occur at a different time. The officials that are present today
That's right.
are here to talk about the energy discussion. We'd ordinarily be talking about the emissions projections in that climate section, Senator Rice. So I appreciate, I think it's helpful for Ms Evans to sort of lay out broad timelines, but there may be some limitations on how much detail she can go into without the other officials.
Yeah, there is already a spillover, Senator Rice, for climate.
Yes, but I mean it's the intricate relationship between energy and climate.
But the decision was made by the committee to focus this morning's efforts on energy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there is another opportunity because there is a spillover for that area.
Okay. All right. To me, this is energy. So are you happy for me to continue with this line of questioning at the moment, though?
Well, given that we are trying to get through quite a heavy agenda, and we've already determined to pass it off. I wonder if you would hold over for the spillover on those questions and focus your questions on energy, given there is another opportunity for you to come back.
Energy is, I mean, coal and gas and including new coal and gas projects, and whether they are or aren't included in the reductions targets is energy to me.
Senator Rice, I wonder if you and I would take this conversation offline and pass over to Senator Cadell to ask some questions while we determine
I mean,
where
I can
that's going, if that's all right with you.
Okay, I can continue. I've got some other lines of
Senator
questioning.
Cadell, we'll come back to you. Senator Cadell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm, your department's taking the lead on energy supply crisis at the moment. Is that correct?
So, Senator, I don't think it's necessarily that black and white.
Right.
So this is an issue that will have engagement from a range of departments, and we're one of those departments.
Okay. With AdBlue and with Liddell, there was working groups task force set up to examine this. Is there a similar one for energy prices at the moment?
So, Senator, I'll be really honest with you, there are a range of meetings happening between officials at the moment. I mean, I had a meeting last week, a group of secretaries and deputy secretaries, so a secretaries group, if you like. So at an officials level, there's certainly no shortage of focus on this.
No, thank you. But is there a specific task group looking at energy prices at the moment? Is there a single group whose single job is to look at measures and policy settings on reducing energy prices?
No, there's not a single group whose single job is to look at that. I mean, this is just an issue in which all departments lean in, and different of us will be involved at different times at different levels. So as I said, I've had a meeting with my secretary colleagues about the issue. I know Mr. Duggan has a meeting with his DepSec. So we all through the system meet as we need to progress sort of collective thinking around it.
Okay. So what agencies are involved in this? Can we get a list of that?
So I think.
Did you want me to go to
Yeah, if you could.
Yeah. So, I mean, Senator, we're involved, as the Secretary noted, as is the Treasury, Department of Industry, Science and Resources, Department of Finance are involved in those discussions as well.
P&C?
Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet are the key agencies involved in those discussions. And as Mr. Fredericks mentioned, there's a regularity to those meetings, there's a formality to those meetings. We're not using the terminology task group or task force, but that doesn't detract in any way from the seriousness in which we're progressing those discussions.
Okay, if there's a regularity to those meetings, has there been a request that it reports to a ministerial level as a group, or is it ad hoc, they'll report independently?
It's inevitable that there'll be a report back to ministers.
It's not been requested though, it's just something you do?
I don't know whether it's been requested. I mean, we're certainly working on the assumption that we'll be asked to report back. This is inevitability, Senator. So I think the answer to your question is yes.
So Prime Minister and Cabinet, Treasurer, Energy, no one has asked for a briefing on policy settings?
No, that's what I just said. I said I think the answer to your question is yes.
No, you said that inevitably there will be a report, but that hasn't been asked for at the moment.
Yeah, sorry. And then I extemporised and said yes. So I think, Senator, the answer to your question is yes.
Okay. So there's a regularity of these meetings. How often do they occur? When was the last one?
So the last one of these meetings occurred on Friday.
Friday? And how often do they happen?
So there'll be another Deputy Secretary level discussion this afternoon. There'll be further ones through the course of this week.
Okay.
So I think, based on the public statements that you would have seen from the Treasurer, Minister Bowen, there is an urgency to the considerations underway in government, so we're working to that tempo. So it's a very regular frequency of meetings.
Is there a finalisation date? You said a template there with Minister Bowen. Is there a finalisation date for these recommendations?
So, Senator, our expectation is that this will feed into a cabinet process ultimately. So the date in terms of finalisation of advice and decision making is really one for the government. Okay. Around that date.
And that hasn't been given yet?
Senator, that's really a question for the government around cabinet consideration.
Okay. Minister, do you know if there's a date set for the report?
Senator, as you will have heard, the Treasurer, the Minister for Energy, Minister for Resources, the Minister for Industry, and of course Minister Bowen are working on options to address the energy challenge. It is a challenge that cuts across a number of portfolios, which is for obvious reasons why all of those ministers are involved. I think you will have heard from the Prime Minister Down a sense of urgency about the task. These are complex options. We have asked officials to commence work, and you can hear that they are doing that. It'll be taken through the ordinary processes of Cabinet when the work is completed. I think it's important to recognise that the energy market, these are serious policy decisions, and I think Minister Bowen's made it clear that we will move as soon as we are confident that we have a robust solution or a robust set of policy propositions. We won't delay beyond that, but officials need to do the necessary work.
But you're not aware of any particular date? No fixed date?
I think it's been made clear that it's something that is to be progressed quickly, but that it needs to be advanced at the point in time when the proposals that are being suggested by officials are ready, and we are confident that they are robust and ready for consideration.
Has the department on this issue briefed the Prime Minister directly on energy pricing?
No, Senator.
Okay, thanks very much. If we're going through this process of is there a list that can be tabled later on notice of the stakeholders who you're engaging with in this process, or can you rattle off who's external stakeholders to departments who we're talking to about energy pricing?
So external stakeholders beyond departments?
Beyond departments.
Question, Senator?
Yep.
So, Senator, as part of our usual course of our work, we engage with a broad range of stakeholders in the energy markets, and so including the market bodies. We engage with them very closely. We have the opportunity to talk to the market bodies, I understand, later this morning. We're also in constant contact with energy market participants, so retailers, wholesalers. So that frequency of communication that we have with those stakeholders will inform our thinking. We don't have a formal consultation process associated with this particular exercise, but as I said, we are in constant contact with them, and so things that we learn through those discussions will factor ultimately into our advice.
Okay. I asked later to be tabled a list of those stakeholders and the dates of those meetings, if there were any.
Senator, I'm very happy to take that one on notice.
Yep.
It's going to be a very long list and if you give me a sense of the time frame that you're interested in, because as I said, this is a frequent, all through my group, we're in constant contact with the energy market.
So that's the trouble, Senator. We'll do our best. We'll take it on notice and we'll do our best. But the kind of ambiguity is we're meeting with these stakeholders all the time about all manner of issues. And of course, one issue that we now talk about with them is this issue. So yes, it will be a very, very long list, but we'll do our best.
And I get that. My concern is, we're a crosswise, because there is no specific group that is briefing and in charge of this. We're looking at a wide range of stuff. I think it's odd that there is no set date. But that's, if you can do your best, that would be great. And I'm happy to go back to when I was here 1 July would be fine if you want to start there. Has the department engaged any consultancies to help develop policies or look at options as part of this process?
So again, Senator, I'll just take a step back again. Across the energy group, we do talk to a broad range of stakeholders. We do from time to time on issues relevant to energy prices. We will seek external expertise and bring them into those discussions.
Yep.
That external expertise will inform our broader policy advice around how to put downward pressure on energy prices. And so, again, if I go back over time, we would have benefited from that expertise, and we're now, in a sense, leveraging off that expertise and the advice we'll provide through this particular process. But there's no specific consultancy that we've asked to help us over the next, for example, 3 to 10 weeks, whatever the time frame is, to say, can you give us some assistance on this particular subset of measures? So, as I said, external expertise always very helpful for us.
But not on this issue in the last couple of months?
Well, on the issue broadly of how to put downward pressure on energy prices, we have engaged with external expertise to help us on a broad suite of policies. But so I might leave it there.
Well, in the last 2 months, which external consultants have we sought on the broad range of policies to bring down prices?
I can take that one on notice for
Thank you.
Senator.
That'd be great. Do we know how much is being spent on that?
I can go through, if it's helpful for you, Senator. Very happy to go through all our consultancies in Energy Group, and all of them will have some relationship to the issue of energy prices.
So we'll do that on notice for you.
Thanks very much. Are there any legal firms that we're looking at getting similar consultancies in the last?
No external legal firms on the issue of energy prices, Senator.
Okay. Are you aware of a proposal to place a levy or tax on any gas suppliers as part of these discussions?
Senator, the Treasurer has spoken publicly about the fact that the government is open to considering all range of options in this regard. He's spoken specifically about regulatory options, but he's also recognised that there are also tax options and subsidy options that could be available to put downward pressure on energy prices as well. So all I'd say is that we're looking at the full suite of potential options in this regard.
And so, has the government specifically asked the department to consider working up such an option of a tax on gas?
Such an option wouldn't fall to this portfolio.
Okay, no problem, thank you.
Senator, that would be a Treasury question.
Okay. Has the department or task force been asked to consider work up or any other revenue measures around the suggest to Treasury or otherwise any other revenue measures around energy?
Sorry, Senator. I missed
Have
the
you been
second
asked to work up other models around revenue generation to give to Treasury around energy?
Again, Senator, I mean, issues of revenue and taxation are ones best put to the Treasury.
Okay, I'll do that, move that forward. We're looking at mandatory code of conduct in some of the gas and supply issues. Have consultations with stakeholders begun on that?
So, Senator, the mandatory code of conduct is one that sits principally with the Treasury Department, working in consultation with the Department of Industry. So, best to put your questions to those two portfolios.
I'll do so, or I'll have someone else do so. No, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Senator Rice.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, I want to go to energy prices, which I think is definitely energy, and actually go to some discussion about why the increase in energy prices is occurring. And essentially, I'm just starting off with, would you agree that Putin's invasion of Ukraine has increased and driven up the price of thermal coal and gas?
Yeah, Senator, I'll start on this one and then I'll invite colleagues to add to my answer. So, I mean, Australian electricity prices are being driven primarily by global factors and specifically the increase in international prices for coal and gas. A key factor in that has been Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So if we go to the IEA's most recent World Energy Outlook, they talk about high gas and coal prices accounting for around 90% of the upward pressure on electricity costs around the world. They note that the proximate cause of that has been Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but they also note that pressure on the markets was visible before February, and they talk there about the speed of the economic rebound from the pandemic also being a factor which has stretched all number of supply chains, including those in fuel supply. So yeah, Senator, I think definitely Russia's invasion of Ukraine has increased international prices for the fuel inputs for electricity, and that has translated through to Australian prices.
Yeah. And in fact, other than the pandemic rebound, that has been the major change over the last year.
Yes,
pretty
Senator.
clearly. Yeah.
Yep.
Because of that, we've got coal and gas companies that are making really big profits because our prices are connected internationally. I mean, we've got Woodside's profits up fivefold. What I want to know is, why is it then that it's householders that are being asked to pay the difference where you've got these profits of the big, coal and gas companies are making huge profits?
Senator, I'm not sure that's a question that officials can answer. I mean, at the end of the day, Mr Duggan has explained that all the various options are on the table, including the ones that you've described in their generality.
Right. I mean, we've got a proposal on the table which we have said of basically taxing the super profits of coal and gas companies and then being able to use that revenue at a retailer level rather than giving handouts to consumers to subsidise the cost, because we've got these massive profits that the companies are making. Has the department provided any advice to Treasury on capping household energy prices?
So, Senator, as I mentioned in response to the previous line of questioning, we are involved in a process within government that does include the Treasury about thinking about all manner of potential ways of putting downward pressure on energy prices. And as I mentioned before, public statements by the Treasurer and Minister Bowen are consistent in the sense that we're looking at the whole universe of options in that regard. So I don't propose to go into the specifics of all the options that are being countenanced here, but as I said, all of them are, as the government has said, everything is on the table at this point for consideration.
Including, are you looking at the potential of, avoiding the inflationary measures of sort of handouts to consumers directly, of subsidising it at a retailer level?
Yeah, Senator, the Treasurer has actually stated publicly that one of the things that will be taken into consideration in this work is ensuring that whatever option the government ultimately decides to go with doesn't further exacerbate inflationary pressure. Conscious, if you look at the budget forecast, that electricity prices are adding in the order of 1 percentage point to inflation at the moment. And we know the impact that the Reserve Bank then, in taking those things into consideration, the impact that can have. So the Treasurer has been very clear that the government will be most interested in those options that don't further exacerbate those pressures.
Right. So in answer to my question then, so you are looking at that as an option?
Senator Rice, I think there's a number of sort of procedural challenges we encounter here. The first is that, of course, taxation is not the responsibility of this department, it's a responsibility for Treasury. The second is that whilst the government has made a number of public statements about the nature of the response that we're preparing and, being quite frank about the fact that all options are on the table, the specific options that are being developed will go through a cabinet process. They'll be subject to the ordinary arrangements, and we wouldn't expect Mr Duggan to answer questions about material that's to be provided to cabinet.
Okay, so what's the timeline then of putting these wide range of options?
As I indicated to Senator Cadell, it's clear that this work is a priority. That's been made clear from the Prime Minister and others. It's also important, sensitive work. There's an interest in testing all of the proposals that might be developed to ensure that they are robust, that they won't have unintended consequences, and that's work that is going on through collaboration between officials at this point.
Okay, so you're not willing to say anything more than that it's a priority?
Well, I think what's been made clear by Minister Bowen and others is that it is important to get this right. Officials, as you've heard, are working in a focused way on it. They are collaborating across agencies, as you would expect. We will move as soon as there are proposals that are ready to be considered, but it's important that the work is done properly and in a considered way.
So are you thinking, the timeline, are we looking at end of the year? Are we looking, first quarter next year, by the middle of next year? Meanwhile, people are really suffering with those increased costs.
You're right. Senator Rice, there are very significant external pressures on Australia's energy system, and as you've already observed, they arise from one of the most significant shocks to the global energy system since the 1970s. It is a very significant external factor weighing on the system. The government has made it clear that responding to this is a priority. Officials have been tasked with developing options for government to consider. I'm not going to speculate about the timeframes for various options. That really is a matter for the relevant ministers and for the cabinet as a whole.
Okay. So, in terms of the information that, although you say that taxation obviously isn't from the province of this department and it's of Treasury, but will your options also include potential ways of paying for any subsidies that the government might be including?
Senator, I'm not sure I can really add to what I've said before, which is that the government has asked us to look at all variety of options. The tax options would be ones for the Treasury to. Okay,
so you aren't providing information on the potential ways, revenue raising options. That would be up to Treasury to develop those.
It's not in the accountability of this department to provide tax options.
Okay, thank you.
Last question, Senator Rice, on this block.
Okay, I've got to move on to another.
Well, shall we just cut there and come back to you?
Yep, that would be great.
Okay. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to have a look around the gas issue and just wondering if you can confirm, perhaps, Minister McAllister, how many meetings Minister Bowen has held with gas suppliers since the election, and if you're able to provide the names of the companies and the dates of each meeting.
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator Hughes. I don't know. I don't have that information with me.
All right, well, perhaps the department can help here of how many departmental briefs have been prepared for Minister Bowen in advance of any of these meetings.
Okay, Senator, very happy to take that on notice.
All right, so having a look through the government's budget, there's been funding cancelled for priority gas infrastructure projects. So I was just hoping we could run through a few projects and you can just confirm the status of each one for me. Just let whoever needs to come to the table. I'll just go through them one at a time if that's easier.
It's at the front.
So the Southwest Pipeline extension in Victoria.
Yep, so Senator, just to confirm, so you're talking about the $50.3 million. That was the cancellation of the Accelerating Priority Gas Infrastructure budget measure.
Yeah, so what's the status of that project?
So the status of that project is that, funding is not going to be provided to that project as that measure has been cancelled. And but that project, and I will just point out that the funding that was provided for those projects was all for pre-FID support, and that since that time, so the project, which is a project from APA Group, has actually taken FID on that additional compression for the Southwest Pipeline, and they've done that without Commonwealth support.
Right, but so it's been, so the project's cancelled, is that right?
So the project hasn't been cancelled, so...
But just no
so
government
the funding,
funding.
there's no funding, pre-FID funding being provided.
Yeah.
And as detailed in the budget, but APA Group, who is the project proponent, has since taken FID on that project.
Okay. And the Heytesbury Underground Gas Storage Project in Victoria?
So I don't have a detailed update on where that project is at, sorry.
So there's no funding?
There is no funding being provided for that project.
Right. So has it been cancelled? Do you know?
I don't have an update, sorry, on what that project is.
Chris Vittoroni, Branch Head Gas Security. Senator, the Lockhart project, the Heytesbury Storage Project is, as I understand it, remains under consideration by the company, but the measure, which allocated funding for targeted grant support, including for that project, has been cancelled and redirected.
Okay. The Project Range, it's a Project Range project in Queensland.
So similar to the last project, Senator, the APA's Project Range project obviously remains under consideration, as I understand it, by the company, but the measure, once again, has been cancelled.
So funding's been cancelled. Okay. The Surat Hub project in Queensland?
It's the same status,
Same
Senator.
thing, okay. The Gas Infrastructure Hub project in the Bowen Basin?
It's the same status, Senator.
Right, so funding's been cancelled. The feasibility study into gas infrastructure in the Beetaloo Basin in the Territory?
So that measure has also been cancelled as part of this overall $50.3 million.
Okay, and the East Coast Gas Grid Expansion Stage 2?
Yep, so that's the one being undertaken by APA Group.
Yep.
And again, that measure is no longer receiving any Commonwealth funding, but APA has since taken FID on that project without Commonwealth support.
Right, okay, so all of those projects have lost Commonwealth funding. Interesting with the state of gas at the moment. So what was the reason given for cancelling these projects, and have all the grant recipients been advised that they'll be unlikely to proceed?
So that was a decision for government to cancel those projects. And so what was the second part of your question?
Have they all been advised?
Yes, they have been advised.
All right. And so you said APA is still considering some of them without Commonwealth support, but you don't have updates on the rest?
They've taken feed on 2 of those projects.
Yeah, okay. All right. What about any other gas programs or projects? Have any of those had their funding cut or cancelled? And could you let us know which ones they are?
So the
Did
gas...
we miss any?
No, that was all of the projects.
Right, okay. And there's no other projects or funding programs that you know of regards to gas that have been cancelled as well?
No, there are no other projects that have been cancelled.
No? Okay. Both the ACCC and AEMO have forecasted a gas supply shortfall next year, and according to AEMO, this is due is due to the fall in the southern gas reserves. Do you agree with this assessment, I guess, to start with?
So yes, I mean, we do rely on AEMO's advice. They're the market operator, and so the information that they put forward is very useful for us in terms of providing our advice to government.
Right, so perhaps Minister McAllister, you can let us know whether or not Minister Bowen has had any conversations with his Victorian counterpart with regards to the need to increase supply in the state of Victoria?
I'll take it on notice, Senator Hughes.
Okay, so AEMO's gas statement of opportunities recommends upgrades to pipeline capacity and additional gas storage, amongst other things, to address this shortfall. Were the 7 priority projects designed to address the issues outlined by AEMO? So the projects we've gone through, were these identified by AEMO?
So no, they weren't identified by AEMO, but some of them would be included in some of there'd be some
as projects that would contribute to avoiding that gas shortfall?
Yes.
Okay. Were they identified in the 2021 National Gas Infrastructure Plan and recommended by the department as projects that would assist in reducing that gas shortfall?
Yes, so they were identified in the former government's National Gas Infrastructure Plan.
Okay. So I guess the question is then, they were previously recommended by the department to the government as projects required to avoid a gas shortfall. So would that then would clearly mean that the government's decision to cut funding to these projects would make it more likely that there'll be a gas shortfall, correct?
So, Senator, I will point out that the funding that was cancelled, the $50.3 million, was pre-FID support for gas projects. So ultimately the decision about whether or not those projects will go ahead, it's really a matter for those project proponents. And as I've mentioned this morning, 2 of those projects have actually gone ahead without Commonwealth support.
So 2 of them might go
2
ahead,
of the APA
5 won't.
groups.
So 5 of the 7 that were required to avoid a gas shortfall are no longer going ahead.
Senator,
Okay.
can I just add to that answer? So what Ms Croker is taking you through is financing for pre-investment decision. You made a reference to a gas supply shortfall forecast by the ACCC for next year.
And AEMO.
And AEMO for next year. Of course, the key development since that forecast has been the heads of agreement reached with East Coast gas suppliers for them to provide an additional 157 petajoules worth of gas into the system, which more than addresses the shortfall for 2023. So I think just in terms of the timing issues here, the projects that Ms Croker has been taking you through are ones that, of course, would deliver gas supply, but on a much longer time frame than the shortfall that was projected for 2023.
Okay, but AEMO did say that the South West Pipeline was needed to offset a significant decline in the Gippsland Zone production capacity in 2023, so that's next year. And so the funding for this project was cancelled by the government in the budget. So wouldn't that then ultimately, it's AEMO have said it, that the cancellation of this project, would the department say it's going to make it more or less likely that Victoria will suffer a supply shortage?
So, Senator, that project run by APA Group has actually proceeded.
Right, without any Commonwealth support.
So that's correct.
And Senator, to be clear, the targeted grant funding that was allocated was for pre-FID support, so I would imagine the project wouldn't be eligible for Commonwealth funding, having taken final investment decision.
Right, okay. So new gas resources, it's been acknowledged, will be needed to become available to meet consumer needs. This is advised by AEMO as well as, through their gas statement of opportunity. Is AEMO the expert on this matter?
So AEMO certainly provides a very rigorous analysis of gas supply and demand looking forward over the next 20 years.
Yeah.
And also, as Simon spoke about, the ACCC also undertake analysis, particularly looking forward for the next year about the supply-demand balance,
Okay,
the
so
East Coast market.
As the experts, they're saying we need new gas resources. That's what they're saying. You're acknowledging they're the experts. So in the budget, the government's cancelled funding to develop new gas basins. So what is it doing to bring on new supply, as AEMO have called for? Not just going to existing suppliers to increase, because that is inevitably going to hit a wall. We need new gas basins, as has been recommended by the experts. What is the government doing to bring on new
So
gas projects?
Senator, the government's also announced, so directly to your question about long-term gas supply, the government's announced the release of 10 offshore areas for oil and gas exploration. So that covers about 47,000 square kilometres that will have longer-term gas supply benefits to the market and guard against future shortfalls. The other thing the government did in the budget was also did a $23 million package of gas reliability and security measures, agreed with state and territory ministers, that give AEMO powers to be able to intervene in the gas market to be able to prevent reliability and shortage issues in the near term.
Caps on prices, or what are we talking about with AEMO's intervention?
The ability to be able to distribute gas from where it is to where it needs to be in order to avoid, as you referred to before, Senator, the potential for regional supply shortfalls. AEMO's got the capacity to direct gas into those regions, or at least the legislative framework for that has been agreed by energy ministers, and the rules will now follow very shortly so that they have that capacity.
So does that need to be
winter next year.
legislated, or is it just a regulatory framework?
It will be legislated through the South Australian Parliament.
Right. Okay.
That's each of the state and territory and Commonwealth jurisdictions coming together and unanimously agreeing that package of reforms
Yeah.
under the rubric of the Energy Ministers Forum. So it's quite significant. But as has been said, ultimately it is implemented through the South Australian Parliament, but it's all energy ministers of all states and territories agreeing to that as well.
Okay. All right. So, if there isn't an increase in supply, and despite, and again, it's lovely to say that it's all going to be rediverted, but there isn't any increase in supply. Has the government asked the department to put together any management strategy as we head into next winter? We heard previously in New South Wales, don't put your dishwasher on after 6 p.m. Are there measures being recommended to the government, asking householders to turn the heaters off, or take shorter showers, or conserve consumer gas as we start to suffer supply issues and price issues?
Senator, I'm not sure I agree with the premise of the question, which is that there's nothing being done to increase supply. And so Australia's
These are commercial
gas
organisations who, unless you pull the trigger, make the decisions about what they export and what they keep domestically. So you're not having any new gas projects come online.
So Australia's domestic gas consumption is a portion of total gas production, as you well know, Senator. The East Coast gas exporters have agreed, through a heads of agreement with the Australian government, that they will provide an additional 157 petajoules of gas into the domestic market next year. That's a very significant increase in supply relative to our total domestic demand. So I think that's a very significant contribution to our gas needs for next year.
Yeah. Is that being considered in line with any coal-fired power that goes off at the same time? So what you're going to find energy supply going through? If gas, isn't it going to need to step up if coal-fired power stations come offline, or?
So, Senator, the way I often think about gas in the electricity market is what it does is it provides the opportunity for the more intermittent but lower cost renewable energy to be able to be firmed at the times where it's needed by energy that can be dispatched at short notice. And so gas actually, I see it more as an enabler for a transition to a lower cost, lower emissions, higher renewables energy system. I think that's, in my concept, that's the best way to think about the role of gas in our system.
Yeah, because it's, renewables and gas aren't providing the bulk of our power at all. Just finally, with regards to the Port Kembla Energy Terminal, if you can just remind me when it was originally going to be scheduled, but I did know that AEMO was relying on that terminal to address any projected gas shortfall. Has any modelling been done if it doesn't come online beyond, winter of 2024? Is there an update on Port Kembla?
Senator, we haven't prepared additional modelling. My understanding is the original date for the Port Kembla terminal was, I think, for 2024. I could be wrong on that. It's my recollection, Senator.
But if it gets pushed beyond that?
Senator, I think the last GSU indicated that it has moved to become an anticipated project, possibly for 2024. I'm not certain of that. But it remains one of among 4 proposed import terminal projects proposed for the East Coast.
All right, I'll leave that one there. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. We'll go to Senator... We won't go to Senator Billick. We will go to Senator Askew.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of quick questions in relation to the Mariners Link in Tasmania, being a Tasmanian senator. Sorry? Just jump in there. Excellent, thank you. And I'm hoping that these questions haven't been covered because I haven't been in here the whole time. Okay, that's good. Can you first of all provide us an update on where the Mariners Link project is at the moment?
Yes, so it's Kirsty Gowans, branch head for network reform. So the Mariners Link project is currently in the design and approvals phase. It's passed the regulatory test for investment in transmission and it's proceeding through environmental and other forms of approval.
Okay. And what about the final investment decision? Has that been made?
No, not yet, Senator. It's not expected until 2024.
Okay, so what? So that 2024 is the time frame. Okay. So what will be the main benefits to Tasmanians as a result of the Mariners Link proposal?
There are a range of benefits, Senator, both to Tasmania but also to the mainland. Obviously, the access to the high-quality renewable energy resources of Tasmania being able to increasingly interact in the national energy market will mean that will both put downward pressure on prices, but also there's a range of good firming resources down there. So that would be providing capacity to variable renewable energy as we sort of transition to a higher renewables grid. There's clearly the economic benefits to Tasmania, so both in terms of the number of jobs, and we do have the jobs figure here, up to 2,800 jobs available, and that's in the construction phase. Yeah, and up to 1,120 jobs for the Battery of the Nation work, which obviously accompanies very closely the Mariners Link project.
Okay. And what sort of time frame are we expecting this to be built over?
The first cable is due to be in 2028-29, and the second cable is 2031.
And as a result of Mariners Link being built, will this lead to lower power prices for Tasmanians?
Well, just the sheer size of the amount of renewable energy, that's going to be putting downward pressure on prices. So clearly there's a lot more interaction with the whole electricity market. So there'll be that increasing interconnection. But in terms of, we'll find some figures here, but in terms of that increased resilience and also the large amount of renewable energy going to the system, those power prices will be, there's downward pressure overall across the system.
Have you got modelling on that?
Good. In terms of power prices?
Yeah.
Mariners Link has been subject to a lot of economic analysis. So right from the very beginning in the
Have you got
feasibility
modelling on the
studies.
Have you got modelling on the electricity prices? Just simple question.
Do we have modelling
On
on the...
Tasmanian electricity prices.
We'll take that on notice. We've certainly got.
You seem very confident in your explanation there that it's going to lead to downward pressure on electricity prices in Tasmania.
I think the
Generally, would you like me to step in about what the RIT-T test is, that the Marinus think this is where we're getting the confidence from? Yeah. Essentially, the RIT-T is a cost-benefit analysis, and it's overseen by the Australian Energy Regulator, and it assesses the net benefit to consumers in an electricity market.
Different to downward pressure on electricity prices in Tasmania, which is obviously a controversial issue. So if you could take that on notice, if you don't have the answers in front of you.
Senator, we will take it on notice, but to be fair to the official, she was trying to answer your question about why the RIT-T test is the analysis which shows that it will be downward pressure on consumer prices in Tasmania. I just wanted to make sure that was clear, but otherwise we'll happily take that on notice.
Thanks. And just continuing on from my questions earlier on investment decisions, is it correct that the Marinus Link will be highly profitable once the second link is built? Is that the expectation?
Well, we've certainly done modelling on the profitability with Tas Hydro. So, and I know that the Tasmanian Government have done their own independent analysis, and our modelling shows that it will be profitable. At the moment, there's already power that is constrained from the existing hydro facilities there and the ability to sort of access the market. But obviously with this expansion in transmission, that opens up both that constraint but also other resources that are slated to come online.
So you do think if it's going to be profitable, the projected economic return is likely to attract investment from the private sector? Is that the expectation for it to be funded that way?
Correct, Senator, and we were in constant contact with our Tasmanian officials since the announcement. They've been overwhelmed with obviously interest in developing the renewable energy resources in Tasmania.
So, Senator, just to add to that, so I mean, the modelling that's been done suggests that you'll see $7 billion worth of additional economic activity in Tasmania due to the project. The modelling that we've done suggests that Tas Hydro, so the Tasmanian government-owned entity, will accrue in the order of $400 to $500 million in additional benefit. That puts them in the position to either reduce prices to Tasmanian consumers, they could invest in upgrades to assets in Tasmania to the benefit of Tasmanian consumers, or they could return that to the Tasmanian government as a dividend, again, to the benefit of Tasmania broadly. So there's multiple levels of benefit here for Tasmania.
So the government's providing billions of dollars of taxpayer money into this project. Is that something that perhaps could have been funded privately then, or is that not possible? Is that not the likelihood?
It's important to point out that the Rewiring the Nation funding is at cost finance, so there will be a recovery of those Commonwealth resources to the Commonwealth. So what it does do is it reduces the cost of producing that transmission by the private sector. So those returns, that finance is provided at cost, and so what's forwarded on to consumers, which currently pay for transmission costs, is much lower than otherwise would have been. But it is important that it is at cost finance, so it's not on budget. It will actually be returned to the Commonwealth over a long period of time.
Fair enough. So my final link then is, will the Marinus Link and the Snowy Hydro be in competition?
Well, just by the nature of the market, but it's important to point out, Senator, that just given the need for much more long duration storage, that there is a need for AEM has projected many more forms of long duration storage, so it would be the case that it will provide that extra firming. So while they will be in competition, the demand for those firming that firming is going to be large in the market, which is going to have a very high level of variable renewable energy.
So there's no chance that the Marinus Link project will be underutilised in the future as a result of that competition?
When we look at the AEMO analysis and what we are required to have with respect to that storage, it's very significant. So we need sort of a doubling of the dispatchable storage by 2050. So we need 47 gigawatts as per the step change scenario in the integrated system plan that's put out by AEMO, and currently there's now about 23 3. So it's just really important that we're going to have access to a range of storage in the market, because it'll look very different then than it does now.
All right, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Senator Whish-Wilson, one question.
Thank you, Chair. Just a follow-up question to Senator Askew. How reliant will Marinus be on new baseload power from wind farms in particular? And I want to ask about Robbins Island, UPC's renewable project, and the Whaleback Ridge wind farm or energy park, which was in the budget this recent month. I think there was a $3 million grant for a study. So how important are those two projects, or even a single one of those projects, for providing baseload power to the Marinus Link for its economics?
Or for Marinus Link?
Correct.
I'll just refer the Victorian government with their expansion of offshore wind as an example, and I'm sort of referring off there, but they've committed to, I believe it's 9 gigawatts of offshore wind. The modelling they did,
So the Marinus will go through there, the Marinus Link will go through those offshore wind farms, is that correct?
It will, I think there was a suggestion that 9 gigawatts in Victoria would work against the need for Marinus Link because of providing that extra generation. Obviously, Victoria have made it clear that they're investing in offshore wind because, you know, they know that their coal-fired generators are reaching end of life, and there's been a recent announcement there.
I'm a bit confused though, Ms Bronoro, because you're saying that will go against Marinus Link. So what about, I mean, if offshore wind is going to be developed, I've heard a similar thing. It may make Marinus redundant, but what are the projects in Tasmania that Marinus requires for the baseload power to underwrite the project?
And sorry, Senator, I took too long with my answer. There was commentary that would go against the need, but the Victorian government analysis shows that you need Marinus Link and those.
Okay. That is separate to my question. My question is, in Tasmania, what baseload industrial power will you require to underwrite the investment in Marinus? And in particular in relation to Robbins Island, which was going to be one of the biggest wind farm projects in the world, and now Labor's provided money for the Whaleback Ridge project for at least an initial analysis, or the energy park. Well, can it go ahead without either of those two wind farms?
For the length. Well, I'll take that on notice, Senator, so I can go directly
I'm
to...
surprised you don't know that, considering we've talked about Robbins Island. It estimates now for at least the last 3 or 4 years. If those big industrial projects don't go ahead, will Marinus be economic?
Just on that,
The answer's yes, and we need to provide you with some more detail, Senator, because essentially electricity can travel in both directions. So one of the key economic benefits of Marinus is that it allows Tasmania's pumped hydro storage to be exported across into the NEM, but it similarly allows for Victorian wind farms and others to access the national electricity market to make those wind farms profitable. But Marinus, I think, stacks up on its own, but also enables those wind developments if that's the decision of the Tasmanian government.
But without those wind developments, to be clear, you're saying to me just pump hydro will underwrite Marinus if we don't see one of those large wind farm projects go ahead?
Well, I think it's assumed that if the link is there, the investment in those sort of projects is going to flow, and that's been the evidence so far based on the announcement. One of the key things that has been raised with us with our renewable energy, like the Clean Energy Council and renewable energy proponents, has been a little bit of that chicken and egg thing about being able to access transmission. There are some issues already with respect to congestion. So the fact that there is going to be a long pathway there where that link is going to be in place, it will enable those proponents to then bank on being able to access those markets.
Just to be clear, based on your answer, will pump hydro on its own be enough to underwrite Marinus if we don't see that stampede of investment in large wind farm projects?
So I think we'd have to take on notice the specifics, but I think they're not...
Or are you saying there will be a stampede of investment into large wind farm projects in Tasmania?
I won't say that. I'll just triple check in terms of the AEMO modelling itself. I'm sure that they have... it includes the development of new variable renewable energy. I just want to check on the precise projects.
If you could take on notice just whether it requires the Whaleback Ridge project or Robbins UPC project.
Will do.
Senator Billick.
Thank you. I just want to ask a couple of questions around the nuclear area, if I can. So can the department outline what AEMO has said with respect to the cost of establishing nuclear power in Australia?
Senator, so AEMO and CSIRO have done a report called the Gen Cost Report that looks into this issue. According to that report, and so that's dated from 21-22, so they looked specifically at small modular reactors there, and they noted that the capital costs for such a reactor can range anywhere between $7,900 to $16,770 per kilowatt hour in 2030. They also looked at what they call the levelised cost of energy, so that's a measure of the average net present cost of generation per megawatt hour for a plant over its lifetime. Measured on that basis, it's in the order of $136 per megawatt hour to $326 per megawatt hour.
Are there any SMRs in use for commercial generation anywhere in the world?
Senator Duncan McIntyre, Head of Division for Energy. SMR technology is a technology that's being investigated in many countries around the world. There are two plants that have been developed for the purposes of testing, one in Russia and one in China. But at this stage, those plants are really there mainly for proof of concept purposes. So it's not a technology that has been broadly adopted for energy generation at this stage.
So commercially there's nothing, is what you're telling me at this stage?
That's correct, Senator, although there are a great many countries that are investigating the possibility of the technology in the future.
Great. How does the cost of SMRs compare to other forms of energy?
Senator, the CSIRO's Gen Cost report that my colleague has just been referring to indicates that in the Australian policy context at this stage, it's unlikely that nuclear energy would be price competitive with alternative forms of energy available in Australia, most particularly renewable energy generated through solar and wind. So at this stage, the government's policy is that nuclear generation is not necessary for Australia, and that remains their position.
Okay. Are you able to confirm for me that the AEMO forecasts that Australia will reach 83% renewable generation by 2030 without any nuclear energy?
Yes, Senator, that forecast does not suppose that nuclear energy would be a part of the mix, and indeed, given there is a moratorium against the development of nuclear energy, AEMO are not anticipating nuclear energy in any of their planning.
And you're able to tell me, my last question, Chair, because I just want to try and keep on time for you, what would happen to the nation's electricity network if renewable development halted in favour of development of nuclear, particularly in the near and short term?
Senator, I don't know that I can speculate on what impact that would have, other than to note that it hasn't been modelled because there's a moratorium on nuclear energy and it's not cost effective to develop it. So it seems highly unlikely that modelling that scenario would be beneficial, and so nobody's done it.
And just to clarify, from what I heard earlier, it's going to be quite expensive anyway if people do want to go down that track. So there should be a change of government. Mr Dutton did talk quite a lot about nuclear in his budget reply speech. It would be quite expensive to do that. Is that correct?
Senator, there's a lot of ifs there that we can't really answer, but as of today, with the current Australian policy settings, it would be much more expensive than other available forms of energy. Of course, all of these technologies continue to develop. Solar and wind keep reducing in price, but those kinds of price increases or reductions are possible in nuclear energy as well. And so, of course, the department continues a watching brief to keep an eye on all these technologies, and it is foreseeable that those circumstances could change at some point.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Cadell.
Other than Norway, is there any country in the world that produces under 50 grams of emissions per kilowatt without nuclear power?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to. Thank you very much.
Christmas question.
Yeah, I am here. I'll give you a hand. No need to answer it.
That would be a no.
Yep. On to rewiring the nation. In the lead up to the election, there was a government commitment for rewiring the nation corporation. Does that still stand?
So, Senator, through the release of the budget, you'd know that the government has made a decision now to establish a Rewiring the Nation office within our department.
Yep.
So it is no longer the intention to establish a Rewiring the Nation corporation.
Okay. Did you provide advice to government that CEFC would be a better place than restarting a corporation?
Sorry,
Did the department provide advice that'd be better off in your place, or was that a decision of government?
So, I mean, obviously everything in the budget is a decision of government, Senator. Of course, the Rewiring the Nation office will benefit from the expertise that exists in the department. We have been very involved with the government in working up the Rewiring the Nation policy and legislative framework. So we feel, and through the agreements that we've now been doing with Tasmania and Victoria, we've developed some expertise which, in combination with the CEFC, we think is a good delivery model for Rewiring the Nation.
Okay. With the office functioning, how will they be able to recommend projects for the CFC funding out of that office?
Senator, there is anticipated to be an investment committee that is a joint between the Rewiring the Nation office and the CFC. It will also include expertise from AEMO and also the Australian Energy Information Commissioner. That's a pre-investment committee because obviously the CFC is an independent body, so it would work through those issues, but ultimately it still needs to go through the CFC's final investment decision processes.
Okay. How many full-time equivalent staff will the office have?
We'll just come back to you on that, Senator.
On notice? You come
The
back on
office.
notice? Yep.
Yeah, so...
Or you've got to look it up. Yeah.
So just obviously the budget has been recently. We're actually sitting down with our partners to ensure that those final governance arrangements that sit between CFC and the office as well as the Australian Information Commissioner are settled. So we may need to come back to you on that one, Senator.
And can you confirm the budget is the $18.1 million in the budget, or is there other funds being taken from other departments or other sections of the department?
Sorry, Senator, that was...
In the budget there's $18.1 million, I think, allocated to this office. Is that right? Is that the full operating budget?
Yeah, so the amount that's specified in budget paper number 2, and I'll take it as given that that's where you've accessed the figure from. That's the full expenditure on the Rewiring the Nation office.
Okay. Minister, the Labor Party itself has removed the Rewiring the Nation policy from its website. Is there any reason for that?
That's a matter for the Labor Party. I haven't engaged with them on that.
Under the Rewiring Nation policy, the Murray River transmission line was due to be operational from 2024. Can I get what the status of that project is?
Which was the project, Senator?
The Murray River transmission line.
One of the, just while my colleagues are finding the answer to that specific question, I mean, one of the things to keep in mind here with the way these projects are brought to a head is that there's a discussion that takes place at government to government level. So the recent announcements that you saw were a discussion between obviously the Commonwealth Government, Tasmanian and Victorian governments. So specific projects tend to be done in the context of a broader discussion around what's the transmission that's needed in a particular region. So it's often done, one individual project is often done in the context of the broader needs for transmission, and where the Commonwealth's concessional financing through Rewiring the Nation can best assist. So in that context, Ms Brenura, have you managed to track down that
I'm
one?
just, we're a little bit confused.
I'll come back on that one.
It might be the name of the Murray River transmission line.
Yep. It might be a different name project.
I believe so. So
my people will look that up for you. And I'll
thank you.
Maybe the Gippsland line as well, the Gippsland transmission line?
Yeah.
Is that under a different name?
Yeah, and so it
We'd
would
be
be
looking
good to
at
understand how
there might be
that's
projects,
actually featured in the integrated system plan, because we use those names.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, they're in the Powering Australia plan under those names, but might have changed the department. That's where we've gone wrong. I will have a problem answering the following questions on those. Prime Minister's media release of 19 October states that the Commonwealth provide 3.12 Island Marnus. We've done. That's already covered. You've thrown me now with that. you go to Marnus' question? Can I throw it there for a second?
Marinus.
I think we want to go to David first. Do you want to...
Yeah.
Senator Fawcett.
Thank you. Just very quickly wanted to follow up on the questions that Senator Billett asked about the CSIRO GenCost report. You've indicated that a lot of your policy positions are based on the GenCost report. Are you aware of the fact that they took the high-end figure basically from their last GenCost report, and when questioned on that GenCost report in a House committee, they admitted that they have little expertise in nuclear power generation, so went to an external provider, GHD, who looked on a website from the World Nuclear Association, and their claim is that that's where the figure came from. The committee subsequently called the World Nuclear Association, who are the source for the GenCost report of this figure of $16,000, and the Nuclear Energy Association said, that figure is not on our website, we never put it there, we don't support it, and we think that price is grossly inflated. So that's all in the Hansard record from the committee inquiry. So given we have in black and white that the CSIRO, in fact they went on to say, because of the prohibition on nuclear power, they are not able to expend resources doing any detailed research or analysis. So you're basing the nation's energy policy on advice from a department that admits it has no expertise in this area, who has drawn a figure, which has been quoted by your department and the Minister frequently, which has no direct source to a point in fact, and the organisation that they claimed it came from says they didn't produce that figure and it's grossly inflated. What are you going to do to revise your advice to government?
Senator Fawcett, if I could ask you to provide that reference, I'm not sure the officials are across the committee you're referring to or the Hansard you're referring to.
I'm very happy
Yeah.
to table it later,
Thank you.
yes. But the fact is very simple. The figure has no basis in fact, and it is misleading, and it's challenged by the group who were referenced as the expert. So I'm wondering what you're going to do to revise your advice to government.
Senator Fawcett, these are questions that really go to how CSIRO prepares its advice. You have an account of what happened in the committee. I wasn't part of that committee, and for obvious reasons, the officials weren't part of that committee because it was a committee that engaged with CSIRO, not the department. I think you're going to have to put these questions in the forum where CSIRO appears.
I will raise them with CSIRO, but the fact, Minister, is that your government's policies have largely relied on a claim that the cost point for nuclear is the most expensive. That is refuted, admitted by CSIRO, refuted by the group who provided the figure, was claimed to provide the figure, and so that part is a fact. And so my question is, if the basis of the GenCost report is not accurate, but that's what you've relied on in your advice to government, what will you do to revise your advice?
Well, Senator Fawcett, that's a set of hypotheticals about if this happens, then another thing happens, what will you do? I think it would be best if these questions were put to CSIRO. The officials are not in a position to comment on a report prepared by another agency. I don't know if we can go any further.
Minister, with all due respect, it's not a hypothetical, it's a fact, and I will provide, and I'm happy to come back in 5 minutes' time.
Senator Fawcett, it is a disputed fact. So
it's in Hansard, Chair. So I don't know if you have to table it because it's in Hansard, it's on the public record, but I'm happy to table it to facilitate. But my point to the Minister is it's not a hypothetical. It is actually recorded in Hansard as a fact. And so my question is...
It's very difficult for the rest of us to follow what we have not read and what we have not seen in the Hansard.
Senator Fawcett, we will take it on notice. We'll have a look at it. We'll come back to you.
Okay. If in taking that on notice, if you could also have a look at the OECD NEA report issued in April this year. In fact, I'm happy to table their graph from page 35, which looks at the levelised cost of electricity. And I'll provide this to you, but what it shows is that long-run nuclear power is already the cheapest form of electricity generation, and that new-build nuclear is within the error bars of solar and wind already, and when you apply systems costs nuclear power, both long run and new, is the cheapest form of generating electricity. That is also fact. That's in a report from the OECD issued this year. With that information, could you please indicate to me in your answer on notice what you will do to revise your advice to government?
So Senator will take that on notice.
I mean, I do think it's an intriguing line of questioning, Senator Fawcett, and indeed an intriguing line of argument from the opposition. You know, you have just finished a period in government of 9 years where you didn't do anything about this at all. You had 9 years, you could have built a power station, could have initiated something, didn't do it. And now it's being raised in the first months of your period in opposition.
If you heard when I announced the report, it was April this year.
Is it not?
Minister, April this year is after we left government. That definitive advice from the OECD that nuclear is in fact the cheapest form of generating electricity came in April this year.
Look, I look forward to you prosecuting this with the Australian public. You can have a discussion about, you know, where this gets put, Southern Highlands, Gladstone, Townsville, where are you going to put it? Spent quite a lot of public information about what would be suitable sites, and I look forward to you having that conversation with the Australian community.
So do I, particularly when they come to paying their power bills. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Duniam.
Thanks, Chair. I can just go back to Marinus.
Oh, yes.
That would be great. I apologise, I missed Senator Whish-Wilson's questions and also Senator Askew's. Can we just go back to the nature of the agreement that's been reached between the Australian and Tasmanian governments? And I wonder if you can just step me through the elements of what has been agreed, what it leads to, and then what the next decision point is and when we expect to reach that point. And pardon my voice, I'm losing it.
No, of course, Senator, I'll give it my best shot. So what has been agreed between the Commonwealth Government and the Victorian Government and the Tasmanian Government is that they will take a joint equity stake in the Marinus Link project, yet to be determined what that special purpose investment vehicle might look like, and that's the subject of some further negotiations that are expected to take place between now and March, noting that the Victorian Government's in caretaker mode at the moment.
Of course.
So essentially that's the first part of the agreement. The second part of the agreement is that the remaining 80% of the total project costs will be financed by low-cost finance under the Rewiring the Nation program that will be provided by the CEFC. So that's the sort of broad structure of the agreement. There's some other things that relate to the agreement between the governments to do with each party taking all the necessary actions and steps that would be necessary to be taken, you know, from a regulatory point of view to progress the project. So there are some things that relate to those sorts of matters that are, because as you probably know, in the design and approval phase, the Marinus Link project is going through approvals, environmental and land approvals in both Victoria and Tasmania, and there are some Commonwealth approvals, I think, also.
Indeed.
So it's in that phase now. So the agreement at this stage is relatively high level. There's a lot of detail that is to be worked through, but it's essentially a commitment to take that equity and provide that concessional debt.
Sort of an in-principle type agreement to go to the next stage. Just with regard to the SPV and what it looks like, does that include all... Sorry, yeah.
It is a formal memorandum of understanding between the two governments. That's correct.
Three governments.
Three governments, sorry, yeah. But that's right, yeah.
It's a formal letter agreement between the three governments. I don't know whether it's called a memorandum of understanding, but it is nevertheless the same type of agreement, Secretary.
And so it's well understood that these projects will proceed in the absence of a major development now between now and the final investment decision being taken.
Yes.
So it is a full commitment from all three governments.
Yes, that they will go ahead, not really even subject to detail. They will proceed, they've just got to work out what the detail is.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there could be, between now and 2024, when the final investment decision is taken, that there's a period of time there, obviously, and a full assessment will be made in 2024, but all three governments have made pretty substantive and firm commitment through their letter of intent to the project proceeding.
Yeah, sure.
And so just going to that detail, the special purpose vehicle that you mentioned before, so in terms of each of the three governments and their contribution to what that SPV might look like, is there a value ascribed to what each government is putting in at this point, noting you referenced the 80% for the completion cost, and
yes,
that will be funded through the Rewiring the Nation program. Am I to understand that the SPV covers the 20% or yes?
No, the issue is, you're absolutely right. So the issue is there was a lot of complex work that was done between the three governments looking at estimates of cost for the Marinus Link project. So as you know, the cost of it has been estimated a number of times, and underlying that were of course a whole lot of different assumptions about interest rates, about contracting values. All, you know, the spreadsheet was really pretty extensive. So all three governments went across and came to an agreement about what those numbers really mean. So in 2021 dollars, for example, that commitment of 20% equity translates as $206 million from each of the governments. But the issue is that with financial investment decision expected to be taken in 2024, there will be the impact of inflation and potentially some firming up of costs underneath that.
Sure, understood.
So essentially, governments have got a pretty good understanding of what they're committing to, but they're committing to 20% of that equity, of that being provided by equity.
And is there a carve up between the three governments of what the...
It's an equal share.
Equal share, of whatever, 20 by 3 years. Your maths is better than mine. So then if we can go to the balance, the 80% that we've talked about there to be funded through the low-cost debt, is that right? So there's that is to be repaid by the three governments that would own equal shares, is that the...
No, the cost of transmission is shared across consumers.
Right.
That's the case for all transmission projects over a large period of time.
Sure.
So that gets included in the regulatory asset base, and the payments come from consumers that go to the transmission charges on bills.
Okay.
And that's the component which will be much lower than if that funding was provided by the private sector.
By the private sector, okay. So it's cheaper than private debt. Can I ask, I understand there was reference to some general modelling that had been undertaken in establishing what, I gather as part of this, what impact there might be on the consumer. I mean, obviously in the public debate at the moment, most focus is on power bills. So can I sort of go to that? Does the modelling contemplate how much consumers on average will be better off or worse off under this arrangement once we get to that stage?
So we'll come back to, we've committed to come back to the committee on that, just noting that the modelling or the analysis that we've done, was a point in time as well,
sure,
but it does show the anticipated effects on bills.
Okay, so it does show an anticipated effect or a range? And noting you take it on notice, I accept that, but so there is contemplation of the impact on the consumer?
Of the modelling?
Yes, of the arrangement of the 80% debt.
So the modelling that was done was actually on the benefit of the cable itself. So overall, and so it was akin to what you look for in the RIT-T test, which is looking at the costs and benefits of the cable itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the modelling does not take into account the
last question
impact. Thanks, Chair. The impact of the arrangement around the 80% debt. You said it's on the cable itself and what impact, positive or negative, there may be on consumers. Does it go to the debt?
So I'll double check that, but the at-cost debt, when we did that modelling, was not part of the former government's policy set. So that modelling would have been done on the usual sort of return rates that are applied from private investors in transmission. So I will triple check that. So the impact of that would be the at-cost debt. So it didn't cover this particular arrangement, but it would mean that the costs overall would be lower than that previous modelling, all things being
to
equal.
the consumer.
To the consumer, because yes, the return on investment of that 80%, that would ordinarily go to private investors. that at-cost finance means that that amount will not be passed on to consumers.
Right. I have further questions, but...
Thank you.
We will take that on notice, Senator, and come back to the notice on that.
Okay. We'll go to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, all. My question is around the default market offer price. So is it correct to say that the Minister at the time, Angus Taylor, signed and registered a regulation to delay the public release of the July 2022 DMO price rise till after the election?
Senator, so the department undertook a review as was envisaged under the Competition Consumer Code, Industry Code, Electricity Retail Regulations 2019. In the explanatory memorandum to that code, it countenanced a review which the department undertook over a period of roughly 2 years. As part of that review, one of the things that were considered were the optimal timing of the final determination of the default market offer by the Australian Energy Regulator. We went through extensive stakeholder consultation processes through that period and ultimately provided advice to the former Energy Minister on the outcomes of that review. And based on that advice, the Minister took a decision to change the date of the final determination of the default market offer to the first business day after the 25th of May.
And just on that, so as the Minister was briefed, was the briefing around the potential increase in electricity prices, which may not be restricted to the DMP, but like prior to the caretaker period?
So, Senator, I just want to be really fair on this to all senators. So the questions you're asking are about advice that we provided our minister, and it's actually about advice that we provided a minister from a previous government. So in the ordinary course, we wouldn't provide evidence about that advice. So I'd rather, if I could, take that on notice and have a look at that. And we'll see what we can do.
No worries. Next question would be, so I guess this would be also about briefing, so that would probably be taken on notice as well, because it is, did the department brief the Minister or his office about the likely direction of the July DMO, that it was likely to increase prior to the Minister signing the regulation to delay its public release on 1st of April?
Yes, so that is tricky, Senator. We're just in this tricky world of you're asking questions about advice we gave to a minister in a previous government, which I'm cautious about giving that evidence. So if it's okay, Senator, I'd like to take that on notice and just see what we can do on that one.
That's all good. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
If I just have a few questions. Nexa Advisory has undertaken modelling which shows the delay of even 1 year in delivering new transmission will result in higher bills for consumers. Does the department agree with the general principle of that analysis by Nexa?
Senator, I think the purpose of bringing on new transmission is to enable more variable renewable energy into the system, and to do that in a way that is as geographically dispersed as we can so that we get more reliability from that over time. I think were to go to the question that you've asked, whether to be a delay in that transmission that delays that energy coming into the system, and all else being equal, I think it would then ultimately have an upward impact on prices.
Okay. And can you just outline for us what the government's doing to improve the transmission architecture?
So, Chair, the key policy here is the Rewiring the Nation policy from the government, so a $20 billion commitment to increase electricity transmission across the nation, so not only in the national energy market but also in the Northern Territory and Western Australia, importantly. And there, the proposal, or what we're working through with the government at the moment, is effectively 10,000 kilometres worth of transmission line across the nation, ultimately. That will unlock, again, as I mentioned before, all forms of electricity generation, but in particular renewable energy generation, and the opportunity that that then brings, as I referred to in my previous answer, to then provide more stability, more reliability, and ultimately lower priced energy into the grid.
And so it'll have an impact on household power prices?
Over time, Chair, that would be the expectation, yes.
Okay. And can you just outline for us what funding is in the budget to support the enhancements to the transmission network?
So the Rewiring the Nation policy is in the October budget. So there, the overall $20 billion commitment is there. So $19 billion of that sits with the CEFC. $1 billion of that sits with the Rewiring the Nation office, which is being established in the department. So all of that money is captured in the budget, and the departmental expenditure required for that, I think I referred to in a previous answer, is approximately 18 million, as I understand, in budget paper number 2 to establish the Rewiring the Nation office.
Great, thank you very much. We've decided to spill over this element to another day, so I will dismiss for now the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, and call the officers from Snowy Hydro.
Just a reminder, the chair's coming. I can't remember his name. So he came in, he agreed to come in.
David Knox?
Correct. He came in.
I think they're going to monstrate. We're just going to say what?
This is ridiculous. We're going to be in permanent session in estimates. You never got the benefit of this. Never ending spillages.
Thank you. In calling the officers from the Snowy Hydro, I'd like to welcome David Knox, the Chair, and Mr Roger Whitby, the Acting Chief Executive Officer. Thank you for making yourselves available to the committee. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, please.
Off you go.
Thanks, Senators. Thanks for the opportunity to provide an update on Snowy Hydro. It has been a particularly challenging period in the energy sector. As the National Electricity Markets Insurer, Snowy provided on-demand electricity generation to cover shortfalls during the recent market events in June and July. We operated at record levels, effectively a baseload generator, which is not what Snowy Hydro's assets are designed to do. In operating in this manner, we have significantly depleted our hydro fuel resources coming into summer. We are working hard to manage this going forward. Despite these challenges, we continue to make significant progress on our major projects. Snowy 2.0 recently reached a major milestone with the completion of the excavation of the main access tunnel. The focus is now on the heart of the project, the huge power station cavern, which is located 800 metres underground. Like every other project across Australia, Snowy 2.0 has been and continues to be impacted by high material cost, global supply chains constraints, COVID-19, labour shortages, and of course, ongoing weather conditions. We are working collaboratively with our principal contractor, FGJV, to review valid contractual claims as well as schedule recovery. Key to reducing uncertainty in the schedule is the understanding of the excavation rates in the cavern complex. Until we have excavated approximately 30%, it is premature to specify what changes there may be to program dates. We're also focused on progressing the Hunter Power project to to meet the needs of the market. And we are working through the challenges linked to the ongoing wet weather conditions, which has impacted the project schedule. We continue to work closely with our shareholder to achieve hydrogen readiness, along with industry partners, government and agencies such as CSIRO and equipment suppliers. Finally, I would like to acknowledge and thank Paul Broad for his leadership during 10 years as Snowy's CEO. Under Paul's leadership, Snowy Hydro has been transformed into the dynamic and integrated energy business it is today. Thank you, Senators.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Whitby, for that. Minister McAllister, prior to the election, the Labor Party promised an additional $700 million equity injection for Snowy Hydro for the Hunter Power project. I'm just wondering if you can point me to where in the budget papers that additional $700 million investment is outlined.
Senator Hughes, we have asked Snowy to work through that commitment and provide us with the information necessary, and Mr Whitby can perhaps provide an update on the Hunter Power project.
So sorry, it's not in the budget?
Mr Whitby can provide an update on the sequence of steps that we're taking in relation to that commitment.
So with respect to hydrogen and the Hunter Power project, we are working at the various stages that would step through, and we're working closely with the government departments to finalise that. So that's a piece of ongoing work. Really, until that piece of work is finalised, I'm not in a position to outline the detail of that, but we're working hard to achieve hydrogen readiness for Hunter Power project.
Okay, I appreciate that, but before the election, $700 million was promised, so that election commitment hasn't been upheld. Is there a reason why this budget, which was supposed to be about delivering commitments, hasn't included that $700 million?
Because, Senator Hughes, the shareholder departments are working very closely with Snowy Hydro to determine how best to meet that election commitment. We've requested that Snowy deliver the government a final investment decision business case to inform the government's decision ahead of the next budget.
Okay, so why would...
Perhaps I should say, Senator, we are appropriately funded to cover our commitments both for 2.0 and for the Hunter Power project. So that's a corporate funding. Corporately, and the Hunter Power project. At the corporate level,
right,
we are appropriately funded.
But not the additional $700 million that was promised before the election. But I just want to clarify then, Minister, if I can.
But sorry to interrupt, but we have got the funding necessary to deliver on those two projects.
So does that mean you don't need the $700 million?
Well, the $700 million is all part of an appropriate level of funding, which we have.
So
you don't start a project without the appropriate level of funding. We have the appropriate level of funding.
It's not there because it's being worked through, but you're saying you've got the appropriate funding without that $700 million in the budget. I'm very confused.
Yes, we have a corporate balance sheet, obviously, and those two projects in combination with equity contributions from government over a period of time are sufficient to deliver those two projects.
Okay, so that was the $600 million promised by the previous government, or was it 660 or 600 million promised by when Kurri Kurri was announced?
Yes, so that will deliver Kurri Kurri as it is currently.
But what about the additional $700 million that was promised?
That's for the hydrogen part of the project, and that's still to be, as the Minister says.
So it's not there. So the election commitment is not there. So what I am interested to know, why then, on the 27th of October, in the House of Representatives, during question time, Minister Bowen said that it is an on-budget matter, to quote him. So it's not in the budget, but Minister Bowen in the House of Representatives during question time on the 27th of October said it is an on-budget matter. So I'm just not quite sure either... Well, it's not in the budget, so why would Minister Bowen be misleading the House by calling it an on-budget matter?
Senator Hughes, I think I've made it quite clear.
It's not quite clear. When it's being worked through,
well, if you would let me answer the question, I will answer it for you. Shareholder departments are working with Snowy to deliver the election commitment.
Yep.
We've requested that Snowy deliver to government a final investment decision business case ahead of the next budget.
Okay, but this budget
And that's
was announced
Senator
as
Hughes,
delivering
if you
on
can
election
allow
commitments.
the Minister
well,
to
perhaps-
finish her answer, that may assist you.
Well, it's not, because I don't think she's understanding the context of the question. This budget was about delivering election promises. An election promise was $700 million to Snowy Hydro, and that is not in the budget papers, yet in a slightly arrogant performance, I say, by the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Minister Bowen, he declared that...
There's a bit of an
Dr.
adverse
Gillespie-
reflection
well,
there, Senator Hughes. I
okay.
wonder if you would like to withdraw
in
that.
I withdraw, because I'll just
Thank
refer to
you.
it as a confident presentation, as the denigration of Dr. Gillespie occurred, and on the 27th of October, that he had completely got the wrong end of the stick because it was an on-budget matter when it is clearly not an on-budget matter. I think we've established what the...
I'm not sure what point you're trying to make.
Well, I'm trying to make the point that you're not delivering on
because-
your election commitments, because you declared it was an on-budget matter. You
Senator
declared it was an
Hughes-
election commitment, and the money's not in the budget. So what I was asking you was to point to me where in the budget it is,
And
we now know it's
explained
not there.
to you that we are working through the commitment. We've asked for a business case to support a final investment decision, and that is underway.
So this budget wasn't about delivering on your commitments.
Senator
so
Hughes, that is a ridiculous
No,
characterisation.
it's not. It's exactly
you know
what
it
it
is. It is hyperbolic.
Exactly what it is. So moving on, how many conversations did Minister Bowen have with Mr. Broad in the period from the election to the 23rd of August?
I don't know the answer to that question if you're asking
Mr. Whitney,
Snowy.
do you have...
I'm not party to Mr Bowen's and Mr Board's conversation. Sorry, Senator.
How many conversations were had where either of you were present?
Yeah. So I can certainly answer that question. Well, Mr Whitby had the first meeting.
I was present with one conversation, Senator.
And I've been present with one conversation. Mine was on the 23rd of August.
Was the Hunter Power Project and hydrogen raised in those conversations?
So on the 23rd of August, obviously we gave the ministers, Minister Gallagher was also in attendance, so our shareholder ministers an update on the whole of the Snowy programme. That includes the Hunter Power Project 2.0, and obviously in my case the meeting was post the power issue, so we also discussed that. We also discussed at that meeting on the 23rd, importantly, the communication issues between Snowy Hydro and the secretaries and the departments and the ministers. And the minister was very clear that he needed to see those communications improve, that they were unsatisfactory. And that was one of the core bits of feedback we had from that meeting. And I took that away and obviously fed that back to my chief executive.
So that was the...
23rd of August.
Okay, so that was raised by the Minister in relation to Mr Broad's performance as CEO?
A particular aspect of it, which is around communication. One of the things that's very important for GBEs is that there's never any surprises, either to departments or to ministers. And in the minister's view, that there were surprises that had occurred over the last few weeks and months. And also I was conscious that we'd generally been having challenges with the communication over the previous year, and I'd set up a committee which went, well, committee is too grand a word, but a group which met 3 or 4 times a year, which was Paul Broad, the chief executive, myself, and the secretaries, in order to work on these communication issues.
What were those surprises?
Well, they were basically, as you probably know, Senator, they were basically things that occurred in the press which were not pre-warned to the minister, and therefore the ministers were unhappy about being surprised. So there weren't just one, there were a few of them, and the ministers were very straightforward and honest in their feedback to me.
What did the ministers raise there in terms of those particular ones? I can't recall the sequence of media stories off the top of my head.
No, and neither can I, but the key message from Senator is that the tone of the conversations from Snowy to the ministers was not as open and as straightforward as it should have been. And that was the feedback. And there were a number of occasions where this occurred. And that was the feedback. And on the 23rd, that feedback, I was aware of it from past interactions, particularly with departments and secretaries, but that was the first time the feedback had been really clearly expressed.
Was there a particular incident that was raised by the ministers?
No, there wasn't. It was not a particular incident. It was a series of incidents that really just resolved around, mostly around the tone of communications as well as their actual content.
Tone of communications.
Yeah, so it wasn't as straightforward and as open as the ministers would have liked.
That Snowy wasn't telling the ministers what they wanted to hear, or...?
No, much more around that Snowy wasn't giving them a heads up before saying things in the public forum. And obviously it's a difficult situation, and there are obviously challenges both sides, so I have some sympathy for both the ministers and also my chief executive at the time. These things are often, as you well know, Minister, Senator, not easy. But, and that was the feedback I received on the 23rd.
So, Mr Broad was moved on because of communication issues, yet we've had a situation where we've had Labor's policy document put up on a website. No one's been named. Okay. So how many conversations did the department have with Mr Broad about the Hunter Power project and hydrogen during this period? And during those conversations, did the department raise any issue with Mr Broad with regards to his performance?
Senator, I did.
You did?
I did.
And when was those meetings?
I have, these things are never easy, and, Senator Birmingham, you'll appreciate this, I know. But at the end of the day, certainly I had a view that Mr Broad wasn't communicating as proactively as certainly we would have liked, and probably not as clearly and consistently as we would have liked. So, I worked and spoke to Mr Broad about that on at least a couple of occasions, and I did it in the sort of spirit of goodwill, wanting to make sure that that level of communication could enhance and the quality of the relationship could enhance.
Did Mr Bowen ask you to have those conversations?
I had those off my own bat, Senator, because I'll be really frank with you, that this was a communication issue for the department, so I personally was worried about it.
Did you brief Mr Bowen around those conversations?
I certainly, Minister Bowen was fully aware that I had concerns about the level of communication that we as a department were receiving from Mr Broad, and that, as you would expect me to do, Senator, and you know me well, I tried to do what we could to address that.
Did Mr Bowen at any stage proactively raise his concerns with you, in particular after the 23rd August meeting?
Well, Senator, I was in the meeting on the 23rd of August, so I would endorse the description that Mr Knox gave of what occurred in that meeting.
Was the 30% target discussed in that meeting?
The 30% target for hydrogen? I'm not sure it was with that level of
only in
specificity.
passing, not specifically, no. Obviously, the 30% target is something which the company Snowy is working towards, and the Minister's fully aware of that. But no, we did not delve into that with any great depth, as Secretary Fredericks has said.
I'm sorry, was that the only meeting between Mr Broad and Mr Bowen?
No, as Roger mentioned a previous meeting that he attended, I did not.
Okay, and sorry, when was the previous one?
Sorry, Senator, I don't recall.
Before?
It was,
prior to the 23rd of August?
Exactly.
Right, and were you at that one as well, Mr Fredericks?
I was.
No. Was the 30% target discussed at the previous meeting?
So I won't go into detail about that, but Senator, that was...
You weren't at that meeting,
No,
Mr.
I was at that meeting.
Mr Whitby was.
No, Senator, I just said I was at that meeting.
The previous one?
The two, that's correct. That
Oh, you
first
were...
one.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm happy to tell you, Senator, it was the usual meeting a minister has, a new minister has with an agency in the context of incoming briefing. So a range of issues were discussed at that meeting.
Including the 30% target?
The whole issue around Kurri Kurri and hydrogen and the Labor Party's election commitment at that stage was discussed.
Was Was Snowy ever asked to provide a proposal in time for that to be resolved for this budget?
I think I'd have to take that on notice.
Well, Mr Whitby?
Not to my recollection, Senator.
So it was always the expectation that that you would be going through a full business case process?
Yeah.
Is it still the commitment for Kurri Kurri to be complete by end 2023?
That's the current program date in terms of first power from the project, not necessarily complete.
First power from the project.
Correct.
And what additional work is required to achieve the capacity for the 30% hydrogen component?
For the plant itself, I think we've said it in this forum on previous occasion. For the plant itself, there's very little work at all to achieve 15%, and with respect to 30%, the plant needs a retrofit of new burners to accommodate the 30%, and possibly emissions control equipment, but that depends on the design state of the burners when fitted.
Needs a retrofit. So a plant that's not yet built and is still under construction will need a retrofit.
For 30%, that is correct.
Because the 600 million's for a gas plant, not hydrogen.
With
so
15% capability.
Yeah. So the 700 million.
Sorry, Senator. What is your question?
I guess.
Can you just confirm the question?
So can we understand then the timing around when a retrofit would have to take place? Are we in a situation where it will be complete next year at a 15% capacity, and then dependent upon the business case and budget decisions, you will then have to start to dismantle some of the equipment and retrofit it, potentially even before you've actually fully commissioned and started operations?
So Senator, what's critical is Snowy Hydro is focused on commissioning the Hunter Power project as soon as is possible. As we set out previously, we're working to achieve that by the end of December 23. As I said in my opening statement, we have been subject to significant ongoing delays with respect to wet weather. The site has been underwater and impacted significantly, so we're currently working through those challenges. Our focus is to commission the plant as soon as possible to meet the needs of the market, and we're also working with government to achieve hydrogen commitments as soon as is feasible. So that's what we're focused on.
What work is Snowy doing to source hydrogen?
I beg your pardon?
What work is Snowy doing to source hydrogen?
Sourcing hydrogen, Roger.
I beg your pardon, my hearing is slightly defective, Senator. Again, we're working that through with both the government, and we're working with a number of partners more broadly on that front.
Could you source enough hydrogen at present?
That's subject to the business case, Senator Birmingham, which is precisely why we have asked Snowy to step through a business case to allow a final investment decision based on a full appreciation of the project profile.
So when will Kurri Kurri operate with 30% hydrogen?
That's the matter of the work that we just spoke about. So until that's complete, it is premature to talk about that.
Senator McAllister, is there to Senator Hughes's first line of questioning, and sorry I've jumped somewhat across there.
I've lost my line
but
of questioning.
to Senator Hughes's first line of questioning about the government's commitment and policy commitment, when will it actually be realised?
Well, as you'll understand, Senator Birmingham, because I think you're in the room, prior to the election, the indication was that the project could be commissioned with 30% hydrogen. We are asking Snowy Hydro to provide advice to us about how that might be realised. We are committed to the project proceeding as soon as practicable. We're asking for advice, and it's on that basis that the organisation is preparing a business plan for the shareholder ministers to
And we
consider.
are going to share the call, Senator Birmingham. We can come back
Last
to
one, I
you.
just wanted to finish this little bit. What has to be retrofitted or replaced, Mr Whitby? What scale of change are we talking about? You said burners and possibly emissions control. Could you just elaborate on those?
So just to be clear, at 15%, nothing has to be replaced. To achieve 30%, as we've spelled out previously in this chamber, we have to replace the burners with modified burners. So it's not a terribly material part of the plant, but those burners will have to be replaced.
How many burners?
I don't have that information on the top of my head.
Perhaps you could take that on notice and get a little further info.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. We'll go to Senator Rice.
Thanks, Chair. I'll continue on. So, okay, so significant retrofitting of burners for 30%.
No, Senator, I'll take issue. Not significant. Replacement of the burners.
How much? I mean, what sort of expense are we talking about then to retrofit the burners for 30%?
So, Senator, that's detail that we're working through at the moment, so I'm not really in a position to answer that question.
Okay.
Here.
How about beyond 30% if we're going to move to 100% hydrogen?
So, Senator, we're also looking at that and we're working through that, but again, that's premature to go into that detail.
Okay, so what's the timing then of actually having that detail?
We're working through that with government currently, and the aim is to have that available sometime in the new year.
Sometime in the new year, okay. So, I mean, the new government is saying, basically, going ahead with Kurri Kurri, that the difference between the old government is that it was hydrogen ready. So, do you think, given all of this, and given that it's, retrofitting to require 30% of hydrogen, you haven't got the details of what would be required for 100% hydrogen, is it really fair to say that Kurri Kurri is going to be built being hydrogen ready?
So, Senator, we've been quite clear about it. We've been clear that the plant effectively is origin ready at 15% hydrogen, and it needs those burners upgrade to achieve 30%. So I think we've been absolutely clear on that.
So when you say hydrogen ready, it's basically only for a 15% hydrogen input. So it's 85% fossil fuel gas.
Correct.
Which doesn't sound really hydrogen ready to me.
No, we said hydrogen ready at 15% capability, Senator.
Have you secured gas supplies for the plant yet?
We have gas supply arrangements and we have a contract for the pipeline connection.
Okay, and where's that gas coming from? And what is the infrastructure that's going to be required for that gas supply?
Well, it's set out in the environmental impact statement. It is a lateral connection to the existing gas network.
Right. And where is the gas going to be coming from?
Out of the existing gas system.
Okay, so there are no particular extra supplies that have been identified?
No, it's not underpinned by additional gas commitments.
And in terms of the storage, the gas storage pipeline, the EIS says, with regards to the gas storage pipeline, a significant increase in capital expenditure would be required to construct the storage pipeline for it to be capable of storing a hydrogen blended fuel. So can you talk me through what extra capital expenditure is going to be required for that storage pipeline to be able to contain a significant proportion of hydrogen?
No, I would think highly unlikely that will be the ultimate arrangement for hydrogen storage. So no, I can't.
Okay, so how much blend would the storage pipeline be able to hold?
The storage pipeline is only capable of holding natural gas.
Right, so in order to actually run on hydrogen, you need a completely new bit of infrastructure to provide the hydrogen to the plant then?
Yeah, that's correct, Senator, and we're working through that with the government.
So again, that's not really very hydrogen ready.
No, I wouldn't say that at all.
So, I mean, will that hydrogen storage and the capacity to increase that hydrogen storage from 15 to 30 to 100%, will that be there at the, when the plant is opened?
Senator, I think I've gone over this ground a number of times. We're focused on getting the plant commissioned as soon as possible to meet the needs of the market, and we are working with government to look at hydrogen availability and readiness more broadly.
Right, but basically it's getting the plant ready as a natural gas plant. Pretty much 85% natural gas, and with unknown, uncertain, uncosted elements for increasing hydrogen beyond the 15%.
Well, I have to say, Senator, we're very excited about the future potential for hydrogen because it will be a fuel for the future. So we're proactively looking at that capability to meet the future needs of the marketplace.
Okay, I want to move on.
How is hydrogen currently under your plans expected to be transported to the site? Trucked? Piped?
So again, this is speculation about the outcome of where we get to that, and I think it's pretty.
It's hydrogen ready. Okay, can I move on to two other lines of questioning? First, a quick one that you'll probably have to take on notice. You might have it, but I want to know what the total value of bonuses paid out to your entire staff, not just your executive staff, for the current financial year and the previous one.
Yeah, I think we should take that on notice. It's the easiest way to manage that.
Okay, thank you. Well, do you have that? Would you have that
No,
information?
I
here
don't
today?
have that information
No.
for
Would you be able to get it for us today, though?
An entire executive staff? Yes, I probably could.
That would be terrific if you could.
But certainly by tomorrow we'll be able to do it. Yes.
Great, thank you very much. And my last question is about the proposed transmission lines through the Kosciuszko National Park to be connecting Snowy 2.0, where the EIS proposes 4 330 kilovolt overhead lines, 2 sets of massive steel lattice towers up to 75 metres tall, traversing 8 kilometres of the park with a cleared swathe of up to 200 metres wide, with 140 hectares of the park and the Bago State Forest permanently cleared. And the towers and lines will be visible over an astonishing 300 square metres. Is that an accurate representation of what's proposed for the transmission lines?
Off the top of my head, Senator, yes.
Why is Snowy Hydro proposing overhead transmission lines when the statutory plan of management for the Kosciuszko National Park explicitly states that all additional telecommunication and transmission lines are to be located underground?
Look, a couple of things, Senator. First of all, this issue has been worked through very rigorously in terms of the environmental impact statement. The alternatives simply do not stack up in terms of both the environmental impact, ironically, and also the financial impact of that. Can I point out, Senator, that in terms of the impact on the national park, approximately 81 hectares, if I recall correctly, will be required for the new easement for the line that you mentioned within the national park. Separately, we operate a number of other transmission lines in the national park. The national park was actually, in large part, a result of the lobbying of my former organisation, Snowy Mountains Authority, to create the national park. So it was created around a lot of the work that was done around the former scheme. And part of that were a number of transmission lines. We have worked diligently to look at ways that we can remove some of those lines, and we are, related to this, returning, I think it's about approximately double that area of 81 hectares of easements that we've been able to remove as an operational requirement. So as part of this arrangement, we're actually returning easements of greater area than what we required.
In terms of environmental impact, however, how does that compare with the areas that you're returning?
Well, again, I'll leave that to others to judge, but in my humble personal opinion, these easements go through, that I'm talking about returning, go through some, I would consider quite environmentally sensitive areas of the park. So I'll leave that up to others to judge, but we are doing our part, in my humble opinion.
I mean, the rationale for underground transmission lines, as set out in the management plan, is because they are, clearing that level in fragile alpine environments is incredibly environmentally destructive, and I presume you're aware that although that you're returning some areas, you're saying, so you're putting other lines underground. Is that what you're proposing to do, or are you consolidating transmission lines? How are you returning areas?
Best described as consolidating.
But, I mean, there have been no overhead transmission lines constructed in the Kosciuszko National Park for nearly 50 years, or in any New South Wales National Park for nearly 50 years. You're aware of that?
No, Senator.
That's the case. And the majority of Snowy 2.0 is being constructed underground, isn't it, at considerable additional expense?
Correct.
So why isn't the transmission component also being constructed underground?
So
in addition to your consolidation, given the value of the Kosciuszko National Park?
So Senator, just going back, these were issues that were considered part of the EIS process. I have to say, undergrounding high voltage transmission lines with this sort of power transfer requirements in extreme terrain would require massive earthworks even to underground the line, and then those easements would have to be maintained for servicing of the underground cabling. So these are the sorts of issues that were looked at by the EIS. It's far, far easier to underground transmission lines in flat terrain, but to do it in the terrain that we're talking about is extremely challenging and probably from a visual impact far more impacting. So
how much comprehensive analysis?
Senator Rice, we're going to pull up for the morning tea break.
Yeah, that's my last question. In terms of, I mean, you say that the EIS has been considered, but it is still before the Federal Minister, before Minister Plibersek, so she is still considering it, is she not?
My understanding is it's been approved, Senator.
I thought it was up to the Commonwealth Government to approve.
So my environmental people aren't here, so if you're okay,
Under the
I'll take-
EPBC Act, that's certainly the information I have that
Senator Rice, we might just
I'll take your notes so I can get a proper answer to that.
I mean, so what I want to know is, after the EIS, there was a letter that was sent to the New South Wales Government from 24 environmental organisations and 50 experts calling for a comprehensive analysis of transmission alternatives and the adoption of an underground solution. So, I mean, has that work been done?
That's if that's been requested of the New South Wales Government, it's a matter for them.
No, it's a matter for Snowy Hydro, surely, to do as the proponents.
Well, Senator Rice, if the letter, as you say, was sent to the New South Wales Government.
But it was calling on Snowy Hydro to do the work. It was
But I would
after the
suggest
EIS
that the question is to New South Wales, because obviously Snowy Hydro don't have a knowledge of it.
So you haven't done that comprehensive analysis?
Senator, at least I'm not aware of the letter that you refer to.
Okay, if you could take that on notice then, as sort of the Snowy Hydro's response to the issues that were raised with the New South Wales Government in terms of the consideration of your EIS. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, we will take a break now and we will return with Snowy Hydro at 11:30. Thank you. Okay, we'll resume. And we will resume with the officers from before the break and Snowy Hydro. And our first set of questions will go to Senator Pocock.
How does the, I'm guessing it's SWIOID, guide your operations?
Senator, I think it's fair to say the Snowy Water Licence governs our operations as far as water delivery obligations go. It is quite a complex set of arrangements, I appreciate, but yeah, it's the water licence that govern our operation.
Okay, so not SWIOID, that doesn't...
No, the SWIOID sits around that and the broader arrangements, but no, it's the water licence that governs our operation.
And I understand it was reached in 2002. Has it been reviewed since then?
Yes, it has. I think there was a 5-year review, and then recently there was another review.
Okay.
I think it's required to be reviewed every 10 years under the water licence.
Okay. Very good. And under that, I'm looking at some of the Upper Murrumbidgee stuff with releases. How does Snowy Hydro evaluate whether the environmental releases are having the intended benefit?
So again, the water licence is the instrument that effectively governs our operation. I might add there's criminal sanctions associated with the water licence, so I'm very focused on not breaching the water licence, but it's an instrument that is issued by the New South Wales government, so the broader arrangements really are a matter for the New South Wales government.
Okay. So you have no monitoring of whether that environmental flow is having the intended effect on the environment?
Again, that is the matter for the New South Wales government.
Okay. Is there any information that you take into account to do with environmental flows when you're doing these big review processes, or is that very much just up to the states?
Yeah, as you probably aware, Senator, the Snowy Water Inquiry looked at all the issues of environmental flows and basically the broader trade-off that was made between the use of water for environmental purposes and for other consumptive uses, etc. And as I said, the overall arrangements are governed by New South Wales. It really isn't a matter for us. We simply, in a sense, do what we're required to do under the water licence. I might add and be very happy to host you down to the Snow at some point if that suits, Senator, and we can talk you through how those arrangements work in detail, if you like.
Great, thank you. And maybe just on notice, I don't expect you to have them here unless you do. I'm really interested in the flows into Tantangara Dam. Say for the last 5 years, how much was released into the dam, how much was transferred for power generation, just get more of an understanding of how that's working and how that's affecting the Upper Murrumbidgee.
Yeah. Look, at the macro level, most of the inflows that come into Tantangara Dam are currently diverted into Yukonbeam. There's a relatively small releases that are made out of there under the water licence that I mentioned previously to meet environmental flow requirements in the Upper Murrumbidgee. But precise numbers I would have to take on notice.
Okay,
sorry.
thank you. And so just to clarify for my own understanding, you have no oversight or knowledge of whether environmental flows are doing what they should be doing. You simply release water according to water licences.
Correct.
It's purely operational.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Hughes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Yep. I've just
No,
got
I
a
think-
couple of quick ones.
Good,
All right?
that's fine.
Yep. Okay, we're good. Was the department aware that Snowy Board had approved Mr. Broad's performance payment in the days before the 23rd of August meeting? And wouldn't this suggest that the board was happy with Mr. Broad's performance and that he'd met his KPIs?
No, Senator, we weren't aware.
You weren't aware?
No.
Mr. Knox, you can confirm that there was a payment made, performance
Yes,
payment
that-
made to Mr. Broad just before he was moved on in relation to him meeting his KPIs?
That's correct. In accordance with his contract and his contract of employment, he receives a base pay and then he receives incentive payments against short-term milestones, and also can receive incentive payments against longer-term milestones. and he received those for the year that ended in end of June 22.
Okay. So did Mr Bowen speak to you, Mr Knox, as chair, letting him know that he was unhappy with the performance of Mr Broad and asked for him to be removed?
As I outlined, we met with Minister Bowen and Minister Gallagher on the 23rd of August, and we had a discussion on a number of issues, including this issue of communications not being adequate with ministers and a lack of transparency in those communications, as I've already outlined.
Okay, so performance payment for making KPIs, a couple of days later, not meeting the ministerial...
No. So the key KPIs are largely company KPIs for the chief executive, as you'd expect. So, in other words, did the company perform safely? Did it deliver on its financial milestones? Did it deliver on its project milestones? So those are the key KPIs, which we judge the whole company on. And the individual component in those KPIs for a chief executive is actually very small, because largely it's based on the performance of the whole company, and the role of a chief executive is to get a company to perform.
Are you aware of a termination payment being made to Mr Broad?
Yes. Yeah. So when you... it's called a termination payment, but basically under the contractual conditions under which Mr Broad was employed, he's entitled to a termination payment on at the end of his employment.
Hi,
Right,
let
so-
me get your email.
Okay. That means you buy the chocolates now.
I decline that, whoever it's coming from.
Yeah. So, I mean, is it usual for a termination payment to be made to someone who resigns voluntarily?
Yes, it is for a chief executive under a chief executive's performance contract. What you do as a chair and as a board is you honour the terms and conditions of that performance contract, and that's what we did.
So even on resignation?
Even
so
on
it's not a redundancy
retirement.
payment, it's a...
Yeah. So it's obviously, even on resignation retirement, provided the individual is what's described as a good leaver, yes, the contract and the termination clauses of that contract allow for termination payments to be made in accordance with the contract, and we honoured that contract, as you would expect us to do.
Okay, so a good leaver. So were you aware of any agreements signed between Mr Broad and Snowy Hydro with any conditions attached to his termination pay?
Yes, of course, I'm aware of his contract, yeah.
Okay, and so what were those agreements that were entered into to ensure a termination payout?
The contract is very clear on the issues of CEO exiting the company, and the conditions under that contract were honoured.
And can you expand on what those conditions were?
Well, the conditions are, as I've said, that you're a good leaver, and that is covered in the clauses under the contract. And it's a very standard CEO executive contract that we had with Mr Broad.
Okay. And just finally, did the department prepare a submission at all to Cabinet or a letter to the Prime Minister in which the subject of replacing Mr Broad as CEO was raised?
No, Senator.
No. Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. I'd like to return to water. Surprise, surprise. Good to see you, Mr Whitby. I'm just very interested, what's the current holding capacity, what's the current storage levels in the Snowy scheme?
The overall storage number. Look, I'm afraid I'll have to take that on notice, Senator. The reason being is that you're obviously aware the storage levels have been changing rapidly of recent time, and I don't have the number off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Are we currently in what is known as flood operations in the Snowy scheme?
Certainly in parts of the Snowy scheme, absolutely.
Right.
We are spilling a number of dams, simply cannot take any more water, and we're unable to divert the excess water into storage, so yes.
So my understanding of flood operations too is that you effectively let you only release the water that would have been going through the system had the dams not been there, which means that you are generating power through some of these releases for flood operations. Is that correct?
In broad terms, that's correct. In one location, releases are being made that's bypassing some generation, but in broad terms, you're correct.
What impact are these releases having on the already swollen rivers downstream of your supply storages?
Well, by definition, they're having the same or less impact than what would have been the case if our dams and scheme not being there, Senator.
Yeah. And you're still catching the majority of inflows in your storages that fall in your catchment, to be clear, because anything that happens downstream.
So I think the best way to answer that is to say we are putting everything that we can into our central storage, which is obviously like you can be, to the maximum extent that we can.
So we've discussed through this committee in the past the required annual release, which is part of your water licence held with New South Wales. In an event like this, when you're effectively in flood operations, so some water is just passing through the system, what impact does that have on the RAR, and is there capacity to adjust the RAR or put some of that RAR in storage for a future year?
Certainly there is capacity, but I have to say, thankfully, circumstances are such that we've been able to divert water to the maximum possible extent into storage rather than exacerbate the obviously flooded river conditions. So we've been in a fortunate situation, and we've been working very hard to minimise what we can in terms of downstream releases. Obviously very conscious of the impact on downstream communities.
Which a lot of the downstream communities would be very pleased to hear. In the event, however, that we don't meet the RAR requirements for this year because of natural circumstances, what happens to that sort of balance for when we hit a future dry year, which we will? Can that sort of unreleased balance this year be put forward into a future water year for downstream irrigation communities?
By agreement with the relevant parties, of course it could, but I think I also need to note, Senator, that we have come through the recent energy crisis, which I mentioned in my opening remarks. We had to generate at unprecedented levels during those events in order to essentially help keep the lights on. So we are quite advanced in our releases this year generally, simply because of those market events back earlier. So I think practically there'll be little prospect of reducing generation required annual release, as you mentioned, this year.
Right. And regarding that energy crisis and when, I mean, this is what the Snowy Hydro is all about. It's providing that backup power, dispatchable power on notice, and proves that it's really worthwhile. But in those events, given that Blowering Dam, for example, which is where your releases end up, has constraints on how much can be released within river channel capacity downstream, how much consideration is given to, well, we can't fit any more water in Blowering, so therefore we can't run our Tumut 3 power plants?
Yeah, no, it is operationally a very important focus on that, and The team at Snowy keep a close eye on that. One of the things we can do, Senator, to the extent that we have some airspace, is that we can recycle water at Shimmet 3, which I think you're probably aware of. So by pumping water up and down without releasing it out of Junima into Blowering, we are able to keep some space to keep operating Shimmet 3.
And will Snowy 2.0 increase your capacity to recirculate water within your own system?
Absolutely. So it's one of the, if you like, a side benefit of that project. It gives us another option to manage water without having to release that under less than ideal conditions, obviously, when it's flooding. So it gives some flexibility to mitigate those impacts. That's correct.
But it won't change any of the other parameters of the water licence. So you will still be required to meet your required annual releases in your River Murray increased flows and...
Absolutely. The water licence works as a boundary requirement at the boundary of the Snowy scheme. So in that respect, it remains valid and won't change any of those obligations.
Mm-hmm. Do you publicly report the monthly releases for the Murrumbidgee and Murray systems?
I think so, but I might take that on notice, Senator.
I'd appreciate that, and if you could also provide a link to that information. And I just now want to turn to the MDBA was tasked with doing a feasibility study in how they manage water through the Barmah-Millua choke, and a lot of people will be going, that's on the Murray system, a hell of a long way downstream of the Snowy system. But there is an option in one of the considerations they were doing to managing water through the choke to sort of minimise environmental degradation that includes the use of Snowy hydro to transfer Murray releases to the Murrumbidgee at the headwaters rather than further downstream. Have you had any consultation with the MDBA or their consultants on that option?
To my knowledge, no, but it's possible that some of Snowy Hydro staff have.
Could you take that on notice as well?
Indeed.
Yep. Are you aware of any hydrological modelling or financial assessment of such an idea or a concept that Snowy Hydro has done outside of the Barmah Choke study, but that might have looked at doing that over the top transfer of water?
The short answer is no. I might just note that in the distance past, certainly I'm aware of, and Snowy Hydro was involved in, under the right conditions, facilitating inter-valley transfers, which I think you may have been involved, Senator. So I'm aware that those arrangements have been done in the distance past.
Yep.
I'm not sure of any recent work on that space.
Okay. If you could take that on notice, it would be very interesting just to see if there's a longer term, as you say, in the past it's been done on an exceptional circumstances basis, even before my time in water. So I would be interested to see, and particularly whether there is any ongoing work between the MDBA or their consultants and Snowy Hydro. Yeah, that's it from me. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Davey. We'll now go to Senator Roberts. Yeah, and then we'll come back.
Yeah.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for appearing today. Last month I saw a report that Florence, the tunnelling machine, got bogged, but it's going again. Having in mind to the issues around this incident, what is the new cost for Snowy 2 in total, and what is the new completion date?
So I think, Senator, you may have missed it. I outlined in my opening remarks that there has been a number of impacts on Snowy 2. I'm happy to re-detail those if you like any major project on
If I could just interrupt you for a minute. In the interests of time, Senator Roberts, I wonder if we would give you a copy of that statement. You can read it and I'll come back to you.
Sure,
have a
if
look
you
through
could
it.
just answer the question though, what is the new completion, expected total cost and the completion date? That's
So as I mentioned in the opening statement, there are a number of impacts on the project. But having said that, the progress on the project in recent times has been very good. We recently completed the first tunnel, the main access tunnel. So that was an achievement of a milestone we're very, very happy about. In terms of the overall project, we're more than 40% into the project at the moment. Our principal contractor, FGJV, has a number of pressures on it with respect of some of those impacts. So we are proactively working with the contractor at the moment. To the extent that they have any valid contractual claims, we will, of course, pay them as we're required to under the contract. As a government-owned business,
so
obviously.
What's the expected completion date and the cost?
You know, I'm getting there, Senator, if you'll bear with me. Yeah, as I said, we're working through with the major contractor. Yeah, in terms of the overall program, the key challenges ahead are several. Firstly, the excavation of the major cavern complex. It is a very large cavern. It's 250 metres long, about 80 metres high, about 50 metres wide, so it's enormous, and it's 800 metres underground. So the key uncertainty in the program is the excavation rate in the cavern, and frankly, we won't have a high degree of confidence of that excavation rate till we're about 30% in. So that's the key uncertainty. The contractor, if you had to snap a chalk line at the moment, my personal opinion is they're about 12 months behind program, but they are required to accelerate. And we're working with the contractor to see how best that can be achieved. But as I say, the key uncertainty is the excavation of that cavern rate. And until we get into that round about 30% into the cavern, it's probably a bit premature to speculate on what overall changes in the end date will be at this point.
Well, we've never seen a business case that's unredacted in the past, so we're flying blind. Having worked underground and in softer rock than you're in, I think, I respect the immensity of the project, and especially the cavern. I get that. What is the revised completion date and the total cost?
So do you want me to repeat it, Senator?
Yes, you said it's 12 months late.
So I said, my personal opinion, if we snapped a chalk line now, we're about 12 months behind program.
That's right.
But,
So what
but
is the
again,
date?
I stress, the contractor is required to accelerate, and we have the key uncertainties of the cavern excavation going forward. And it may be that the conditions which we encounter in the cavern are better than expected. So until we get in there, it's a matter of speculation, and it's a bit premature.
I accept that, but before starting a mine, before starting Snowy, although Snowy, we never saw the business case unredacted, we didn't get much of the cost-benefit analysis, it still went ahead. So now we're in a position of proceeding. What is the new revised expected date? I know there'll be accelerations and all the rest of it, but at the moment, what are you planning on? What are you expecting?
So, Senator, I think I've answered your question.
No, you haven't given me a date. You've given me the uncertainties. Now, if you mention a date with uncertainties, that's fine. Mention a date without uncertainties, that's fine. I want the date, not just the uncertainties. What is the revised completion date, and what is the expected total cost?
So with respect to cost, as I said, we're working through any valid contractual claims that the contractor may have. Obviously a very experienced contractor we have on board, given the other uncertainties that I've outlined earlier, Senator, you would be wise to expect that there is some pressure on the major contractor any professional contractor will obviously try and make up for any pressure or shortfalls that they may see. Some of those claims will be valid, and to the extent we have valid contractual claims, we'll happily pay
I've
that.
managed projects
and some of
myself.
them will not be valid. And just reiterate that at this point in time, noting those other ongoing challenges that I mentioned, we are still within the approved envelope, unamended, that's been discussed here in this chamber
So
before.
what is that envelope as it is now?
So, as has been outlined previously, the overall approved budget for Snowy 2 is, I think it's approximately $5.9 billion.
Thank you. Does that include poles and wires to get the power in and out, and the cost of the weather-dependent power needed to pump the water uphill? The solar and wind?
I think there's two questions there.
Yeah, there are.
And I think we've discussed them previously, but for the purposes of clarity, the transmission from Snowy 2 up until the what's called the deep transmission network, so the connection assets are included in the project scope. So there's the connection lines that the previous senator spoke about. With respect to the broader transmission network, no, that's not a matter for Snowy. That's a matter for the national electricity market because those transmission lines are required for the broader NEM and particularly the transition that we're obviously in, and it has benefits greater than Snowy.
I note that the tunnelling machine, Florence, was bogged up near Tantangara Reservoir. Can you confirm how long it was bogged and confirm that it's now back in operation? Because the media said it is back in operation.
So the tunnel boring machine hasn't been bogged, Senator?
It hasn't? Okay, thank you. What was the delay? Because
so
the delay reported by the media.
So just to give some context, Senator, there is a big range of ground conditions that we are required to tunnel to put in place the project. They vary from very hard rock conditions. They include folded country, and they include soft ground conditions, including high expected groundwater inflows. So the tunnel boring machine, Florence, as you mentioned, has encountered and was expected to encounter some soft ground conditions with high groundwater inflows. That was expected. So we've been progressing the TBM through that zone with care and diligence. It has required some reinforcing works to the concrete segments to make sure that they're stable given the groundwater conditions and the soft conditions. So that's been worked through systematically. So it is right to say that the machine has been paused at various stages as that reinforcing works have been progressed, but it's not right to say that it's been bogged.
Thank you for clarifying that. How many workers does Florence have inside the machine while it's underground on each shift, roughly?
I'm happy to take that on notice.
Okay.
I can speculate an answer, but I'll probably be wrong.
Everyone's safe so far? I mean, they're working under challenging conditions. I'm familiar with underground work and the highly variable nature. It can vary immensely within the space of a metre.
That's correct, Senator. So we are very, very focused on safety. It is a core value of Snowy, and we're working hard with the contractor to make sure that all the relevant workers are looked after.
Your Snowy 2 was valued at $7.8 billion at the time the government purchased all the minority shareholdings. Do you know what the value of the project is now?
The project?
Well, what is the value that's put on the Snowy 2? It was value when they had private equity partners. I think when they were bought out, the government valued the project at $7.8 billion. What is the value of the undertaking now?
Look, I'm not going to speculate an answer to that question off the top of my head, Senator, but I can say that if we look at the conditions in the marketplace at the moment and going forward, I think that looking back at the business case, I have to say it was quite conservative. So I would say that if we went and re-examined that currently, it would be an improvement on the business case.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Right. Your most recent annual report noted that water resource availability for financial year 2023 has been significantly reduced, in part because it's capped by minimum and maximum water flow requirements for environmental and agricultural purposes. Lake Yucumbene is 60% full, and Jindabyne is 100% full. Is this all available for power?
Well, first of all, putting aside the very small microhydro unit we have on Jindabyne, which I'll ignore, all the water that we have in Jindabyne has to be pumped out of Jindabyne to a higher level before it's transferred across to headwaters for our Murray 1 and Murray 2 power station. So we have to consume energy to remove water from Jindabyne. In that process, we obviously get more out of it than we put in, and additionally we can time that release at times of higher value than obviously what we're consuming to pump it. So in that sense, yes, that water is available for electricity generation. It's obviously impacted by potential for downstream constraints, some of those issues that we're talking with Senator Davey about. Yeah. With respect of Lake Yucumbene, yes, in summary, all the water in Lake Yucumbene is available for diversion to either the Murrumbidgee system or the Murray system, and which is obviously then able to be cascaded down through our power stations on those various schemes. But that is governed by the water licence and the constraints that has, or requirements that has, to meet future irrigation obligations. But in a sense, yes, that water is available.
So,
Thank you.
Water
We'll now go
you.
to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just confirm, Mr Whitby, was it, did you say the project was running 12 months late or 18 months?
So I mentioned that my opinion was if we so-called chalk-lined the project at the moment, it is about a year behind, but we are working with the contractor to accelerate the program, and I don't want to reiterate, but we need to be further into the Cavan complex before we have a higher degree of certainty on the project program.
Sure. So when did you guys advise the department that Snowy Hydro 2.0 was running late, and consequently, when did you inform the department or the minister?
I think I would have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay.
Reports, you could say.
Yeah, no, as for the exact timing, we do regularly report to the department on a monthly basis, but I would need to have taken on notice in terms of exact time.
And final question, did Snowy Hydro ever receive any advice from the department or the minister's office to not announce that it was running late or to delay such announcement? Just a yes or no.
Not to my knowledge.
That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Fawcett.
Thanks very much. Thanks for being here today. It's two quick lines of questioning. You've talked about the impact of the market suspension and the events earlier this year before. I notice in your annual report on page 50 under the non-financial operational performance measures, you talk about the impact of having to run your gas plants on diesel for extended periods. Could you just quickly outline to the committee how many of your generating sites operate diesel? Obviously the two South Australian ones do, that's all they have. But of the rest, how many actually use diesel, and what was the impact of the extensive use?
All of them, all of the gas-fired stations have backup fuel capability to cater for the non-availability of gas, so all of them, Senator.
Sure, and what was the impact of having to run them for the extended period? You intimate in the report that there was some damage or extra maintenance or some impact, but you don't actually specify what that was.
Well, just to give some context, the company went to extraordinary lengths, and I mean every aspect of the company went to extraordinary lengths to meet the shortfalls in the market to which we were required to meet. So one end of the business to the other. Running diesel is not an easy measure. Obviously, we have limited supply. We have to receive fuel deliveries, unload that. Depending on what locations, we are also required to inject what's called demineralised water into the turbine burners to meet our environmental requirements with respect to NOx emissions. So we have to produce and source demineralised water. So there's extraordinary impacts on staffing required to manage the logistics of delivery of both the fuel and demineralised water to enable that plant to meet its requirements in order to meet the market demand. In terms of direct impact on the plant, the running regime that was required to meet market demand meant that we suffered significant damage to our diesel generation plant that you mentioned in South Australia. And we have been working hard ever since to recover and repair that damage.
Could you take on notice to give us an estimate of the cost, both for the South Australian plants and if there was any maintenance cost associated with the gas plants? That would be useful. Thank you.
Yes, it's a big question you're asking, but yes, we're happy to.
Okay. What I'm interested to understand...
Sorry, can I just interrupt for a moment? Can I just ask senators to consider what questions they could be able to put on notice and in the interest of time?
That's what I'm trying to do here to
thank
calm
you.
down. What I'm interested to get to is that when you look at AEMO's dashboard, the dashboard have aggregates, and so over the last 12 months, and I think I've given you a copy of their thing there in document 5, the Secretariat should be able to distribute, and they don't highlight there, other than an aggregate percentage, diesel used to generate. Do you report anywhere, so when you generate power to those, because it's from Snowy Hydro, or do you specify our gas plant has now turned to diesel, and so this power is being generated by diesel as opposed to gas, and it's coming from that plant as opposed to Snowy Hydro itself? Do you delineate that? So the aggregate that they use then, how do they determine whether the power they're getting from Snowy Hydro is hydro generated, gas generated or diesel generated?
Sorry, I'm missing the point of your question, Senator.
I'm trying to understand how the public would know how much of your output is generated by diesel as opposed to hydro or gas, because I can't see a percentage or quantity figure in your reports, and AEMO's figures are just aggregated across the whole sector.
So first of all, AEMO has the full data, 5 minute by 5 minute, what each of our stations produce.
Sure,
and,
but also the fuel source?
So just to clarify, sorry. Obviously our hydro stations are distinct from and different to our gas.
Sure.
So AEMO have our gas-fired
Look, Mr. Whitby, I'm sorry, the Chair is conscious of time. I'm just wanting to know, do you, when you report what's coming from your gas-fired power stations, do you say, this is what we're supplying, and as of now, we're using diesel as opposed to gas? That's what I'm asking.
So no, we don't explicitly report that.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask, what is the threshold that drives you to use diesel as opposed to gas or to use your water reserves from hydro?
Well, in terms of economics, simple logic, we would much prefer to use hydro first, obviously, because other than the immense capital that went into producing the infrastructure that enabled us to generate with hydro.
Very short answers, please.
The cost to us of generating on hydro, the direct cost is very low, so we much prefer to use that
sure. You could
most
have answered
effectively
that in 30
first.
seconds. Please keep going.
The second, obviously, is Again, on simple economics, generally speaking, historically at least, gas is a far cheaper energy source, and for that matter, generally accepted to be a cleaner energy source than diesel. So we would obviously use that second. And third, at least historically, diesel is the most expensive source, so we would use that only in the last resort.
Sure. So, in summary, fiscal is your main. Do you consider emissions as part of which one you choose, or do you consider the whole of systems cost in terms of the maintenance you've described that's required as part of that fiscal figure, or is it just purely the price point into the market?
We obviously consider the overall cost to us, Senator. It simply happens that that diesel historically is a more expensive source, and of course we are required to, and we obviously do account for any emissions.
Last question on this line. If you could just provide on notice for the committee the amount of diesel that you've used over the last 12-month period, that would be useful. Thank you. On hydrogen, we've had some discussion today, particularly from Senator Rice, questioning why you're not on path to 100% hydrogen. You say in your annual report that you're looking forward to progress the Hunter Power project towards 30% readiness. Could you just tell the committee what's your understanding of where the majority of dedicated hydrogen production sources its energy from today, globally?
So that's a matter for others. At the moment, as acting CEO, I'm focused on other issues. Sorry, Senator.
Okay, so one of the papers I've given you is from the IEA that highlights that 76% of dedicated hydrogen production is from natural gas, and almost the rest, 23%, is from coal, other sources 1% or less. So what it says at the moment is that the future to provide hydrogen for the HPP project is very heavily dependent on fossil fuels. In your calculations as to whether you go from 15 to 30% or stretch to 100%, what's the loss factor that Snowy Hydro considers in terms of using alternate energy sources? For example, people are saying let's use renewables to generate hydro, but there's losses. The IEA say it's up to 70% loss. They say that by the time you put in X amount of energy into hydrogen, you'll only get 30% of electricity back out of it. What loss factor does Snowy Hydro work on as you look at the economics of your hydrogen plant?
Those are matters that we're looking at, Senator, and I don't want to speculate here and now.
Okay, if you could take that on board, that would be good, and give us feedback when you can. I understand that's underway. In terms of the scale, I know you're investing in some renewable projects, but again, if you go to that IEA report, and I've given you sheet 3, which is their summary, they highlight that to replicate today's dedicated hydrogen production, let alone expanding it, would be the equivalent of the total annual electricity generation of the European Union. And so when we talk about generating that hydrogen from renewables, variable renewables such as solar and wind, I point you to page 4, which I've given, which is the OECD NEA report from April this year, that said despite the massive capacity additions of variable renewables over the last 2 decades, the relative share of fossil fuels in the whole mix has barely changed. So my question for you is, in your business case, where do you anticipate getting the hydrogen from to power 15%, 30% or 100% at HPP?
Look, I think I've sort of covered this earlier, Senator. That's an issue of detail which we're working through with government at the moment.
Okay, so...
Okay, last question, Senator Fawcett.
My last question then is, to go back to your annual report, and you talk about the importance of firming and hydrogen being part of that, the OECD and the IEA in those papers I've given you highlight that the only viable way to get green hydrogen at the scale required is either through hydro, which is what you're seeking to supplement by using hydrogen, or by nuclear power, which is consistent with the IPCC, which is consistent with a number of IEA reports and OECD reports. Would Snowy Hydro support the lifting of the moratorium on nuclear power, so we can at least do a detailed business case to understand whether that would make the production of hydrogen fuel project both environmentally friendly and affordable?
I think, Senator, that's a question for policymakers, not Snowy Hydro.
No. That's for them to decide whether or not they do it. My question is for you, is would you support it? Have you done any analysis to date on the role that nuclear could play? Because all of the international agencies that are experts in this field, such as the IEA, the OECD, NEA and the IPCC, highlight that that's a critical role for nuclear to play if we are to actually constrain emissions and have reliable power.
Senator, I think I would answer it this way. My focus as acting CEO is, first of all, making sure my business is operating safely. Secondly, making sure that we are match fit for the future challenges that we have in the energy market. And thirdly, it's executing our major projects, particularly Snowy 2, which is absolutely required to the energy transition that we come. And I'm also very keenly focused on delivering on the Hunter Power Project as soon as practically possible to meet the immediate challenges of the marketplace. So that's what I'm focused on as acting CEO. I think these are other broader matters which
Can I ask you to take on notice then, because you say in your report you're looking to push towards 30% with support from our shareholder, which essentially means the taxpayer, and the taxpayer deserves to know whether you have considered all of the available science and engineering proof, which is available internationally, that says there is a more cost-effective way to get the hydrogen you're looking for than what is currently being used or proposed.
Thank you, Senator Fawcett. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr Knox, earlier you mentioned when we were talking about the remuneration and severance package for Mr Broad that there was some money for under the standard contract for a good departure. What do you define as a good departure?
Well, again, it's defined in the contract. So basically, it's a chief executive who has performed in accordance with his contract, and Paul did that.
Did it have NDAs? Did it have non-disclosure or subject to that and everything like that separately?
On departure,
yep.
It has standard clauses.
What were some of those standard clauses?
Well, they're completely standard on non-disparagement, confidentiality, that type of clause. They're completely standard executive clauses on departure.
Okay, thank you very much. Going back to some earlier questions on everyone's favourite power plant in the Hunter, and thank you for your support of the mighty Newcastle Knights. Please continue. You were saying a new business case is being prepared for the potential $700 million hydrogen phase. Is there a date that you expect that new business case to be finished?
I think I said earlier, Senator, that we're working to have that available in the new year.
In the new year? Is there a mandated date the government's asked for it specifically by?
Not to my knowledge.
I think our expectation is that it will be delivered to government to inform decisions ahead of the 2023-24 budget.
Thank you. At the moment, obviously the number put down prior to this was 700 million. Is it looking like that will be enough, or do you think you might need more at the current stage of development?
I'm not going to comment on that, sorry, Senator.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that you expect the Hunter Power Project still to have first power in December 23.
I did elaborate earlier, Senator, that the project has been impacted by ongoing weather with respect of the site works preparation. It's been flooded and underwater and impacted significantly on the site work, so we are working through those issues at the moment. We'll have a better idea of that by the end of the calendar year.
Are there contractual or otherwise penalties for the plant not being at power by December 23?
So the company certainly will not have the benefit of the power plant.
There's no other contractual penalties by not having it online?
There are contractual penalties for some of the, obviously, supply and some of the construction, but it depends on the nature of the impact and what's the reason for that.
Could we potentially get a list of those penalties?
Sorry?
Could we get tabled later a list of those penalties?
I would have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. When in the original business case, I've hit numbers between 8.4% and 12.3% for internal rate of return. with the cost of energy now, has that seen an increase in those projected IRRs?
I think it's fair to say that the parameters that are important from a revenue generation, which is ironically not the average energy price, but what's called the capacity value or things like cap prices.
Yep.
They are higher currently than they were at the time of the business case, so it's likely the IRR will be higher, is what I'd expect off the top of my head, Senator.
And did that initial case with those IRRs factor in, I don't think the timing with the closure of Liddell, but Eraring as well? Would that see a further increase?
Certainly the timing of Liddell, I believe, was known and factored in. I'm not sure with respect to Eraring.
So going from 15 to 30 under the proposed plan, is there a gas-fired plant in Australia that currently operates on 30% hydrogen?
I don't believe there's any plant in the country or indeed even in the world, as David mentioned, that is currently operating on hydrogen, at least commercially operating on hydrogen.
So that would fall in the same guard of the question on nuclear. There is nothing operating on a commercial basis as the scope the government wants in the world.
So, I'm sorry, what's
30% the scope the government wants. There is no plant operating in the world on that basis.
Commercially currently.
Okay, thanks. How have you gone on procuring green hydrogen? Do you have many companies not only interested in it, I'm sure there's 1,000 interested, do you have any people that would be able to enter into contract today to supply green hydrogen by January 2024?
That's a matter of detail, and we're working through that at the moment with government.
You're working through it with government, but it's a commercial thing. If you have to go to 15% hydrogen on first power at December 2023, do you have a supply for green hydrogen now?
So, as I said, that's a matter for government. We're working through it progressively. I'm not going into that sort of detail here.
Why is it for government when you have to buy it?
I think the point, Senator Cadell, is that, as has been explained, I think more than once over this morning, a business case is being prepared for government's consideration. There are a range of decisions that would need to be taken as part of any final, as inputs to any final investment decision. That's what we've asked the organisation to prepare for the shareholder ministers.
Why don't we take that point, Senator McAllister? So why don't we take the 15% and that it will be built to achieve rather than a 30% target? Will there be any hydrogen spliced into power production at December next year?
Well, I think quite simply the answer is no.
And what is the earliest date there could be?
Well, the earliest date will be dependent on the business case and approval thereof.
Well no, but the plant will be built to be able to run up to 15% hydrogen mix. That's correct?
Yes.
So it's not dependent on the business case as to whether hydrogen is used up to that 15% level, is it?
Correct.
Okay, so will hydrogen be used at some point up to the 15% level, regardless of the business case?
Well, I think self-evidently, Senator, hydrogen capability and supply has to be developed, and that's what the business case is about.
Well, the business case is about taking it to 30%, and presumably you have to consider, yes, supply considerations in that as well. But Senator Cadell's questions, and I'm going to hand back to him, but Senator Cadell's questions go essentially to the availability of green hydrogen, which is a question regardless of whether it's 30% or 15% or 100%. Is it available?
Senator Birmingham, your government approved the project with a business case that didn't involve hydrogen at all. Our government has asked Snowy to approach it differently. We've asked them to work up options for government to consider, to work up the business case for final investment decision. I think the officials have given advice that the timing for that, they're targeting early next year. I don't think we can be any clearer. You can press for details about what's in it and what's not in it and what the timetables will be and how it will work and who will source it. those are all things which will be embedded in the materials presented to government.
My point was going to be, we have a supply that is unknown, storage of hydrogen, which in your words was speculative, transport to the site, which in your words was speculative. Isn't the whole thing...
So, Senator, sorry, I will have to take odds with you. I didn't say storage would be speculative.
You said the process of how we store it is speculative.
I simply said that the gas storage arrangements that we have in place for the gas supply to the station will unlikely be the storage arrangement for hydrogen capability.
They would not be, is what you said. Yeah. And then in transport, the word you used was speculative again. If
So,
we go to that.
again, I don't want to go into detail. I was just correcting the record of what I said.
Okay. So we have this, and we're now looking at $700 million to retrofit a plant that is not yet built.
No, I don't think that's a fair characterisation, Senator.
How would you characterise it?
But I'm not going into the detail, sorry.
So, Senator
I think Mr.
Cadell, we
Whitby's-
are coming to a lengthy point here. You had advised you needed 10 minutes. I'm hoping that is still the case.
It is.
We are going round in circles over
I think-
a business case which is currently being prepared.
If I can just paraphrase Senator Cadell.
I don't know if you can.
I mean, I'll give it a go. I mean, it's always interesting to try this.
You could ask a question.
So
which
at the
would
end of
be
the
an
day,
alternative
has the
approach.
government now taken a highly profitable project that would have put downward pressure on prices and provided system security and effectively turned it into a white elephant?
Yes, yes.
Nice paraphrasing? Yeah, I think that was the question.
No, Mr. Whitby and Snowy will deliver the Hunter Power project so it starts up on gas with a slight delay that Mr. Whitby is in.
So what the previous
Subsequent to
government
that,
committed to.
as the hydrogen supply becomes available, we can go to 15% hydrogen. Subsequent to that, as significant amounts of hydrogen become available, then you could consider going to a higher level of hydrogen content. So these are stages in this project. It would be unwise to get in front of ourselves, and our business case that we will present to government and to the Snowy Board, which hasn't happened yet, will discuss all of these issues. Once that's available, then we can discuss it. It's not available right now.
And can I just clarify, in this process, there is no point in the process where Snowy is going to be a hydrogen producer. You will be a hydrogen procurer to then use in the power plant. Is that, you're not, there's no potential for Snowy to build its own electrolyser and produce their own hydrogen?
Well, that's a decision for going forward. We'll have to make as whether we would do it or other parties would do it. But there's no reason that we need to do it. Other parties perhaps will be better qualified to do it. And we will be a buyer.
Now, to get you off Hunter for a while, HumeLink, was there any studies done in regards firefighting capabilities for agricultural lands and lands with the installation of the power lines as HumeLink? A lot of neighbours coming to us saying that got concerns about access and things like that. Was there a firefighting plan done?
So I think HumeLink is a Transgrid project. I think you're far better off directing
Okay.
that.
That's it, man.
Fantastic. In which case, thank you so much for attending today. And thank you for your time. We will now close off that area and call the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner to the table.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, just as that's happening, can I just answer a question that I took on notes from Senator Rice? That was in Snowy Hydro, just for convenience. I've just got it on hand.
Great.
There's the question about the environmental approvals for the power lines going through the Kosciuszko National Park. So Transgrid is delivering that 9 kilometre long overhead transmission connection that it would connect Snowy 2.0 to the NEM. That Transgrid project was granted environmental approval by New South Wales on the 2nd of September 2022 and by the Commonwealth on the 24th of October 2022.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Dyer.
Thank you, Chair.
Now, I've taken the liberty of having your opening statements circulated so that people could have a quick look. just because I thought we might be eating into your time with us. But if you wanted to make a very brief comment as an opening, that would be lovely. But all of the senators
I'm
have
happy
your...
to take it as read just to maximise the time for a dialogue.
Fantastic. Thank you. Senator Hughes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for putting up with us being a little bit late, Mr Dyer. I think we're all aware there's a little bit of growing regional community concern and potential opposition to large electricity network projects. There's already been 2 projects have been approved by the Labor Party announcing the rewiring the nation in the budget. Since the Commission's mandate was broadened last year, have you seen a shift in the type of cases that have been brought to your attention?
Yes, we have increased significantly the number of cases related to transmission.
Mm-hmm. So how many cases relating to transmission projects have you received this year? And whilst you're looking at it, if you can let me know which states they're in, if you've got that breakdown.
I think last year we had 212 total complaints and 110 were from or about transmission lines.
Yeah.
I'll just see if we've got that data about year to date. For the 2022 calendar year through 30 September 2022, we have so far closed 117 cases, including 63 cases that were lodged prior to January 1, and most of those were transmission complaints.
Mm-hmm.
I may have to come back to you with a precise number of the transmission complaints, but they have been the clear majority.
Yeah, okay. So what projects have seen the most complaints and what have been the biggest issues that have been raised?
The most complaints, and I don't normally go into project level with wind farms and what have you, but Victoria...
You might have to go on notice then, because I've got a couple of specific projects I'd like to ask you about.
Victoria has won the prize there.
Mm-hmm. Well done, Victoria. Biggest debt in the country and now the most complaints. And no gas exploration.
Followed by New South Wales. So if you look at the 2 main projects that are active there, that would give you some clues.
Yep. Okay, so if we can go down to transmission project by project, again, if you do have to take these on notice,
sure,
that would be fine. In central New South Wales?
None, if you're talking about the RES projects.
Yeah. Central to southern Queensland?
None.
None. Kerrang Link?
Not yet.
Not yet. That's optimistic. Gippsland?
We have had an interesting complaint there where you've got a private proposed transmission line which requires you to negotiate the land easement and access with the landholder. And one of the landholders said, no thanks. And the proponent continued to produce a map that showed the power lines going over their property.
Right.
So we've done a lot of work to caveat that map and dotted lines rather than solid lines, and to give hopefully the landholder some comfort that this is a preliminary, prospective, proposed, possible power line route, and not something where the D9 bulldozer will be at your front door next week.
Yeah, okay. Gladstone grid section?
Gladstone, as in Queensland?
Yep.
None.
None. Murray River?
Now, is that a power line that goes from Mildura to Kerrang? Is that what you're describing there?
Yep.
Yeah, that's in the none. And I'd probably say would be low complaints there.
Okay.
As a general comment, you're going to get complaints where you've got high density of property ownership, lifestyle properties, horse training facilities. So if you look at, say, the Western Renewables Link project in Victoria, if you're west of Warburg, it's happy sailing. If you're east of Warburg, it's tough.
Mm-hmm. Northern West New South Wales?
None.
Okay. QNI medium and large projects?
QNI...
Senator Hughes, can you give us the name again?
QNI.
Don't know
These
that
are all
one.
listed in the Powering Australia plan.
Yeah, that's what I felt later. They've changed to the department.
Or they've changed the name? Sorry. We'll find the changed name.
Okay.
Southwest Victoria?
None.
None. And Western Victoria. Is that the one you're referring to as well?
Yes, that's the
Yeah.
was the Western Victoria Transmission Network project. Now the Western Renewables Link
Yeah.
project.
So are you anticipating an increase in complaints when the Rewiring the Nation program begins in earnest?
Well, it all depends on how you handle the project and handle the community and the landholders. And if you do that badly, you're guaranteed for a fine.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
and the skills and the knowledge and the processes to how you do this properly, we don't have in place because we haven't done it for 40 years. So we're doing a lot of work with industry and government to fill the gaps.
Yeah, and start building that social licence. Yeah.
I mean, even the simple thing that if you're going to offer to the landholder an option agreement to
Yeah.
create the easement, you need all the paperwork to do that. The option agreement, the offer letter, the valuation, the policy for reimbursement of legal fees, all that stuff is having to be created from scratch.
Yeah. So, I mean, when you're talking about 28,000 kilometres of new transmission lines, you're going to go through a lot of properties, particularly in rural and regional Australia, to be able to do these projects. Have you been given any additional resources to deal with this when the project...
Our team has been 4 people since day one.
Right. You might need a few more with 28,000 Ks when you're redoing a grid.
Most of my departmental colleagues aren't here. but, I've been promised some help.
Yeah. So you haven't, but there's no commitment as yet to what that's going to look like?
I believe we have some resources in the budget, but we'll work through the detail in the coming weeks.
Right, okay. But you haven't seen them in the budget paper, or they're not there, or...?
They're in the budget papers, but that's above my pay grade to understand those things.
So has the department sought any advice from you, in particular on how to manage the social licence?
Yes, in fact, I just presented at the Energy Ministers meeting on this very topic. My clear message was, let's stop studying the problems, let's get on with it. We were very pleased to see the announcement in New South Wales on the special benefits, the strategic benefits payment program.
Yep.
Which I think starts to close the gap between how you get rewarded financially as a host of a wind farm or a solar farm, whereas if you host the power line, you have to wait years before you get even confirmation what you might get paid, and that's really a reimbursement of the impost on your property. So the new additional payment I think helps a lot, and the other states I expect will follow suit.
Yeah. So do you think it's important, as this project develops, that there's a maintenance of, a reasonable lead time for community consultation, that any attempt to abbreviate that process would create additional problems?
Yes, it's a tricky sport. Normally we would encourage very early community engagement on, say, a wind farm project to get ahead of the rumours. What we did find with power or transmission line developments is that if you go out with a number of corridors, you engage, perhaps negatively, a huge cross-section of the population that actually end up fighting each other. So one of the things we did with HumeLink at Tumut was to suggest to Transgrid, there were like 7 routes, I think, floating around the place. Pick one, stick them in a hat and pick one and get on with it. Now, I think they had a more sophisticated procedure than that, but essentially they consolidated on one transmission line, and suddenly all the noise dissipated.
Yeah.
And you're then focusing on those folks that have a direct impact of the proposed route. That's not to say you may not tweak the route or do some things along the way, but you're giving certainty to those that are in and those that are out.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not entirely convinced the noise dissipated as
Well, perhaps
is.
six of the route's noises dissipated and one remained. All right, that's okay for me.
Thank you. And we'll go to Senator Davies.
Yeah, just a couple of follow-ups on that, and particularly because you raised the HumeLink Tumut line that has has generated quite a lot of negativity. In those instances, because that particular line will cross over National Park, which would need the easements created, as well as private property, what happens if you've got landholders who just point blank refuse to sign up to an easement?
Well, ultimately, the state has powers to compulsorily acquire the easement. It's a long process, and it's not, and would require political approval to get it through to consummation. So it's the last resort, and it's there to protect the fact that you might have one recalcitrant landowner that is in a linear project can block the whole shebang, but it's not intended for widespread use.
Right. And just on the national park component, because Kosciuszko National Park, iconic national park, but it's not a Commonwealth National Park, so therefore is it dependent on the state government to sign that easement for that national park, or is there a role for the Federal Environment Minister given the environment, what do they call it?
EVPC.
EVPC? Yes.
I'd have to check in that particular case who inks it off there. I think there's 80 properties along the route that are publicly held, but held by 10 organisations.
New South Wales Minister Roberts has announced it in Parliament.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Senator Rennick.
Yeah, hi guys. So just to confirm, it is 28,000 kilometres of transmission lines that you're looking to actually having to implement to reach the target, 43%?
I'm probably not the expert on that, but my understanding is there are a number of ISP scenarios that range from 5,000 kilometres to 28,000 kilometres by 2050 to support various versions of the ISP.
Right, okay. So if you don't know the distance, then you're not going to know how much it's going to cost either. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Right,
and
okay.
what properties are involved and the impacts, etc.
Okay, which begs the next question then, Senator McAllister, given that the Leader of the Senate, Senator Wong, constantly says that renewables are cheaper. How can you possibly say renewables are cheaper when you actually don't even know the cost in building the transmission lines?
Senator Rennick, there are many leaps of logic in the way that you pose that question.
No, there's not actually.
Essentially, Australia's electricity system is organised with the assistance of 3 market bodies. The Integrated Systems Plan describes the network requirements that will be needed to deliver on new capacity, and the market responds to that descriptor. Rewiring the Nation intervenes in this way. It says where a transmission line needs to be built, we will create the capacity to provide low-cost finance.
Okay, so we've got a range of what, as low as 5,000 kilometres to as high as 28,000 kilometres. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Right, okay. So will the Rewiring Australia Fund, which is $20 billion, be able to actually fund the cost of what could potentially be 28,000 kilometres of transmission lines?
We are very confident that the Rewiring the Nation Fund will have a very significant impact on the development of the system. Ms Brunero may be able to provide you a bit more detail about some of the details about different approaches in different states.
Yes, so in terms of funding transmission in the broad, it's important to say that the Rewiring the Nation policy won't be doing all of those transmission funding, and it isn't directed at that. It is directed at the actionable projects that are come through the Integrated System Plan. And what Mr Dyer is talking about are the different scenarios in there around getting to net zero by 2050, and some of there's a step change scenario that most experts think is the most relevant, but the reason why there's a higher level in some of those scenarios, it's the hydrogen superpower.
Okay.
Now, just the modelling underpinning that, though, does look at the optimal development pathways of that and the costs of the various parts of infrastructure to determine those actionable projects, which will be the subject of the Rewiring the Nation funding.
Okay, thank you. So in order to get to the 43% reduction by 2030, how many kilometres of transmission lines will need to be built? And what will the cost of that be?
I might consult with...
We've got to bear in mind that that's a national target as well. The integrated system plan covers the eastern states, so we can come back to you with some more analysis on that.
Well, didn't we just legislate it? Hasn't it been legislated now, the 43% reduction by 2030?
Yeah, I think the answer, Senator Rennick, was that the transmission piece that you're discussing is not the totality of the elements that will go to achieving the 43.
So the reason why I'm asking it, 2030 is only 8 years away. Surely, in order to get to, my understanding of it is you've got to get to 82% renewables of the grid, right, to get to your 43% reduction in CO2. Surely we must have a pretty clear plan and strategy in terms of how many transmission lines need to be built between now and 2030 and able to hook up enough renewables to get it into the grid, which is just 8 years away.
Yes, so we do. I'm happy to table some information about those key projects. So obviously Marinus is one of those, and there's already been an announcement on that.
So how many kilometres of transmission lines will that involve?
So I'll have to just bear with me, add that up for you. But just noting that that is a point-in-time estimate as well. Since the integrated system plan has come out, Queensland have already announced their energy security plan, which they'll be investing in significant transmission. So I can give you a breakdown of the number of kilometres per the actionable projects as it stands now and that are underway, and then we can add that up for you.
And that will get to 82% renewables by 2030?
So the projects that we have got in train do align with the projects that are in the integrated system plan, the step change scenario, and that estimate from the Australian Energy Market Operator was that would deliver about 83% renewables by 2030. So it is in line.
Okay, and you can give a cost, you can put a cost to that as well now, if we've got an estimated cost of that?
So we can pull out the estimated costs of those projects as per is going through the regulatory impact tests at the moment.
Sure.
And give a breakdown of those. Things, yeah.
And then do you feed that information back to the CSIRO in terms of their cost gen report? And the reason why I say that is when I met with the CSIRO about the cost gen report, they said that no more transmission lines were going to be needed to be built until renewables hit 50% of the grid.
So the CSIRO, so I haven't personally had conversations with them.
Sure.
In terms of their modelling, my assessment is that they would be relying on the Australian Energy Market Operators analyses, and that's the integrated system plan and things like the statement of opportunities is where we're drawing our analysis from.
And that's fair enough. The reason why I ask, I'm just curious because the cost gen report's often used as the basis to say that renewables are cheaper, but there's actually a lot of what I consider flawed assumptions in there, one of them being that you don't need any more transmission lines until renewables hit 50% of the grid, and there's no recycling costs taken into account. So I just, that's a comment, you don't need to respond to that. And in terms of all the transmission lines that you need to get built between now and 2030 to get to 82% of renewables, have you got approvals for all of that from the various landholders?
Senator Rennick, I wonder if Ms Bruno will take this on notice. There's a lot of detail in what you're asking.
Well, and we're in estimates, and that's what it's all about, is asking for the detail. Yeah.
But rather than her sitting there and adding everything up from her notes, would you be happy to take that further detail?
Well, okay, I guess what I'd like to know is an estimate of how far progressed you are in terms of getting the relevant and required approvals from both landholders and state governments and various other bodies, national parks or whatever it may have to be, in order to get those transmission lines, built by 2030.
And the short answer I'd provide is those projects at different stages of development and approval out to 2030. And so some of those that are slated to be delivered in the latter part of the decade will be going through the engagement and consultation processes as a later point in time. And clearly some of those arrangements are going to change with respect to the various landholders when we get there. So we can let you know which projects have had engagement with the community and which ones are to come.
So, Senator McAllister, you're still convinced that you'll be able to get to 82% of renewables by 2030?
Senator Rennick, the government is planning to get to 82%
well, and you can
by
plan
2030.
anything. The question is, are you going to get there or not? Are you still 100% confident that you will reach that target?
Senator Rennick, we are putting in place all of the policy levers to meet our targets. We have established an emissions reduction target. We understand that to get to that point, we will need to bring on significant new amounts of renewables. We estimate that will reach 82% penetration by 2030. That is what we are planning for, and that is what the budget seeks to do. It seeks to establish the infrastructure
Okay,
to allow that
and
to
I accept
happen.
that, and it's easy to do on paper, but like I said, when it comes to planning, resourcing, labour, everything like that, it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to do it. And given you've only got 8 years to get there, it's actually quite a mission, like it's going to take a lot of work to get there.
And it's regrettable, in fact, that there is only 8 years. There's been a period prior to that,
Okay,
9
righto, well,
years,
let's
where
not
the
go
Liberal
there. That's not the
Party
question I asked you
was
about.
in government.
Now-
And during that period, well, if I look,
Answer.
We didn't
there's
have a
been some
43%
very.
target.
I'm very happy for the officials to answer questions about the policy and how it works, and Ms Brunero has been doing that. But if you want to have a political conversation, here it is. 9 years
I
where
didn't actually
there.
ask for a political one, but anyway, go on.
9 years where there was no energy policy, where industry was deeply confused about the approach to the energy system, where as a consequence, significant volumes of capacity left the system, 4 gigawatts, only 1 gigawatt built.
Okay.
There are a
Thank you.
whole series
Okay,
of
you're not
policy
answering my
measures
question.
that are
Okay,
required
thank
to
you.
resolve that.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
yes, it
Okay.
is actually a compressed time frame.
Okay.
It would have
Well,
been
actually,
better
it's not,
had the
because
government
we
that you
committed-
supported had the
We
government
committed
that
to
you
23%, which
supported
we
done
were going to
something
meet.
about it during the
Okay.
period in which they were in office. But
Okay,
you
actually,
chose not to
Senator
do that,
McAllister, we
and we are
committed
working
to
through it.
23% reduction in CO2 by 2030, which
And
we
you
were
left
well
the
on
energy
track on
system in a
target.
mess.
Okay,
A
it's the
problem
Labor
that we are
government,
now
your Labor
cleaning up.
government that's committed
Okay,
to 43%.
thank you.
Okay.
Senator Rennick,
Sorry, I just
you
have one more
are out of
question.
time.
Just one more question.
Could you put it on notice, please?
No, I'd like to put it...
Because there are
Sorry,
senators that haven't
Senator
answered any
Grogan,
questions
it's
yet.
very important that I get this question and put it to the relevant minister. Can you guarantee that this will not be crossing through any of these transmission lines, will not cross through koala habitat at all in order to get those transmission lines built?
Senator Rennick, the detail of every proposal is... I'm not briefed on the detail of every proposal, and as Ms Brunero said, there will be a process to go through for each of them. I'm confident that all of them will go through the relevant environmental approvals. And Mr Dyer will be here in his role as Commissioner, thinking carefully about social licence and how to support the progress of those and work with all of the participants in the system.
Okay, because we don't have a lot of koala habitat left and we don't want to lose any more of it.
Okay, Senator Rennick, you are out of time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Chair.
you. Senator Grogan. Thank you, Chair.
Taking us home, I think.
Oh, yeah. So, Mr Dyer, you've been in this role since you started as the Wind Farm Commissioner, or the Wind Commissioner? Can't remember which.
7 years ago.
7 years ago.
The day.
You would have seen a lot of interesting developments through that time. Can you talk to us a little bit about that social licence development and how things have changed? I'm very conscious that back then, 7 years ago, wind was a very big contentious issue, which seems to have abated somewhat now, which is good to see. And I wonder, some of the anxiety that people feel abates as they have more information and they see more detail. Can you talk to us about how you think the government's regulatory investment test for transmission is going to help in this social licence arena?
Well, firstly, the first part of your question around what happened in the wind industry is we just put in place a simple evidence-based process for complaints to sift through the fact from the fiction, and it uncovered some systemic issues that need to be dealt with. But for the most part, the sort of concerns that actually established our office back in 2015, things like noise and health and vibration and the like, have largely disappeared. And in fact, most complaints we get today are about proposed projects, not operating projects. And that's more about the concern of the unknown and the fear of the impact and impulse rather than what happens in actuality. So, and now some of this was local economics. You would often lay out a wind farm with, say, 200 turbines and then go through the planning process, and you might find some koalas and things you've got to deal with. So suddenly your 200 turbine project becomes 175 and ends up being 49. You then have a whole bunch of landholders that were in the project and perhaps already mentally spent the money that were then out. And traditionally there was no safety net or any compensation for those landholders, and they went from being your best friend to your worst enemy from a proponent's point of view. So the establishment of things like neighbour agreements and neighbour benefits and benefit sharing schemes have done enormous amount of good to levelise the economics and hopefully make more people winners rather than losers. Now, where it gets tricky in the second part of your question is that if we're developing a wind or a solar farm, the first thing you talk to the landholder about is money and how much they're going to earn, and it'll drought-proof the property and leave something for the kids and that capital value. With a transmission line, it's about the last thing you talk about. And everything you talk about to the landholder is what the developer needs, access to the property to do environmental studies, geotech studies, cultural heritage studies and the like. And at no point does the landholder get any inkling as to what the compensation might be, even though, Fred over the fence is getting a big cheque to host the wind farm. And as one farmer said to me one day, every other party, he used a different word, but I use the word party here, is getting paid on this project except me, and it's my land. So they're the gaps we can close with programs like the one I mentioned before that New South Wales announced, and getting the RIT and getting it properly enriched at the right time.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr Dyer. That's very helpful. Senator McAllister, I wonder if you could tell us what you hope to achieve with the Powering Australia plan.
Thanks, Chair. We are in a position where we've had a very long period of time where there's been a stagnation in the energy system, and it leaves us in circumstances where much of the generation capacity in the Australian energy market is reaching retirement point and needs to be replaced. At the same time, we're embarked on a very significant technology transformation associated with the global drive towards net zero emissions by 2050. It's a really important commitment for the country and for the globe. It presents immense economic opportunity as this transformation takes place, but it's also critical to our relationships with our neighbours in the region. The Powering Australia plan is designed to allow the Commonwealth to set the direction for this energy transformation. Rewiring the nation is an extremely important part of that. We've talked about it a lot this morning. At its heart is an attempt to unlock the transmission requirements, unlock the transmission projects that will allow energy to get from where it is generated to where it is consumed. We do expect very significant investment both in new generation capacity and in transmission over the years to 2030 and beyond, and we're quite determined that all of the institutional pieces will be in place to deliver that.
Thank you very much, Senator McAllister. We have now reached a hard marker of 1 o'clock. I would like to thank Mr Dyer, the Wind Commissioner, for your time.
The Energy Infrastructure Commissioner.
Sorry, I've had a flashback. The Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Chair.
We will now break at 1 and come back at... No, they're not. It's a hard marker. Questions on notice. We will now break until 2 o'clock.
And when we return at 2 o'clock?
We will be returning to... comms. We will be turning to corporate matters for the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts. But corporate matters in... it's so hard to work it out. All gone. So just to be clear, AER and Clean Energy Regulator are now subject to a spillover.
Right. Thank you. So DQ's excused. Thanks, Chair. The committee will now move to its examination of the corporate matters of the Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts portfolio, excluding Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development. I welcome Senator the Honourable Carol Brown, Assistant Minister for Infrastructure and Transport, representing the Minister for Communications. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, I would, Chair.
if you would like to go ahead with that. But I will also welcome Mr Jim Betts, the Secretary of the Department, and Mr Richard Windier, Deputy Secretary, to the table. Senator Brown.
Thank you, and it's an honour to be here as an Assistant Minister in the Albanese Labor government. A government that in its short time in office is working to restore integrity to government and deliver on its commitment. Its decisions will be transparent, informed by evidence and consultation, including, of course, stakeholder and community feedback. And we want to acknowledge the stakeholders across the communications portfolio for their constructive engagement to date. An Albanese Labor government committed to delivering for all Australians, no one held back, no one left behind. And you can see those priorities in our first budget handed down recently. It shows government who understands the importance of connectivity towards expanding opportunity and improving quality of life. We promised a better national broadband network, and that is what this government will deliver, ensuring Australian families, businesses and regional communities have better connectivity options than ever before. We're investing $2.4 billion to expand full fibre access to a further 1.5 million premises by late 2025, including 660,000 in regional Australia. This will mean NBN can deliver speeds of up to 1 gigabit per second to nearly 10 million homes and businesses by late 2025. The investment will create thousands of jobs and provide an estimated $20 billion boost to GDP by 2030. In the 21st century, no Australian child should go without home internet or feel unsafe online. Our budget will support up to 30,000 eligible families without home internet to receive a free NBN access for a year. This is a modest measure, but an important one. And Australian children will be safer online with free digital literacy programs at school. Labor understands a diverse, independent and sustainable media landscape is vital to a healthy democracy. This would not be possible without the contribution of our national broadcasters. For 90 years, the ABC has been a trusted source of news, information and entertainment, while the SBS reflects and celebrates our diversity. In my home state of Tasmania, the ABC provides an essential service, especially during the times of natural disasters. In the lead up to the election, the Labor Party committed to 5-year funding terms for the national broadcasters. Why? Because taking funding beyond the 3-year election cycle provides greater stability, more time to plan and innovate. It also depoliticises the funding of the ABC. We have reinstated 5-year funding terms from July next year. We have also restored indexation to the ABC and provided it with an extra $83.7 million over 4 years to reinstate the funding that was cut by the former government from the 2019 to 2022 triennium. The government is also supporting local news, community broadcasting and jobs. We have already provided a $15 million lifeline to hundreds of regional newspapers and are taking annual community broadcast funding to $20 million, a 25% funding increase. Finally, the government is serious about bridging the digital divide. Our $1.1 billion Better Connectivity Plan for regional and rural Australia sets out a raft of measures targeted at regional, rural and remote communities. The programs within this plan will improve infrastructure, mobile coverage and provide further support for industry to enhance the resilience of their communication systems during emergency and natural disasters, because the first priority of any government is to keep its citizens safe. Further, the plan will help enable more farmers to take advantage of productivity-enhancing technology, such as connected machinery in the agricultural sector through the $30 million on-farm connectivity program. We also recognise that there are particular challenges with mobile coverage on the fringes of our major cities, and so we have set aside an additional $39.1 million to expand the Peri-Urban Mobile Program, or PUMP. This will help communities on the urban fringe stay connected during natural disasters and emergencies. In conclusion, families, businesses and communities will be better connected, better informed and empowered thanks to Labor's federal budget. The measures I've outlined deliver on our election commitments, and they will help to ensure that every Australian, regardless of postcode or circumstance, can take full advantage of the digital economy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Brown. If you could table that statement, that would be very helpful. Mr Betts, would you care to make an opening statement?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. We'll go to Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Betts, if I can start with you, could you advise us what your total remuneration package is?
My total remuneration package is in the public domain. I might take it on notice, but it's between 800 and 900,000 per annum.
Okay.
I'll come back to it with a precise figure.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, given that, and in fact, I'll use your word, you've been fired from both senior public service roles in Victoria and New South Wales. Are you more confident of success in this role?
Well, it's very nice of you to inquire as to my welfare and my confidence.
However, I'm not entirely sure that your welfare and confidence is quite a
no.
matter for estimates. If you'd like to keep it to the...
Yeah, no.
As you say, I've been quite open. Part and parcel of being a senior public servant these days is the fact that, particularly in state jurisdictions, your contract can be terminated. I've worked 34 years in public service in the UK here and in New South Wales and Victoria for governments of both colours. 22 years for the Conservative side of government and 12 for the Labor side of government. And some of the best public servants I know have had their contracts terminated at some point in their career.
Mm-hmm.
So I have nothing to apologise for and nothing to be nervous about.
Mm-hmm. So I just read with interest the AFR article, which I've got copies here to table if anyone needs a copy of it. There's copies that can be, I don't name copy, I've got stuff can be distributed. I assume you're aware of the article, Mr Betts?
No, because I haven't seen it. You haven't shown me which one it is yet.
Jim Betts brought back to lead Albanese's infrastructure department from the 22nd of June.
Rings a bell.
Rings a bell?
Yep.
Okay, we'll get a copy of it to you. I just note that it refers to you as a punk rocker, for instance, similarly to our Deputy Leader, Susan Lee. But I am particularly interested with regards to your membership or former membership, I suppose you can clarify that for us, of the British Communist Party.
Yes.
Could you describe the nature of your membership and whether or not you still subscribe to communist beliefs and values in any form?
It's nice to be back in Washington in the 1950s. No, I am not, and I have never been a member of the Communist Party.
It is a nice picture.
It's a nice picture, nice shirt.
So the article's wrong, did you?
Believe it or not, that article is incorrect, yes.
Okay, so...
Did you seek to correct
Did you seek to correct it?
I think I consulted defamation lawyers but decided not to proceed.
Right, and there was no contact with
See,
journalists?
I'm not really bothered, to be honest, about what the AFR says.
Right.
It's not correct, so...
Okay.
So which defamation lawyers did you consult and what was the nature of that?
Senator Henderson, I'm not sure that this line of questioning is really going to the budget statements.
It's going to the operations of the department. Yes, it's absolutely within order, Chair.
So I presume I'm under oath in some form here, and I'm assuring the committee that I'm not a member of the Communist Party, not that it would be of any interest or relevance to the committee in any case. I never have been. Stories which appear in the tabloid press and then get regurgitated in other news channels, which are factually incorrect, probably shouldn't be occupying the time of the Senate, but that's not a matter for me to judge.
Well,
and if you think I'm a punk rocker, then take a look at me. I'm a 57-year-old public servant. So that gives you the kind of baseline of truth within that article.
all right. Could you describe the process that you went through with regards to securing this role? Was there a formal recruitment process, an interview panel? Did you have any discussions with the Prime Minister directly? Was he involved in offering you the role?
No. So the process itself for the recruitment was run from the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet and the Australian Public Service Commission. And I was approached by both the Public Service Commissioner and the Secretary of PMC to ask if I'd be interested in the role. And it was then offered to me, as I had never had any conversations with the Prime Minister about it, and that's the process as I understand it.
Okay. All right, I'm happy to leave it there, Chair.
Oh, can I pick up?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yep.
Just, Minister, Secretary, good afternoon. Look, I wanted to ask you, Minister, about the $40 million round of the Mobile Black Spots program. Can you confirm that that is the fund that's being used to fund Labor's election commitments?
Sorry, I just might ask the department first to give you any information.
No, actually, Minister, the question is to you.
I understand that, and I just want to see if the department has any information.
So you don't have any information
If
about...
you could let the Minister finish her question, please.
Yep. So the question is to you, Minister. Are you able to answer that question?
And I'm answering it, Senator, and I've first asked the department to provide some information, and I'll provide some follow-up information.
No, I'd actually like to ask...
Answer?
This is concerning... This is a question in relation to the Labor Party's election commitments. Can you... It's not directed to the department, it's directed to you. Could you answer that question?
I've already answered the question.
So you're not able... Is it the case that you're not able to answer the question?
I'm here to provide information to the Senate through the estimates process, and what I'm asking for first is will the department
I'm not asking the department, Minister. I'm asking if you could provide information in relation to that particular measure in the budget.
Senator Henderson, the Minister has referred part of that question to the department. The department will give an overview, and then Senator Brown...
So I just want to confirm that the Minister is not able to answer that question.
No, she has asked for some initial information to come from the department, which seems perfectly reasonable.
No, it's not a gotcha moment, but I'm sorry, Chair. Senators are entitled to direct questions to witnesses who they choose.
And we're not saying that the...
So please don't refer or denigrate me in relation to the way I'm asking the question. I am entitled to ask the Minister in relation to this fund, because this looks very much like an election commitment slush fund that has not been disclosed in the budget papers or in the Minister's media release. And the question
Thank you,
is,
Senator Henderson. If the department would like to give the first part of the question, and then the Minister can answer the elements of your question that are political in nature once the department has given the overview.
I'm able to ask any question that's within the scope. So the question is this an election slush fund, an election commitment slush fund? And if so, why was that not disclosed in the budget papers or in the Minister's media release?
Sorry, which fund are you talking about,
The
Senator?
$40 million round of the Mobile Black Spots program.
Okay, we're happy to provide some information on factual information on that. Mr. Windier might want to.
So there's stunned silence from the government representative
I'm
here.
offering to provide you with the information.
Senator Henderson,
Mr. Windier,
Senator Henderson, I am
able to-
intervening at this point in time.
Are you able to answer the question?
Senator Henderson.
Would you not yell at me?
Please.
Please don't yell at me. I'm entitled
If we could
to
ask the department, no, you're grandstanding, and we're trying to get you an answer. If the
sorry.
department could please provide the factual information, and then the
Please
Minister
don't reflect
will
on me,
provide
Chair.
will provide the political edge that you are looking
The
for.
political edge, no, I'm asking the government.
Okay, well,
If the Minister can't answer the question, Mr. Windier, are you able to answer the question?
Senator, their $40 million is intended to be used to fund the 54 targeted locations, which were identified by the then opposition in a set of election commitments, very similar to, and that will be funds coming from the Mobile Black Spot program, not dissimilar to the way we've done that in the past.
Well, that's not the case, though, is it, Mr. Windier? Because these have all been announced as election commitments with amounts of money allocated to them under circumstances, and as you have confirmed to me in a departmental briefing, under circumstances where the department has received no costing information. So on what basis were these particular projects, these 54 projects, costed?
Senator, we went through, for all of the election commitments, there was a costing process which was undertaken for the purposes of settling the budget process. We are confident that those commitments can be delivered within that funding envelope. We'll be running a process for each of those locations, which will be a competitive process, ensuring we get value for money for each of the funded outcomes.
So how can you be confident when none of these projects were costed?
Well, Senator, we've got quite a lot of experience in rolling out mobile black spots or solving problems in terms of mobile coverage, and so we would have used what we know from that process to reach a reasonable costing for the purposes of the budget process, and then we will nonetheless run a process, public process, competitive process for each of the locations and be seeking to get a value for money outcome through that process. We are not, from where we sit, we are not operating against a set of costing numbers that were put out by the then opposition in the form of an election commitment. We're operating against a costing we have done with finance, and then we'll run a competitive process.
Okay, so those numbers really mean nothing that were announced by the Labor Party when they were in opposition?
I can't speak to those numbers, Senator.
Right.
What I can say is that for the purposes of delivering on the election commitment, we will be running a competitive process for those locations to make sure we get a value for money outcome. And we are confident that with $40 million, we think we can probably fulfil.
So those costings were made on a wing and a prayer?
Senator,
they had no underlying business case or costing work, and certainly the major telcos have confirmed they provided no information in relation to those projects.
Senator, I can't speak
Isn't that misleading the Australian people?
The election commitments that we're talking about were informed, as I understand it, were informed by feedback from the community councils and the mobile carriers, and we don't make any apologies. Labor makes no apologies for seeking to improve mobile coverage, improving connectivity, particularly in regional connectivity. And we're talking about election commitments here. I don't see that our undertakings are any different from what presumably what the coalition did when they announced numerous uncontracted projects from their regional connectivity program during the election.
Well, that's actually quite
without
untrue,
even telling mobile
Minister.
carriers who were co-investing in the
You
solution.
can read from whatever you've been given to read, but can I just say that that's not true?
Well,
we're talking about election commitments, so can I ask why weren't these disclosed as election commitments in your budget papers and in the Minister's media release? Because this looks like a rort. They were uncosted, they were not underpinned by any business case, and now, as the department has confirmed, it has to go through the process of recosting these projects and putting them out to competitive tender.
Senator, can I just clarify that?
I would just like the Minister to answer that question, please, Mr Windeyer.
We have put this program together. It's based on the successful design of the mobile Black Spots program, Priority Location Round, and we've updated it with lessons learnt from subsequent rounds and the recent peri-urban mobile program. Eligible applicants will be invited to submit proposals that addressed identified connectivity issues in one or more of the targeted locations.
But Minister, some of these commitments which have been announced, the Labor Party, when in opposition, didn't even know whether the telecommunications carriers were willing to provide the infrastructure, let alone the cost of them. Haven't you misled Australians in relation to this program?
We made a number of election commitments during the election campaign. We got elected on May 21st, and those election commitments have been now turned into budget commitments. And as already has been explained, all applicants will be competitively assessed in accordance with the grant opportunity guidelines.
But you made commitments not even knowing
whether... The government is currently consulting with key stakeholders on draft guidelines to finalise the
But Minister, you made commitments not even knowing whether they would be... Minister, you made commitments not even knowing whether the telecommunications carriers were willing to deliver them, let alone the cost of them. Haven't you misled Australians?
We have made commitments to enable better connectivity into.
Well, you're not answering the
regional
question.
Connectivity.
These
I'm
were
answering the
uncosted.
question as I see fit, Senator Henderson. You may not like the answer, but that is my answer.
Well, I don't know that Australians will like the answer either, because at this point in time, as has been confirmed, you're not able to guarantee that those projects will be delivered, let alone the cost of those projects, as we've now heard in this estimates hearing.
Senator Henderson.
The target locations under this program and the funding amounts were identified in consultation with relevant communities and the telecommunications industry, with clear reference points from over 1,000 similar base stations built under previous rounds of the mobile black spot
So
program.
can I just a point of clarification, Senator Henderson? You're saying that that the Labor Party, in making its election commitments, had no conversation with any telecommunications carrier. Is that correct?
Chair, can I just continue my questioning?
Well, I'm just trying.
Thank
We
you.
seem to be going round in circles. I'm
No,
just trying to get. There's a
so-
point. There's a
so,
point of
Chair,
fact
I would-
here that I'm just trying
Chair,
to
I would
understand.
like you not to intervene in my questioning, please.
It is a point of clarification, and I think it's quite
Do I have
valid.
the call?
It is
Thank
a
you.
point of clarification, and I think it's very valid.
Minister, in
Senator
relation
Henderson.
to these commitments, could you possibly table the consultation and the in relation to the costings? You say that you've consulted with the community. Well, the community doesn't cost mobile base stations, but could you provide all relevant information in relation to the costings of these mobile base stations? Because my understanding and advice is that there was no specific information provided in relation to any of these projects insofar as the cost of these projects. But if you could please provide that information, I'd be most grateful.
Let me assure you, Senator, the funding has been allocated following a budget process, a budget costing process. So you can be assured of that.
Okay.
Thank you, Minister. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank
I'll
you,
leave it at that.
Senator Henderson. We'll take Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. My questions in regards to Optus. For the benefit of this community, can you please provide an outline of the regulations made by the Minister for Communications which were announced with the Treasurer following the Optus data breach?
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Bryan will respond to that.
I'm Matthew Bryant, First Assistant Secretary, Communications Infrastructure Division. The Telecommunications Amendment, Disclosure of Information for the Purposes of Cybersecurity Regulations 2022, amended the telecommunications regulations to allow carriers and carrier service providers to provide specified information or specified documents which contain government-related identifiers to financial services entities, the Commonwealth and states and territories in the event of a cybersecurity incident. The information can be provided to financial services entities and to authorities of the Commonwealth, states and territories. The types of financial services that can receive the information, the type of financial service entities that can receive the information under the regulations are limited to those regulated by the Australian Prudential Regulatory Authority other than foreign bank branches. The information that can be provided under the new regulations is limited to government identifiers, such as Medicare card numbers and passport numbers. It does not include names, addresses or other personal information of Australians. The regulations contain strong privacy and security safeguards to ensure that only limited information can be made available for certain purposes. The amount of information disclosed will depend on what is reasonable and proportionate to the needs of the financial institution or the government agency, and what is necessary to safeguard existing and potentially new customers. The regulations commenced on the 12th of October and will cease after 12 months. This will create an incentive for review and allow time for an assessment of their effectiveness. This is to strike a balance between implementing regulations quickly to prevent further harm for Optus customers and ensuring the regulations are fit for purpose over the longer term.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. Now, how do we see these regulations facilitate data sharing with financial institutions and in turn sort of mitigating and helping mitigate the risks to consumers from further breaches in the future?
Thank you, Senator. Well, under the current Telecommunications Act, Optus cannot share information with financial institutions. Section 276 of the Telecommunications Act prohibits Optus from sharing data unless a secondary exemption under Part 13 of that Act applies. So these regulations provide that secondary exemption, allowing them to share data with financial institutions. By sharing that data with financial institutions, they'll be able to put in place enhanced protections in relation to customers affected by the Optus data breach. For example, greater testing of transactions of those customers, and also testing new customer applications in the future to ensure their data isn't used to create false accounts.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Davey.
Yes, and I'm fully prepared for someone to say maybe come back later, but I have questions about the development of our national cultural policy. Is this the right corporate section?
Senator, the officials to deal with that will be back tomorrow morning. Outcome 6.
Outcome 6.
I think.
Well, then I won't waste anybody's time.
We have one. We do have the relevant Deputy Secretary.
I'm going to get to you later, aren't I? So you don't need to stress.
You are Senator Davey, but I am able to answer some questions on cultural policy if you would like.
Do you want me to do it now or tomorrow?
Tomorrow we'd have more time.
I'll do it tomorrow.
Okay.
I don't want to rock the apple cart.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll try and move to SBS as soon as we can. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, I just wanted to take you to your opening statement when you say that the Albanese Labor government committed to delivering for all Australians, no one held back, no one left behind. I want to raise concerns about a $101 million cut to regional communications over 4 years. If it's the case that no one is left behind, why has your government implemented such a savage cut which so damages regional communities?
Well, you'll have to point to which program you're talking about, Senator Henderson.
I'm talking about the full impact of the cut, which is set out in the budget papers.
I didn't hear quite what you said.
Yeah. Minister, I was asking you about your statement that no one has been held back by your government and no one has been left behind. And if that's the case, why have you implemented a $101 million cut to communications over 4 years?
Well, what we have done, Senator Henderson, is invest $2.2 billion in regional communications over the next 5 years.
So the budget papers show a $101 million cut over 4 years. Can I ask, on what basis have you cut the funding for regional communications?
We have invested, as I've said, $2.2 billion in regional communications over the next 5 years.
Minister, I'm talking about the budget papers, the $101 million cut, which is set out in the budget papers. So there's been some savage cuts, including to a $106 million program for disaster resilience, to fund telecommunications infrastructure to support communities facing disaster. I mean, what sort of government cuts a program like that, particularly in the middle of a flood crisis?
I don't believe you're actually correct in what you are stating or affirming there.
Well, I am correct if I can take you to budget paper number 2. Budget paper, the book, paper number 2, please, under the Better Connectivity Program.
I don't have the budget paper in front of me.
It is. So the portfolio budget statement, page 31, sets out the $101 million cut over 4 years. If it's taken over 5 years, it could even be greater. Could you provide the funding profile for the Better Connectivity Plan over 5 years? And again, why are you making and inflicting such a savage cut which so damages regional communities?
As I've said previously, what you're saying is not correct. Our budget contains $100 million to improve the resilience of communities, and I will invite, so you're aware of that commitment, I'll invite officials to expand further.
Minister, I'm sorry, I am correct. Could you please go
Well,
to
I
page
just
31?
said that you're not correct, and I'm going
Could
to
you please
ask
go
the
to page
officials
31 of the portfolio
to
budget
expand
statements?
further.
Please go to page 31 of the portfolio budget statements, and in the line which says Better Connectivity Plan for Regional and Rural Australia, over the forward estimates there is a $101 million cut.
The Albanese Labor government has committed to one of the most significant regional telecommunications investment packages since the establishment
Please
of
answer
the
the
National
question.
Broadcast Network over a decade ago. We're investing $2.2
You're not answering
billion
the
in
question,
regional
Minister.
telecommunications over the next 5 years. I answered your question.
No,
I
you're
then
not.
invited the officials to further enhance the question, but you don't seem to be
No.
interested in getting
Has any of the officials
actual
got page 31
answers to
open?
the questions.
Could you perhaps point the Minister to that
is
line?
able to answer the question as she sees fit.
Well, can the Assistant
And I
Minister
have
please
answered.
read the budget papers, because it might be helpful to actually reflect on what's printed
I'm
in
sorry,
the budget
Senator
papers.
Hughes and Senator Henderson. I have answered the question, and I've invited the officials at the table to provide more information as they see fit to add to my response.
Mr Windia, could you perhaps open up page 31 of the portfolio budget statement and show that to the Minister and just explain to her how that reduction in funding has
Seriously?
occurred?
I've answered
Because-
the question, and it's
'Cause I'm
obvious
pointing
that the
to the-
senators, the coalition senators, are not interested in receiving the response
So just to,
information, or they would allow further information to be provided
Well, we
by
just
the
asked Mr.
officials at
Windia and
the
you
table.
you
Could
spoke
Mr
over it.
Windia perhaps open up the correct page of the budget papers?
Senator, I've got the budget papers open. I don't think it's not my place to
Right, so you don't
tell
want to show the
how to
Minister
answer. I've
Can you
got the-
point out to her where the cut is?
not-
Because
it's
rural
not my
regional
place to
Australians
tell
who
the
are
Minister how to
currently
answer the
underwater
question.
are very interested to know why their ability to maintain communications is being denigrated by this government. Regardless of the talking points the Minister has with regards to what's being invested, it actually equates to sufficient cuts affecting rural and regional Australians. Now, this budget can be absolutely personified as one that denigrates and cuts rural and regional Australians out because they
And
don't
it's just
vote
so not
for the Labor
true.
government.
It's just
Now,
not true.
regardless of the
Okay.
talking points of what you are saying you've invested, there is a cut on page 31 of the budget papers. This is budget estimates. Minister Brown, I would suggest you read the budget papers and respond to the questions being answered.
Okay, and we are going to rotate the call. Minister, do you have anything further to add? We can come back to you. We are just, no, everyone's having 7 minutes. You've had much more time than anyone else so far. No one is stopping you asking questions. We are just rotating the call.
Perhaps some talking points could be sent up in this break.
Okay,
Some
there's no
dixes
need
get
to
asked.
This
go there.
is embarrassing.
Senator Rice.
Thank you, Chair. 1 minute of questions. So my question goes to an engagement by the Minister and her office with both the gambling lobby and harm reduction advocates. So I'm interested to know how many meetings has the Minister taken with gambling companies and how many meetings with gambling harm reduction advocates?
I'm sorry, Senator Rice, but I will have to take those questions on notice, as I'm sure you understand.
Okay, so is there any information about engagement with the industry and with harm reduction advocates in general terms that you're able to share with me at this stage? Happy, obviously, for you to take the details on notice.
I'll take those questions on notice.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's it.
Thank you.
I'll be back.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 2 questions for the Minister. How and when will the government deliver on its promise to provide free NBN services to 30,000 families?
So, as you would know, Senator Payman, a key election commitment of the Albanese government was committing to closing the digital divide, and the government is working with NBN Co to design and implement an initiative to deliver practical outcomes such as the Broadband for Unconnected School Students initiative. It's expected that free services will commence from the first school term in early 2023. Exact timing is subject to current consultations with the telecommunications industry and state and territory governments. I understand that the department has began consultations with state and territory governments. The government and NBN Co are working closely with the states and territories on issues including the process to identify eligible families. The department has also commenced consultation with community organisations including the Smith Family, St Vincent de Paul Society and the Salvation Army, and this identification process will be an important design element to allow assistance to reach those in need.
Thank you, Minister. And talking about how the government's engaging with the state and territory governments, are they also discussing how to identify eligible families?
What we're doing is doing exactly that, Senator Payman. I'm sure you'll be glad to hear.
Thank you. That's all from me, Chair. Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to resume my question in relation to the Better Connectivity Plan. I take you to page 158 of Budget Paper 2, Minister. You've already indicated that you're not able to address the matter that I raised in relation to the $101 million cut on page 31 of the PBS. Perhaps you could explain the full costing for the measure as described on page 158, including what program funding has been decreased and what funding has been increased across the 5 years. So what I'm seeking from you, Minister, is a complete reconciliation of the cuts and the additional funding, the reprofiling. So we note that the measure claims $757.7 million in spending, but the measure costing shows a net reduction of $101.2 million, and this needs to be explained. The regional budget paper also makes clear that only $656 million of new funding has been provided. So could you please reconcile those numbers in light of the obvious gaps in information that we have?
I'll take that on notice, Senator Henderson.
So you're not able to provide any information at all?
I'll take that on. I've already said I'll take that on notice.
Right. So
thank you.
The dot points listed on page 158 add up to $737.6 million, but yet the claim in the budget papers is that the government will provide $757 million. So there's a $20 million discrepancy. How is the government spending that additional $20 million? Why has that not been disclosed?
Senator, if I might answer that. I think we'll take on notice and confirm to you, but I think basically the delta is the departmental costs associated with implementing the commitments.
That's correct.
$20 million.
It's across for a number of components, but yes, it's a departmental cost associated with delivering all of those program elements that you've read out.
Can you take me to the budget papers where that's specified?
It will be in the portfolio budget. It will be included within the numbers in the PBS. I'm happy to take it on notice and work out where best to point you to. I mean, I can give you three parts to it, in effect. There's a departmental cost associated with doing the costs associated with implementing the various measures. There is an element which is a departmental component associated with using the Business Grants Hub to deliver on one of the program elements, and then there is a $2.5 million departmental commitment associated with the First Nations Advisory Group.
So we still have some very big gaps in our knowledge. Are you able to address the question that I asked the Minister in relation to the cuts, the reallocation of funding, the reprofiling? Are you able to reconcile those numbers? Because the bottom line is they don't add up.
Senator, I think, as the Minister said, I think I'd like to take that on notice as well and work out a sensible way of presenting a reconciliation to you. I'm not in a position to do that on the fly here.
Do you accept that there's been a $101 million cut as described on page 31 of the PBS?
Senator, I think...
I just ask a yes or no, Mr Windeyer.
No, I understand what you're saying, Senator, that there is a... I haven't done the maths, but I'll take your word for the maths across that line item. I think the point that the Minister was trying to make earlier was that the total investment in regional communications is across a number of line items in the budget rather than just specifically that line item.
Can I ask, Minister, what is the annual allocation to each of the programs mentioned in the dot point list over the period 22-23 to 26-27? So what I'm asking for is the full breakdown over 5 years, not over the 4 years, which is, of course, that extra 58 is missing.
I'll ask the department to provide you with that information.
We can take that on notice, Senator. As you know, the budget papers are done through the forward estimates. I understand the question. We can come back to you on notice with.
Can you please provide me with the
5
5-year and profiling as well as the 10-year? If applicable.
Senator, if I think what we can look to do on notice is provide you the profiling of the program, whether that's if some are over 4, some might be over 5, but we can provide the profiling across the forward years.
I just want to now go to the PBS in relation to the mobile black spot program. Over the forward estimates, it shows that there has been $135.455 million allocated to the mobile black spot program, compared to $172 million in the March budget, so a very substantial cut. Can you please explain the reason for this $37.4 million reduction in that program?
Black spot attention. More rural and regional communities going to be hit?
Senator,
I might direct that one to the Minister first. Minister, what's the basis for cutting $37.4 million from the mobile black spot program?
I might have to take some of your your question on notice, but the budget was
Minister,
about
haven't you had a briefing in relation to any of these matters? I mean, these are critical programs for Australians.
Senator Henderson, as you know, this is not the area that I'm the Assistant Minister for, and we're here to provide you...
It's like not my job, Murray.
Okay, I think what the Minister is trying to say is that she's doing her best with the portfolio that isn't hers, so she's getting her head around it.
That's right, and I am on the other side, previously Senator Brown, when you were here criticising our ministers.
When I'm trying to give you the information, that is correct, Senator Hughes. When I'm trying to give you the information, the best information that can be provided from the officials and myself at this table, you're not interested. You're not interested because it doesn't it doesn't go into your narrative.
I'll just pick up, Minister...
And you're wrong.
If you could take on notice the question in relation to the $37 million cut to the mobile black spot program. Can I also please ask you now to provide an annual...
But I don't accept what...
Well, it's in the budget papers.
It's in the budget papers,
This
Minister.
is budget estimates. This is material in the budget papers.
Can I now go on...
It would be helpful if the assistant ministers were briefed by the ministers representing and the relevant ministers of what was in the budget papers. This is budget estimates. This is your job. Now, it is not our problem the Prime Minister Albanese only decided to appoint 4 ministers to the
Look,
Senate,
it's not
so
your
therefore
job
you're
to,
having to step up.
provide
No, we are asking
lectures
questions about rural and
either.
regional
And what-
Australians who are
and
about
if
to be
you really
impacted.
were interested,
It is
you
in
would
the
allow your
budget.
questions
All right,
at
let's
this
pull it up
table to
there.
answer.
Thank you very
It's
much.
in the budget.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. I'm not sure that
Perhaps
this is
text the
overtly
Minister's office and see if
helpful,
they can provide a
yelling at
briefing
each other
to you.
across the
Chair,
table.
I've got another couple
Okay,
of
in which case
questions.
we will share the
Just to
call
finish
while
this up.
everyone cools themselves down. Senator Payman.
Senator Billy.
Oh, Senator Billy.
I just have one more question on that issue.
Thanks.
We'll come back.
Minister, I'm wondering if you can help me in regard to regional connectivity plan. How's the government fulfilling its election commitment to deliver better connectivity for rural and regional Australia after nearly a decade of policy failure and a disastrous coalition record on NBN?
Well, thank you, Senator.
I hope you could hear the question.
Labor founded the National Broadband Network with the purpose of providing fast, reliable and affordable broadband to all Australians. Now the Albanese government intends to finish what it previously started. We know that for a successful rural and regional Australia, better quality infrastructure is needed so that Australia is competitive both in Australia and around the world. The government has a clear path for improving regional broadband with a total investment of over $2.2 billion in regional communications over the next 5 years.
So the government's commenced this program?
The government is already delivering on this with $480 million provided towards a $750 million upgrade of the NBN fixed wireless network. Network coverage will be expanded to cover an additional 120,000 premises that are currently satellite-only premises. Further, all 755,000 premises.
Okay, can we just allow the senators to ask their questions?
I'm sorry,
I'd like to
Chair.
hear the answer.
That is
I'm
a
sorry, Senator
$480 million
Henderson. Let
commitment
her-
made by the coalition.
No, Senator Henderson, you do not have the call.
Well, please
Can you
apply
please
those
just
rules fairly.
hold? Thank you. We will come to you. Senator
I
Billick,
think
please
Senator
continue.
Henderson doesn't understand that the March budget didn't get through, wasn't funded. So
That's right.
now, yes, well, you obviously don't know, Senator Hughes, but the October budget is committed to this program, and as I was saying, all 755,000 premises in the expanded footprint will be able to access speeds of up to 100 megabits per second, with 85% to access up to 250 megabits per second.
Are you able to give me an example of how this program has, for lack of a better word, empowered a region and set them up to connect and compete with world-class infrastructure?
Thank you. The Kalumburu and Jigalong projects were delivered under round one of the regional connectivity program, which funds the delivery of place-based telecommunications infrastructure projects to improve digital connectivity across regional, rural and remote Australia. The new services will provide better data and voice connectivity, supporting business opportunities in the tourism sector. The operations of the Kalumburu and Jigalong Aboriginal corporations and enable to access to essential services such as telehealth, education and government services. The two projects, totalling $2.5 million, jointly funded by the Australian and Western Australian governments, have delivered fully managed public satellite Wi-Fi and voice-over internet telephone solutions deployed by Australian Private Networks Proprietary Limited. The community Wi-Fi and phone services allows unlimited free calls to national landlines and mobile phones, while APN solutions will give the community access to government websites without the need to purchase data. This is just one example of round one funding that exemplifies this government's deep commitment to supporting regional, rural and remote communities get connected and bridge the digital divide.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hughes.
Thank you. Senator Brown, if you could just clarify for me, of all those programs you just read out, What ones were actually previously announced by the previous government? And could you please point out exactly with those programs you just mentioned, whether or not this government has decreased or increased the funding to any of them over and above what was announced in the May budget?
I'll have to take the first part of
Sorry, you just read it out. You just read the list of programs. Which ones are new money? Which ones are new programs? And which ones were announced by the previous government and you've just claimed credit for them without adding any new money to it? And if you don't know that, Senator Brown, this is embarrassing for everybody here, and it is going to be a very short budget estimates because you've never read the budget.
You've just celebrated a coalition program, which is the Regional Connectivity Program. The Labor government had nothing to do.
We appreciate the
shouting
time.
over each other, let alone everyone else. Can we just take it in turns, please?
We appreciate you acknowledging the programs that the Coalition put in place to support rural and regional Australians. I am asking you, because we've been able to list a few programs you've cut funding to for rural and regional Australians, which one of the programs you just read out in response to that Dixer from Senator Village, what of those programs were new programs come up with by the new government? How much money has been contributed by the new government outside of what occurred in the May budget? And is that new money an increase or is it a decrease to the programs you just read out? Otherwise, thank you for re-announcing coalition policy to support rural and regional Australians. I'm assuming you have to take it on notice because you don't seem to know what I'm talking about.
What I will say is that it's that's an announcement that we've made, and it's, it's government funding. I've just read out to.
Was that one announcement or multiple announcements?
Senator Billick, and if you require further information, I'll take the rest of your question on notice.
Was it one announcement or multiple announcements? One announcement or multiple announcements? Pretty simple question.
Well, someone at the desk might be able to help.
Embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Look, I'll hand over to Senator Henderson. This is just pointless.
So just to clarify, Assistant Minister, the Regional Connectivity Program was a very important program delivered by the Coalition, wasn't it?
Anyone still from the department?
Isn't that correct, Minister?
In the previous government that could answer that?
So the round one projects to which you were referring were all delivered under the Coalition government, isn't that correct?
Anyone?
I've answered this question.
No, you haven't answered the questions. So I will make it clear that the Regional Connectivity Program is a very proud program rolled out by the former government. So why are you taking credit for that program?
It's a program of government.
But why are you taking credit for that program?
It's a program of government.
Okay.
So my next question-
Governments change. The governments change all the time. Well, there's many programs continue on, and different governments apply different priorities to them at different times. I wonder if we could just be mindful of our time constraints. I'm not calling up any. I'm not halting any questioning here, but just be mindful that we are now half an hour over, and SBS are waiting on the line.
Thanks, Chair. I've just got a couple more questions in relation to the mobile black spot
many
program.
programs are carried over from one government to another, and as the budget papers do show, there's $200 million over 5 years from 2022 to 23 for 2 additional rounds of the Regional Connectivity Program to fund the delivery of telecommunications infrastructure to improve digital connectivity in regional, rural and remote Australia.
Thank you, Minister.
Thanks, Minister. That's if I could just pick up on the $37.4 million cut to the mobile black spots program. You've taken that part of the question on notice. Can I ask you, how is the mobile black spot program funding affected by the Better Connectivity Plan for regional and rural Australia? I mean by that, can you please provide the annual reconciliation of the differences in the mobile black spot program, explaining the relationship with the Better Connectivity Program?
Well, I'll have to, unless somebody at the table can answer your question, I'll have to take that on notice.
Mr Windeyer, can you answer that question?
Well, I was going to say, Senator, I think some of that will be will come through in the reconciliation I've already undertaken to do for you on notice. The only other thing I suppose I would observe is that, as far as we're concerned, there is a significant commitment to mobile infrastructure in the Better Connectivity Plan as part of the $400 million commitment for mobile infrastructure and resilience.
But your budget paper has made it clear that that's going to be funded as part of the Mobile Black Spot program, and your own budget papers, Mr Windeyer, also make it clear there's a $37.487 million reduction in that program.
Senator, no, I'm sorry, I wasn't referring to the $40 million we were talking about at the beginning. I was just making the observation that in terms of funding for mobile services, including funding to improve community mobile coverage, there is a commitment in the budget of $400 million over 5 years. That's to support a combination of mobile base stations on highways, community mobile coverage, and also resilience.
Mr Windeyer, even on that commitment, the budget in March provided $418 million. So you've highlighted that the government has cut $18 million just from that program. And in fact, as you would be well aware, the regional connectivity package announced by the former coalition government in the March budget was $811 million, and yet there's only $656 million of new funding from this government. So that constitutes a very significant cut in regional connectivity, doesn't it?
Senator, I've given you the point I made earlier.
I would really appreciate if you would just answer that question, Mr Windeyer. Well,
as I said earlier, Senator, all I can do is go back to the reference I made to the fact that the minister referred to a total commitment to regional communications in the budget.
I understand that you are a public
budget
servant,
line items.
but I would ask that you please confirm that that is the case, that the $811 million commitment that the former government made towards regional connectivity has been reduced to a new commitment by this government of only $656 million. So there is a substantial reduction to funding for regional communities. I mean, is this some sort of vendetta, Minister? Does the Labor government have some sort of vendetta towards regional communities, including to cut the disaster resilience program in the middle of the floods? Do you know how cruel that is? I mean, why would the government do that?
Chair, as you know, did you want to respond? Sorry.
But
as you
could
know,
you maybe just...
Labor took to the election a $656 million better connectivity
Please answer
plan.
the question, Minister.
Our budget, those commitments were delivered on in the budget. They became budget commitments. Now, that commitment contains a $400 million stream to expand regional mobile coverage and improve the resilience of communication systems. $300 million of this is set aside for further rounds of the Mobile Black Spot program and $100 million to improve the resilience of the communication systems. Now, on top of the $656 million investment in the Better Connectivity Plan, we've also invested $480 million to expand the fixed wireless network and are investing over $1.1 billion in additional funding to expand fibre NBN in regional communities. So this leads to an increase overall of funding for regional connectivity in the budget.
Well, Minister, I'm afraid that you are not telling the facts. That is not the case.
They are the facts.
That is not the case. And I'm very disappointed. I understand that you are not the responsible minister and you've got a difficult position of having to defend some of these terrible decisions, but could you perhaps shine some light on why the $106 million program to boost the resilience of telecommunications infrastructure, including resilience to natural disasters in vulnerable locations, as part of the $811 million program Connecting Regional Australia, could you understand why that was axed completely? Could you just explain that to Australians who are in the middle of a flood disaster at the moment? Why would the government axe that part of the program?
Well, perhaps if I can just go through once again...
No, I just would like you to answer the question.
We don't need talking points, Chair. just like an answer.
Okay, so the Minister is at liberty to answer the question as she sees fit.
She's read this out
I
a couple
wonder
of times
if,
now.
yep, and I wonder
It's got to be
if...
directly relevant.
Can the Minister just table what she's reading? That might solve
So
a lot of problems.
maybe we could just...
I could just move on. So if I go back to the Connecting Regional Australia program in the March budget, $811 million, reduced to $656 million of spending under this government. There was also an affordability package to provide communities with cheap or free broadband access, to support families that most need cost of living support. That's been cut to something like $4 million. And even in your own opening statement, you said that that was a very modest measure. Why did you cut the affordability measure, $30 million, down to just over $4 million?
Last question, Senator Henderson. We're going to share the call.
Can I just want to clarify as well, Senator Henderson, the $100 million you're talking about in terms of communication resilience is in the budget, hasn't been axed. So, sorry.
I'm looking at page... Well, it has actually,
Perhaps
Senator.
the officials at the table can point you to that.
Senator, I can only, I've undertaken to do what I can to provide a reconciliation. All I can do is talk to the commitments, implementing the government's election commitments that are in this budget.
Mr Windeyer, come on, this is just getting embarrassing. The Minister has just said that this hasn't been axed.
Okay,
And
Senator Henderson,
I'm looking at the
I
budget.
wonder if you would allow the people to answer the question. You've asked the question. He's barely started his response. Mr Windeyer has the right to respond. Just allow him to finish the answer to the question,
Minister,
please, Senator
if
Henderson.
this $106 million program
Senator Henderson.
hasn't been axed, why is it
As
not
I
here in the
said-
budget papers?
As I said before, we are providing $400 million over 5 years from 2022 to 23 for coverage and communication resilience, with $300 million to expand regional mobile coverage for highways, roads and underserviced communities, and $100 million in communications resilience measures to ensure that mobile and other critical communication networks are hardened against natural disasters. There's no point in having a mobile network if it goes down when you most need it. So this is a critical component of our Better Connectivity Plan, which will fund things such as longer battery backup for mobile sites, redundant transmission links, extra generators, and an innovative new power and other solutions. And so hopefully...
Yes, so that $400 million has been reduced from $418 million, so there's an $18 million cut just in that program. The $106 million for disaster resilience is not in your budget papers at all, Minister. The affordability measure has been reduced from $30 million to just over $4 million. Can I ask you about the...
Senator Henderson, as I said, last question. We're going to share the call.
Last question. Could I ask perhaps that you table the documents that you're reading from, Minister, as well?
They're my notes.
Well, could you table them, please?
I'll take that on notice.
Sorry.
Well, I don't know.
Okay, so...
I don't know that you can take it on notice.
Help here.
Yeah. So I think
certainly the Minister is able to table a summary of what she has laid out for you today.
Thank you.
I don't think
well,
that would
no,
be a
I'd
problem.
like, if the Minister could table her notes, that would be most appreciated. Thank you. If they could be distributed as soon as possible, Chair, I'd be really grateful.
She is entitled to take it on notice and provide you with that summary.
Minister, Chair, sorry, I'm seeking that all of the notes be tabled. So if the Minister could table all of her notes, please.
Yep, and she's able to take that on notice.
Yeah, but not a summary.
She
I'm
has
just
taken it on.
clarifying.
She has taken your question on notice.
I'm just
Senator
clarifying
Henderson.
that I'm seeking all of the notes. Thank you very much, Chair.
Minister, can I ask you initially, and then maybe ask the department to provide some further detail? Is there an increase in overall funding to the regional connectivity projects in the budget?
might just hand to the officials.
So, Senator, there is $200 million over 5 years for 2 additional rounds to the Regional Connectivity Program, which is detailed in this budget, which is a significant additional commitment to that program.
Okay. And Minister, I have the call. Thank you. Minister, would you say then that the circle of conversations that have been run out for the last hour, would a fair summary be that the current government has increased the funding but adjusted the areas in which were seen to be priorities, not necessarily, as has been pointed out, cut the funding, but actually just reprioritise to ensure that the priorities fit with the government's commitments?
Were you asking me? Sorry, I wasn't. You have to repeat your question, Chair. I was looking at something else.
Okay, I was really just asking if if a summary of the conversations so far in this session would be that the current government has invested more money in this area but has chosen to allocate it to maybe a varied range of projects.
Well,
would that be a fair
correct,
summary?
And that's what I've been saying in the last hour. We're investing, as I've said, 2.2 billion in regional telecommunications. We're honouring the commitments that we took during the election campaign, which was a $656 million of new initiative, and the budget also delivers over 1.1 billion of investment in regional areas from our NBN policy, which will expand fibre access to 660,000 homes and businesses.
Minister, it's not 1.1 billion. That's not the NBN number. You've got your numbers completely wrong.
If you could ask a question, if you wish to ask a question.
The 1.1 billion is not for the NBN commitment, and it includes $480 million in the fixed wireless and satellite upgrade announced by the coalition government, which you just simply claimed as your own commitment. So, Minister, this is a mess. This is a mess,
Senator
and it's
Henderson,
not true.
You might like to
it's not
think
true,
that you're
Minister,
running the show.
that there's been a...
You have to understand that
It's not true that there's been an increase in funding.
The budget delivers on the $1.1 billion of investment, and it comes out of the investment of 2.2 in regional telecommunications over the next 5 years. That's where the figure comes from.
Right, well that's... Could you point to where the 2.2 billion is in the budget papers, please, Minister?
Senator, if I might.
These are very new numbers.
The 1.1 billion is the regional component.
Right.
Senator, if I might just assist for a second.
Okay, if we can just let Mr Windeyer summarise this.
The 1.1 billion is what the regional component of the $2.4 billion equity injection into NBN is. It is $1.4 billion worth of investment in NBN specifically for upgrades in regional Australia.
Thanks for that clarification, Mr Windeyer.
That's what I said.
Okay, so I'm going to once again remind everyone that we are well over time and SBS is still waiting. Do you have many more questions in this area, Senator Henderson?
Look, I'll direct this to both Mr Windeyer and Mr Betts. The Chair asked a question saying to the Minister, do you agree that there's been an increase in regional communications? Mr Windeyer, do you agree with the Minister's statement that there's been an increase, despite the fact that I'm looking at page 31 that shows a $100 million cut in the Better Connectivity Plan for regional and rural Australia?
Senator, I can only go back to what I said previously, that the total commitment of the total investment in telecommunication services into regional Australia in this budget, when you take it across a number of budget line items rather than just one line item, comes to the $2.2 billion that the Minister was referring to.
And can you break that down, the $2.2 billion?
I can. It's all of the elements that have been talked about by the Minister to date. There is the $656 million plan. There is, you add to that the $40 million set of election commitment funding for the 54 locations, the $39.1 million for pump program. You add the departmental dollars and costs associated with delivering on these commitments. You add the $480 million fixed wireless and satellite upgrade, and you add the $1.1 billion NBN equity component focused on regional Australia.
Can I ask about the equity decision of the government to make an equity investment in NBN rather than adopt the approach that the coalition government did, which was to ask the NBN to pay for this expansion out of retained earnings and debt? On what basis are you claiming that that equity investment includes $1.1 billion for regional communities under circumstances when the NBN hasn't yet determined where that rollout will be?
Senator, that is based on our understanding of the expected the costing process and the planning for where that 2.4 will be invested and where the premises that will be upgraded are likely to be, and the costs associated with the upgrades to those premises that are outside metropolitan Australia.
Yep.
And I understand, sorry, Senator Henderson, I understand it is based on advice from NBN Co.
Thank you very much, Minister. Look, I might pick these questions up in the next round of the department's appearance in estimate. So thank you, Chair. I'll leave it at that for the time being.
You're done. Any further questions? Excellent. Thank you very much. We will now call on officers from Special Broadcasting Services Corporation who are joining us via teleconference, and I believe we have Mr. James Taylor, the Managing Director, on screen. Yes, thank you. Now, I believe you have tabled your opening statement.
Yes, Chair, I have.
Cool. Did you want to make a brief comment before we kick off?
I might just refer to some of the highlights of the statement with permission. Chair, it'll take me about a minute or so.
Lovely, thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the opportunity to appear in front of the committee today, and particularly to do so virtually. I'm very grateful for the committee's flexibility. SBS has a unique opportunity to fulfil every Australian's common and shared desire to feel connected to one another, to be acknowledged and to belong. And the Australia you see when you walk out your door each morning is what you see in everything we do at SBS. Contemporary Australia shines through our storytelling and, importantly, through our storytellers. Stories told by contemporary Australia for an evolving and vibrant Australia. And as Australia's demographic shift to reflect ever greater cultural and linguistic diversity, our responsibility and opportunity at SBS grows. If I could touch on just a few initiatives, please, Chair, which really exemplify this. In this year's election, SBS played a vital role, providing more coverage in more languages than ever before. In addition to our comprehensive news and current affairs coverage, SBS was the only network to have every election debate on its platform through live translation of the debates into key languages other than English. Very grateful to Networks 7, 9 and Sky for sharing their feeds. We also conducted a number of community-focused election exchanges across Australia. We produced in-language explainer videos and created specialised information on how to participate in the election for newly arrived migrants. And following on from the success of SBS's multilingual coronavirus portal, just last month we launched our Mind Your Health online content portal, which features content in multiple languages aimed at sharing the rich diversity of cultural knowledge across communities and showing pathways to improve the mental and physical well-being of all Australians. This year marks 10 years of NITV, the National Indigenous Television Service, as part of the SBS network. There are some big celebrations of that milestone to come. NITV is an integral part of the SBS network, where First Nations peoples and communities have a dedicated home in the national media landscape. Finally, I'd like to make some comments about Meta, Senator, and the News Media Bargaining Code. In many ways, the code has delivered on its promise, but not sadly for SBS. SBS continues to be concerned that the code has not created an incentive for Meta to negotiate with us. This is contrary to the intention of the code, and SBS is also now at a competitive disadvantage compared to media companies that have deals with both Google and Meta. We understand Meta has been directing some news organisations to its grants program. However, conditional access to the very small amounts of non-ongoing funds is a poor substitute for negotiated deals. SBS remains open to working further with government, and indeed further discussions with Meta would be welcome to address this current situation. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. I'll go first to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. We know that the football World Cup is quite popular amongst Australia's multicultural communities, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. What community events, activities, promotions, or engagement programs are SBS planning to undertake during the 2022 Football World Cup?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator. I can assure you we at SBS are absolutely thrilled and delighted to be bringing the world's largest sporting event to all Australians, live and exclusively, all 64 matches across our linear network and across our digital platforms, expressed in languages other than English, and of course all available on SBS On Demand. You can imagine that there's a whole raft of content and initiatives that surround the actual football, and we'll be bringing this show to life for many Australian communities so that they can all engage in this splendid world game.
Thank you. Now, can you outline the current streaming service called SBS On Demand, and will it be growing part of SBS's business in the future?
Yes, Senator. The delivery of video content via streaming platforms is now a really fundamental part of any media organisation's offer. SBS was first to market with a streaming product, SBS On Demand. It continues to go from strength to strength. Over 15,000 hours of premium and differentiated content in the platform. Senator, the opportunity to create a user identity in one of 6 languages, a first for the country. It also carries vastly less advertising than other comparable platforms offered by commercial free-to-air networks, Senator. We limit ourselves to 5 minutes of advertising per minute in SBS On Demand, which replicates our legislative commitments that apply to us on our linear services. We choose to replicate that on SBS On Demand to provide value to consumers and indeed to advertisers. And I'm really pleased to say that SBS On Demand has a world-class user experience. If you were to look at your Apple device, Senator, and look to see which is the highest rated streaming platform in the country, you would be delighted, I hope, to see that SBS On Demand, a public entity, is the highest rated streaming platform in the Apple App Store, higher than any of the global behemoths that we compete with, higher than any of the commercial free-to-air operators. Not because of the vast wealth that we have at SBS, Senator, but because of the will and talent of the SBS teams who really care deeply about audience experience.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. And one last one. You mentioned the 6 different languages. Is there streaming programs that cover majority of language programs that SBS regularly air, or is there a gap that there's room for improvement?
Well, Senator, I mean, we have a very concerted effort to create multilingual video content for audiences. And that is either content natively in language, or it is content where we have applied subtitles in multiple languages. There are literally thousands of hours of subtitled content sitting in SBS On Demand to enliven that content for people in multiple languages. You know, as I mentioned in my opening statement, Senator, Australia is a multilingual community. It is becoming more multilingual. It's really critical that when people choose Australia as their home, They have in Australia a public broadcaster that cares deeply about connecting with them in their first language, not only as a mark of respect and a mark of belonging, but to ensure that they can participate civically and economically in this great nation. And so our multilingual offering goes beyond our audio and language services expressed through radio and websites. It is obviously typified by our news offering, which we produce in multiple languages, and of course we do a daily news bulletin now, video news bulletin in both Mandarin and Arabic, and we also bring to life vastly more content from right around the world in multiple languages.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor and team. Compliments on your app. I use it myself in my live streaming. I'm a massive fan of Letterkenny, but that's something else. Going through your online advertising users like that, subject to ACMA, do you go further than that on restricting, do you have a board or a process of restricting any advertisers from any show, or do you have a separate thing being semi-government funded on your advertising processes?
Well, Senator, thank you for the question and thank you for the compliment about the platform. We obviously are able to accept or not accept advertising from any partner, Senator. Starting from the top down, we restrict ourselves to 5 minutes of advertising on digital platforms. Senator, our general rule is that as a public entity, we will accept advertising from all those that wish to advertise in keeping with regulatory and other legal requirements. I don't think it's our job to pick winners. But what we do from time to time, Senator, if we have an ad for a product which is adjacent to an audience that we know might be harmed by that product or impacted by that product, we might from time to time choose not to play ads in particular programs. So if I can give you an example, we made a piece of content last year called Addicted Australia, which focused on addiction of multiple types and followed people as they moved through their treatment program. It's a really wonderful program that showed the agency and bravery of individuals struggling with addiction. There were certain categories of ads that we chose not to play during that program.
Thank you very much. Where I'm going specifically on that, and I've only got your, not this year's report, but previous report, and it had some SBS online advertisers, included a number of sports bet, oh, there's a brand, sorry, betting agencies, gambling agencies. Concern in that in a recent study, there was 150 ads per day from betting agencies during 6 o'clock till 8:30. Is that something, when kids are watching, is that something you're looking at, or would that be one of the categories that you might restrict during that time?
Well, Senator Bowman, I think SBS assiduously complies with its legislative and regulatory obligations. We do, as part of our mix of advertising, have advertising from gaming organisations. Our policy is to apply the regulatory construct, only go beyond that construct in respect of particular and unique program circumstances where I mentioned in my earlier answer. To give you a sense, Senator, gambling advertising represents approximately 2% of the total revenue, commercial revenue of the organisation. I provided that information on notice before. It might provide some context to your further questions. And if you were to look at audience complaints, Senator, outside of campaign complaints about gaming advertising represents less than 0.5% of the total complaints we receive from audiences. It's worth noting, Senator, that we carry about a third of the advertising load of our commercial competitors, about a third. We restricted ourselves to 5 minutes of advertising per hour. The commercial networks carry 15 minutes plus of advertising an hour. So our ad load, generally speaking, is lower and therefore provides a much lower clutter environment for our audiences than our commercial counterparts.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. Mr Taylor, good afternoon. I just firstly wanted to ask you just about your general financial operations. I think it's fair to say SBS has got a very positive reputation for being an efficient broadcaster. Could you give me a bit of an update on your financial performance?
Well, good afternoon, Senator, and thank you for the question. I mean, I'm very pleased that that's SBS's reputation. We are a small media organisation dealing with expanding costs in terms of the production and acquisition of content, and of course the need to service more platforms every day as audience practices change. We've spoken about SBS On Demand. That's a service that we've launched and grown with our own funding and through our own efficiencies. We have a very active efficiency program within the organisation, Senator. We benchmark ourselves against other organisations, and importantly, we're always looking for ways to find further efficiencies. And I should note that we do some of that in collaboration with the ABC, which I know benefits us and I hope benefits the ABC. And we have, I think, an amount of about $50 million of repeat savings. I'm looking at my CFO who's going to keep me honest, $58 million of repeat savings in last year's budget, Senator, which have accrued from efficiencies that we found and implemented in the organisation. That money, Senator, allows us to spend more money on building digital user experience and more money on creating more Australian content, noting that next year, Senator, SBS will produce more first-run Australian content than ever before in its history.
So I just want to note that in February of this year, the Coalition Government announced that SBS will receive $953.7 million over the next 3 years, including an additional $37.5 million in ongoing funding to support your long-term sustainability. That funding certainty for you is obviously very important.
We always welcome funding certainty, Senator, and we always will make a case to all governments that SBS is a good investment and that we have great ways to spend money in the national interest.
Can I ask you about your surplus and exactly, could you just detail your surplus and how that has been reapplied?
Certainly, Senator, and I'll turn to Ms Niarchos for specifics, but we have been intentionally and painstakingly running surpluses in each of the last 3 financial years in order to offset the costs associated with being the exclusive broadcaster of the FIFA Football World Cup. And so, Ms Niarchos, if you need the specifics, Senator, Ms Niarchos can provide details on the surpluses and the loss over the respective years.
Yes, please, if you could provide that information.
Thank you, Senator. So SBS is budgeting for a operating loss in this financial year up to $19.5 million, and that is because of the FIFA World Cup being actually having to be accounted for in the one financial year. Previously, it was an event which crossed 2 financial years. So for the first time, we need to recognise it in the single financial year, and we have run surpluses the preceding 3 financial years to be able to actually fund this event. So whilst we recognise the loss in FY23, the 3 previous surpluses allow SBS to fund this event.
And what's the total of those 3 years of surpluses?
They total $17.7 million.
And what's the cost of your FIFA sports rights acquisition?
Well, Senator, I'd be very reluctant to share that information. It's commercial in confidence. I think it would place it at a significant disadvantage if we started to share those rights costs with our competitors.
Well, I might ask you to take that on notice. You are in estimates. I appreciate the challenge, Mr Taylor, but perhaps you could take that question on notice and reflect further.
Absolutely, Senator.
So the operating surplus of the last 3 years has effectively funded the acquisition of obviously what is a massive sporting event for SBS. There has been some controversy in the past. Mr Taylor, how are you addressing the past controversies in relation to sports broadcast by SBS?
Sorry, Senator, would you mind which controversy in particular you take into?
Oh, well, you can take your pick, Mr Taylor.
Well, I mean, Senator, I would hope there's not been any controversy in relation to SBS's capacity to deliver a professional and premium service to audiences. There were some issues around the last World Cup in relation to a partner's capacity to deliver the services on digital platforms. I'm pleased to say that's not an experience that SBS had, and indeed we're able to assist that partner to take over those rights ourselves and to deliver them to audiences. Of course, Senator, one never takes the challenges of operating in a digital environment with significant loads for granted, and we've been doing a huge amount of preparatory work to ensure we give our audiences a world-class experience. And of course, this time around, Senator, we're the exclusive broadcast partner. We have all 64 matches on SBS, and I'm really looking forward to bringing out a brilliant experience to our audiences across the few weeks of the event.
Mr Taylor, there's been an allocation in this year's budget, a very small allocation just for a feasibility study of 0.5 million over 2 years. Firstly, do you feel a bit like the poor cousin that you received no substantive additional funding compared to the ABC?
Well, Senator, I sort of like to run our own race here, Senator. I think we've got a great relationship with governments. I think we have been fortunate to receive incremental funding in years gone by, where we've been able to make a case for a positive application of that funding. And I think my job is to continue to demonstrate value to government and make a case for a greater investment in SBS over time.
As I mentioned, this feasibility funding is to look at relocating SBS's headquarters from Artarmon to Western Sydney. Do you support that move?
Well, I'm very happy to participate in the feasibility study, Senator, which I think will help bring facts to bear to determine whether indeed it is a sensible move, whether indeed it is feasible. And I note that the Minister has been at pains to express that this is ultimately an SBS board decision. The SBS board will be data-driven and fact-based on the matter, Senator, and will consider what's in the best interests of SBS and its audiences, who of course are all around the country, including in Western Sydney.
So you're reserving your position at this moment?
Well, I think it wouldn't be appropriate for me to make a judgment before the work of the feasibility study has been conducted, Senator.
I mean, SBS is responsible for its own operations, though, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Senator.
And so, do you have any preliminary view about why you would want to relocate to another part of Sydney?
Well, I mean, organisations move from time to time, Senator. I think in each case when an organisation makes a decision to move, it does so because it believes it's going to provide it access to something that it doesn't currently have. And I'm hoping that through the feasibility study we can work through what that might be. Ultimately, Senator, what I'm looking for is the capacity to have a business which is strong, which has meaning to all Australians, and which is better equipped to deliver content and services to all Australians wherever they might be. I look forward to the feasibility study assisting me and my board in determining the extent to which that's true.
Look, I just want to pick up on some points you made in your opening statements about not being able to conclude a deal with Meta or Facebook under the News Media Bargaining Code. That's very concerning. Can you explain the barriers to concluding a deal with Facebook?
Well, Senator, I think the barrier is principally around Meta's unwillingness to commence a commercial negotiation with SBS. And it's worth noting, Senator, that the circumstances haven't changed since my last testimony on the topic, and I believe the last estimates, but Meta has made clear that they are not seeking to enter into discussions with SBS about a commercial construct around the provision of our content.
Are you able to provide the committee with any relevant correspondence in relation to proposals that you have made to Meta, and where I think I'm certainly interested to see how those various proposals have been rebuffed or where there's been a failure of cooperation? Is it just on one side of the equation, or has SBS also been a bit tricky in its negotiation as well?
Well, no, Senator, and the reason I know that's not true is because no negotiation has occurred. And I can take on notice the question about the correspondence, Senator, but I can assure you that SBS and I have gone to great lengths to seek to engage in collaborative discussions with Meta. Meta, for reasons that have not been shared with SBS, have determined that they don't wish to negotiate, but also don't wish to set out the reasons why they don't wish to negotiate. And of course, I should note SBS is not the only publisher affected in this way. The Conversation, likewise, is unable to secure a negotiation with Meta. I really would appreciate the value being placed on SBS content. Of course, our content reaches some of the most vulnerable Australians, for many of whom Facebook is the internet. It's the way they access information about the society in which they're living. Of course, when the legislation was contemplated, all publishers were at a disadvantage relative to Meta because their content was being used by Meta to drive its business model. Now, unfortunately, SBS is not only at an absolute disadvantage, but it's at a relative disadvantage, Senator, because all of our competitors now have additional money with which to create new content and SBS doesn't. And given what we've learned through COVID and the genuine need within Australia to have a multilingual, multicultural broadcaster that creates a sense of belonging for all Australians, it is particularly disappointing that Meta has not acknowledged the social licence that comes with operating in this country and its need to comply with the legislative intent of having the public broadcasters, including SBS, compensated for the content that they produce every day, which is carried on Meta's platform.
Well, it's pretty disgraceful because the ABC has done a deal with Meta. The News Media Bargaining Code was, of course, one of the many ways in which the former coalition government reined in the big tech platforms, held the big global giants to account. Minister, what is the government doing to support SBS in this respect?
I'll have to take that on notice, Minister, or perhaps an official.
No, you're the minister, not me.
I answered the question.
Yeah, you said,
and I'm asking, do you want to see if the officials can respond further?
Sure. Mr Betts, is the government doing anything to address the situation where Facebook is being allowed to get away with not reaching an agreement with SBS? I mean, I suspect and I assume that the ABC has derived some $40 or perhaps $50 million in its deal with Facebook. Isn't it? It's just not good enough.
Well, that's a reflection.
That the
it's a
SBS
reflection
has
of the
not been
design
able
of the
to reach an
bargaining code
agreement. Sorry,
established
Mr
under the
Betts, if I
previous
can
government.
just finish my question.
Oh, sorry.
Isn't it? It's just not good enough that SBS is in this position where Facebook is allowed to breach effectively the law. What is the government doing?
Okay, in terms of the options available to the government under the bargaining code, Mr Windeyer can speak to that, but it is not a code which at this time involves designation.
So, Senator, that's the. I mean, just in a general sense, there are the situation, as Mr Taylor has pointed out, has been the case for some time. And I think we're on the record as saying we would obviously welcome more deals being done. The code. There's no breach of the law that's occurring here. The question is, at what point and in what circumstances would the government under the code consider designating a platform, which is a question which under the legislation is a question ultimately, or a decision ultimately for the Treasurer. I would note and I appreciate that this is just context rather than specifically to SBS, that one of the things that is underway at the moment is a review of that News Media Bargaining Code.
Mr Windeyer, Facebook is in breach of the spirit of the law, which requires it to reach commercial agreements with all Australian media organisations. So let's not give Facebook a get-out-of-jail card here. This is disgraceful. And the government should be taking much stronger action to rein in the big global giants like Facebook. So again, I ask, and to you also, Minister, I realise you've taken this partly on notice, but what is the government doing? This is just not good enough. And if Facebook won't enter into commercial negotiations, why aren't you taking action under the law?
Senator, I can only repeat what I've said, that the options available to the government are the same options that have been available to the government for quite some time now, since Mr Taylor, at least since Mr Taylor's last appearance at Estimates. The code provides for designation of digital platforms. That is ultimately a decision that would need to be made by the Treasurer, and that is the situation as it stands.
So,
I think the point
is the government
has
going
to
to
be-
designate the platform in relation to its ongoing failure not to reach agreement with organisations like SBS?
That would be a matter for the Treasurer, as Mr Windeyer has already explained.
But the points that Mr Windeyer has also made is that this was the case under the previous coalition government, which did nothing about the issue.
Well, as I pointed out, Minister, it was the coalition government that introduced the News Media Bargaining Code, but we have a strong regulatory requirement that if a platform is not playing ball, they can be hauled in. They can be designated, and this is not good enough. So, as I say,
the point is, Senator Henderson,
what is the government doing to rein in Facebook?
Government that did nothing about the issue, and I've taken what I can on notice, and will provide that to you as soon as I can.
I mean, the government has a very fine history of standing up to the global tech giants. And this is the former coalition government has a very fine history of standing up to the global tech giants in a whole lot of ways, including in the Online Safety Act, including the social media anti-trolling proposals that were not supported by Labor when it was in opposition. Minister, will you take this to the Treasurer and ask him to consider taking immediate action?
You can go to the Treasury estimates and ask your questions there. At the moment, we've got SBS waiting for further questions.
Minister, will you take this issue to the Treasurer
I've
and
taken
draw this
on
to
notice
Thank you very
parts
much.
of your questions for this portfolio, Minister. If you have questions for the Treasury estimates, then you need to take them there.
Thank you very much, Minister.
On notice.
Mr Taylor, finally, National Indigenous TV, an organisation for which I proudly worked before NITV moved to SBS. I see you're celebrating 10 years of NITV with SBS. I worked for NITV before that time. Could you just give me a little bit of an update on NITV's work?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator. And you know, NITV really goes from strength to strength, and it's an absolute source of pride to have it as part of the SBS network. They're producing more content than ever before, and you know, most particularly last week, Senator, when we announced our schedule for 2023, we announced some spectacular NITV content, including the brilliant program Burrumbie Kids, which really reflects the true diversity of our offering and really showcases Indigenous creativity and capability on screen. NITV audiences on linear platforms have increased significantly in financial year 2022, up 21% year on year, against an overall free-to-air market decline of 4%, Senator. 21% up against a decline of 4% in the market. And I should also note, Senator, that we've recently launched market splits for NITV. So it used to be a national service, and now there are 12 market splits for NITV, which allows us to localise the content, Senator. I should mention the Beyond 3% initiative, Senator, which is whereby we invite all advertising agencies across the country to increase their commitment to Indigenous platforms, not just NITV, Senator, but including NITV. This has seen over time a significant increase in NITV's revenue, 100% of which is invested back into Indigenous content on NITV and across the SBS network. And finally, I should mention that to celebrate 10 years of NITV as part of SBS, we'll be holding a concert at Uluru on the 12th of the 12th this year, which will be a showcase of incredible Indigenous musicians and artists, and I can't wait to bring that really fantastic showcase of creativity to all Australians across not only NITV but the broader SBS network.
Mr Taylor, when I worked for NITV under the previous Labor government, NITV was receiving only $14 million per annum. Now, I mentioned your funding, and of course the ABC receives around about $1.1 billion a year, and yet no one was up in arms about the paltry amount of money that NITV was receiving as a national free-to-air broadcaster. How are you supporting NITV's operations from a budget perspective?
Yes, Senator. Well, I mean, Ms Niarchos can give you the annual budget for NITV, but I'll mention a couple of things whilst she finds the number, Senator. As I mentioned, the Beyond 3% initiative, that's resulted in a doubling of NITV's commercial revenues in the last year alone, and we've got significant aspirations for outer years. It's also resulted, as I said, Senator, in other platforms receiving additional money from the advertising industry, so NITV is not the only Indigenous platform benefiting from that initiative. When NITV joined SBS, we were also able to lower their operating costs for administrative services and the like, which freed up a much greater portion of their budget to invest in content. And in this financial year, the total operating budget will be $23 million. And I've got great aspirations for that to grow aggressively over time, Senator.
Thanks, Mr Taylor. I have no more questions. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to SBS for appearing. Mr Taylor, we can now let you go, and we will suspend until 4 p.m, and we will come back with the Australian Communications and Media Authority at 4 p.m.
Thank you, Chair.
We might get started again. Before we do, I would just like to put on the record that we are going to release Creative Partnerships Australia at the 10:45 p.m. slot. There are no questions for Creative Partnerships Australia to answer. I'll now call the officers of the Australian Communications and Media Authority and welcome Ms Nerida O'Loughlin as the Chair. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. I would. Nerida O'Loughlin, Chair and Agency Head, Australian Communications and Media Authority. I'd like to just make a brief opening statement around the ACMA's role in regard to the Optus data breach and our current investigation, which I think would be of interest to the committee.
Certainly.
The ACMA was notified by Optus of the data breach on the 22nd of September, shortly before the company released its public statement. In the first few days following that breach, we worked with agencies across government, including our portfolio department, to inform advice to government both about the risks of scams and identity theft to affected Optus customers, and also what mechanisms could be used to facilitate Optus sharing relevant information with banks and financial institutions. After this initial focus, we moved to consider whether the nature of the breach raised any questions about Optus's potential compliance with the telco-specific obligations for which we are responsible for enforcing. This consideration was based on information in the public domain and that which had been provided to government at that time. On the 11th of October, we opened an investigation under the Telecommunications Act and have since issued an information gathering notice to various Optus entities. This is designed to elicit detailed information about the nature of the incident. And the key issues that we will need to consider are whether Optus was collecting and keeping any personal data that it was prohibited from doing, whether Optus was not disposing of any data it was required by law to dispose of in required timeframes, and whether Optus was keeping any personal data in the manner the law requires, where there are obligations to keep it in a particular way, including under encryption. We're looking at Optus's compliance under various laws, including the Telecommunications Act, the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act, identity checks for prepaid mobile services and customer identification authentication rules, and some requirements of industry's own Consumer Protection Code. It's early days in our investigation, and we have not formed a view as to whether Optus has breached any of its obligations. This will be a large and complex investigation, and one on which we are working collaboratively with our colleagues at the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner and the Department of Home Affairs. It's not possible at this early stage to be definitive about when the investigation will conclude, but I would expect it to take some months. We will certainly make our investigation public once finalised. Thank you, Chair, and we're happy to table that statement.
Thank you. If you could table that statement, that would be very handy. We'll go first to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, thank you for the opening statement that answered quite a few of my questions, but have developments in relation to Optus and Medibank prompted any broader thinking about how such obligations might be audited from time to time?
Senator, I think what the Optus breach and the Medicare breach has done is put the whole of Australian industry on notice as to the protection of personal information. So I expect that during our investigation we will find things that may be useful for the broader industry to understand where things have happened and where things might have gone wrong. We're not funded to audit organisations around these things, but we do think that I think all of industry is on notice they should be doing their own auditing of their internal processes to make sure they're compliant with the law, either the privacy law, the telecommunications specific law for which we're responsible, or broader corpse law in terms of keeping and protection of information.
Okay, thank you. And I may have missed, with the investigation, how long do you expect it to run?
We're not sure at the moment. We're in very early stages, but I think it will take some months given the complexity.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Cadell.
You're going to spend a bit of time on the media stuff on sports betting to draw a 30-second simile. My Mr. 8-year-old in the household came up when we were talking about who was going to win the netball the other day and told us we should look what Sportspect says. It's going to be the odds for that. So I'm going to ask on sports betting, how many complaints did ACMA receive regarding gambling advertising in the last 12 months, last financial year? Do we know?
Senator, I think our total of inquiries in the 21-22 financial year was 197 and 12 complaints. So inquiries may be where people have inquired about gambling advertising, but we don't have a remit about what they're inquiring about. So we had about 12 complaints.
Did you categorise what those, even 197, was there a particular brand, was there a particular invasive live odds or something like that? Was it categorised at all?
It goes very much to the rules for which we're responsible in regulating. So these are the rules around advertising on commercial free-to-air television, which are the rules around what time gambling advertising can be shown, and the associated online gambling rules. But I might pass over to my colleague, Kath Rainsford, to go further.
Thank you, Senator. Kathy Rainsford, General Manager, Content and Consumer Division at the ACMA. Of those inquiries and complaints that Ms O'Loughlin mentioned, I don't have them broken down. Certainly in terms of the inquiries, there are a very broad range of inquiries, everything from there's too much gambling on television and what are the rules around that? So some general questions through to more particular questions. Some of those tipped into the 12 complaints, which are within the the prohibition on gambling restrictions in live sport, which is within our remit.
Okay.
I think, sorry, I'll just correct the chairman. I think she referred to free-to-air. It's all of the regulated industries, so free-to-air, television, radio. In theory, community, but I don't think we received any, and in relation to subscription. And the other important thing to note is that we don't regulate the content, the actual content of the ad, so they would have gone to the AANA.
Not your bag, yeah, I get it. Just getting
to add to that, Senator, we also did our own monitoring, some of our own monitoring of live coverage of the major football finals, the 2022 Winter Olympics, the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, and the Summer Olympics, which were rescheduled to 2021. So we do some staff monitoring of that as well.
Can I ask, what are the restrictions on the time of advertising? Because I think there was an ACL Nielsen survey done this year in Victoria. It said there's 150 live ads per day, or television ads per day during 6 till 8:30.
So the rules are quite specific, Senator. The restrictions prohibit gambling advertising during live sport broadcast and streamed online between 5 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. from 5 minutes from the scheduled start of the event until 5 minutes after play. And then also in the code, it prohibits a commercial relating to betting and gambling in any program classified G. That's specifically children's programming that is classified G, or lower between 6 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. and 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. But the restrictions don't apply during news, current affairs or other sports programs which may not be live sports programs. I'll just make sure I've got that all correct.
We think Leo got news. Do the no restrictions or similar restrictions on streaming or online advertisements go? Same?
Yes, it's in terms of the live sport prohibitions, it's the same restrictions while live sport is being streamed.
Yeah. Would Shaquille O'Neal or another sporting person be able to endorse a beer under the current guidelines in Australia? Or alcoholic beverage?
Senator, I wouldn't like to speculate.
Under ACMA? I don't think it would be, would it?
There'd be restrictions upon when an
When it was
alcohol
shown.
ad could be placed.
But can a
The
person-
content would be dealt with by the AANA.
Oh, by different people, yeah. Okay.
Just by the self-regulatory AANA
The
who
actual
do.
content of
Yep.
Chuck O'Neill being the person doing
Yeah.
the endorsement. There are some rules around gambling and commentators,
Yep.
but that's gambling odds and commentators, but not in relation to the
Sports
actual...
personalities or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And would the data be right? There's roughly about 950 gambling ads per day on commercial TV.
Senator, we haven't done that. That was done by independent researchers. We've not turned our mind to that, mainly because our responsibility are really about those particular rules.
Complaints.
Yes.
Would it be possible to get a table later, not now, just what those 12 complaints from the subject matter?
I'm sure we would be able to do that.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Rice.
Thank you, work on the bet stop. And so interested to know, Minister or Ms O'Loughlin, what update you're able to give us in terms of the timing of rolling out BetStop.
So thank you, Senator. BetStop has been a very high priority for this organisation for some time. It has taken longer than we have expected it to do, but it has been making very good progress. So we've done things including things like load testing. So the system is still being developed at the moment. At the moment, we're going through the very final stages of the security that sits around the register. As you could imagine, and I think that's being played out in the recent breaches, this is very personal information regarding people's own habits and behaviours. So we are building a network that is at the protected level to make sure that that very confidential information is protected. We have been doing, for example, things like alongside that security process, we've been doing load testing with the industry to test the whole process. We put in place the register rules that needed to be in place for the register to commence. We've also put in place the cost recovery rules and undertaken a privacy assessment, impact assessment. So we're very close to what we call go live, but we are going through the very final processes of the security of the register before we press the button to go live.
So you're still on track, well, no, I'm about to ask whether you're still on track for your announcement in June 21 that said that you were going to commence in mid-22, and I'm thinking, I know it's November, so, I mean,
No,
when you say pressing the button, so when are you actually looking like?
We think at this stage it's probably no later than March next year. We've also run into, as you can imagine, from the stakeholders' point of view, a very busy period for them in terms of things like Melbourne Cup and racing festivals, and they want a bit more time to work with the register before it goes live to make sure it's interacting with their own systems, because of course they need to keep that information secure and private as well. But I will ask Kathy if she wants, or Jeremy if they wanted to add anything. No?
No. And I'm also interested on your website it says that we've undertaken trials of the service with industry ahead of a launch. So can you tell me more about those trials?
I'm assuming it's load testing. Do you want to say that, Jeremy?
Certainly. Jeremy Fenton, the Executive Manager for the Consumer Consent and Numbers Branch at the ACMA. We have engaged with what we call load testing trials with industry. That involved a range of players in the industry using the system at the same time under simulated conditions that would approximate and indeed go above the kind of activity we would expect to see at a peak period such as the Melbourne Cup Day. On top of that, we've also had individual wagering providers in the system testing it in terms of their own customers and the system's ability to handle those customers and do the checking that it needs to do.
So how have those trials gone in terms of that load testing?
Very well. Very well.
Are you making public the results of those trials?
I'd have to take that question on notice, but we have made those results available to the industry, including specific providers. And I should say as well that we have an opportunity before Christmas in the next couple of weeks to conduct a further load testing exercise, including with some of the biggest wagering providers.
So you've made them known to the industry. Have you made them known to that anti-gambling advocates?
No, however, we have specified the responsiveness of the rules within the register rules, or the responsiveness of the system within the register rules. So there is some public transparency around that.
Could you take on notice as to what you could provide us with, please, in terms of the outcomes of those trials and how effective the system has been?
Certainly.
Senator, we certainly will. As Jeremy mentioned, the register rules sort of set in place what we expect the system to deliver. So they are already public, and we have undertaken a large amount of consultation with the advocacy groups involved, which has been extremely helpful in both building the system but also understanding how we might best communicate to people who can benefit from the system once it goes live.
And that was what I wanted to then move on to in terms of, I mean, it's a self-banned register, so obviously people who have got a gambling problem have to register. What is your expectation in terms of the uptake of people that will register?
We don't have a number in mind at the moment, but as I said, we've worked very closely with the advocacy groups to understand how we might best get to the people who can benefit, and it's quite a complex area that we're taking their advice on, including the research that they've undertaken, our communication specialists have undertaken
but
to inform that.
If you haven't got any expectations, I mean, so tell me about the interaction between those expectations and your load trials, because
So
presumably the load trials would, you would have some modelling of how many people are taking up the application.
As Mr Fenton said, that we've tested at various loads because we don't know the numbers. But my notes tell me that under an extreme scenario, the system was able to respond to more than 20,000 requests per second, which was more than 1.2 million per limit at an average speed of fractions of a second.
Right.
So we're building for a big load,
right,
but we don't know.
You don't know whether that would be anywhere near what.
Maybe there's a conceptual piece to unpack a little bit there. Wagering providers will actually be potentially checking all of their customers or all of their betting activity. So the system needs to actually have capability to handle extremely large amounts of data and then return results to those wagering providers. So the figure of how many people will be on the register is less relevant to that load testing.
Basically, as part of that, they have to be able to do the check, the test as to whether are they on the register or not, and everybody would be tested to see whether they're on the register, rather than having a list on the register.
So they will have to test all their customers to find those customers who are on the register.
Okay, thank you. More generally, I want to know what steps you're taking in terms of sports gambling advertising and the proliferation of that at the moment, which is obviously a huge ongoing concern.
So, Senator, as I mentioned earlier, we have a quite defined role, which is around advertising on television and radio. That's our remit, and the rules are set out in broadcasting codes of practice and also in some direct regulation under online rules. And that very much is directed towards the limitations I mentioned earlier around advertising not being allowed in live sport and streamed online between 5 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. with some exceptions to that. Those rules have been in place since 2018, so they're the current rules. Obviously, we're very alive to community concern about the growing number of gambling advertising generally across the community, be that broadcasting or be that on the field or in outside promotion. And we're very well aware of the House of Reps Committee that is looking at some of those issues currently. From our point of view, we put out a paper earlier this year, what we called What Audiences Want, which was to look across all the broadcasting codes and to advise the industry about what our expectations would be about what should be included in those codes. be that things like accuracy and impartiality in news, etc., and called attention to the industry that their codes need to reflect community concerns around things like advertising restrictions on gambling or alcohol or food, and that they should review whether or not their codes are reflecting what the community expects of them at the current time. We will take up, we've already had some conversations with some sectors of the industry on that. We'll be talking to the free-to-air broadcasters early in the new year to see whether they have any intention to add to their code.
Okay. And with regards to beyond what your remit currently is, Minister, obviously we have got the House of Reps inquiry that's going at the moment, but has the government got any intent to broaden that to cover social media? For example, I just heard that TikTok are about to begin sports gambling advertising.
If the Minister can add any further, but what the Portfolio Minister, subsequent to this response, can add any information further, I will make sure that it is tabled. But we are looking at the House inquiry as well, and submissions are, I think they're due by the 11th of November, and we'll be having a look to see what the recommendations come out of that inquiry.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Chair, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I wanted to ask about the Optus investigation, Chair, and perhaps I can start by asking you, I think you announced the commencement of the investigation on the 11th of October 2022. Why did it take ACMA so long to commence the investigation?
Senator, I did cover this off in a brief opening statement, and what I indicated was that we were notified on the 22nd of September. We spent some of those early days working with our colleagues across government to identify what the potential risks were of identity theft from the breach, and also working with our colleagues in the Portfolio Department about what the new regulations might do to enable the sharing of information with the banks and the financial institutions. Meanwhile, while we were doing that, we were looking at what the public information was available from Optus and turning our mind to what the implications of that might be for telco-specific regulation. And we looked at, we are looking at, the investigation will cover a number of laws, including the Telecommunications Act, the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act, identity checks for prepaid mobile services and customer identity authentication rules, and some requirements under the Protection Code. So what we've issued an information gathering notice to a number of Optus entities to give us much more granular information than was publicly available at the time we launched the investigation, so we can test the incident against the obligations that Optus has under a variety of telco laws.
Did the Minister ask you to make the investigation?
No, Senator.
So the Minister has the power to ask you to investigate this matter?
No, Senator. We commenced the investigation from what we knew in the public domain.
No, I understand that, but the Minister can issue a direction to ACMA to commence an investigation?
The Minister can issue a direction under the Telecommunications Act, but there was no need because we'd already indicated to the Minister that we would be...
There was a month where nothing happened.
There was a lot of work.
It seems extraordinary that Minister...
Senator, there was a lot of work happening in the organisation to identify where we might...
If I could just finish my question, sorry,
Certainly.
Chair. There was a month between time. It seems extraordinary that the Minister did not seek to ask ACMA to launch an investigation.
No, the Minister and Office and we were in continuous contact during that period, and the Minister was well aware that we were already gathering the information that was available publicly and turning our mind to where that might cause concern under our regulatory remit.
But why wouldn't the Minister exercise her authority? And maybe I can direct that to you, Assistant Minister.
Well,
why didn't sorry, I might direct that to the Assistant Minister.
Certainly.
Assistant Minister, why didn't the Minister direct ACMA to commence an investigation as soon as possible? I mean, was she missing in action on this?
Yeah, Senator Henderson, Ms O'Loughlin has already indicated that there was no need, that they had been in contact. They had already decided on the investigation, and I can assure you officers from across the public service worked around the clock in the days that followed on a coordinated response.
So in relation
I'm
to-
sorry if you know, you don't like the response that I've given you,
No,
nor
I'm
the
not saying that
response
at
that
all.
Ms
I
O'Loughlin
was going to
has
ask
given
another
you.
question. So I'm not suggesting that I don't like your response at all, Minister. I was just asking, so you said that they decided together. Are you able to...
No,
Well,
no.
you just gave evidence to the committee that
said
the
they'd
minister
been in
had decided...
contact.
Sorry, if I can just finish my
As I
question.
understand the evidence that
sorry,
Ms
Minister,
O'Loughlin
can I just finish my
gave.
question?
Okay, can I just remind members of the committee to ensure that while they are engaging in questioning that there is some courtesy and some respect provided across the table
Thank
to
you,
the
Chair.
witnesses.
If I could just
Thank you.
complete my question. So you just gave evidence that they decided, the minister and ACMA decided together to launch an investigation, which contradicts what the chair of ACMA has just said. Can you just explain how they decided together?
Well, look, I'm sorry if you misunderstood.
No,
but
I
that
haven't
is not what I
misunderstood the
said.
evidence.
Well, I'm
Could you
telling
just
you right
explain that?
now, Senator Henderson, that Ms O'Loughlin has already indicated there was no need for the minister to make any direction because they were ACMA had already.
Yeah, but you just said that they acted together. They were...
No. I think, Senator...
Yeah, you did, Minister.
I think the together comment was about working together across government.
That's what I heard as well. We can certainly go
Thank you
back.
for that clarification, Chair. Could you update the committee on your findings so far?
Senator, as I said in my opening statement, it's early days in our investigation and we haven't formed a view as to whether Optus has breached any of its obligations. We expect the investigation will take some time, possibly some months, and we will make our investigation findings public once we've concluded the investigation.
Well, obviously the government formed a view very early on, and I referred to the Home Affairs Minister who said in a social media post, what happened at Optus wasn't a sophisticated attack. We should not have a telecommunications provider in this country that has effectively left the window open for data of this nature to be stolen. Optus did not agree with that characterisation. Do you agree with the characterisation of the Home Affairs Minister?
Senator, that's a matter for the Home Affairs Minister.
No, I'm asking whether you agree with that characterisation as to
I don't have the
cause of...
information that the Home Affairs Minister would have.
So I'm actually asking for your view as to what transpired, the cause of the Optus attack. Do you agree that it was not a sophisticated attack?
Senator, we are not party to the information that either ASD or the ACSC has in terms of the detail of the Optus breach, therefore I can't comment.
I mean, I understand you put out a media statement saying you weren't going to make any further comment, but you are before Senate estimates. You are required to answer...
I have no other comments to make, Senator. We've
If I could
issued
just finish
information.
my question.
Certainly, Senator.
You are before Senate estimates. You are required to answer all questions in relation to ACMA's operations and expenditure. I understand you haven't formed a view. Have you formed any sort of preliminary view? I mean, you obviously have concerns that there may have been a breach
Senator,
of the
we
law.
do have concerns, and as I mentioned, there are a wide variety of rules that we're having a look at, but we need to get a significant amount of detailed information from Optus first to be able to come to some of the issues that I outlined in our opening statement. So, for example, were they collecting any and keeping any data that they were not required to keep? Whether they were not disposing of any data that they were required to dispose of, and whether they were keeping any personal data that wasn't kept in the way that the law envisages. So, for example, under encryption. They're the types of things that we will be investigating. So, under the various rules that we have, for example, there are some that require the keeping of name, address and mobile number, which you would imagine that a mobile provider would keep. Now, were they keeping that securely? For our prepaid identification determination, they must record or be able to say that they have seen passport or driver's licence information, but they are required by law to dispose of that in a timely manner. So what we're trying to gather is enough information for us to look at each of those areas, whether they've kept stuff that they should have kept, whether they've kept it encrypted, or whether they've actually kept stuff that shouldn't have been kept. And that's what we're working our way through in this investigation.
So these information notices have been issued to Optus?
They have indeed.
Are you able to provide the committee with a copy of those notices?
I don't believe, well, I will take that on notice, Senator, only because we are covered by some quite tight information sharing provisions, but I will certainly take that notice and do our best to provide that to the committee.
Unless you want to raise a claim.
No, as I said.
We would be seeking, I'm asking for a copy of those information
And I
notices.
might need to just also advise Optus that you have asked that question. So,
Thank you
but
very
we will
much,
do that
Chair.
to the best of our ability.
Thank you. And what's the timeline for Optus responding to those notices?
At the 18th of November, Senator.
And has Optus been cooperating? I mean, obviously they're aware of the information that you are seeking. Have they provided you with some information already?
Optus they haven't provided us with the information that we've requested, but they have been cooperative throughout our investigation, and we expect that will continue.
Do you consider that there will be room for further law reform as a result of what's happened?
Well, as I mentioned to the Senator earlier, I think that there will be much that we can learn through this process. I think it has put telcos and the rest of industry on notice of the heightened threat environment and the value of their data to hackers, and it puts them on notice that they really need to make sure that their systems are delivering what's expected of them under privacy law and under the telco laws. So I expect that there will be learnings out of the process.
What would you say to companies more broadly in relation to their obligations to keep information secure and private? I mean, obviously this is an issue that spans across many portfolios of government. It's an issue that concerns many companies in this country, but what would you say?
I would say what I would say to companies with which we deal in our regulatory remit. It's your obligation to understand the law that surrounds the keeping of data, the collection of data, the disposal of data, and it's incumbent on companies and their boards to make sure that they've got due diligence around those processes to make sure that they're not only keeping things safe in terms of complying with law, but keeping their own customers' details safe and private.
Thank you. I just want to go into another subject matter. How many more minutes do I have?
Can we come back to you? You've had 10, so we'll go round again, sure, if that's all right with you.
Problem. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time today. A bit of a gear change. I'm keen to learn more about your approach to regulating gambling advertising. How do you evaluate the effectiveness of the rules that you're setting around gambling advertising?
Senator, we discussed this a little earlier. There are the rules that have been in place since around 2018, and they relate to gambling advertising in broadcasting. And there are sets that are around, probably the main one that people are familiar with, the restrictions that prohibit gambling during live sport broadcast, and it is constrained to live sport broadcast between the hours of 5 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. from 5 minutes from the scheduled start of the event until 5 minutes after play. And there are some exceptions within that as well for particularly, some additions to that in any program classified G or lower between 6 a.m. and 8:30 a.m, 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. They are the rules for which we are responsible, and there's associated online gambling rules as well. We're very well aware that there's community concern around whether that's the right balance, and as we discussed earlier, we expect that the House of Reps committee that's looking at these issues will provide evidence and I think gather quite a lot of information from the community about the level of their concern.
Okay, so you're essentially just setting the rules. You're not checking if less kids are now seeing gambling ads. That's kind of not
I'll pass to my colleagues.
not something you do.
Thank you, Senator. Following the introduction of the rules in 2018, we undertook a proactive monitoring, which was originally scheduled for 12 months, to, I guess, keep a closer eye on how those rules were operating in practice and how the broadcasters and the online content providers were adhering to those rules. And alongside that, we commissioned some research to better understand what that was operating in terms of the market. At the end of that 12 months, we made it looked like things were going fine for the terrestrial broadcast sector, so the non-online side, but we extended the monitoring for a further 12 months after that in regards to the online side of things, just to get a better understanding of how things were operating. So when I say better monitoring, we were proactively monitoring more of the live sports events to assure ourselves that the prohibitions were being monitored in there. After the end of that further 12-month period, we concluded that period of monitoring. All of the research I mentioned is available publicly on our website. And since that time, we obviously pay attention to our complaints numbers. We've done a few investigations where matters have come before us which suggested non-compliance, and the outcomes of those are publicly available on our website. And then from time to time, we also have cause to commission some further research. So not it's possibly a little tangential, but this year's research program involves understanding better the market around social gambling, so simulated gambling, things like loot boxes, and the market around those, just to inform our thinking about how the sector's operating.
Okay, so just to clarify, what I heard was that you are looking at enforcement, you're sort of doing studies to ensure that the rules are enforced, but you're not necessarily doing surveys or research that's saying, are these regulations reducing the number of ads that children are exposed to? That's not something that...
Not at this stage, Senator. I'd have to say, though, that there are other parties outside my organisation doing that, and we take very seriously the research that they undertake and take that into account. A lot of, much of that research goes to extending the advertising restrictions well beyond the measures for which we are responsible, which would more or less be either, I won't go over that, may actually be a matter for government and the Parliament rather than us.
Okay.
The current rules are done under co-regulatory codes, so if we have to find that they have failed to be able to go on top of that and make a standard. But we did do a paper earlier this year that put the industry on notice that we were concerned about gambling advertising on television and other sources, and that we would like the industry to come forward with some response to the community concerns.
And given the broad sort of research that's out there, a lot of it seems, from my reading, to point to the fact that the current regulations are failing children. Would you agree with that, or what's your threshold for failure?
I'm not going to. That's a matter of government policy, Senator, on which I can't really comment. I think we're seeing fairly strong compliance, with some exceptions to rules that are currently in place, but we acknowledge that there is community concern that goes broader than the rules for which we are responsible.
And thank you for that. How's ACMA considering betting on digital platforms? What work is happening there?
So, Senator, to the extent that digital platforms were streaming live sport, they would be covered by the online content rules, for which we're responsible for enforcing. Beyond that, we don't have a remit in relation to the advertising
Instagram,
on
Not at this stage.
Nothing.
Not at this stage.
Have you recommended to government that be?
I think we have talked to the our department about the various gaps in our regulatory remit, be that, for example, this space, or where, for example, there are rules that apply to free-to-air television broadcasting and applies to their broadcasting channels, but doesn't apply to their online.
So you have recommended to the department that this
We've
be
raised our
something-
hand that this is something that the government may wish to
Okay.
turn its mind to.
And to the new minister?
Yes, and it's a very live issue. The Minister is also considering around the broader issue of media harmonisation to get a set of rules that are same across online and offline services. The Minister's made statements about that in the last couple of months, so we'll be working with the Minister and the Department on what that shape might be in the future.
Okay,
So I should emphasise that the current rules that we're administering in relation to live sport apply wherever the live sport is. So if it's on Twitter, if it's on YouTube, if it's on
Yeah, but
Amazon,
there's
or
not-
if it's on Channel 9.
Yeah,
It
okay.
applies regardless.
Seems there's obviously a massive gaping hole in terms of just your Twitter feed having, sports bet advertising.
If it's within...
That's right, but it's not within that.
Yeah, I understand.
Within the live sport.
That's
That's
right.
right.
Understand
Yeah,
that.
that's
And
right.
just finally, the minister's recent announcement changing gambling slogans. Were you consulted on that? Did you have input into that?
We're aware that it was underway. It was a matter, it was done by the Department of Social Services, so that would be the Minister responsible.
Okay. So you had no input into...
Well, again, it's related to the AANA. It's the voluntary system which regulates what's in the code.
Oh,
No.
sorry. So that package around responsible gambling measures was one of the measures under the National Consumer Protection Framework for online wagering, which the Minister for Social Services has responsibility at a Commonwealth level, and her department was responsible for implementing that. We were aware of that. We have responsibility for implementing other measures under that framework, but other than an awareness that was happening, we had no particular role to play in that initiative.
And who will enforce the new slogans?
My understanding is that it would be state and territory gambling regulators, but that's probably a question to test with the Department of Social Services.
So you are not aware of the... It's quite piecemeal how we regulate gambling advertising?
I think advertising generally, there's a mixture of direct regulation for things like bans on tobacco advertising, which is in the social services portfolio, and then there are the things that apply to the broadcasting space and the online space. It is coordinated across government, and we're certainly aware of the changes under that much broader national framework. We have obligations under that to deliver, but that particular decision was not one in our remit.
Okay. So there's coordination, but
Sorry,
unsure who will enforce the change in slogans.
I do have something to add. Rochelle Zanama, Executive Manager of the Content Safeguards Branch. So it's absolutely correct that we weren't responsible for developing those responsible gambling messages or consulted in the development thereof. However, the codes of practice require that during live sport, the gambling ads will include whatever responsible gambling message there is.
And that's when you'll enforce it?
Correct.
But elsewhere it'll be state and territory or other. Okay.
Yep.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, look, actually, did you want to
I'm
go?
happy to go down.
Yeah, actually, I think,
Is
sorry,
that all right?
Senator Hughes is going to go before me. Hi, thank you for that. We know that there's an increase across scams that are impacting everyday Australians. Is ACMA aware of the mum and dad scams, the hi mum and dad scams on WhatsApp? Where scammers pose as family members, particularly asking for money?
We are aware of those, Senator.
Yeah, and has that led to any discussions with the government around those particular scams? Have you had any discussions with them?
Senator, I'll start. So our role in relation to scams is limited to those on telecommunications, so calls and SMS primarily. So largely these are being perpetrated via over-the-top online services for which we don't have any remit.
So WhatsApp, etc.
WhatsApp, yeah. That said, we work very closely with a number of different agencies across government, including government departments, to understand what the scam environment is, how the behaviour of the scammers is evolving, and looking at what measures can be put in place to try and combat those. The other thing we do is, of course, work very closely with the telecommunications industry about the measures they can put in place around these matters. But I might check if my colleague would like to add anything.
I might just add a few things in there. We are indeed aware of this scam. We actually issued a consumer alert about it on, I think, the 18th of August this year. It's actually a scam type that can be delivered on multiple communications channels. So scammers pivot. And I would, to complement what Ms Rainsford said, the ACMA actually registered new rules on telco providers to identify and block SMS scams on the 12th of July this year. And that is one of the channels upon which this scam is delivered, and we would expect that there would be blocking happening for that particular channel.
Yeah, okay. Has ACMA raised with the government any concerns? I mean, obviously the environment is changing and the digital environment's changing all the time. The fact that these scams are moving from SMS to third-party organisations such as platforms like WhatsApp. Has there been any discussion with the government about expanding powers or the ability to work with those platforms?
It's something we've been raising with successive governments, that there are increasingly gaps in our regulatory remit. We have had, and I think to characterise the work that we're doing around scams, what we're trying to do is to stop scams before they get to somebody. So we've done a huge amount of work on stopping scam calls, and while we might have had a significant win of 660 million scam calls being blocked over the last 18 months, we're also aware that once you block there, they've moved to SMS. So as Mr Fenton said, we've also put some obligations on telcos to be able to look in their networks and block those SMS before they get to people. So we've certainly raised along the way that now we're seeing that those scams are moving to other places like over-the-top services, and how can we get into that space? The telco industry, I'd have to say, since around 2018 has really stepped up to the mark in this area, and where some of our colleagues such as the ACCC are looking at the impact of scams once they've happened, we're trying to do activities that stop them off before they happen.
Okay. So just coming back to the WhatsApp, etc. issue, what's been the government's response? Has been any action by the new government to look at that? And what sort of efforts are underway, particularly when you look at WhatsApp being owned by Meta, by Facebook? We just talked about what Facebook's participating in with regards to the SBS versus ABC. The previous government brought in quite a few pieces of legislation to deal with the Facebooks of the world. What has this government done, because this is a new WhatsApp scam, and to deal with Facebook, to deal with Meta, to deal with those sorts of organisations, and the ability to work across them to stop these at the source?
I think it's fair to say that the move to over-the-top services has been a gradual one over probably the last 2 to 3 years. We're seeing more of it now. So that's a matter that we're in discussion with the government about how our remit might be able to be adjusted to be able to handle those. Of course, there's always challenges with over-the-top players, but we think that there is work that we could do in that space that could be as successful as the work we've already done with the telcos. The government also announced that they would establish a national anti-scam centre with funding to the ACCC, because of course the ACCC does its work around Scamwatch. We do our work with the telecommunications industry. other players, our colleagues in Foreign Affairs and Home Affairs are also looking at these things as well. So I think the intent of the National Anti-Scam Centre is to make sure that that's coordinated across industry and government, and to see if there are gaps that need to be filled.
Because, I mean, as you just said, the ACCC is, once the scam's out in the public domain,
Yes.
what have been the conversations, and has Facebook or WhatsApp been brought in, Meta been brought in, to have some discussions about what actions they're undertaking?
I don't believe we've had...
I've had a conversation with representatives of Meta about the increasing prevalence and reports around scams perpetrated on the over-the-top services that they engage with. I understand that they are talking to the telco industry to better understand what sort of measures the telcos have put in place that might be applicable in their environment.
Because, I mean, there's obviously Instagram as well, which is also part of Meta. It would seem that there needs to be.
And we're also, Senator, liaising with our international colleagues, because of course scams are international in nature. So we've got memorandum of understanding in place with our colleagues in Canada, in the US, in Hong Kong, in Singapore, to see whether we can work together on and learn from each other about what works.
Just finally, with regards to, I mean, one of the ones that I've seen multiple times, and I mean, like I've got a linked account, as most people do, for their toll, and I think I've got about 8 or 9 text messages over the past 3 or 4 weeks telling me I've got a linked toll to be paid, and then because we've got multiple cars that have them, I went into the account and saw that absolutely there's no outstanding, but they're very convincing. Are companies working with you as well as the telcos on those sorts of...
I'll ask Mr Fenton to answer that one.
The short answer is yes. What scammers do is they look for opportunities.
Hey, mum and dad's great, because those of us with teenagers know you only hear from them when they're asking for money. So
they leverage off the way legitimate brands and trusted brands, big brands, send out their communications. And for entities that actually include links in SMS, which I believe is the scam type we're talking about, that's where the vulnerability is that scammers then target. We are in close consultation with the links that operate in Australia, the toll services essentially, to see what we can do to assist them. And we're also talking to the telecommunications industry about their obligations to block scam calls. It is a challenge.
They seem to have really increased in the last 3 to 4 weeks, maybe 2 months, just insane numbers. And we're getting reports to our office, you know, just of people getting phone call after phone call or text after text.
Senator, we'd be happy for you to pass on our details to the people who are complaining to your office, because that gives us greater insight into where the trouble points are, and as Mr Fenton said, that where we can pursue them with, be it linked, be it Australia Post. A lot of people get Australia Post SMS, so certainly people should come to us to complain. We do give some strong messages on our website about how people should deal with scams, and this being Scam Awareness Week, it's probably a good time to remind people about, you know, not clicking on links in SMS, being vigilant about your passwords, all sorts of things that people can actually put in place to protect themselves. But if you are receiving complaints, we're happy to receive them.
Okay, all right,
I have
thank
to
you,
say,
Chair.
Senator,
Can I just pick up on a couple of questions?
Senator Hughes, I was just going to say, I've received the you've got a toll debt. I come from a state without toll roads.
I come from a state with a lot of tolls, so I double-checked on that one.
Senator Henderson.
Chair, look, I just wanted to pick up on a couple of questions relating to scams, and I guess I want to start by reflecting on the very strong work of the coalition government, particularly the Reducing Scam Calls Industry Code that was implemented in December 2020, where telcos now face fines of up to $250,000 for breaching the rules, and of course that's resulted in some very, very significant, millions upon millions of scam calls and texts being blocked. And of course, then there was in November 21 the important regulatory amendment empowering the telco sector to identify and block SMS scams as well, and ACMA's been administering this. I want to pick up on Senator Hughes's questions about other platforms like WhatsApp and platforms run by the big global giants. We've not seen, and this scam is only a few months old, we've not seen any action from this government to combat these types of scams, including to give ACMA more powers.
Senator,
what's your response to that?
Well, as I said, I think we've certainly raised the issue. I think the issue of scams or other materials over the top services has been around for quite some time. This might be a new scam, but there have been others. It's a live issue, and we'll be continuing to discuss with the government what the best approach to it is.
But is discussion enough? I mean, surely we need action from this government. We've had a very strong record under the coalition government, and so far, under this government, we have seen no action on scams.
Senator, I can only speak in regard to the ACMA's delivery. As you said, we put in place the reducing scam calls. It was very helpful to have the additional protection for the telcos around sharing of information. We've only recently put in place the reducing SMS calls code, which is yet to play through the system. So we think that we have in place things which will make a big difference. And then the matter of where we go with over the top is a matter we'll continue to push to the government of the day that it would be useful to have additional powers.
So when you say it would be useful to have additional powers, has that been your submission to government?
Yes.
Could you expand on that?
All our advice to government has been is in there look at things like media harmonisation, where there's a difference between online and broadcasting codes of practice, where online services of the broadcasters aren't covered as well in areas of community concern as broadcasting codes do, that there's an area and a big opportunity in there to make sure that rules that apply online also apply in the offline world, and therefore these newer services such as things like WhatsApp, things like the over-the-top players in the broadcasting space and content space should be brought into the regulatory framework.
So, Minister, to you, there's been an opportunity to tighten the regulation, to rein in the big global platforms in relation to these scams. Why hasn't the government taken the appropriate action?
The government takes very seriously ongoing scams that are potentially affect all Australians and quite sadly have seen some Australians, quite a number of Australians, fall victim to scams. And I'm sure that the ministers that are actually have stakeholder carriage of this have turned their mind to it. But I have to say, though,
but Minister,
that
don't you need to do more than turn your mind to it? I mean, there are many people losing.
Finished my.
There are many people who are losing money.
We've also, we've also we've also committed 9.9 million over 4 years to establish, as has been indicated, a National Anti-Scam Centre, which my colleague, the Assistant Treasurer, will be spearheading to protect Australian consumers and businesses. And scammers are becoming, as everyone around this table knows, more and more sophisticated. As many of the initiatives disrupt the business model of scammers, they are looking to different channels to take advantage of Australians. This includes online platforms such as WhatsApp, Facebook, Messenger and Instagram. The government is committed to looking into solutions to reduce the ability of scammers to take advantage of users on these platforms. The government is committed to disrupting the business models of scammers, and these latest regulatory improvements in relation to combating scam texts are an important step in that mission.
Minister, we've just heard from ACMA that they do not have the regulatory powers to rein in the likes of Meta, Facebook, Instagram on these scams. So I ask you, why hasn't the government taken this action?
I've already outlined quite clearly the action that the government's taken. If I can add any further to it,
You haven't answered the
Senator
question.
Henderson, I will.
So, Minister, again, ACMA has today in estimates made it clear it does not have the regulatory power to act in relation to scams on Instagram, WhatsApp, Facebook. Why has the government not done anything about this other than have discussions?
You might want to try to score political points, but I've already outlined what the government has, initiatives that the government has taken, and if I can add any further to that answer, I'll come back to you, Senator.
Minister, you're not
Henderson.
answering the question. There's
I
an
just did
opportunity.
answer the question.
There's an opportunity for the government to take action against these scams, to give ACMA greater regulatory powers, and yet we have seen nothing. The measures that you are referring to are measures that were implemented by the previous coalition government.
I've already indicated my response. You can keep continuing on, Senator Henderson, and it is your time, but I've already responded.
All right, well, look, I will keep continuing on. Thank you for the invitation, and I'll go back to the Chair. Chair, this is obviously an issue that is deeply concerning. If ACMA was to receive greater regulatory powers to take action against these platforms, in what form would that take? I mean, have you made any particular submission to the government as to how the law could be tightened so that the global tech giants could be reined in?
I don't believe we've made a formal submission to the government. We've had discussions with the government, and as the Minister at the table mentioned, that the government is looking into how that framework could be improved. So we will continue to work with the government and see what's the best way of implementing change.
So what are the regulatory...
This is not a new problem. It has been around for many, many years. And I'm sure ACMA has the requirements that the Chair has already outlined. Has it been a discussion that they've probably had with the former government?
Thanks, Minister. Chair, so what are the regulatory options for ACMA if it was going to invoke tighter regulations in relation to these over-the-top platforms? What are the regulatory options? And so what could you detail in more...
I expect what the regulatory options will be, the regulatory options we have before us in other spaces, like the Misinformation and Disinformation Code that also affects digital platforms. There are regulatory arrangements that may be self-regulatory, as in the industry does it themselves, co-regulatory, where they develop a code of practice which is registered by us, and then we have particular powers if it's a co-regulatory code, or there is direct regulation. Now, the telecommunications industry has come forward with both the Reducing Scam Calls Code and the Reducing SMS Calls Code. They're very used to working in a co-regulatory environment, and we're seeing good results out of that. So that's one approach, or there are things like the online rules we discussed earlier around gambling, where there's direct regulation. So really, there's a variety of ways in which it could be done.
So have you made, you say you've made no formal submission to government. Have you made, I mean, you've obviously had discussions. Have you asked the government for further powers so that you can take action against these scams?
Senator, what I indicated earlier is that we've had discussions around with the government around the gap in our powers for some time.
And can you please detail your position to the government in this respect?
I think that's a matter for us with the government, Senator. We have indicated to the government that there are various gaps in our regulatory powers. It's a policy matter for government as to whether they wish to move on those.
So, Minister, we've just heard that there are gaps in the regulatory powers from the Chair of ACMA. What is the government going to do to fix this?
I've already taken on notice your question, but again, I'll just reiterate that these are issues that have been around for many, many years, and with no action taken by the former government. And I will take on notice if there's the rest of your question, Senator.
I'm just going to pick you up on that, Minister, because it's a serious matter to mislead the Senate. You've just said no action taken by the former government.
Disregard, Senator.
That is completely untrue, and I would remind you, Minister, that as we've just been discussing, the Reducing Scam Calls Code was implemented in December 2020, and in November 21, the government made an important regulatory amendment empowering the telecommunications sector to identify and block SMS scams at source. So I'm sorry, Minister, but you cannot mislead the Senate.
No, that is not. That
You
is
cannot
just
mislead the Senate.
That is
This
totally
government
wrong.
has taken no action in contrast to the coalition government, and you've just given evidence which is demonstrably wrong.
So, Senator
Come on,
Henderson,
seriously.
You
have got to
for the
you have got to
cameras
be
as
candid about
more
your
as
evidence.
Yeah,
much
Senator
as
Henderson, I
you
believe the reference to some of your questioning was
responding
specifically
in
about
context
certain
No.
avenues. So
the
we
minister-
might just
the
clarify,
minister
as
is
the
on
Minister
record.
has said, she will
The minister
obtain
is on
further
record as
information.
giving
I was
evidence which is
responding
not
to
true.
the question that in the context of the questions that were asked.
Well, Minister, please, can you exercise more care about your evidence?
No, you can, stop the, acting, because you're not going to win any Oscars, I can tell you.
Well, Minister,
Okay,
I think that's really out of order. So, yeah, I think that.
Yeah.
No, I don't. think
No,
she
I
should
think
join.
you've had your block. We'll come back to you afterwards. We'll go to Senator Rennick.
Well, Chair, can I just?
Because you can.
on a
Yep.
point of order here,
Yep.
Could I perhaps not strictly a point of order, but could I perhaps ask you as Chair to remind all witnesses that they are under an obligation to tell the truth in Senate estimates?
Yes, they are. And I would
thank
also
you, Chair.
remind people to remain respectful to all of the witnesses and to each other across the table as we move forward. And we'll go to Senator Rennick.
Cheers, thanks. Thanks, guys. Won't take long. So, look, I just want to talk about truth in advertising, and in particular risks and rewards. So, from a finance background, we can't advertise financial products without outlining all the risks. For the last 3 years, we've had, government authorities, media authorities, every man and his dog saying the vaccines are safe and effective. And in particular, we've had many media authorities saying that, you've got to get the vaccine to protect grandma. We've had people like David Koch on Sunrise saying, discussing about holding Christmas dinners with unvaccinated family members. Now, the assumption under that was that the vaccine would stop transmission. Now, we've been told by Pfizer a couple of weeks ago that effectively they never even tested for transmission, and their documents actually reveal that they had no evidence that they could stop transmission. So there's been a lot of misleading advertising in regards to the safe and effective claim, step one. And step two, the risks have never been clearly outlined. So just 2 weeks ago, we've had the European Medicines Authority come out and say that heavy menstrual bleeding is a side effect or can be a potential side effect of the vaccine. What powers does the Australian Communication and Media Authority have in regards to what I would call just the blatant advertising of a vaccine without any, downside, without outlining the risks as well as the benefits?
Senator, I don't believe we have a remit around the issues that you raise. The content of advertising is mainly covered by a self-regulatory code by the Australian...
Therapeutics, so yeah, they do
no,
have
the AANA, who are the...
Australian Advertising...
Media Authority.
We will...
Australian Advertisers National Authority.
We will find the correct title for you, Senator, who
Great.
deal with the content of advertising.
Sure.
Most of our remit is either the timing of advertising or things like accuracy and impartiality in news and current affairs. That's where we focus.
Yeah, and that's, this stuff has been in the current affairs as well. It's been discussed in programs and everything like that, where one side of the story is given and not all the other side of the story is given. And I'll just add to that, we've had social media companies, in particular Facebook, Twitter, and people, try and highlight the risks of the vaccine or talk about vaccine injuries. They're getting their posts pulled down, they're being vilified for that. Have you got, any powers around that as well?
No, Senator. We have been working with the social media platforms on the implementation of a code around misinformation and disinformation on digital platforms. That's a self-regulatory code at the moment, so it's developed by the industry itself and enforced by the industry itself. Most of the social media platforms have terms of use, so a lot of the issues that you might be raising might have been things that they made the judgment that they didn't comply with their terms of use, but that's where we're at with those things.
And I guess that's my issue, because if they're being paid by commercial entities to push one particular narrative, and then you're trying to, put two sides of the story across, that they basically won't disclose why they're censoring one side of the argument. And so where's the transparency there?
I'll ask my colleagues to comment.
And I think it's the Australian Association of National Advertisers. Remember.
Okay. And
but there is a legal requirement. If we're not talking about political advertising here, if you're talking about commercial advertising that is paid for, there is a legal requirement that it is not false and misleading, which is ultimately administered by the ACCC. But the television and radio broadcasters do have some checks in place where they check for false and misleading and accuracy, which is part of the TGA, the Therapeutic Goods Association type rules come in there as well. So if you're not talking about political, there is a legal requirement in relation to false and misleading.
Yeah, great. Yeah, because my problem with the TGA is they've got an inherent conflict of interest because they approve these vaccines, so they're not going to come out and admit if they said 2 years ago there are no side effects, that suddenly there are side effects that they didn't pick up in the first place. That's so who checks them when it comes to their own advertising rules?
So there are laws when you talk about advertising for paid material, as opposed to if there's a debate within a current affair, which is a different issue. In news and current affairs, it's a different issue.
Yeah. Okay. Cheers. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Senator Hughes.
I'm okay, but I will start for Senator Henderson. Are you back? Right, sorry.
Oh, nearly wrapped that one up.
You snooze, you lose, and I tried to jump.
Apologies.
Senator Gregan picks herself.
I know the Minister is very keen for me to come back and do another Hollywood performance, so I know she's excited about that. Chair, look, I wanted to ask you about the recent finding that you have made against the ABC, a breach of privacy. Could you explain the basis for that decision?
I'm sorry, Senator, I missed that.
I'm wanting to ask you about ACMA's recent finding against the ABC. Could you explain the basis for that finding?
Which finding? Oh, the Tinder finding, yes.
I don't think it...
Yep. I will hand over to my colleagues to explain that decision.
So I think in a broadcast which was broadly about scams and covered dating scams, the ABC broadcast some visual content where the members of a particular dating app were visible in the public, and we received a complaint on a privacy basis about that. We investigated that matter and ultimately found that that the ABC had not met the requirements of its code of practice in relation to privacy in that particular broadcast.
What are the ramifications for the finding that you have made against the ABC?
Senator, we have very little powers in regard to responses to the ABC's not complying with its code. We normally, as we do quite often with commercial broadcasters, come to agreed measures, which in this case we did, in terms of what the ABC should do to rectify the breach, and what we also look at future compliance. What do they put in place to make sure that this doesn't happen again? Beyond that, under the ABC Act, actually under our Act, we can provide a notice to the ABC about actions that it might take. That's the extent of our powers. And
so what measures have been put in place by the ABC as a result of your finding against the ABC?
I understand that Rochelle Zen, Executive Manager of the Content Safeguards Branch. The ABC took the post down, so there's no current public reference to that post in the public domain. And
I think they agreed to circulate the findings of our investigation to relevant staff so that that could inform future decisions they make about what gets broadcast consistent with the privacy protections that they've put in their code.
So just to clarify, you say they took the post down, but I understand this was actually vision captured in a news report which was broadcast. Has the particular news story being removed from the ABC's online platform, for instance?
Yes, that's what we understand it's done, Senator.
And the whole story has been removed, or just the shots of the dating app?
I think we'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
So you're not sure whether they've...
No, I'm not. We're not. I'm not in a position to say whether they've taken down the entire that component of the news report, or they've redacted the particular problematic component where this particular person's image was available. But we can take that on notice and come back to the committee.
So just to be clear, this is a segment broadcast in May 2021, which included footage of a screen scrolling through a dating app, showing the profile of a person, including an image of that person's face, their age and first name. Now, isn't it the case that the ABC argued that they were not in breach of any privacy obligation?
Well, yes, Senator. I think in the course of our investigation, we obviously we go through a process of forming our own view, and then we put that to the ABC in this instance for their submissions. The ABC made certain representations that they thought what they had done was consistent with the code of practice they had put in place, but ultimately the ACMA did not agree with that view.
I appreciate that you have limited powers. Minister, do you have any response at all to this quite serious breach by the ABC of its privacy obligations?
Well, the matter was investigated, raised with the ABC, and they took steps, as I understand it, to remove the images, and you'll be able to interrogate the ABC tomorrow.
Did the ABC apologise or put out any sort of statement in relation to this breach?
No, Senator, they didn't agree to.
Did you ask them to apologise?
I don't believe we asked them to apologise, but that's what they proposed. They offered to us as a response to the breach.
Did they apologise to the person involved whose privacy was breached?
I'm not aware that they did.
Did ACMA ask the ABC to apologise to that person?
I don't believe we asked them to do, and the ABC may be able to give you more information tomorrow.
Is there any reason why you didn't ask the ABC to make an apology?
Senator, I think even if we'd asked, there's no compulsion for the ABC to do so.
But you asking for an apology and in a more public way does shine a light on the fact that you do take these obligations very seriously.
We do take the obligations seriously. Where a broadcaster offers a response to the breach, which we think is acceptable, then that's where we settled with the ABC.
I just want to quickly move to your administration of the News Media Bargaining Code, and we've had some discussion about that in the context of SBS having major issues with Meta. Meta, on the evidence we've heard today, is refusing to enter into any sort of agreement with SBS. Can I ask you to respond to that situation, Chair?
Senator, I think that has been the situation for probably more than 12 to 18 months. As the SBS raised this afternoon, I apologise, the designation of platforms is a matter for the Treasurer.
However, I just note in the 2021-22 budget, the former coalition government provided ACMA with $4.2 million to support the implementation and administration of the code. So obviously ACMA does have some significant responsibilities. That has enabled ACMA to fulfil its functions under the code, including the assessment and registration of news businesses, and has also supported the immediate delivery of the code's benefits. Are you taking any action in relation to the fact that Facebook is reluctant or refusing to enter into so many agreements?
Senator, we have done undertaken our functions under the bargaining code, including assessing SBS's eligibility, but for the trigger to be pulled for requiring a deal to be done with SBS is the designation process, which is the responsibility of the Treasurer. I would add that there is a review currently underway on the code itself, and we would expect that that will be finalised by the Treasurer over the coming months.
So, is SBS eligible for an agreement under this code?
I'll just get my colleagues to check exactly.
When you say you've assessed the eligibility, can I ask the outcome of that assessment?
I will.
Senator, eligibility's tricky. The way the code operates is that if a platform is designated and a company, a news source that has been registered by us under the code, which has happened in the case of SBS, they have registered a number of news sources. If they are unable to come to an agreement with a platform that has been designated, the code is then triggered. And then they are then in a position where they can move through the mediation and arbitration process, which then ultimately leads to, hopefully, an agreement which has been mediated. So at this point in time, they are registered, but as there is no designation of Meta in this case, then the provisions of the code which enable them to go to arbitration and mediation have not been triggered. So to say they're eligible for an agreement is not.
It is a commercial matter. Yes. In the
I mean, the
first
purpose
instance.
of the code, the way that the previous government set this up, was that the registration of a media source should be an incentive and some sort of a mechanism for that commercial discussion to occur, and a threat of a designation to somehow trigger that. So they're not actually eligible for any. They're not under the law. They are not eligible for an agreement.
No, I'm not saying that they're eligible under the law, other than they are recognised as a media organisation in this country.
They are registered.
And they are registered. Thanks,
and
Chair.
Senator, just to be clear, as Ms Chapman said, they're registered news sources. So the registered news sources relevant to SBS are Dateline, Insight, NITV News, NITV Radio, SBS News, SBS News Audio and The Feed, and SBS Language Services.
63.
63 of the language services.
One of the issues that I'm really concerned about is that I understand in a number of, at least one, but maybe more, a number of commercial agreements, there is embedded in the agreement between Meta and the news organisation or media organisation a provision that if Facebook is delegated, meaning the trigger is pulled to force them to arbitration, then the commercial deals that they've entered into automatically terminate. And that is really concerning.
Senator, we're not party to those agreements and we have no visibility of them. We have heard that before, but I don't have any evidence before me that I can share with the committee. I don't think I have any evidence.
I understand that you don't have direct regulatory control, but isn't that a case of Facebook metaphorically putting a gun to the head of some media organisations and leaving others to hang out to dry, as they have done with SBS?
I can't comment on the arrangements, Senator.
Have you made a submission to the Treasurer on the News Media Bargaining
We've
Code?
been supporting Treasury with their review, but it didn't come to, as far as I'm aware, I don't think we provided any advice on the nature of the agreements between the parties.
Are you able to table the documentation between yourselves and the Treasurer's office?
It's been an iterative process, Senator. It's not been something where we put in a formal submission. The Treasury have been wanting to know really from our side of the fence, how our responsibilities have been working, and that's what we've been talking to them about.
Well, I'd appreciate if you could table
We can
or
certainly give you
take
a bit
on
of-
notice to table
I'll
that
take on notice
document.
what we might be able to give you a sense of what the things are that we've provided over some time to Treasury.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. So, if that is all the questions, I will thank ACMA for coming along and release you, and call on officers from the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts in relation to Program 5.1 Digital Technologies and Communication Services.
You stand there. Can someone help you?
To the committee. It's a statutory declaration I've received regarding to an aspect of the Chubb review that's underway.
And did you want to table some questions, Senator Pocock?
I'm happy to table this and ask questions when I get the chance of the department.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. Okay. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. My question's to the department. How much extra funding has the Albanese Labor government committed to support community broadcasting in this year's budget?
Thanks, Senator. Just bear with us if you're able to the other.
Okay. Pauline Sullivan, First Assistant Secretary, Online Safety, Media and Platforms Division within the department. Thank you for your question, Senator. In terms of the budget this year, that was announced in October, the government has committed starting 1 July next year, $4 million per annum additional funding for the community broadcasting sector. So there is already 16 million, so this is an additional 4 million, so over the forwards that will be 20 million in total going forward. Total. There was also additional funding which was a cross-government indexation measure that was for community services organisations in recognition of wage and other related pressures. So that provides 22-23 an additional $444,000, 23-24 $447,000, and 24-25 $448,000. I'm happy to actually table those numbers if you wish.
Excellent, thank you. And how and when will this extra funding benefit community broadcasters? And how will this enable the sector to do more than what it's currently doing?
So just in terms of the flow of the funds, since about 1984, funding for community broadcasting has gone to an organisation called the Community Broadcasting Foundation, and they provide grants to the community broadcasting sector. So I think one of the key things is that there is, as I said, there was in total $20 million up until the end of this financial year, so 30th of June 2023. So this additional funding means that they have certainty over future years that that $20 million will continue. Much of the funding goes towards things such as industry training and skills development, new content production, and also support for transmission and other related infrastructure. But I think the key thing is probably around the certainty of that $20 million going forward.
And speaking of that certainty, do you think that the community broadcasting sector was facing a funding cliff under the previous government's budget? And if so, what was that cliff and how would the loss of that funding have impacted the sector?
Point of order, Chair. I think the Senator is asking for the opinion of the officer So if you could just...
raise that.
Well, I'm raising it as a point of order that witnesses cannot be asked their opinions if they are an officer of a department.
Might just reflect over the Hansard for the opinions that you've asked for so far today.
But that's not...
If you could just rephrase that, Senator Payman, that would be very helpful.
Sure.
We'll just... It's not appropriate to reflect on me when I'm raising a legitimate point of order, please. Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator Payman.
Okay, double standards, amazing. Was the community broadcasting sector facing a funding cliff? And if so, how would that have impacted the sector?
The key issue is that whilst the $16 million per annum was ongoing, the $4 million additional funding to take it up to $20 million was due to cease at the end of this financial year, so 30th of June 2023. What the announcement that the government made in the October budget, it will have that $4 million going forward. So, as I said, that goes to the certainty point that's ongoing, $4 million, taking it to the $20 million.
Yeah. And why is the government undertaking a sustainability review into community broadcasting? Could you maybe help us go through the process? Like, what does that involve?
I will ask my colleague Adam Carlin to pick up the details of the process. Just in terms of context, this was part of an election commitment made by the government which covered off a range of matters including community broadcasting and a commitment to undertaking a sustainability review. But I'll ask Mr Carlin to talk to the detail.
Thank you.
Adam Carlin, Assistant Secretary of the Media Industry and Sustainability Branch. Essentially, there's two components to the review. The first is really to evaluate the community broadcasting program as it is at the moment. So we haven't evaluated the effectiveness of the program ourselves. The Community Broadcasting Foundation has done a number of evaluations over the years, and what we want to do is have a look at whether or not the funding in the streams that's been allocated is still right, given the media sector evolves and changes regularly. How effective is that program funding in meeting those objectives, and what we need to do and what recommendations we might need to make going forward. So that could be changes to the stream. It could be assessing the unmet demand for applications that aren't receiving funding. It could have a look at what's happening over the horizon for the sector. The second part of that review really is then looking at the broader sustainability of the sector. So once we've answered questions around the effectiveness of the program funding and whether the streams are the right streams and whether the funding is the right amount of funding, we will then look at what other non-funding mechanisms there might be to support the sustainability of the sector. So recently there was a bill that was introduced into Parliament to look at some amendments to the community radio, which are relatively minor and are more helpful in clarifying expectations at the moment. But there may be other amendments further down the track which help the sustainability of the sector, particularly as things like digital radio, the role of community broadcasters in emergency broadcasting, the support that could be provided to First Nations broadcasting, other sorts of things that we'll be looking at. We're also very conscious that the National Indigenous Australians Agency had also done a review of Indigenous broadcasting, and there were some elements of that review that crossed over into the community broadcasting space. And so it's a good opportunity for us to look at how support for First Nations broadcasting can be better met by the community broadcasting focus that we have in the department. If I could just add to Ms Sullivan's answer before around what will the extra funding do for community broadcasters. As you'll note from the estimates papers, the additional $4 million doesn't kick in until next financial year, but the additional indexation funding of the $444,000 kicks in this financial year, which, as you know, is fast coming to a close. So we've quickly been able to get in contact with the Community Broadcasting Foundation to say, hey, what are you going to do and how could you use this funding? And they've come back to us pretty quickly saying that nearly 30 more stations should receive some funding, either funding in full where they previously were only going to receive a partial payment. And there was one good story that's been announced already. The recipients knows that they've got the money. I suppose everybody's going to know now. But Seymour FM were unfortunately flooded and lost a lot of equipment. So they were able to receive a quick response grant of over $70,000, and that was only announced a few days ago. So what we have seen from some of the feedback that we've got from the Community Broadcasting Foundation is the increasing role that community broadcasters are playing in emergency preparedness and emergency responses, and those quick response grants have been very quickly taken up. So one of the things we might see from the evaluation, for example, is providing more flexibility for those quick response grants.
Wonderful, thank you. Talking about the importance of evaluation, can you do you know when the community broadcasting program was last evaluated by government?
I do have a list of when they were last evaluated. You should bear with me for a moment.
That's okay, take your time.
Now, I'll just have to go off the top of my head, so if it's a little bit inaccurate, I'll correct it on notice. But effectively, the last one was done about a year ago. So the Community Broadcasting Foundation looked at, in particular, the resilience of community broadcasting stations and what might be done with the funding that's available through the Community Broadcasting Program to build the longer-term resilience of community broadcasting stations. So that's probably the last one that was done, but from memory there's around about 10 that have been done over about the last 10 years.
Yeah, okay. Bear with me, I've got a few more questions. The government has introduced a community radio bill into Parliament. How will that bill benefit community broadcasters, audiences and the regulator, the Australian Communications and Media Authority?
I might continue.
Yeah, go.
So there are 6 measures that are part of that bill. Generally, they provide greater clarity and certainty for community broadcasters, but also help ACMA in its regulatory role in the community broadcasting space. So the first one clarifies that the renewal of a community broadcasting licence is not a competitive process. It's not meant to be a competitive process. It's the renewal of that licence and that licence holder. So that's the first one. It's really clarifying the intent. There was some drafting in the legislation that referred to a proposed service, but this really removes all of that ambiguity and makes it absolutely clear that it's not a competitive process. The second part of the bill refers to clarifying that ACMA can specify a future date that the licence comes into effect. So what that means is, in the past, or in present, until the bill passes, as soon as the licence is renewed or licence is granted, that's the date it becomes effective. Now, what ACMA has found that some stations aren't prepared to operate from that date, yet all of the obligations of that licence take part from that date. So what they can do is negotiate with the applicant or around a future date and specify that. So that's a relatively straightforward and sensible suggestion. The third one is that clarifies that ACMA may consider certain matters when allocating a new TCBL, so a temporary community broadcasting licence. So at the moment, they have limited reasons not to issue a new TCBL. Unlike with community broadcasting licence, there's a range of criteria that they look at when renewing a community broadcasting licence. So that effectively extends those to the temporary community broadcasting licence as well. The fourth measure is allowing ACMA the discretion to limit the number of temporary community broadcasting licences that they may have on any frequency. That's a particular concern in one area of Windsor, where there are currently 7 temporary community broadcasting licences, all operating from the licence, from the same frequency. So they effectively share 1 day each. Now, if there are 8, that will make it a bit difficult. So this allows ACMA at least that discretion to then be able to make a decision on limiting the number of TCBLs. The fifth one just provides for ACMA to include deadlines by which late applications for the renewal of a community licence must be made, or can be made, sorry. This is particularly important. There was at least one example not too long ago where ACMA received a renewal, so they had a late renewal and they received the the information hours before the licence is due to expire. So if they can't make a determination in those hours, then the licence automatically expires. So that specifying a date by which late applications need to be received also makes sense. And then the last one was clarifying ACMA's powers to commence a process to allocate a new community broadcasting licence. Again, it's not changing what needs to happen to decide on the community broadcasting licence. That will still be done by the authority. It's really around the advertising that needs to commence and allowing the staff of ACMA to commence that advertising. All of the other obligations for the consideration of the licence itself will still be done by the authority.
Great to know.
The bill.
Thank you. And some people think that the bill's a minor reform. If that's the case, why is it still worth doing?
I think for all of the reasons specified, largely that it helps in the administration from a regulatory point of view, provides greater certainty for community broadcasters who have invested time and effort into broadcasting, even on a temporary community broadcasting licence, to then be able to know with more certainty how they will be regulated, I think is a useful thing. We have had a few rounds of consultation with stakeholders on this. Some time ago, the bill was being drafted. We consulted with stakeholders on that, and again, recently we reconsulted with them just to make sure things hadn't changed. And there's broad support from all the stakeholders that we consulted with. I think they're probably more interested in the next tranche of reforms and when they've got an opportunity to contribute to that, which we'll get underway as soon as we can.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. That's all from me, Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Henderson.
Thank you so much, Chair. Mr Windier, I just want to return to some of these matters about budget cuts. And I would ask that you be candid, because we've just heard, I'm sorry, I've just lost your nameplate. Ms Sullivan quite clearly say that in relation to community radio there was an additional amount of money provided in the budget, and I don't disagree with that. So I'm going to take you back to page 158, the Better Connectivity Plan for Regional and Rural Australia. And I'm going to ask if you can please provide this committee with clarity about the funding profile and what money has been cut and what money hasn't. So if I could just go through the maths. And this is the program that's delivered the 400 million for the mobile base stations, the money for regional collectivity, the election commitment, mobile black spot program round, the peri-urban mobile program, and a range of other measures. So do you agree that in 2022-23 there is a reduction in funding of $145.7 million?
Sorry, did you say 145.7?
That's right.
Sorry, I just missed that bit. Senator, there is a reduction in funding to the department or to the portfolio in that year. That's correct.
Thank you. Do you agree that in 23-24 there is an increase in funding of $34.3 million?
Yes, Senator.
Now that adds up to a cut so far, doing my maths, of $111 million, 0.4. Do you agree in 24-25 there is a further $52.7 million provided in the funding profile?
Yes, Senator.
And that brings the reduction to $58.7 million. So now back to a cut of 58.7. And then in 25-26 there is a further reduction in funding of $42.5 million, bringing the total cut to $101.2 million. Do you agree with that figure?
Senator, I don't disagree, as I said earlier, with what you've added up in terms of that measure in the budget.
Minister, is it now clear to you that there has been this cut in funding of $101.2 million to this program in the budget?
Okay, I think it is worth Senator Henderson to go through once again the significant commitment that the Albanese Labor government has made to regional telecommunication
Minister, I wasn't asking that
since
question.
the establishment of the NBN
I'd
network
really
over a
appreciate
year
if you
ago.
could just
But
answer the question.
it's important in context in terms of what you're asking.
Chair, point of order. Could I raise a point of order? Could you please ask the Minister to answer the question that she needs to be directly relevant. The question was, do you now agree that there is a cut in the Better Connectivity Plan of $101.2 million, as Mr Windeyer has just confirmed?
So
could you
the
also
Minister-
confirm that, please?
The Minister is answering the question as she sees fit.
No, she has to be directly relevant, Chair.
I'm going to be directly relevant.
All right, could you answer that question,
I'm going to talk
please?
about, we are investing, as I've said before, $2.2 billion in regional telecommunications over the next 5 years. This represents a major increase in regional communications funding and one of the most significant commitments to regional communications since the establishment of the NBN. Now, the Better Connectivity Plan for regional rural Australia includes the $656 million of new initiatives. I've run through those before, but I'm happy to do it again. $400 million for mobile coverage and communications resilience, $200 million for additional rounds of the regional connectivity program, $30 million for on-farm connectivity.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I didn't ask the Minister to read through the list again, as she's done previously. I asked if she accepts what Mr Windeyer has just given in evidence, that this represents a reduction in funding by this government for better connectivity for regional and rural Australia of $101.2 million. Could I ask the Minister to please be relevant, directly relevant in her answer?
What I am demonstrating, Chair and Senator Henderson, that these initiatives, these measures in the budget lead to an increased overall funding for regional connectivity in the budget and it's misleading, in my opinion, to be looking at only one budget item. You need to look at the total.
No, I'm not looking at one budget item. I'm looking at your entire better connectivity plan.
Well, I don't agree
for
with
regional and
your,
rural Australia, which has a number of different measures.
Well then, to simply answer
So,
your question
I'm
then,
obviously disappointed
my answer is that
you're following
the
your talking
initiatives
points,
that
Minister, but not answering
the
the question.
initiatives that I've outlined
Minister,
lead
can
to
I
an
ask-
increased overall funding for regional connectivity in the budget.
My call here is that the Minister will finish her answer and then we can move on to the next question. I think we're all
Sure,
feeling
Chair.
the frustration of
Yes, very
you
frustrating.
not liking the answer.
No, I just want the Minister to answer the question, that's all.
In the Minister's opinion, she is absolutely answering the question. Please go ahead.
Perhaps I could help. The Senator is highlighting Better Connectivity Plan for Regional and Rural Australia as a line item in the budget and is correctly pointing to the arithmetic of the reduction in that program. But as you indicated, Chair, there are a number of other relevant programs which speak to investment in connectivity in regional Australia. We've talked previously about the $1.1 billion fixed line regional investment, which forms a subset of the $2.4 billion investment through equity into the NBN. We've talked about the $40 million for the mobile black spot program to address 54 sites, which was an election commitment. The peri-urban mobile program, which again is in addition to that line item, as well as the fixed wireless upgrade as part of better connectivity. So you need to look at the whole picture. That gets you to the
Mr. Betts, if I
$2.2
can
billion
just
figure.
cut in there, you're taking credit for the announcement of $480 million.
I'm not taking credit for anything. I'm describing the program, which is in the budget.
If I can just finish, please. $480 million of the $1.1 billion.
Can I just call you up there just for a moment, Senator Henderson, because I'm just intervening here because there is an issue here for me, there is an issue with, please.
No.
There is an issue here, quite genuine issue, of you saying to a department official that they're taking credit for a program that was implemented by another government. The departments stay solid through it. Please let me finish.
Please, I have the call. It's not appropriate for you to intervene in this way.
I will rescind that call if you do not desist for a moment and hear what I have to say.
That's a concerning threat.
The department are not taking credit for anything other than what the department does. The department is the department, regardless of which party is in government. And I would ask you to respect that and to respect the officials at the table.
Chair, thank you very much for that clarification. Mr Betts is a very experienced secretary and is well obviously able to counter anything that I might say, but I would just put to you, Mr Betts, that the $1.1 billion that you've just referred to, 480 million of that money was announced by the previous coalition government and was in the March budget, isn't that correct?
The point,
Senator, that if you're referring to the 400...
Sorry, could I just direct that question to Mr Betts?
no.
Sorry, I was trying to clarify.
You can take that point of information from the Deputy Secretary as the
Sure.
subject matter
Mr
expert.
Windia, isn't that correct that $480 million investment in the NBN for faster fixed wireless and satellite was announced by the previous coalition government?
I was going to clarify, Senator, that is not included in the 1.1 billion. That is in addition to the 1.1 billion.
Right, so what's included in the 1.1 billion?
It is solely that is the component which is upgrade to to fibre to the premises in regional Australia.
So that's the NBN component, is it?
That's the NBN equity
Right.
injection
Are you able
component.
to provide me with the details of how NBN has broken down the equity investment that the government has made in the NBN?
I can take that on notice, Senator.
Because while I appreciate that there is suddenly this allocation of so-called regional funding under the NBN, could you please provide the details by which that allocation has been made by the NBN? We touched on that briefly before, but there's been no evidence given to this committee to substantiate what you're putting forward.
I'm very happy to take that
Except
on
the
notice.
evidence that we're providing to you as apolitical public servants. So my point was that to try to paint a picture of the levels of investment in connectivity in regional Australia and ignore a $1.1 billion investment by the NBN is to present a partial picture.
No, Mr Betts, if I can just clarify, I'm not ignoring anything. I'm just seeking clarification in relation to the Better Connectivity Plan for regional and rural Australia.
That line item.
If I could
Last
move on to
question in
online
this block.
safe... If I could move on...
Senator Henderson.
Sorry, Chair.
Last question in this block.
In this... Really?
Yeah, we're sharing the call. We'll come back to you, of course.
Thank you. If I could go to online safety. I want to note with profound concern the failure of this government to invest any more than a paltry amount of funding in online safety in schools. A very small, comparatively, amount of money of $6 million, Minister, compared to a much more substantial amount of money of $23 million committed by the Coalition, along with a range of other commitments, including another $10 million for the e-Safety Commissioner and a further round of the Online Safety Grants program. Why has this government turned its back on online safety by failing to give the the e-Safety Commissioner any further funding and provide any more money for the Online Safety Grants program?
Oh, sorry. You.
So we can provide some factual information about the levels of investment in those programs.
I was just asking the Minister why the government has not provided the e-Safety Commissioner with any further funding
What I can...
or extended the Online Safety Grants program.
Senator, can I just clarify on that last point? That the Online Safety Grants program is continuing.
Yes, I appreciate that, Mr Windia, but there's been no further funding allocated to that program, other than what the Coalition had already provided in its budget.
You mean no additional funding?
That's right, no
other than
additional
what's already
funding.
committed and what is...
Sorry, I misunderstood you,
Yeah.
Senator. Sorry, I thought you were suggesting maybe that previous...
So what we've
commitment
seen
wasn't-
in additional funding from this government is $6 million compared to a $23 million commitment the Coalition made, compared to another $10 million the Coalition committed to for the Safety Commissioner, another $2 million for online safety grants, I mean, this
So,
government,
Senator
this
Henderson,
government
I wonder,
is
given I had told
this
you we had
government
one
is missing
question.
in action when it
Can I
comes to online
respond?
safety.
Sorry, Chair, and respond to Senator Henderson's question. The Albanese government takes online safety for Australians seriously. It's worth acknowledging that keeping Australians safe online is a shared goal among many stakeholders across government, industry and civil society, as well as an area of bipartisan support in this place. The opposition attacking the government on online safety, an issue on which Labor offered constructive bipartisan support from opposition, is disappointing. It would be a shame if this bipartisan approach was not continued. The opposition has called on the government to fill one of the coalition's election commitments. This was an unfunded election commitment, which the former government did not include in their March budget. It is not this government's policy to implement election commitments from the opposition. The government is about delivery, not just announcement. Real-world outcomes are not achieved by putting out media releases, and they are rarely achieved through chest beating. The government is delivering on its election commitment to provide $6 million over 3 years to support the national rollout of the eSmart Digital Licence Plus, Junior Digital Licence Plus and the Media Literacy Lab. The Alana and Madeline Foundation has developed these programs to help build the digital skills of Australian students. The government's funding will allow all Australian schools to access these products, not just those that can afford them. We are working with the eSafety Commissioner on ensuring that the Online Safety Act is successfully implemented. The eSafety Commissioner is overseeing the development of a set of industry codes and has issued its first set of reporting notice under the basic online safety expectations. These expectations make clear that government expects industry to play its part to prevent anonymous accounts from being used to abuse others. The government's October budget also confirmed an additional $31.6 million over 5 years from 2022 to 23 towards online safety measures. This includes $16.6 million over 4 years, 2022-23 to 2025-26, for eSafety to set up a new technology-facilitated abuse phone and online help service. $5 million over 5 years, 2022-23 to 2026-27, to further increase awareness among women and girls of the support and resources available through the eSafety Commissioner. $10 million over 5 years, 2022-23 to 26-27, to allow eSafety to provide grant funding to non-government and charitable organisations for online safety education and projects. We are focused on addressing ongoing and emerging online safety challenges. Clearly, not enough people are aware of the eSafety Commissioner and the important resources and support eSafety can provide. And the government is aware that the vast majority of eSafety's funding is non-ongoing or terminating funding, and that this funding starts to decline from 2023-24. eSafety's funding reflects decisions taken by the previous government. The October 2022-23 budget has focused on delivering our election commitments and providing targeted relief Australian households need during tough times. The government will consider eSafety's ongoing funding in a future budget. The government will fund the regulator so it can administer the Online Safety Act and continue to do its important work to keeping Australians safe online.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you.
I will, just as a follow-up, I will say that the opposition will be holding the government to account when you fail to deliver for children across Australian schools when it comes to online safety. And the fact of the matter is that your $6 million commitment was also an election commitment. But the point is, Minister, that this is not enough. And the coalition went to the election making a raft of commitments, including in relation to anti-trolling laws, the online privacy bill, to provide better parental controls and protections for children, along with more funding for the online safety grants and a further $10 million for the eSafety Commissioner to deliver improved support services for victims. So the opposition will continue to hold the government to account when the government does not do enough to protect children online. And I say to you, Minister, that $6 million investment is not enough.
As I said, thank you, Senator Henderson, for that question. As I've already outlined, the government's October budget has confirmed an additional $31.6 million, and the government will consider eSafety's ongoing funding in a future budget.
This is not additional funding. This is not grappling with the many challenges that parents are facing when it comes to protecting their kids online. And frankly, to provide one great organisation, let me say, with only $6 million and not to support the rollout of programs, of a number of programs across the country in all Australian schools, as the Coalition committed, it was actually the Labor Party that turned its back on online safety. The Labor Party had every opportunity to match what the government was committing to when it went to the election.
Senator Henderson.
My question is...
Well, I think you've had 3 questions since I told you it was your last question. So given there's no time to go back to Senator Payman for the rest of her questions, you've got about 30 seconds.
Right. So my question is, you've referred to the fact that the government will be looking at further funding for the eSafety Commissioner. Will you be delivering the extra $10 million that the Coalition committed to the eSafety Commissioner?
What I can say, and what I find a little bit disappointing here today in your commentary, is that the Albanese government take online safety for Australians very seriously, as does, I'm sure, everybody in this room and around the country. So attacking the government on online safety, which in a position where, when Labor was in opposition, we offered constructive bipartisan support.
Labor was missing in action on online safety.
It's very disappointing.
Labor did not even commit to the
anti-trafficking.
And we are now heading
a number of measures.
Okay.
The government's October budget has confirmed.
Senator Henderson, you can't. Senator Henderson.
To do what it should have done to protect kids.
Okay, and we are now at 6 o'clock, which is the dinner break, and we will suspend until 7 p.m.
I'll return with more questions after.
Yes, I'm sure you will.
Thank you, Chair.
It'd be lovely if you didn't keep yelling over people when you return. With the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts in relation to Program 5.1, Digital Technologies and Communication Services. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. And I apologise if I missed some of what Senator Henderson covered before the break. With regards to the NBN funding, was the NBN asked, with regards to the $2.4 billion equity injection, were they asked to consider private debt and retained earnings, considering that they do have a rapidly improving financial performance, rather than going to the taxpayers for this?
Senator, I'll hand to Mr. Bryan to give some further comments, but I suppose what I'd say, in a sense, it was the government that considered the various funding choices before it in how to implement that election commitment. Discussions would have been had with NBN, but it was a decision, in a sense, the government needed to consider whether to consider debt funding or equity funding or grant funding or the various funding options. But Mr. Bryan, is there any further to add on that?
No, other than to confirm there's a variety of options considered. Private debt funding was one of them, government funding, equity, a mix of the three. They were all worked through.
And so the department provided options?
Sorry, can I just intervene? I wonder if you could state your name for the record and put your name tag up in front of you, please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Matthew Bryan, First Assistant Secretary, Communications Infrastructure Division.
Sorry, I don't know where we were before then.
I'm sorry.
So did the department provide options with detailed advice
Yes.
with regards to different funding models?
That's correct. So shareholder departments sought advice from NBN Co and our own commercial advisors, who are Rothschilds, about the best way to finance the project, and we provided that advice to the government as part of the budget process.
Okay, and was that recommendation, proactively recommended as a cash injection as opposed to borrowings?
I don't think we can comment on the nature of the advice we provide, but we can't comment on exactly what we provide, what we recommended to government, because that would be cabinet in confidence.
Right. Okay. All right. I might leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, in relation to the NBN equity injection, that was advice. You did provide advice to government.
Correct, as part of the budget process.
What was the process involved in coming to that advice? What work did the department do to assess the different options? Because my concern as the Shadow Minister and the opposition's concern is that $2.4 billion was hit to the Australian taxpayer under circumstances where one option was to fund this expansion with a combination of private debt and retained earnings.
Yes, so we sought advice from NBN Co, so they put together a business case that explained exactly how the election commitment would be delivered and the spending that would be involved, the capital outlays that would be involved with that. We then asked them for their advice about funding options, and we then tested that with our commercial advisors, Rothschilds. So the project does deliver a commercial return, which is an important precondition for it to be provided through equity.
And isn't that the point, though, that this expansion is commercially positive for
That's
NBN?
Right. But in considering the best
so therefore,
way...
why couldn't have those revenues been drawn upon to help fund this expansion?
Yep.
As happened in 2020,
Yep.
when we were in government, $4.5 billion was provided to expand the NBN to obviously help deliver the incredible speeds that 75% of Australians are eligible to receive.
Yep.
But that $4.5 billion was not borne by the taxpayer.
But I think that's the key point, Senator. That was funded through private debt, which raised the level of debt that was carried by the company. So there's a judgment to be made about exactly how much debt the company can sensibly carry. So as a result of that decision, the level of debt carried by the company was $4.5 billion higher. So that was definitely one of the factors taken into account by Rothschilds, the commercial advisors, in providing that advice about the best way forward.
So are you saying that Rothschilds did not recommend a combination of retained earnings and debt to fund this expansion?
Well, I don't think we can go to the exact recommendations of us.
You seem to be inferring that.
No, I'm just saying that was examined by Rothschilds, and one of the factors they considered was the level of debt borne by the company, which is higher than what it was in 2020.
Are you able to provide that document, a copy of that Rothschilds report?
You have to take that on notice. I think there may be commercial in confidence information in that report.
That's not a material issue for Senate estimates, as you know.
We can take that.
Could you please provide that document to the Senate?
And it would be, in a way it would be useful because the considerations that Mr Bryan has outlined are very rational considerations. The advice was prepared, that went to government was prepared by ourselves and our fellow shareholder department, Finance, and so the fact that debt had been raised previously meant there is a limit to the amount of debt that can be carried before you turn to options around like equity injections, and that was kind of the substance of some of the advice that we received.
And the other thing, I suppose, just to add, Senator,
yes,
I suppose
Mr. Windeyer.
Providing equity was only possible because, as we've said, this had a positive business case that delivered a return. And the question, I suppose, becomes judging how best and how you want to treat and use that return. And investing more in an equity sense sees that return coming back as a return on equity for the shareholder. The alternative path would have been interest payments going back to a debt provider. And then the third technical option would have been a grant, and a grant obviously would have been would have just been a straight hit to the budget bottom line, and that's not the path that was taken.
But it was an equity investment by the government.
Yes, but I mean, I'm just pointing out there is, I mean, and I'm not trying to be. There is a return in relation to an equity investment. In the way that there isn't with a grant. There is a return on the investment by NBN, and the question is, I suppose, where does that return go and how best to use it? And an equity investment means there's a judgment that return can come back to the shareholder, namely the government.
Are you able to provide all other relevant documents in relation to the consideration of the equity investment in the NBN?
Within the context of within the constraints of cabinet, etc., we can certainly take that on notice.
Yeah, obviously not something that is cabinet in confidential, but every other document, including the Rothschilds report.
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Look, on that point, I do want to just briefly raise the issue of question on notice number 795 and 802. I know you won't have those in front of you. These answers have been tabled. But I just wanted to raise concern. I'm happy for you to take this on notice, Minister, and come back to me. But I wanted to raise concern that I sought from the Minister representing the Minister for Communications details of meetings that the Minister had with various stakeholders, including the name and the position of the stakeholder, the date of each meeting and the topics discussed. Now, I sought information on notice in relation to meetings held between the Minister and the Department and any union, and that information was openly provided. But the Department has come back and says that to provide this information would be an unreasonable diversion of the Department's resources and would require an extensive period of time to assemble the material. Now, I've got a copy of the meetings, and I'm just wondering how much time is required.
Senator Henderson, I wonder if you could locate us in when those questions were asked?
These questions have been tabled.
Yeah, I'm just trying to...
27th of September, it's question number 802.
They were parliamentary questions on notice from
That's
memory.
right.
They're not estimates questions on notice.
No,
Yeah.
parliamentary
Yeah.
questions
Yeah.
on notice. I'm just concerned that the Department has indicated that it doesn't have the resources to answer this question. Could you explain, can I just maybe understand how many people work for the Department?
Senator, I don't have the...
About 1,800.
And Mr Betts, obviously that, I mean, to be really very frank, I wasn't asking for an onerous amount of information.
I don't even know what you were asking for. You haven't told us yet.
I just read it out, Mr Betts. So it was asking for the details of each meeting with stakeholders conducted by the Minister, including the name, the position and the organisation, the date of the meeting and the topics discussed. Okay. And the Minister representing the Minister for Communications has declined to answer the question. Could I ask you to take that on notice and perhaps furnish that information to me? I would.
We will take that on notice, Senator.
I mean, you've provided the stakeholder meetings, but it's not...
I'll need to go and refresh my memory of the questions. I know there was a list of stakeholders provided in response to one answer.
There was,
yeah.
yeah. So I don't think it's particularly onerous, and I was a bit disappointed to get that response. Also on question 795, again, a parliamentary question on notice, I asked for advice and correspondence and briefings in relation to the delays on the Regional Connectivity Program Round 2, the Peri-urban Mobile Program and the 5G Innovation Initiative. Again, I've been informed that answering this question would be an unreasonable diversion of resources. Given, Mr Betts, you have 1,800 people working in the department, could I ask you to address those questions?
Yeah, no problems.
Thank you very much. Chair, I've got obviously more questions.
Yes.
Would you like me to
Hold
return?
up for a minute?
Sure.
That'd be lovely. Thank you. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. My questions are to Minister Brown. We know that regional, local and community media have faced extreme challenges and uncertainty for many years, which has only been compounded by the impacts of the global pandemic, the publishers are reporting big increases in the costs of newsprint. What has the Albanese government done to support regional and local newspapers to ensure that sustainable, independent and public interest journalism continues to support local communities?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Local newspapers are much valued by communities in our regions and our suburbs. Many citizens rely on them to stay informed and connected. Even in an era of social media, local newspapers continue to be a source of hyper-local news. But more than that, and particularly for those Australians in the digital divide, local newspapers are a community exchange for small businesses, schools, sports and neighbourhood events. They also reflect principles that are integral to this government's approach to media policy, diversity and localism. Local content and a diversity of voices in the fourth estate are fundamental to our national identity and to our democracy. However, these publications are at risk. Regional and local newspaper publishers remain exposed to external shocks such as newsprint prices rises of up to 80%, which threaten the sustainability of their newspapers and the thousands of jobs they support. This will impact their cash flow, and as we know, for small and medium businesses, cash flow is everything. Labor raised the alarm on the newsprint crisis back in April and extended bipartisan support to the previous government to respond during the pre-election caretaker period. Labor listened to Country Press Australia and Australian community media, who said that without urgent financial assistance, the closure of local newspapers will be widespread, leading to the creation of more deserts in regional Australia. The cover price of regional newspapers will rise sharply for households, and the paging and publishing frequency of many publications will have to be reduced. That is why we took to the election a commitment to deliver $15 million in grant funding to support regional and independent suburban newspapers. We recognise the urgency, which is why the Albanese government moved swiftly to consult with the industry on the grant guidelines so that funding could flow to where it is needed most as soon as possible.
Thank you, Minister. Acknowledging this newsprint crisis and the urgency, I think it would benefit the committee if you could perhaps outline how does this budget provide that support for regional, local and community newspapers, and how is that program being rolled out?
I'm pleased to report that the government is providing the $15 million, as I said, to support newsprint publishers dealing with rising printing costs through the regional and local newspaper publisher program. The government did not wait to roll this program out as there was a pressing and urgent need, so we began the grants program in August. The Minister for Communications approved the program's guidelines in late July. The grant opportunity opened on the 1st of August this year, with applications closing on the 19th of August. Funding was available under two streams. Stream 1 of $10 million funding for regional print publishers producing core news content. Stream 2 provided $5 million funding for independent, suburban, First Nations and multicultural print publishers. And I can advise the committee that the department received 222 applications, which was a great success, and the department was fully responsible for assessing the applications. And of the 222 applications, there were 208 successful applicants.
That's great to hear. Now, you mentioned the Stream 2 provided grants to multicultural and First Nations publishers. Could you please tell us if they received any grants under the program?
So under Stream 2, there were 27 grants were awarded to multicultural publishers and 3 grants were awarded to First Nations publishers. One of those publishers was the Koori Mail based in Lismore, and they did a tremendous job for the community during the recent Lismore floods. The current status is that the department is finalising funding agreements and starting to issue cheques. It is expected that all funding agreements will be executed by mid-November, and through this program and being proactive, this government has helped lots of small publishers to keep publishing. It has kept people employed, particularly in the regions, from Gympie to Mildura to the Collie River, and a total of 208 applicants across Australia will receive that share of $15 million of demand-driven program, which is a demand-driven program.
Thank you, Minister. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I just wanted to turn to the 5G Innovation Initiative. The government axed that program, cutting $20 million from round 2, including a commitment to Western Sydney. Minister, why did the government cut this program or axe this program?
Sorry, I didn't actually catch the first part of your question, Senator Henderson.
I want to ask you about
I'd
like to ask you about the 5G Innovation Initiative, a really wonderful program to support small businesses in their 5G innovation activities, including in agriculture. The government cut that program, abolished it completely. Why did the government make that decision?
The government has, as we've already had quite a long discussion about, made a number of commitments around the internet and the NBN and mobile coverage and all sorts of communications programs, and they were the commitments that we took to the elections, and they're the commitments that we've implemented.
So that really doesn't address the question as to why such an important program for small businesses to support them transition to 5G technology, to help them grow their businesses and to grow jobs, at a time when every small business needs as much help as possible. Why did the government choose to pick on small businesses in this way, including to reverse the $2 million commitment that had been made to small businesses in Western Sydney?
Well, I've answered the question, but I just want to say that we discontinued projects like the 5G Innovation Initiative, which hadn't been contracted. So we delivered out the projects, election commitments that were turned into budget commitments in our budget that we handed down recently, and they're the projects that we were supporting in this budget.
No, the now government actually, when in opposition, celebrated the fact that it was cutting this program. It was actually an election commitment of Labor to cut this program, hitting small businesses hard, including our farmers, including small businesses in Western Sydney. What was the rationale for cutting what, frankly, was a really successful program to support small businesses?
I've already answered your question.
I mean, it was really mean-spirited for the government to do this, surely, Minister.
I've answered the question. We had a set of election commitments that we took to the election, an election that installed the Albanese Labor government, and we've previously talked about a range of measures that are under the budget, and they were the measures that we implemented in our election, in the budget just handed down recently.
Mr Windeyer, can I ask you about the Regional Connectivity Program? The Minister was referring to that program earlier in her evidence. Could I please ask when that program was delivered, round 1 and round 2? When did the department make the assessments, and when were the decisions made?
Senator, I'll just get Mr Patterson or Mr Smurthwaite will be able to give you the details of the timings around that.
Thank you, Senator. Phil Smurthwaite, Acting Assistant Secretary for the Regional Communications Branch. So, in relation to the announcements of round one, that was done in two parts, one on the 16th of April 2021 and a subsequent announcement of additional projects on 10th of June 2021. In relation to round...
And that was the 117 million?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
How many projects were there?
130.
130 projects. So
Yes.
all of that entire program was delivered during the time of the previous coalition government?
There are currently 12 of those projects completed and the others are underway.
In terms of the announcements of those projects and the delivery of,
Yes,
the funding?
They've been announced, contracted and are in delivery now.
And I might... could I ask you about round two?
Yes.
What was the process involving round two?
So,
when did applications open? When did they close? And
So,
when were the
yep.
announcements made?
So round two opened on the 2nd of December last year, closed on the 10th of February this year in 2022, undertook assessment, and then there was a series of announcements during the course. Perhaps 2 days before the election, the first series of announcements were progressively made over the course of the election caretaker period.
When you say 2 days before the election, you mean before?
Before we went into caretaker,
period
the
began,
first
yeah.
of the successful round two
But
projects.
when were
the
the decisions were decisions of government? That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah, Lachlan Patterson, First Assistant Secretary. The former minister agreed to the round two outcomes prior to caretaker. They were announced just prior to caretaker and during caretaker, and then the former minister's decision was endorsed by the current minister.
But Mr Patterson, it was more than that though, because those recipients were advised they had been successful, and some of them, at least I know about, had received draft contracts. So there was, are you suggesting that that decision was in peril by the previous minister?
There was an endorsement of the decision by the current government, but the minister was on record as saying that she was going to honour the funding decisions made under round two.
Well, she gave an interview to the Guardian newspaper, and it was at that point unclear as to whether she was referring to round two or not. But in any event, the Regional Connectivity Program obviously was a very important program delivered for regional communities throughout Australia. So thank you very much for providing that information. Could I ask for information in relation to the methodology that was used for the assessment of the 54 projects which constituted Labor election commitments under the Mobile Black Spots program? Mr India, can you provide me with that methodology as to how those sites were selected?
Senator, I can't. From our perspective, we are simply implementing the election commitment which specified the locations, so we have no role in identifying those locations.
Are you able to provide me with the list of the 54 commitments, the cost of each commitment, the location, and any supporting material in relation to how that project was determined?
Well, Senator, I've just said I can't give you anything in relation to how the location was determined, because they were election commitments determined by the then opposition prior to the election. Very happy to give you...
But you would have received information in relation to those locations now?
Yeah, very happy to provide you. We're very happy to provide you the list of locations. I can't give you a list of the costs of serving each of those locations because, as we said earlier, we are proposing that will be a competitive process. So we will know what the costs of delivering on each of those individual locations are after we have run the grants process to get an applicant to fulfil them. But very happy, certainly. So at this point in time, I can certainly give you the locations which we understand are the 54 election commitment locations which we will be implementing.
If I may, Senator, if it assists, we can also give you our assessment of the mobile coverage or capacity issues at each of those sites based on the analysis we've done.
If you could provide all information in relation to those 54 election commitments. Can you explain why there were some parts of Australia which missed out?
Senator, I can't make any comment on the process for selecting the election commitments.
Can you guarantee that those 54 projects will be delivered?
Senator, that will certainly, our intention will be to deliver those election commitments, but ultimately that will depend upon whether we get an appropriate value for money application that we believe we can reach an agreement with.
So no guarantees.
Until we run the process, Senator, I can't prejudge the grant process.
So no guarantees.
I've just said I can't prejudge the grant project, the grant process. But we will be endeavouring to, we will be going to market to fulfil those locations.
I just want to return to the regional connectivity program. We spoke about the fact that the decisions were made well prior to the election and announced, and after obviously a very detailed competitive process run by the department. Minister, to you, why did it take the government nearly 5 months to confirm the delivery of those grants? There were many communities hanging on, not knowing whether they were going to be delivered or not.
I'll first ask the department if they can provide any information. Otherwise, I'll take that on notice and get back to you as soon as I can, Senator Henderson.
Senator, we can. Mr. Smurthwaite or Mr. Patterson might be able to add more to it, but in effect, there were some issues we needed to deal with in a sort of technical funding sense around movement of funds and availability of funds to actually allow us to enter the contract at a point in time. I don't know, Mr. Smurthwaite, can you add anything further to that? But there was a technical sort of appropriation funding piece to work through.
So there was money in 21-22 for the RCP2 projects, which, as we entered into the caretaker period, were not able to execute contracts for, which is fairly common practice. But what that left us with was a whole heap of money in 21-22, which we had to go through a process to move into the out years, enable for us to enter into forward commitments and enter into contracts. So there's I think as described, it is a government internal process, quite common at each budget.
But if that was the case, the department, as I have been advised, issued agreements or draft funding agreements on the 30th of May.
In good faith, without prejudice. So it was clear we had to enter into it. We had to go through these processes.
And so why did it take nearly 5 months to appropriate those monies required to enter into agreements?
Well,
because as I understand it, there are still some agreements that haven't been signed.
So just responding to one of the earlier points in your question, we weren't in a position to actually execute the contracts during the caretaker period. So whilst we might have issued draft agreements, as Mr. Smurthwaite says, on a without prejudice basis, then there was the question of once we, on the other side of the election, then we had the movement of funds issue. We can take on notice to see if we can give you some detail of the timing of when decisions of that movement of funds would have occurred, which would then allowed us to enter into those contracts. So I'm very, very happy to take that on notice.
Thank you, Mr Windeyer. I want to move to a $20 million election commitment made by Labor when it was in opposition, which is, of course, part of the government's budget commitments, and that's a $20 million commitment to audit mobile connectivity around the country by installing some sort of technology on the back of Australia Post vans or motorbikes. Now, many of the commitments that the then Labor opposition made were mimicking the work that we had done when we were in government under the fine former Minister, Senator Mackenzie. But this one is very curious. Why, Minister, did the now government decide to commit $20 million to Australia Post when there was no proven technology, rather than adopt a technology-neutral approach using that funding to ensure that the government had access to the best technology to map mobile connectivity across the country?
Again, I'll ask the department to first provide you with some information, but you probably would be aware that the Minister has just recently been announcing the audit and the plan for Australia, the technology to be part of the Australia Post postal route, but I think I'll refer to the department and they may be able to provide you with more information.
Can I just ask a question that you just might want to consider? Having lived 80 kilometres out of Moree for a period of time on a road called Poison Gate Road, Malawar, we didn't get postal delivery at all. We had a post box in town, 80 kilometres away. Post did not come out to us. That's a pretty big chunk of northwest New South Wales that Australia Post does not service. So in response to this answer, how is regional and particularly remote rural New South Wales and other areas going to be covered in this audit if they don't receive Australia Post deliveries?
So, Senator, we're...
Poison Gate Road love delivery to the gate rather than just a carry-round trip, but I can't see that happening anytime soon.
I shan't comment on that part of the question, Senator, or that observation, Senator. Look, it's fair to say we're now that we've got through, confirmed the commitments in the budget process, we are now working through with the government how best to operationalise this particular commitment. It is the case that the equipment required to measure mobile phone coverage signals being placed on motor vehicles is a common proposition, but we are also conscious that there are factors such as the one you point out. So we are working through with government how best to give effect to that election commitment, including how best to utilise or take advantage of what opportunities Australia Post presents. But that's still subject to a degree of program design at the moment.
If you can take that on notice, I'm sorry to be jumping in here.
No, very happy to take that on notice.
Just because I can assure you they're the kinds of areas that don't get postal delivery that actually have the least connectivity, that don't have access to internet other than very poor satellite, which, they are the least serviced Australians and are now at risk of being omitted from the audit. So
sorry, Senator Henderson, but I understand that part of that budget will go to cover those areas that Australia Post can't reach, and they've been worked through, as I understand it.
And well, that's confusing. What technology are you utilising to cover the parts of the country that Australia Post doesn't cover in their delivery vans?
If I may, Senator.
You go.
Yeah, thank you. The technology used to measure coverage is not, it's not a particularly innovative technology. It differs a little bit between companies, and there's a number of companies out there that do it. The aspect to this, which we're working our way through, is the technology you put in, or the measuring devices you put in regards to postal vehicles, where those vehicles go, how many vehicles you would need to equip to do it, and then how would we cover other bits of the country where the postal vehicles don't go, where you might be able to, say, potentially have another company drive down those streets and do measuring separately onto that, and you pull it all together to get the one set of coverage data. So Australia Post is a key component of the commitment, but it's what the design detail we're working through is how to deal with those areas where the postal vehicles don't go, and how it's best to get
it does
that data.
seem a little bit laughable that the government didn't just make a commitment. You know, we obviously made the commitment to audit mobile coverage, and the opposition then thought that was also a good idea. But why just hand over $20 million to Australia Post when we've now heard from you, Mr Patterson, Australia Post does not have the capacity to do this job properly on its own?
Senator, we haven't, as the budget papers show, the money, we haven't actually handed over the money.
I'm using that in the
Post.
flourishing metaphorical sense of the...
So from our perspective now, advising the government, that is a commitment and a budget item that we will work through the design of, and we are very conscious, and I think as the Minister just said, the Minister's aware that Australia Post doesn't drive everywhere. The issue is not the technology used to do the measuring, the issue is basically the vehicle you put it on, and Australia Post provides a fleet of vehicles, which we're working through how best to take advantage of that fleet of vehicles, but that may need to be supplemented with other vehicles or a different company to drive down places Australia Post doesn't reach. We're working through that at the moment. But just to emphasise, it's largely a question of finding someone to drive the roads. The technology to do the measuring is not is not in doubt.
So rather than make a $20 million commitment to Australia Post, Minister, why didn't the government make a commitment to the best technology or the best companies that can provide this audit? I mean, this just looks laughable. Every Australian knows that Australia Post does not drive down every road, every laneway, every highway, that it never had the capability to do this audit comprehensively.
I've already responded.
I think that it's been very clear that that's not the situation.
And Australia Post is just one part of the national audit, and I've already stated that, of course, Australia Post does not go down every road, and that is being worked through with the department.
And so is it going to be the case...
Answered again, the question that you've asked.
So could I ask, of Australia's landmass, how much of Australia's landmass does Australia Post cover in terms of its traversing over... I mean, how many square kilometres does it cover?
Well,
their vans and motorbikes.
I don't know the answer to that. But I think if we were going to get an answer to that, it's probably a question of how many kilometres of Australia's road network does Australia Post drive, because any auditing exercise is not going to be driving through every part of the landmass. It's going to be driving down. It's going to be, in a sense, based on work done down the roads. But I think that's probably the question. What I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, of the roads that Australia Post delivers.
Yeah,
along, what is the coverage?
Yes,
that
Senator,
Australia Post delivers?
I would have to take that on notice. I can't give you an answer as to what
Minister,
proportion.
do you know that at all?
No, I do not know the answer to that.
And when will you be able to work out the design of this audit, Minister? What's the timeline?
We're working that through with the Minister at the moment. I can't give you a precise timeline on when we expect to commence.
Have you has the department contracted any other provider, or are you able to provide more details about the other providers with which you are speaking?
Senator, we're in the process of providing advice and working through the planning of this with the Minister's office at the moment. No contracts have been let on this at this stage.
I can safely say that under the previous government nothing would have happened. on understanding the issues, and our audit, I believe, gives us most places and covers nearly all of our communities. And I think we've taken on notice, well, the department has taken on notice some of your questions.
Sorry, did you just say there never would have been an audit under the previous government?
Well, it wasn't funded, was it?
No, it's a very unusual claim to make.
That is actually not the case. So I'm afraid you can take pot shots all you like, but you need to be factual, and that is not factual.
Well,
that was actually in the March budget, wasn't it, Mr. Windia?
The March budget wasn't passed. There was no money attached to it.
We're back again.
Yeah.
It was basically just an election commitment.
Wasn't it?
Yep.
Okay, Senator Henderson, if we could just share the call from Beth,
Sure,
is that
I may
all
not
right?
be able to, if you need to, yes, you're sharing the call.
Yep, I just have a couple of questions. My question is about a legislative instrument, the Alston determination. Can I ask why the government made the Broadcasting Services Determination 2022?
You may, Senator. Just let me get the relevant officials to the table and we will get you an answer to that question. Mr Penpraise? Mr Penpraise shall
Thank you.
respond.
Assistant Secretary, Media Reform Branch. The preceding instrument that had been in place for 3 years expired on the, or was due to expire on the 19th of September. So the new instrument, the Broadcasting Service Exclusion Determination, was made to provide some certainty for industry and consumers in the way that online and live streamed services in particular were regulated. It was made on the 13th of September and took legal effect on the 14th. The instrument, as indicated in the relevant documentation that was published at the time, was designed to provide a period of stability for industry while a broader media reform agenda was progressed. The alternative of the previous instrument expiring would have provided a significant degree of uncertainty as to the regulatory treatment of those live-streamed services. That was a point that was made consistently from the 23 parties that provided submissions to the consultation process that preceded it. All of those parties indicated concerns about the implications of the previous instrument lapsing and providing a lack of clarity as to how those online live stream services were regulated under the Broadcasting Services Act.
Thank you. And are you aware of any potential problems that disallowing the instrument might cause?
Well, the disallowance of the instrument is likely to raise the same set of issues that were noted as concerns by the parties that submitted to the process. So you'd see potentially online live stream services falling within a class of broadcasting service that might trigger potentially nominal breaches of the licence area-based rules associated with Australian content and local content and control and ownership. One of the other factors that was raised by parties submitting to the process was that commercial agreements for the supply of content, so sports rights and networked programming, often rely on the distinction, or currently rely on the distinction between live stream service and broadcasting services. So those contracts and supply agreements would need to be renegotiated if this instrument was to not be in place for a period of time. And I guess the third class of issue that was raised through the consultation process was the implications for copyright and classification. Both the Copyright Act and the Classification Act embed this definition of a broadcasting service that's drawn from the Broadcasting Services Act and in turn this instrument. Those statutory licences and other elements of the copyright and classification frameworks would need to be reconsidered if that definition was to be substantially altered, which the lapsing of the instrument or its disallowance would provide.
So it would create quite a lot of uncertainty and chaos, I would think, in terms of organisations not being able to operate as they would intend to.
Well, uncertainty at a number of levels. Firstly, in the regulation of these services, and the Australian Communications and Media Authority would need to assess just how these online and live stream services might fit or might not fit within a licensed framework, which is what the Broadcasting Services Act provides. And then on top of that, you've got a range of legal and commercial uncertainties that would be injected from the lapsing of the instrument or its disallowance.
So if that was to occur, then there would be a period of time of quite a lot of chaos.
It would certainly create a vacuum. A vacuum where the application of the current licensing and regulatory framework and the application of existing contracts and similar arrangements would be unknown. And for both from a regulatory perspective and from a commercial perspective, that certainly raises a lot of potential implications and impacts, and they were the implications and impacts that the stakeholders to the consultation process stepped through.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you have questions?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your time. I've got a question about Norfolk Island postage. I understand there have been some ongoing challenges. Are you able to give an update of where things are up to with Norfolk Island?
Senator, I'll see if Mr Caruso can offer you any detail. I suggest that regardless of what we can give you, Australia Post itself may be able to give you a degree of more degrees of information. But Mr Caruso?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Daniel Caruso, Assistant Secretary, Post, International Telecommunications and ACMA. Australia Post is appearing this evening, so they'll be able to provide you more information. But as you know, a backlog of postal deliveries to Norfolk Island did build up, and Australia Post has taken a series of actions to address those. Most recently, the Australian government subsidised 4 barge trips between Brisbane and Norfolk Island through to February 2023. And so Australia Post was able to secure some space on those barge ships to help address the backlog. They also, as I understand it, chartered a flight at the cost of $100,000, which carried over 1,400 items to the island, again, in view of the backlog and trying to clear the backlog. So my understanding is that they've made significant progress, and if not completely cleared, they've made significant progress towards clearing the backlog and getting back to a more normal sort of delivery schedule to Norfolk Island. But I'd probably leave it there and suggest Australia Post is appearing in a couple of hours.
Okay, thank you. The department's actively working with Australia Post to try and solve this.
Correct, and some of my colleagues in the department, in the territories area of the department, obviously have broader responsibility for Norfolk Island, and so that those barges were part of, not organised by Australia Post, they were an Australian government initiative to deal with broader issues in terms of supply to the island, not just post services.
There's a sustainable shipping review being undertaken by the department.
I understand. I'm heading over to the shipping forum Monday week, I think. I think everyone's looking forward to on the island. With the barges, given the significant costs, are you confident that they'll be able to land and offload? Has work been done to ensure that we send barges and they aren't able to offload?
As I understand it, the barges were successful and were in the past and have actually happened. But I'd have to take it on notice, Senator, because it really is something that was organised by a different part of the department.
And you said the barges will go till February 2023. Is
that correct? Yes.
Okay. And then the work that Minister McBain is undertaking on a longer-term shipping strategy will hopefully then kick in.
I think that's the intention.
And we're aware that Australia Post is actively looking at whether there's a requirement to charter subsequent flights or not. Those are questions best directed to Australia Post.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Oh, thank you very much. Look, I've just been sitting here and received a scam text, actually. I'm at Telstra.
The linked one?
Yeah, from Link. Linked reminds you the bill has been on hold for a long time. Please deal with it immediately. You will be punished anyway. So I've got a Telstra account, and this is so scary. Minister, are you able to take this issue of the link or the linked scam that is being sent out via the Telstra network and ask questions as to why this is happening? Why aren't these scams being caught as they should be?
I can assure you every endeavour, of course, would be to stop these scammers, and I'm pretty sure if you've got that, Senator Henderson, if I look on my phone, I've probably got it as well, but I can assure you that the agencies that are in place to stop this sort of scams going on are doing their best endeavours, but I'll take on notice your comment and pass.
Well, this really looks like it's a fundamental failure of Telstra. So if you could take on notice and come back to the committee as to why these sorts of scams are being allowed to get through to Telstra account holders.
I'm sure you're not saying that Telstra's allowing these false text messages to be
I'm
sent
saying
out.
that Telstra is not stopping these scams which are coming through. Senator Hughes had it and referred to it a short time ago. I understand that it's a very difficult space for telecommunications carriers. I do appreciate that. But this is one that is hitting so many phones very, very frequently. It's a reasonable question to inquire as to why this is not being stopped.
We can take that on notice, Senator, and see what we
Windeyer.
can see what we can find out.
Minister, I do want to ask about the extraordinary bonuses that Australia Post has paid to both executive and non-executive staff, totalling some $28 million. There were also bonuses paid to the NBN. Now, when we were in government, we passed a guidance instructing the likes of NBN and Australia Post to curtail these excessive bonus payments. Why were these bonus payments allowed on your watch?
Well, what I can say is that the Albanese government has been very clear that good governance and confidence in oversight of taxpayers' money are both critical for the success of these entities, and good governance is the only way to strike a balance between public interest and commercial imperative, and providing a framework for sound decision-making and oversight in line with community expectations. And bonuses can be appropriate if they are used sparingly and if they are clearly linked to clear performance targets. Now, bonuses, as best possible, should be linked, as I said, to performance, and that performance target should be fit for purpose.
So is the $28 million in bonus payments made by Australia Post appropriate?
So what I'm saying is the government believes bonuses, if they are appropriate, should be used sparingly, because this is a way of ensuring taxpayers' money, we have to make sure that taxpayers' money is well spent and the incentives for management are appropriate, proportionate and well designed. The second is that the boards and the executive of public companies cannot be indifferent to reasonable community expectations. They should, on occasion, exercise the contextual restraint the Australian community would expect of publicly owned entities. Clearly,
so that was contextual
Senator, there
constraint?
are issues that need to be examined so we can establish a better and more consistent framework. That is why the shareholder ministers have written to the board of Australia Post communicating its expectation that Australia Post provide greater transparency and rigour in remuneration and performance bonuses in keeping with community expectations. This includes providing external, independent benchmarking analysis in support of remuneration decisions and forward-looking advice on how there could be greater independent assurance that bonuses are linked to appropriate performance targets, and confidence that bonuses reward performance that exceeds business as usual.
Minister, that letter was sent by Ministers Rowland and Gallagher, or Senator Gallagher, but both of the ministers, on the 27th of October 2022, after Australia Post's results were released, after the bonuses were paid. Why didn't the ministers act early to ensure that Australia Post and NBN were dragged into line? It's a bit late after the effect, isn't it? It's a bit late after the fact.
I've already explained to the senator that any bonuses should be in line with community expectations, and I've outlined what measures the government has taken.
But it was too late, Minister. $28 million paid to Australia Post executive and non-executive employees. This was not raised as an issue until after Australia Post paid the bonuses.
Well, what I can tell you is that the government has taken measures into account, unlike under the previous government, when the NBN Co rolled close to $55 million of bonuses into base pay due to the coalition's guidance. So the bonuses are there now paid without a link to performance. That's what I can tell you right now. And I've just outlined quite clearly what this government has done. And that's my answer. So you can ask the question over and over again, but I've already responded.
No, I'm not going to ask the question over and over again. I'm actually going to ask you, are you aware that the guidance to curtail bonuses was in fact issued by the former coalition government?
What that did, as I've already outlined, that the NBN Co rolled close to $55 million of bonuses into base pay.
Are you aware
that due to coalition guidance?
Are you? It's due to the coalition guidance.
As you already said, that was a decision made under the coalition.
So, does the government support $28 million being paid in bonuses by Australia Post?
I've outlined what I would say, and what I've actually already said. All these entities should be ensuring that taxpayers' money is well spent, and that the incentives for management are appropriate, proportionate and well designed. What I've already told you as well is that the stakeholder ministers has written to the board and of Australia Post communicating its expectation that Australia Post provide greater transparency and rigour in remuneration and performance bonuses in keeping with community expectations.
Yes, you've already given that.
Senator Henderson,
given that evidence.
We had previously agreed to transition at 8 o'clock and run the department to a spillover.
Yes,
so
that's
I
true.
will call that now.
Chair, thank you. Yes, we have agreed that we will. The department will go to a spillover. We've got a number of dates. So, on that basis, I'm very happy to. I've got many more questions, but I'm very happy to stop.
Thank you, Senator Henderson.
Tonight.
If I can thank the department and alert you to the fact that you'll be joyously recalled at a later date, which I know you will very much be looking forward to.
I think Mr. Windeyer is very excited.
And I'll now call the officers from the NBN Co to the table. Okie dokie.
I won't be able to take it in the room.
Yes.
Do another one.
Yeah.
That's gone well. You're going to be back in Canberra. Hell of a lot, Carol Brown.
All right. What's that?
No, I'm sitting there.
No, sorry.
Okay, if we could have the NBN officials to the table, please, so that we can keep moving. We are somewhat over time already.
Chair.
Sorry?
She's saying
Yes, indeed. Welcome, Mr. Rue. I wonder if you have an opening statement, and if so, if I could stress for it to be rather brief, and perhaps you could table the rest of your statement.
It's brief, Chair, and hopefully we can distribute to the members.
That would be great if you could table that.
Hopefully. Yep. Thank you. So good evening, Senators. For those who haven't met me, I'm Stephen Rue, the Chief Executive Officer of NBN Co, a role I've had for 4 years. I'd also like to introduce you to Catherine Dyer, who's our Chief Operating Officer, Gavin Williams at the end, who's our Chief Development Officer for Regional Remote. He's also our Acting Chief Commercial Officer, and Will Irving, who's our Chief Strategy and Transformation Officer. So, as I said, I will be brief. I'd firstly like to just provide the committee a brief update on the flooding situation across Eastern Australia and NBN's response. As you'll be aware, in recent weeks, storms across Victoria, New South Wales, Tasmania and Queensland have led to widespread heavy rain, damaging winds and flash flooding. It's been devastating to see the impact on many of these communities, especially those that have only recently recovered from earlier flooding events. Over the duration of the flood events, more than 130 network sites have been impacted, affecting more than 51,000 customers. From an NBN perspective, though, the network has held up well. In Victoria, our emergency satellite services provided connectivity to 9 local evacuation and recovery centres across 7 communities, including Shepparton and Bendigo. We also deployed 2 mobile satellite muster trucks to provide connectivity to temporary evacuation and recovery centres in Rochester after the community hub where our emergency satellite service equipment was located was flooded. Further, we're also deploying a multi-tech trailer to Briar Hill to temporarily establish services to 259 customers until power was restored. Our emergency management team, I can assure the committee, is fully focused on these extreme weather events and ensuring that access to the network is maintained in affected areas and restored as quickly as possible. Now, tonight, Mr. Williams and Ms. Dyer can provide the committee further information on a flood recovery if the committee chooses. Last month, the government announced a $2.4 billion investment so an additional 1.5 million homes and businesses across Australia can upgrade to fibre to the premise on demand. That means by the end of 2025, 3.5 million premises in the FTTN footprint will be able to make this upgrade by ordering a higher speed tier. There are now more than 1 million FTTC and FTTN premises that can order an on-demand upgrade to an FTTP service, and we're seeing a steady flow of orders for these fibre upgrades. And thanks to this progress, we remain on track to make NBN's highest wholesale speed tiers available to 75% of the fixed line network by the end of 2023 and to 90% by the end of 2025. I'm pleased to tell the committee we're also making good progress on a $750 million investment with the government into the fixed wireless network, which will deliver significantly faster speeds for regional Australia. We're adding 5G and other cutting-edge technology to our existing 4G network to enhance both speed and coverage areas, and up to 120,000 premises in a satellite footprint will be able to move to fixed wireless, while those who remain on our satellite network will benefit from an uplift in data allowances and improved off-peak times. And as I've said many times before, NBN is Australia's digital backbone and a key plank in our nation's global competitiveness and economic future. Growing the capacity and capability of the NBN is vital to staying ahead of the nation's digital demands. And again, Mr. Williams and Ms. Dyer can provide the committee further information. 2 more things, Chair. On the finance front, the company has been heavily engaged with the debt markets, enabling repayment of $14 billion of the Commonwealth loan, leaving an outstanding balance of $5.5 billion as at September 2022. The remaining $5.5 billion of the Commonwealth loan needs to be refinanced by 30 June 24, and I'll keep the committee updated on this. And finally, I want to update the committee on our ongoing work with the ACCC and industry on the Special Access Undertaking, or SAU. NBN is developing a revised SAU variation that seeks to address the feedback we've heard from industry, the ACCC and other interested parties. We understand the importance of getting this right for all stakeholders involved, including customers. We believe, for example, that our SAU variation will address a long-standing concern of retailers around pricing certainty. We've also been mindful to ensure NBN Co retains the opportunity, subject to market conditions, to meet our financial commitments, sustain our business and ensure we can continue to invest in the network to uplift the digital capability of Australia. As for next steps, we anticipate lodging a revised SAU proposal as soon as possible, and we're committed to working with the ACCC and industry to achieve an acceptable SAU variation in the first half of 2023 with an implementation date of 1 July 23. And tomorrow we'll be also releasing our latest wholesale broadband agreement consultation paper. This is an important step to ensure a contractual offer can be presented to RSPs for negotiation and agreement in time for the implementation of a new SAU by July 23. And Will Irving here tonight can address any questions the committee may have on our SAU variation. So Chair, thank you for allowing me the time to make my opening remarks. My team and I are now very happy to take your questions or those of your colleagues on the committee.
Thank you very much. We will start with Senator Duniam.
Evening, Senator.
Good to see you. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions around end users and contractors who install and deal with NBN equipment, and a couple of changes I understand around what they're authorised to do without coming and needing to seek permission. And I was provided an article which I'll provide to you and the committee if you would like. And I will seek your guidance on this because some of it might be very technical, but it is really aimed at seeking a solution for the end users. The article states here, the NBN allows registered cabling technicians to make a range of changes to NBN equipment within a user's premises without seeking prior permission from NBN. Such changes may include rewiring a home in order to move a network termination device from one room to another, more suited to the end user's needs. The original authority to alter only allowed registered cablers to modify internal cabling after the network boundary on the NBN FTTN network. That's now been expanded, etc., etc. It then goes on to say, note, all licensed cablers must use approved equipment and methods to make any modifications under the authority to alter, and all work still requires provision of a TCA1 form, etc. So it says you can go and do it without having to come and seek permission if you've got some sort of registration, but you need to use the right equipment. And it's been put to me that those items are only available through a particular retailer, AWM, or wholesaler, I guess, but AWM won't sell to these end users for installation. Are you aware of that?
No, Senator. Neither Catherine nor I are aware of that.
Okay, so
where's the article, Senator? Can you help me?
I beg your pardon?
Can you help me with the source of the article? Does it say?
The article, yes, which I will provide to you. The article came from a magazine called Circuit, Electrical Contracting Engineering. It's the March 2020 edition in association with the Master Electricians Australia, and it's the technical story from that article. I'll provide that to the committee.
Senator, we're going to have to take that on notice because I'm not familiar.
Well then, a few things you might take on notice. One, whether you can inquire as to whether AWM, who I understand are the sole suppliers of the material needed to do things in line with the standards required by NBN, do sell directly to contractors, the end users, and if they don't, why they don't.
When you say end users, you mean the people,
contractors,
the
sorry,
contractors, not the
homeowners.
Service. Sorry,
correct.
Right.
Yeah. So whether they can procure this from the sole provider within Australia, AWM, I'm told, and if they can't, why they can't.
Yep.
On a slightly separate matter, it's also been put to me the pit covers, those often concrete, sometimes composite. I understand Telstra's gone down the path of rolling out only composite pit covers, which are lighter, more durable, more expensive. What is NBN's position with regard to that? Are we looking at rolling out the composite or the mix?
I'll have to take that on notice. So we follow engineering standards for everything that we do install. The majority of the pits that are already pre-existing, and we only replace pit lids if, you know, they're damaged or they need replacing. So when we install new pits, we upgrade them to the most current standard. But in relation to the composite material, I would need to take that away.
If you could, yes. So this was put to me with regard to new developments, industrial or residential, and when someone goes to tender for the job, the person seeking the tenders will often go for the cheapest job, and because the concrete pit covers are cheaper than the composite ones, those bidding with composite built into their bid, their tender, often miss out, even though the material's better, more durable, better for the OH&S, for the workers. So if you could take that on notice, particularly whether NBN is looking at moving down the same path as Telstra in rolling out composite and not concrete. In terms of access to information around multi-storey buildings, be they residential or commercial, who retains all of the information around the NBN infrastructure for a multi-storey, multi-tenancy unit?
Yes. So in multi-dwelling unit spaces, so once we deploy and build the network, we update our spatial systems, and that records all of our network that's as built. So we nominate the equipment that's been installed as well as where that equipment's been terminated. So depending on what has been deployed in that particular building, we'll also note that in our spatial systems of, you know, what technology is in the building. So we maintain a record of that.
And is that information available to contractors easily?
Not contractors specifically. So once the backbone of the network is installed and the building is made, you know, ready for orders, if you like, the contractor that would receive that request to complete an activation exercise would get information relating to where the nearest access point is and where they need to connect into. But in terms of the whole cabling in the building, we wouldn't give that level of information.
Sure. And so in the event that a contractor is asked to come in and do some work on a particular tenancy and move a piece of equipment from point A to point B, they would have access to that information easily or not?
Depending on the technology, they would have information. So if I can just take that one step further. So if, for example, that was a large multi-dwelling unit and it was fibre to the basement, the location of or the termination of NBN's asset would be potentially in the basement of the building. So what if you're a technician, your termination point would be back in the basement of the building, utilising the copper cable throughout the building. So that's one example. The other example is fibre to the premises, where the termination boundary point is in the actual unit itself. So the contractor would definitely see that boundary point.
Okay, I might have some further questions on notice around difficulties that contractors have had with regard to that issue. Finally, 2 points I want to go to. Standards required by NBN in the installation and further servicing or dealing with their equipment. Are those standards readily available? And how do contractors?
Yes, they are. We have a certification program for contractors working on the NBN network. We have a quality framework and we also have an audit framework of those works that are completed, and they are readily available to those contractors. In fact, it's a requirement for them to be able to work with NBN.
Okay, so do you think on notice then perhaps you might be able to provide me information around the program or the process a contractor would go through in order to gain accreditation, the audit process you mentioned, and if you could also on notice outline for me the ways in which the standards required of anyone dealing with the equipment, how they access that and
Absolutely.
What it that would be
happy
great.
to. Yep.
All right, that's all from me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your time this evening. I'm keen to learn a bit more about the recent announced upgrades to 1.5 million premises across Australia. How did NBN Co decide which premises would be upgraded as part of this?
We haven't actually sorry, Sam, we haven't actually completely completed, but what we look at is things like where there are contiguous areas. We look at where there are, if you like, the cheaper parts to build that gives us a better return on investment. So they've been selected really on the basis of a commercial return to the company, because where we are tasked with investments we make need to have a commercial return as part of the business part of a GBE, but obviously we need to comply with government policy as well.
Is there transparency around that decision making, or do you sort of just announce this is where we're going to do upgrades?
I mean, we've talked before, and I think we've put out, I think in corporate plans before, I think, Senator, I'd have to check that, but we certainly have said on public and the record that we look at, firstly, where we can make a commercial return. We look at where we think there may be a large take-up as well, and that's part of a commercial return. We look, as I said, around contiguous areas where it's best to build. We also made commitments in the first 2 million premises that we will build across all states, and we'd also build a significant amount in regional Australia. I think we've laid all that out, Senator Pocock.
Earlier in your opening statement, you mentioned the NBN being the digital backbone, being crucial for global competitiveness.
Yep.
How do you weigh that with simply upgrading whatever's going to be cheapest?
Well, when I say cheapest, what I mean is to get a commercial return. So what I'm tasked to do, Senator, is to deliver upon government policy first and foremost, but secondly to also ensure that the company makes a commercial return on investment unless it has received, in the case of fixed wireless, for example, part of that investment is a grant from the federal government, recognising that there isn't a commercial return. So what we therefore have to weigh up is the best way to deliver government policy within the parameters of having a relatively small return on investments, to be fair. In terms of other things that we put in place is, for example, a $300 million investment fund which we put in place with states and territories to enable co-funding arrangements to exist between state governments and NBN, or between the or territory and NBN. But it's not, for us, our task is not to model the broad best GDP return per se, because that then becomes a policy decision of government. Our job is to, as I said, to balance the business side of NBN with the policy side of NBN.
Thank you. And you mentioned states and territories. Do you have a breakdown of the fibre to the premises upgrades by state and territory so far?
We have announced. Sorry, can you ask that question again? Sorry, the breakdown.
Yes, the proportion between the states and territories of your upgrades of fibre to the premises. What does that look like?
Yeah, we have announced the first 2 million premises that we were upgrading. We've announced all those areas, and therefore states and territory breakdown. The first 1.1 million we've announced, but I should stress that actually does not necessarily cover every suburb. So, for example, if we only announce suburbs until we've actually built in an area that are that are greater than 1,000 premises, and the reason for that is that you end up with. We don't always do a whole suburb, for example, so we may leave a particular part of a suburb out because it might have a lot of rock. It might be or expensive, or other reasons that it's not appropriate for us to select those particular premises. So we have announced, as I said, the suburbs over 1,000 for the first 3.1 million homes, and that gives a pretty good indication of the breakdown by state and territory. The remaining suburbs that we will select will depend upon desktop reviews of actual how areas will be designed, and based upon that we will over time announce the rest of the premises.
Do you have those figures on you for the proportion? Do you know what?
I don't have them on me, Senator. I'd have to take it away. But again, not everywhere has been actually announced to date,
But
so
the ones you've done to date,
it won't give you a full picture. Plus, it's got to be added into what technologies was already in those particular states.
My question was, of the upgrades you've already done, the proportion split between states and territories. I'm interested in
Of
that.
the ones we've already done or
Yes,
already announced?
already done.
Already done. We'd have to take that away and we can give you that analysis.
Okay, that'd be great. And then of the ones that you've sort of announced and have planned, do you know how many will be in the ACT?
Do we have that figure with us? If we don't, I'll get it to you by the end of the hearing. But of what's been announced, the number of premises,
Yeah.
I can give you an estimate by the end of the hearing, I think.
Okay,
Senator
thank you.
Pocock, one of my team can give it to us.
And in terms of allocating those upgrades, what I'm hearing is it's sort of based on what's going to get you the return. There's no consideration for how they're spread amongst different jurisdictions, different states and territories.
Look, I think the vast majority of states and territories will end up with around about 90%.
I get, but in terms of the process, that's not a consideration.
That's not a consideration, no, Senator. But as it turns out, the vast majority of states will end up around about 90%.
Okay. 90%?
Yep.
Do you know what the ACTs will end up at?
I believe it will be short of that, Senator, and that's because of the cost of build in the ACT from both the way that councils have talked about it. I presume you understand this, but the way the poles have been located and the amount of rock that there is in the ACT means it's more expensive. Catherine can expand upon that.
Yes, so a large number of premises in the ACT have lead-ins that essentially are at the rear of the property. They're aerial, and they're a lot more expensive to do. So I think what Mr. Rue is saying is when we do get you that percentage split, certainly for the first 2 million premises, which we can confirm with you, you will absolutely see that ACT has, in terms of a percentage term, has the lowest proportion. We did announce as part of the 1.5 million that there are more ACT areas, and we haven't fully worked through the full 1.5 million. However, it is my expectation that when we do, when the 3.5 million is fully accounted for from a construction point of view, there will still be an imbalance with the ACT percentage.
So Senator, to put that a different way, if for us to build more in the ACT, they are not commercially viable for us as a standalone. So we would need funding from somewhere to be able to do more in the ACT, which is the very reason actually why I put in place a co-investment with states and territories to be able to deal with situations such as this. Are
you in discussions with the ACT government?
I met the ACT Chief Minister about a year ago, Senator, and I talked generally about his desire for what he wanted to do in the ACT from a policy point of view. I haven't spoken with him since then, though.
Okay, so since this latest announcement, there's
not
been
since
no
that announcement, no.
And there's been no sort of representation from the ACT government saying, how can we make
no,
this?
Senator, not that has hit my desk, no,
Okay.
and I think it would have.
Thank you. Just finally, to stick with the ACT, do you know how many premises in the ACT don't meet the legal requirement for a minimum download speed of 25 megabits per
I'd
second?
have to take that on notice, Senator. Sorry,
Okay.
but I'll have to. We can come back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. Is that how long will that take?
That won't be tonight. That's a different exercise.
It's not in a spreadsheet somewhere.
Well, it's variable because it depends on a point in time often. Without getting into technicalities,
that's fine. That's
we
fine.
we can give you an estimate, Senator.
Okay.
I'm not sure I can give you the precise number, but I can give you an
Yeah,
estimate.
sure. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you
Hi,
for your
Senator.
time tonight.
Not at all.
Hello. You briefly mentioned in your opening statement, Mr. Rue, about just some of the mitigation strategies, but I was wondering if you could delve into what you think has been the primary cause of the service downtime, and I guess aside from what you've mentioned in your opening statement about the 2 mobile satellite muster trucks that provided that temporary evacuation and assisted that.
I think you're, sorry to interrupt, Senator, I think you're talking about the floods, the downtime during
Yes,
floods.
yes. So that's what I mean during that.
Yeah, sure. Maybe, Gavin, do you want to talk to that and so on?
Yeah, maybe.
Catherine, help you as well.
Dive in. So, thank you, Senator. So the key thing that impacts network during pretty much any natural disaster is loss of mains power. Now, of course, in the case of the recent flooding, we also can suffer from the combination of mains power loss with assets being submerged. So that's what we've seen in central Victoria and up in Goolongong Way currently. So there's a range of mitigations that we put in place. So, but bearing in mind, we're going through floods now, but of course, at other times, fire and cyclonic conditions impact our networks too. So our teams are constantly engaged with the Bureau of Meteorology, always seeking to be match fit on where the threat levels are in particular places. And at this time of year, as we approach, in other words, we call it the disaster season, literally vegetation cropping around fixed wireless assets, for example, to minimise fire threat. The sorts of, bluntly, the sorts of learnings we have with these floods is construction includes build on 50-year, north of 50-year flood events. So here we're seeing an extraordinary level of floods. It's making us sort of rethink some of our design. So, for example, do we need to lift the cabinet in Goolongong when we can get access to it? They're the sorts of things we look at. But then during the recovery phase, there's a range of mobile assets that we bring to bear. So Mr. Roo spoke to the muster vehicles, which are off-grid satellite trucks. But we also have different guises of what we call network on wheels that enable us to go and inject a piece of kit on the back of a trailer, and that can immediately replace a range of technologies, whether it's fibre to the node or fibre to the premises or fixed wireless. And we have other assets, in fact, like a fixed wireless mast that can, hydraulic mast that can take the place of certain towers. And Senator, one final point is the work we're doing on power resilience. We have a range, for example, of key fixed wireless sites that have hybrid generators that include solar power, diesel generators and battery packs that are able to maintain powering for a protracted period off-grid, and that of course adds to temporary power through diesel generators at time when mains is out. Ms. Dyer, have you got anything to...
Just in the recent floods, which have been very devastating, about 135,000 premises or customers were impacted. There's a few hundred now that are currently offline. So what we're able to do with what Mr. Williams was saying, we're able to bring services back online quite rapidly. We are now working in advance of some of the network efforts that are expected. So, for example, in Rochester in Victoria, which was very badly impacted by the floods, we're actually proactively, as that area comes out of being a red zone, which means you can't work in the area, we're deploying our own internal workforce and doing proactive work like remaking joints in anticipation of those customers coming back online. So we're sort of trying to stay a few steps ahead of the customers. But again, with broadly that 135,000 customers or homes that were impacted, we've managed to bring them online quite quickly.
How long can the temporary services last for? Just out of curiosity. I mean, you mentioned that there are personnel or you've got technologies that will assist in the interim sort of recovery phase. How long would it last? And
well, batteries typically, where we have battery backup, depending on the infrastructure, would be typically 4 to 8 hours. But the key outside of mains power, diesel generators is really the most, next most reliable alternative. Now they can run as long as we can get fuel runs. Now often we find that, for example, during fires, we may not be able to run to accomplish fuel runs. So, that's a consideration, but where it's safe to do so, we'll refuel them, and it's, it can be really indefinite. And these hybrid power cubes that I mentioned, we've had examples where they've been pretty much off-grid, not needing a fuel run for 6 months.
Yeah, thank you for that. And are there any particular technologies more prone to losing power because of where the active electronics in the network are located?
Yeah. Yes, there is, Sandra. Catherine, do you want to?
Yes, so with the HFC network, so that's absolutely the technology that is impacted more by power outages because the generation of the power lies within the network. That is predominantly the main one. With other networks such as FTTP, obviously if you have homes in an area that lose power, also their NTD, their termination device in their home loses power. But in terms of the technology impacted the most, it is HFC.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. That's all from me,
Thank
Chair.
you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Good evening.
Mr. Wu and others. Good evening.
Good evening.
Look, I just wanted to start by asking about the 1.5 million premises expansion. Was that part of NBN's plan?
Sandra, we since I think the reason I'm thinking is 2014, 2015, but around that time have been tasked with building a network, but then also considering potential upgrade paths. So, for example, what will be an upgrade path for fibre to the node? What will be an upgrade path for fibre to the curb? And the plan that Mr. Williams has for fixed wireless, for example. So we have looked at, therefore, the possibility of rolling fibre deeper into communities outside people's homes and then building a fibre lead in. In terms of the so has there been a plan in the company to upgrade more premises? Prior to last election, there was a plan to upgrade 2 million. We knew that the upgrade path for from copper was a fibre upgrade, and therefore we knew that was a potential pathway that would need to be taken, but it needed funding, Senator, so it was not in our corporate plan per se.
Mr. Roux, can you just explain, have you determined which areas or which suburbs will receive that additional connectivity or the ready-to-connect potential?
As I explained to Senator Pocock earlier, the task for us really is to do detailed designs over the next while to determine exactly what areas we will go to. There are some suburbs that we knew we would go to simply because they were, when we looked at the first 2 million, they were close to being included in the first 2 million, or they may have been, when I say contiguous suburbs, what I meant by that, sorry, Senator Pocock didn't explain, was that if we're already building in an area, it is sensible to expand that workforce into areas close by, because then it's a continuation of work, for example.
And did you release those potential rollout suburbs publicly or provide any information to the Labor Party when they were in opposition?
Oh no, not at all. No, the suburbs where, I mean, it's only just recently after the post May that we've actually looked at what in detail about what areas would we go to and why, and it's only now that we're still in the process of considering what would be exactly the 1.5 million premises. So you haven't
made that decision. No locations have been confirmed.
Oh, there has been confirmed suburbs where we would go to, but we haven't completed the full build out of exactly where that would be. And to give you an
just to understand, I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's all right.
You said that you were still assessing where that expansion would
occur.
The
whole 1.5 million, yes.
But you've made some location determinations, is
There's
that right?
About 1.1 million of those have been outlined, Senator, but the rest...
And when were they outlined, and where is that information published?
We've only published a handful of suburbs in the recent 1.5 announcement. So the rest, as Mr. Ru's saying, is we're working through now. So we haven't made that information available because we are still working through those details. And I think...
So you published a handful of suburbs, recently?
In each state. Yeah, I think that was like 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So look, I just want to ask you about a media release issued by the Honourable Kirsty McBain, the member for Eden Monaro, in a media release entitled Labor to Fix Black Spots, Boost Full Fibre NBN Access in Eden Monaro on the 6th of April 2022. She says our plan will see over 18,000 homes and businesses in Eden Monaro gain access to world-class fibre connectivity. This will be rolled out across the region, including but not limited to Jerrabomberra, Eden, Merimbula, Bungendore, Bega, Pambula and Dalmini. Now, I've looked up all of those suburbs. Dalmini, if that's the correct pronunciation, Dalmini is included in the $2 million, the Coalition's $2 million fibre FTTN upgrade. But on what basis could any Member of Parliament make commitments in relation to that expansion if those locations were not known?
You'd have to ask the member, Senator.
So is there any information that was released that would have justified making this claim?
No, Senator, you'd have to ask the member.
Minister, can I ask you about this? This appears to be a false claim made by the member for Eden Monaro.
Well, first of all, I really think that you should refrain from using that sort of language because it won't be a false claim at all. But I'll take your question on notice and get back to you as soon as I can.
Well, we've just heard that there is no information publicly released which would have enabled anyone to make commitments about where this expansion would be delivered to. And so, prima facie, Minister, the claim by the member for Eden Monaro does appear to be false.
Senator, again, I will ask you to not reflect negatively in that manner. I think if there is a question here about the data, we should ask the question. We should obtain the information before you make any accusations.
I'm sorry, Chair, I have the call. I am entitled to question the claims by the member for Eden Monaro.
You are not, however, enabled to reflect adversely on the member for Eden Monaro without having some evidence.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry.
She's reflected on the member for
I'm not
Eden Monaro.
imputing.
She has said
this is not a breach of the standing orders.
You've.
Sorry, this is not a breach of the standing orders, Chair. So I am going to ask this question of the Minister.
You've asked me the question. I've answered the question.
I would appreciate, Chair, if you didn't run interference when I'm trying to ask what are reasonable questions within order. So I appreciate that, Minister. Could you please take that on notice, because this is deeply concerning. Mr. Ru, you said in your evidence earlier that your job is to deliver government policy. Now...
Absolutely, yes.
Can I assume, given that the Now government is adopting the Coalition's rollout, which is the multi-technology approach, fibre to the premises on demand, insofar as it accords with the rollout model, can I assume then that the government has abandoned its policy of delivering fibre to the premise to every premise in the country, with the exception of low population towns and regions?
Well, Senator, what I'm tasked to do at the moment, and again, that's a question of policy you'd need to ask the government, but what I'm tasked to do is to deliver upon existing policies, which in this case is to build out what summates to 3.5 million fibre in the street. But it's more than that. It's about our fixed wireless plan. It's about delivering customer experience. It's about running a commercial business. So my job is not to comment upon policy per se, but just to simply tell you what work we're doing at the moment.
No, but your job as the CEO of the NBN Co is to deliver a network based on government policy. So it's a reasonable question for me to ask you whether the rollout accords now with the government policy. Can we now say definitively that we have seen a formal switch in policy from the now Labor government, which of course previously condemned the coalition's rollout model?
Again, Senator, you're asking me a question on policy, which is not for me to comment on. I can simply tell you that what we are doing is apart from running a day-to-day business, of course, but is to continue to upgrade our network, our fixed wireless network, give people in the fibre to node areas the opportunity to buy fibre to the premise. And over time, our copper network will be replaced by fibre, I'm sure about that. But Senator, I can only tell you what our current work we're doing. I cannot comment upon government policy. It's not, or opposition policy. That is not for me. That is for the policy to do.
No, I appreciate that. But you've just given evidence that your job is to deliver a network based on government policy. So it's a reasonable question for me to ask you that this rollout now reflects this government's policy, which is the coalition's model.
Well, again, you're placing a political lens to that. I can only tell you that what we are doing is investing further in the upgrade of our network in both fibre to the node, in fibre to the curb, and in fixed wireless, and indeed the benefits that will flow through the satellite. But it's more than. But that's just talking about building out a network. We're also here, as I said, for to provide great service to customers for what they need for their lives, basically.
So the last question in this block, and then we'll come back to you.
Right, reasonably short. I wouldn't mind a couple
11
more
minutes so
Chair.
far, just to be clear.
Thank you, Chair.
My pleasure.
Mr Rue, can you tell me about the NBN's delivery of projects under STAND, which is the Strengthening Telecommunications in Disasters program, a really very significant program for the former coalition government?
Yes, Gavin, do you want to talk to the STAND?
So Senator, the STAND program had a range of deliverables, including mobility solutions. So the program funded 5 muster vehicles. The sort that Mr Rue mentioned being deployed in Rochester and now in Goolongong.
And I was in Rochester, by the way, and I do want to thank the NBN for acting so promptly. We had some great on-the-ground communications in relation to getting more connectivity into Rochester. It was a very grim time, and I think everyone in the community did really welcome the way NBN Co moved so quickly.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. We'll pass that on to the team. Another key deliverable, I'll come to the disaster satellite services last, but the hybrid power cubes I spoke about earlier that power typically hub sites on our fixed wireless network. So these are the sites, a bit like Goolongong, that support further downstream sites. So they're first among equals really in respect of our fixed wireless network. So there's an imperative to provide an additional level of resilience. 40 hybrid power cubes. The program funded some multi-technology trailers. And then the final element was pre-installing satellite services to designated relief centres. So that would be in 2 categories. One is a community relief centre, evacuation centre, so pre-designated, defined by particular state or territory jurisdictions. And the second category is to services to emergency responders. So these might be RFS depots and the like. So, yeah, the consequence of each of those were delivered under the STAND program, Senator.
So in the Ford program, for instance, I think there's 700...
So, Senator Henderson, we are going to move on and come back to you.
Okay, thanks,
Over to
Chair.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Ruth, thank you earlier for explaining how you select where to do upgrades. I'm interested if you've ever been directed by a minister to include areas that don't necessarily fit into that framework.
No, I haven't, Senator.
You haven't?
No, at all times we've been left with the task to determine where's the best place to go because of our requirement to run a commercial business.
But the 1.5 million upgrades, was that your decision, or was that a
the quantum of 1.5 was a policy of the then opposition and now government. Where we will build out those 1.5 million is a matter for the company.
But your sort of mandate is to return value and I guess pay down this $5.5 billion of debt. The government can't tell you where to do that, but they can tell you how many to do.
Yeah, I think Senator,
so if they had have said 2.5 million.
Well, I actually
then what
don't,
happens?
I don't know where the 1.5 came from. Actually, again, that's a matter you need to ask the government. But
can I ask the?
Sure.
You finish up, and then I'll ask the minister.
But as it turns out, there's around about 3.5 million commercial premises that make sense for me to build out to, which is and as it turns out, that's the 2 plus the 1.5. So. We will work through from both a desktop point of view and then actually go into the field and determine through that work which premises we should actually build out to.
Okay, but the then opposition didn't contact you and say, "How's 1.5 million?"
No.
Okay, Minister, are you able to elaborate how the government landed on 1.5 million?
The investment that of 2.4 billion over 4 years, and the 1.5 million premises that will get full fibre access, I understand was a conservative estimate, and I can any part of your question I'll hand to the Minister's office, but that means that 90% of homes and businesses in the NBN fixed line footprint will have access now to gigabyte speeds by late 2025, which is obviously very good news. As I understand, it was a very conservative estimate, and of that. Of the $2.4 billion investment, $1.1 billion will be invested in rural and regional areas.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks,
which is a huge, massive investment.
No, it's very welcome. I guess I'm interested in how parties come up with 1.5 million and sort of without consulting the people who are doing it. Because it could be a really big problem if you came out with a number and then they say, well, actually...
We did... my understanding, and I think this would be borne out, that Labor did undertake modelling in opposition using a number of data points to develop its NBN policy and associated cost estimates. The 1.5 million premises was based on this analysis and was close to commercial contours. So, I mean, it's a great announcement by any stretch of the imagination, and the fibre repair job is being delivered by the Labor government after nearly a decade, whereas the previous government's oversight of the NBN was a masterclass in economic and technological incompetence. They promised to deliver an inferior copper NBN for $29.5 billion, and these costs blew out to $58 billion. Australians deserve better, and Labor will deliver a better NBN.
Minister, you're adopting the coalition's model.
Mr. Roos.
I mean, seriously.
Senator Henderson, it is Senator Pocock's call.
Last one. Just getting... No,
this investment is about expanding access to the optic fibre.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Mr. Roos, just to finish, the one last sort of question I had was with the added expense in the ACT, is it different in Queanbeyan? Like, is it cheaper, say, in Jerrabomberra?
Do you know the answer?
Is it like is it very much an ACT specific thing, or is it just being a regional?
Certainly the council regulations about where the poles are, etc., is certainly an ACT thing. Whether there is specifically rock issues in Queanbeyan, we'd have to come back to you. So we can also answer that. Now, my team, I promise you the answer to your question tonight. My team is struggling to answer it, so I may have to come back to you on those on that. So
Thank
apologies.
you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So I will just alert senators to the fact that we are coming up on 7 minutes to 9. Senator Henson, I believe you asked for 20 minutes. You've had 13. Do you think 7 is going to cut it for the rest of your session, as you had previously anticipated?
I am hoping so, Chair. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Please go ahead.
Don't hold me to that 20 minutes, but I will.
Oh, I'm going to try, given
No, no, you
we've
will
got
try.
a lot of agencies waiting.
Yes, I know, but please
And
don't.
a hard finish at 11.
Yeah, I know, but please don't reflect on senators. We obviously have the ability to ask questions.
Absolutely, and I have never stopped you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr. Roux, can I ask you about the bonuses paid to certain employees at the NBN? You're aware of the guidance issued by the former coalition government in relation to dramatically curtailing those bonuses. Could you explain the basis for the bonuses that have been paid to some of your employees, including yourself, Mr. Roux?
Is that this year, Senator?
Yes, that's right.
So, Senator, if I could refer you to the annual report, which actually lays this out very clearly. If you look at the annual report I don't know if you have the annual report in front of you, Senator, but the remuneration report starts at page 83. But what effectively it does is it looks at, for those employees who are eligible for the short-term incentive scheme, on page 91 of the annual report, you can see the specific areas that are reflected in what's called the short-term incentive corporate measures. So connected premises were 10% of the award, the customer service delivery 20%, trust and reputation 20%, transformation 25%, of financial sustainability 25%. So against each of those, there were specific targets set by the board, which are stretch targets for management to achieve. The board looked at the end of the year at the performance of the company against those awards. And again, you can see there's commentary on that actually in this report. And as a result of that, the committee determined what percentage of the available, if you like, available scheme will be available to those members of the scheme. So the board determined that 66% of maximum would be awarded as a result of performance against those measures as a pool. Then what happens is that individuals within that pool, their individual performance is looked at, and the pool is then allocated to individuals depending upon their performance. So not everybody would have received 66%. Some may get slightly more, some may get slightly less, but the pool itself was a cap, if you like, of the total amount of short-term incentive that will be paid. So it's a very thorough process that the board does, including having the internal audit team audit the actual results of the year against those measures.
So if you were being so careful, on what basis did Ministers Rowland and Gallagher write to you expressing concern about the payment of bonuses? Obviously, that letter was way too late because your results were already out and the decisions were already made.
Well, again, I'm sorry, I can't comment upon what was in the mind of the authors of the letter to us, but...
But you received the letter,
We have received the letter, and we have a period of time to respond to, and we will respond to that letter well in advance of the timeline. And we will outline in that letter the processes that we go through, the governance that we have, how we actually determine those awards, the external advice we receive, and so on. I mean, that will all be outlined.
I mean, I must say your bonuses were far more moderate than Australia Post's. Australia Post's bonuses were some $28 million. But even still, that guidance is an important guide to the NBN. Do you believe that you are in accordance with the principles of that guidance?
Well, Sandra, we received the guidance around remuneration last year, and the board, the remuneration committee, but the board itself looked at where we were as an organisation. We had completed the build of the network, or the initial build of the network, I should say. We were operating in a different environment than when the original short-term incentive scheme was being put in place, and the board was looking at the best way for remuneration structure to fairly reward employees, to be able to attract and retain employees, and in other words, to compete in the market we have. And on top of that, but very strongly, the board took into account the guidance from the government, and as a result of that, determined to reduce the pool of employees from, I think it was around 3,500 to around 50 employees, and looked at the best way to structure that adjustment from the old scheme to the new scheme. And all that is
so
actually...
So you went from 3,500 employees...
to around about 50.
...receiving some form of bonus?
Some form... Well, the way I like to put it is that some of their salary with the short-term incentive plan is putting some of their remuneration at risk.
So 3,500, which is an extraordinary number of employees, to some 50 now employees.
Well, at the time, the 3,500 employees was in our opinion, was the right thing to do as we were building out a network, and to incentivise employees around the build of that network. As we've moved into an operating phase, but particularly having taken into account government guidance, we have adjusted the remuneration structures for the vast majority of our workforce.
Mr Roux, I'm not going to ask you to comment on this, but you did hear the Minister denigrate to the Coalition's NBN rollout plan. Could you update the committee on where the rollout is at now, including how the $4.5 billion investment is delivering better connectivity for many, many Australians?
So is this the $4.5 billion investment? Is that what you're referring to?
That's right.
In the 2020 corporate plan?
That's right, and the build as it stands now, and what will be delivered by 2023 under the Coalition's NBN partnership.
Well, we have built out a NBN network to almost every single premise in Australia. There are some premises that are where treated as adequately served, and there are some very small number of premises that primarily for Indigenous heritage reasons actually have had an elongated period of build, which we will complete as soon as we can. But that's a very, very, very small number of premises. And they've been built under multiple ways, multiple services. Over time then, those services are being upgraded. So the $4.5 billion investment was, I think $2.9 billion of that was towards upgrading and putting lead-ins for 2 million premises in the fibre to node area. We also invested money to upgrade our HFC network to deliver somewhere between 500 and a gig speeds for a capability for that. We also have commenced upgrading our fibre to the curb to fibre to the premise as well. On top of that $4.5 billion though also included the co-investment fund that I was referring to Senator Pocock about. It also involves business upgrades where we're rolling out enterprise Ethernet across small and medium businesses. So those investments together formulated the $4.5 billion premises. So as of today, we have around about half of the premises in the fixed line footprint can deliver up to gig speeds. By 2025, though, that will be 90%. And on top of that, Senator, we have received a grant of $480 million, which goes towards a $750 million investment for Mr Williams here to upgrade over 600,000 fixed wireless homes and move 120,000 satellite customers to fixed wireless.
That was a grant, the $480 million grant from the former coalition government.
That was a grant we received at the end of June.
I think, Chair, sorry, Senator Henderson.
Sorry, Minister, did you want to add anything?
I was going to go back to a different topic. But
just wanted to check, in terms of the rollout by the end of 2023, so can you just confirm that you are on track to deliver those ultra-fast speeds to up to 75% of households and premises in the fixed line network by 2023?
Yes, we're on track to do that, Senator.
And that $4.5 billion investment was a big part of that expansion?
I think from memory, $2.5 billion of the $4.5 billion was towards building fibre from the actual cabinet all the way to outside people's homes. I think we allocated 400 million, I'm sorry, wish it was 1,000, 400 million for building fibre lead-ins then for what we thought was going to be a take-up rate between up to a particular date. So that was part of the upgrade, and as I said earlier, Senator, some of it as well was providing the capability for fibre to the curb and for HFC as well.
And you are delivering fibre to the premises on demand. So you're not delivering fibre cable into every household, only those who want to purchase it, which of course is a much more efficient way to deliver those ultra-fast speeds.
We are currently delivering fibre on demand, as you said, but there are occasions when a line may, it's actually better for us to build a fibre lead-in than to mediate the copper. So it's not always the case, but at the moment...
Like in the great town of Wye River, as they recovered from their bushfire, yeah, they received fibre to the premises because of geographical and other very difficult challenges.
I'll take your word for it. I'm afraid I don't know every premise in Australia.
No, that's okay. You're excused. Sorry, Minister, did you want to add something?
I just wanted to... there seemed to be some confusion when we were having the discussion around NBN remuneration and bonuses when we were talking about the number of NBN personnel that were receiving bonuses. I think Mr Rue said about 3,500.
I believe so, Senator.
So
it's going from memory,
I just wanted to
let me just confirm
assure the committee that the reduction to about 50, I think you said, that has happened under the current government.
Thank you. Minister, can I just clarify though that with Mr Rue, the adjustment in your remuneration approach going from 3,500 to 50, I hear what you said in terms of your evidence, but I just want to clarify so there's no confusion, Minister, that the guidance to NBN to effectively pull its head in terms of its bonuses was made by the former coalition government. That's correct, isn't it?
What I was trying to indicate...
I'm sorry, Senator, I'm trying to follow up an earlier question.
Yeah.
Could you repeat your question?
I don't need to ask you that. That's clear. Yes, the financial year ended in June 30.
They were rolled into... bonuses were rolled into the base pay.
Yes. Minister, I don't think...
The bonuses has now been paid, as I understand it, without a link to performance.
But Minister, with respect, I don't think you can take, this government, I don't think can take credit for that work. Mr Rue, I will leave my block of questions. Does anyone else have any other questions?
Can I just confirm that it was a portion of the, just for total clarity, it was a portion of the target short-term incentive that was rolled into base pay, not all of it.
Okay, thank you. I've got a couple of quick questions, Chair, if I can. The member for Maranoa, Mr Rue, has asked questions about trying to improve the response times when there is service calls in very remote parts of Australia. So, and these are obviously areas serviced by satellite. There are major issues with the response time, and the clock doesn't often start to tick until the call is actually received. Obviously very complex anyway, communicating in remote parts of Australia, including the member for Maranoa's electorate. Are you able to give the committee any advice on your response times, whether that has been improved or whether there are plans to improve those response times?
Yeah, can I ask Gavin if you want to talk?
Yeah, I think I'll need to take on notice, Senator, the question as to what our response times are in isolated regions. In terms of...
I'm told they're 10 days, but the clock only starts to tick once the phone call is received, and so it can take a very long time to get a response.
Yeah. Senator, actually, it can be longer than 10 days in some really remote and isolated regions where, for example, limited access, we have a concept of limited access areas where we might need to hire boats or charters to get jobs done. It is a constant focus for us, Senator. The range of techniques that we're looking to deploy include, for example, self-recovery kits that might enable customers to have a crack at fixing the service. Like it could involve, and Senator, this isn't a commitment, but we're looking at these options, staging some spare equipment on site so that the individual in the premises could plug in a new device, for example. We're also improving the level of triage that we do in the network to make sure that by absolutely drain everything out of the tank to ensure that a truck roll is absolutely necessary. And we do everything we can in the network to avoid the need for a truck roll. Because we understand, Senator, in a lot of these areas, individuals don't have alternative paths of communication, so it's a significant issue for our customers.
Thank you, Chair. I've finished, but Senator Davey does have some questions.
Yes, I do have a next on my list.
Yeah, good. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. Just a question on the back of that question by Senator Henderson. The NBN is not actually covered by any universal service obligation style regulations insofar as ensuring that outages are dealt with in a reasonable time frame. Is that correct? It's not like the old Telstra or Telecom landline where it had to be fixed within 3 days as part of the universal service obligation.
Senator, Mr Irving hasn't had a go tonight. I might ask him to answer that.
Yeah, Senator, we have the statutory infrastructure provider regime, which is the regime that applies to NBN in terms of us supplying service. The universal service obligation you refer to still also exists, and that has those timeframes that you mentioned in terms of restoration of the legacy copper services. So in fact, there are two sets of obligations, some applying to Telstra as a retailer and others applying to us as the wholesale infrastructure provider. And that ties back into the comments that Mr Williams made in terms of the timeframes that we commit, which then in a lot of cases they're backed up by the retail service provider, and in the regions you talk about that is largely Telstra. So there's an overlapping regime aimed to ensure customers get as quick a restoration as feasible.
But there's no legislated time frame for NBN to address NBN-related outages?
Not a legislated timeframe, no. But we have contractual commitments in our wholesale broadband agreements to restore service, and those are underpinned by the special access undertaking that we have with the ACCC.
Right. But 10 days is quite a significant delay, particularly for people who are in regional and isolated areas, often where the service provided by the NBN is their only connection or lifeline out. So 10 days without a service, because often these things are linked into the household NBN service.
Senator, sorry, the 10 days, where is that coming from?
That's what Mr Williamson said just before, when Senator Henderson said she'd had reports of 10 days and he said it could be longer.
Yeah, but they are the long tail, which we care a lot about, Senator. I mean, there are occasions when that occurs. I mean, I don't want the committee to get the impression that 10 days is the norm. But there are occasions when there are circumstances, as you quite rightly point out, particularly in remote areas, where that can be the case. And I assure you, we look at the long tail, as we call it, all the time, that we care a lot about it. But don't get the impression, please, that that's the norm. That's not the norm.
Yes, that applies, if I could clarify, that applies for our isolated areas.
Yep.
Remote areas have an SLA at 4 days.
4 days. Well, that is...
Our mean time to restore, I think, from memory, is less than 40 hours. And in mean time, meaning the average.
And I want to come back to the STAND program that you mentioned earlier, Mr. Rue, because this is a really beneficial program, particularly in regional areas that are, and for the benefits of Hansard. It is the, I'll get the right name for it. The STAND program is the Strengthening Telecommunications Against Natural Disasters.
That's correct.
In your opening statement, you said that 130 network sites have been impacted in the most recent round of devastating floods.
Impacting, yep.
Are you able, or do you cross-reference your data to identify where those outages or network sites have been able to link into a STAND site?
Yes, we do. We do. Between Gavin and Catherine, do you want to talk about the detail?
So if I can understand the question. So, I mean, we understand, of course, when our STAND sites are being utilised.
Yeah.
Yeah. So so the two categories of STAND assets. One is the community-based response, which it's community-based Wi-Fi. The other, the sort of network on wheels equipment that I spoke to. So those, yes, we do. We wheel in, we replace the network that's malfunctioning and restore service.
And I know a lot of these STAND sites were updated, or your website shows updates in 2021. Has there been a continual rollout of these STAND sites from 2021 to date?
Yeah, so the final number of locations, I think from memory, is it's not just Memory Centre, I've got it written in front of me, 1,067. Last update a couple of weeks ago was we'd completed 1,063. So the remaining to be completed is a small handful of locations, with the addresses of which would have come late in the program. That's the emergency response centres and disaster relief centres.
Like RFSs and...
Correct. Yep. The other assets we procured, losing track of COVID time now, but we procured that within the first 12 months of the STAND program, so that we were able to be match fit for that particular disaster season.
And I had the joys of seeing one of your very first satellite muster trucks just after, unfortunately, after the Black Summer bushfires, but the benefits it provided to the local community on the south coast there was really phenomenal. How many of those trucks do you now own?
Well, the STAND program funded 5, what we call, there are new muster vans. So these are literally big Evaco vans. The form factor, there's an additional 4 utes that equally have off-grid satellite comms capability with diesel generator, but they're ute format versus the STAND-funded van format.
And I know at the time when we were purchasing them, we were hoping we wouldn't need to use them very often, but I think that...
Unfortunately, Senator, yes.
We have used them. I just want to also get an update on your... on the business fibre zones that we started rolling out when the Coalition was in government, and I think at last count there was about 321 business fibre zone sites across Australia. Is the new focus on upgrading access to the houses, taking away the focus on business fibre zones?
No, it's not, Senator. We've been pleased with actually the number of services that we're selling on a weekly basis. It's more than 200 a week, and that has continued on, actually, if anything, slightly accelerated. So there's the as you quite rightly point out, there's 321 suburbs. A lot of them are in regional Australia, of course, and we're pleased with the rollout, and it hasn't slowed down. No, in fact, the opposite. It's the sale of those has been strong.
And I just want to understand the priority of the business now, going forward, because I know there was strong support for the business fibre zones, as you say, particularly in rural and regional Australia, because it levels the playing field.
Yep.
It was like for like services. But we're now looking at these, well, the government has said 1.5 million premises for expected upgrades. Given that many of the premises across Australia, or my understanding was the household rollout of NBN had concluded in 2020. So I just want to get an understanding from you what the priority for NBN Co is. Is it to improve services to the businesses and business communities, or are we now going back to upgrading households that are already connected and enjoying?
The priorities of NBN are I think you mean in relation to business, Senator, is that what you're referring to? The priorities as it relates to business?
Yeah, well, certainly the business fibre zones were.
I mean, we have a focus on selling enterprise Ethernet services or services that can give symmetrical speeds, if you like, to small and medium businesses in particular. We also, though, have a focus of improving the experience that those customers have in terms of how they are connected, the time they're connected, in terms of guaranteeing the time that we'll build, in terms of whether our outages that we, to your earlier comment, Senator, we repair them quickly, and if you're a business, that's a particular concern if there's an outage during business hours, clearly. We also have a focus on building where there are existing services on whatever technology there is improving the quality of that service and the knowledge of business to where that they can best get the use of their NBN service, and they can do things like the equipment that they buy, the modems that they have, the speed tiers that they're on, their understanding of cloud-based services, etc., is a priority for us. So it's not just about and we're also clearly very focused on delivering upon the build-out of fibre and the build-out of fixed wireless services, which in regional rural Australia also provide great services to businesses. I mean, at the end of the day, our priority, of course, is from a revenue point of view, but it's also ensuring better customer experience. The bit that I missed out was improving the way that we and the retailers operate together on behalf of the customer. So by providing, by simplifying our IT systems, by improving the data that we have, by providing what's called APIs, or if you like, a direct link in from our IT system to retailers' systems so that they can provide better service to their customers as well. So in summary, it's about revenue, it's about improving customer experience, improving the retailer's experience with NBN, and obviously building out more reliable and faster services for businesses.
Thank you. And also in your opening statement, you highlighted that you're upgrading and improving your fixed wireless, your 5G and your 4G network.
Yep.
And as a result, we're hoping that the 120-odd thousand satellite customers will get an improved service. Is that due to people dropping off the satellite service and freeing up some bandwidth or satellite?
It is, Senator, and again, Mr. Williams can talk about this at length. But what we're able to do is expand the radius from a fixed wireless tower, the distance from the fixed wireless tower that a customer or premise may be that can actually access the fixed wireless service. And as a result of that, the distance has gone from an average of about 14 kilometres to almost 50 kilometres from that fixed wireless tower that can get a fixed wireless service.
Even with 5G?
using a combination of 5G and 4G. And the reason is that by using 5G with our 4G service, we're actually able to use that 4G service, we're able to effectively use it to a further distance. Again, the physics Mr. Williams can talk at length to. But the result of that is that there are therefore premises that were outside that radius that therefore had a satellite, a capability of getting a satellite. So there's around about 400,000, just over 400,000 premises in Australia covered by satellite. We'd be able to take 120 of those. Not all are connected today, of course. About 1 in 4 are, but we will be able to move 120,000 premises from only able to get satellite, if you like, to be able to get fixed wireless. And on top of that, because there will be fewer customers on the satellite service, we'll be able to improve the amount of data that those customers who are still on satellite are able to enjoy. And we're still working through exactly what that means, but it should mean more data, basically allowances, or a longer period of time, which is not what's called unmetered. Gavin, did you want to expand on any of that? Are you happy with
Mr.
that?
Rue, you did a marvellous job. I don't know, Senator, if there's any clarification.
You want a bonus or something?
Can we make sure that's in Hansard?
And I'm just interested, this is nothing to do with government policy or anything, but are you finding increased competition from the Starlinks of the world and these low-flying, smaller satellite services? And as a satellite customer, should I be...
This time I'll let Gavin answer this.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to have your head in the sand and not notice that there's some new investment in low Earth orbit technology.
It's ruining my stargazing, but anyway.
There you go. So, and I mean, Starlink is one, and there's appears to be a number of others coming through as well. Look, our numbers on our active premises for satellite are a matter of record. Yep. We would have peaked in around August, September 21. We're probably about 5 or 6,000 down since then, which I would categorise as kind of modest. But there's a couple of other things operating in the industry as well, and that includes more value being placed in 4G plans from the mobile operators. And it's got, and the impact of this on our business, it's a bit of yin and a bit of yang, because it does mean that if it's deloading our satellite, it means that we can fulfil our ambitions and make, really push that technology for everything it's got for our SkyMuster customers, and with our path to reducing metering.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all from me.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of the NBN officials at the desk. We appreciate your time. We will now take a 5-minute comfort break to try and do some catching up, and we will return at 9:30. Yep, with Australia Post.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I now call officers from the Australia Post Corporation and welcome Mr. Paul Graham, the Group Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director. Would you like to make an opening statement? They will return quietly, given we have already started.
Thank you, Chair and
Mr.
Senators.
Graham.
My name is Paul Graham, Group Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, Australia Post, and I'm joined by Ms. Tani Mangos, our Executive General Manager, Community, Sustainability and Stakeholder Engagement, and Mr. Nick McDonald, our Group General Counsel and Corporate Secretary. I'd like to start my remarks by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the Canberra era, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, and by paying my respects to the elders past and present. I thank the committee for the opportunity to provide this opening statement. I appear before you at a critical juncture in Australia Post's 213-year history. COVID-19 accelerated changes in the way Australians live, work and shop, including driving significant growth in e-commerce and the use of online services. Letters volumes are rapidly declining, as they have been for some 15 years now. Demand for parcel deliveries is increasing, and more customers now choose to access our services online. Addressed letter volumes have decreased 66% since the peak in 2008, while the number of delivery points has increased from 10.5 million in 2008 to 12.6 million in the last financial year, with about 200,000 more added each financial year. Every year, it costs us more to deliver less. Domestic letters now contribute less than 20% of Australia Post's overall revenue, compared to more than 55% in 2008. These challenges are not unique to Australia, with global letter volumes down 30% since 2008 and expected to rapidly decline further over the next 5 years due to digital adoption. The decline of our letters business is affecting Australia Post's ability to deliver a financial return to the government and the Australian taxpayer. Letters downturn is in contrast to the rapid COVID-driven growth in demand for parcels, with the revenue of our parcels business up 65% over the past 3 years. As we emerge from the pandemic, we're seeing parcel volumes stabilise, but competition intensifying. This has been especially evident with the emergence of a number of internationally owned competitors and privately funded local players. Additionally, rapidly changing consumer preferences towards digital and cashless services means the number of customers accessing our post office is also declining. Last financial year, our post office conducted 7 million fewer transactions than the year before and 20 million fewer than in 2017. We must respond to these headwinds so we can deliver what our customers and communities increasingly expect from us in today's highly competitive marketplace and thrive in the long term. And we have responded. Australia Post spent $348 million last financial year in meeting our community service obligations and invested a further $427 million in new parcel facilities, fleet and technology. We opened 8 new facilities nationally, over half of which are located in regional Australia. This brings the total amount invested by Australia Post over the last 3 years to more than $1 billion to better delight our customers and the communities in which we serve. Australia Post paid over $536 million to the licensed post office network in financial year 22, supporting the very important role our licensees play and the revenue they also generate as part of the community and a partner of Australia Post. We continue to invest in our teams through the introduction of our AP Way, a cultural transformation program, and prioritising our team's physical and mental well-being. We've developed and are implementing our Post-26 new enterprise-wide strategy designed to set us up for long-term success as a modern e-commerce, digital retail and mail business. Australia Post needs to continue to invest in our people, network, facilities and services so we can delight our customers and communities now and into the future. As a government business enterprise, we recognise the important role we play in supporting customers and communities across the country. Australia Post has been a central part of these communities for the past 213 years, and I'm especially proud of the support we provide to those unable to access digital services or require a physical helping hand to pay a bill. In the past 3 years, over 6 million Australian letterboxes have received information on mental health through our partnership with Beyond Blue. Australia Post has raised $1.7 million on behalf of the Australian Red Cross to help communities following natural disasters and is offering customers affected by the current floods in New South Wales, Victoria and Tasmania 12 months free mail redirection. As part of our commitment to literacy, we delivered over 280,000 books to children living in remote First Nations communities in conjunction with the Indigenous Literary Foundation. And in September this year, we launched our 2025 Sustainability Roadmap, targeting net zero by 2050, the first Commonwealth GB to do so. Additionally, Australia Post has the largest number of electric delivery vehicles nationally, with a fleet of over 4,635. Australia Post is, and always will be, an essential part of our community, and it's especially true in regional and rural Australia. We are proud to serve the Australian community, and we do so through the dedication of our 65,000 team members and the support of our loyal customers and community. As a self-funded government enterprise, we remain focused on strengthening the business so we can continue delivering for the community, and this means adopting to meet the challenges facing us. We look forward to continuing to serve and help deliver a better tomorrow. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Graham, good evening. Thank you very much for that update on your operations and aspirations. I just want to cut to the chase on Christmas deliveries. How are you going to ensure that Australians are not disappointed with the email delivery this year?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. Peak is upon us, which is the period basically from the end of this week right through to Christmas, starting with the cyber sales that go on and Singles Day and what have you, reading right the way through this year, obviously to Christmas Eve falling on a Saturday. We are in good shape this year for Christmas and for the peak period. Obviously, last year we continued to see the significant disruptions caused by COVID, both in terms of disruptions to our network, as well as our own team members who were unable to or restricted in terms of the work that they could do. We have added significant capacity over the last 12 months in terms of new facilities that we have opened. As I mentioned in my opening statement, we've opened 8 new facilities. We have added additional air capacity as commercial flights have come back on post-COVID. We have also ensured that we have sufficient equipment, unit load devices, which is the main way we move product about the country. We've spent another $18 million ensuring that we do not run short of those. And in relation to the additional labour that we require, whilst we have faced significant challenges in that, as has any company in Australia, we are feeling quietly confident in our ability to meet the expectations of the community in relation to both our mail and particularly our parcel volumes.
Can I ask you about stamp price increases? Where is your submission at to the ACCC to increase the cost of stamps by some 10 cents a stamp?
10 cents a credit. Senator, I'll pass that on to Mr McDonald, who's keeping tabs closely on that process.
So it is the case that that is still before the ACCC for consideration?
That's correct.
You've also announced other price changes which became effective in September, which I assume did not require any ACCC approval. In proposing what is quite a substantial price increase, are you in a position to reconsider this, given the extraordinary cost of living pressures that so many Australians are under, and in light of your substantial boost in group revenues, a new record of 10.3%, up to $8.27 billion in revenues, profit before tax of $100.7 million, and in your parcels and services revenue business, that grew by 17% to $6.48 billion. So given all things considered with COVID, given these very healthy returns, despite the pressures on your letters business, which I appreciate, surely there's not a basis to continue with what is a very substantial price rise, which will impact older Australians more than any other demographic.
Thank you for your question, Senator. In relation to older Australians, those who are at pensioner age already receive a substantial discount on stamps that's been provided by Australia Post for quite some time, and that discount will remain in place and not be impacted. We have not sought an increase in the stamp price for a number of years. Inflation obviously has increased significantly during that period. The impact of the 10-cent increase will, I believe, add $1.50 to the average household costs on a per annum basis. So we do not see that as substantial, albeit any cost increase is a burden to the taxpayer and the homeowner. And indeed, we continue to see a significant decline in personal mail being sent from the home, so that cost could be even less. But we are very, very sensitive to any price increase, but we do have increased costs ourselves in relation to the price of fuel, other supplier costs that no doubt every other business and every other community in Australia is experiencing.
Isn't that just a disincentive to use Australia Post snail mail?
Well, I wouldn't phrase it like that, Senator. We are up against digital disruption, and that is the biggest competitor that we have. And indeed, this disruption is being encouraged on all fronts, not just by private companies who are encouraging their customers to receive their statements online, but also by state and federal agencies who are both converting from paper-based statements or paper-based communication to electronic-based communication. Again, this is a global issue, and we do not feel that adjusting the price of a stamp will either deter it or encourage it.
But as I mentioned, because of the online revolution, so many more people are buying goods and services online. We've seen a very substantial increase in your parcels revenue to $6.48 billion in the last financial year. And then there's also the Star Trek volumes are up 12.1%. Is this something you would reconsider?
No, it's not something at this point, Senator, that we would reconsider. We need to operate as a commercial enterprise. That is the statutes under which we operate. As I say, the price of a stamp has not been reviewed for quite some time. We offer one of the lowest stamp pricing ratios in the world, or in the OECD. And we look at each of our business on a standalone basis as well as combined. As I mentioned in my opening statement, we had a 65% growth in our parcels business, primarily due to COVID, because people were locked at home and retail stores were shut. As we've come out of COVID, we've seen that increase abate to more normal levels. So I do not expect to see a repeat of that growth in this financial year, or indeed the financial years in the short term.
I just want to turn to an issue that was raised by Senator Paul Scar. He's chairing another committee, so he can't be here to ask the questions himself. But this concerns an Australia Post postie who was caught on a residential camera dumping hundreds of LNP postal vote applications in the marginal Queensland seat of Bonner. These matters have been raised with Australia Post. Obviously, this is a very serious matter. It's not an isolated occasion. There have been other incidents like this. What action has Australia Post taken against both the personnel concerned, but more broadly to ensure that mail is delivered as Australia Post commits to do?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. That did question in relation to Bonner happened in the last federal election. We handled over 110 million individual pieces of election material for that election, and I would express the fact that the vast majority, over 99% of that material was delivered on time and in the proper manner.
No, but this is not just an on-time issue. This is one of your employees setting out to effectively vandalise a LNP campaign by dumping this material in the dumpster.
Yes.
I mean, this is a horrendous thing that's happened by one of your employees. So, as I say, what action was taken by Australia Post, and how do we know and how can we guarantee that this won't happen again?
Yes, Senator, we fully agree with you that the action taken by one of our employees was totally unacceptable. That employer is no longer employed by Australia Post as a result of the actions that they took.
Was he or she terminated?
They were, correct. For those actions. There's a breach of our code of conduct and a breach of a number of our policies. We investigated the issue. We spoke to the individual concerned, and I'd like to provide assurance that there was no political motive or other motive other than the response being that he didn't want to carry that load. Was a bit tired that day and decided to offload that mail. We did recover and redistribute that mail, but that behaviour is totally unacceptable. Hence, that person, after a reasonable length of a career at Australia Post, they weren't with Australia Post a short period of time, they were with Australia Post for a reasonable amount of time. That one stupid act, reflected incredibly poorly on the whole organisation and on the great work that the 65,000 people do every day, and also, caused concern both for that senator and those people in that electorate. It was totally unacceptable. And hence we took the action that we took to dismiss that team member.
Look, I understand there are many incidents where mail doesn't get delivered as it should. You handle many individual items of mail every year. I just wanted to ask whether you're aware of the case involving the loss of a death certificate, which has resulted in a family being unable to prove the death of their father, which has been reported in the newspaper. Are you aware of that particular case, and has Australia Post been able to assist?
Yes, we are aware of that case, and it's a complicated case in relation to how the certificate was sent. It was not sent registered mail, it was not sent express mail, which are the two premium services we provide, I guess, traceability and visibility of that article through our network. We have, I believe, dealt closely with the individual concerned and have been able to resolve their issues to the best degree possible. But as you say, we handle, some 2.7 billion items a year through our network. We do try incredibly hard to provide the very best level of service, but on occasion things happen, and we certainly feel very aggrieved when things do not go right. But we also have a very strong process of recovery, and we have a team that particularly looks at issues like this that affect what we regard as precious or important or legal items. It's fair to say that whilst the vast majority of those are delivered within the time frame, there is an ongoing education process for us to educate both the consumer on the best way to move those precious items through our network, and also to continue educating our own team members that when those precious items come into their facility, that they need to follow the correct procedures to ensure they get to the destination in the right time frame.
Mr Graham, I want to move to bonuses. You'd be aware of the guidance of the former Morrison government in relation to asking Australia Post and requiring Australia Post to significantly curtail the payment of bonuses. Australia Post has paid its employees a total of $28 million in bonuses. What's your explanation for those payments?
Thank you, Senator. We have paid a range of bonus payments that are in relation to the last financial year and the performance of the business during that financial year. These are at-risk payments as part of a contractual commitment based on a broad range of remuneration protocols that the company follows. We have in our annual report provided significant detail around the process and policy and on what basis those at-risk payments are made. We cover, certainly in page 84 of our annual report, a detailed explanation as to the framework that has been established, the review process under which the board undertakes the review of any at-risk remuneration, the independent validation of those recommendations, as well as the audit of the company accounts, and they lead up to a determination made by the board fully aligned with the APSC guidelines and other guidelines that have been issued by government both recently and in the past. It is fair to say that our board considered a range of options based on those guidelines and continued with what has been the practice over the last number of years in relation to the payment of at-risk remuneration.
So you don't believe there is any issue with that quantum of payments?
We complied with the APSC guidelines. We followed past practice, which, as I say, was in relation to the board providing a framework. We provide significant transparency. Indeed, the transparency we provide on the range of our at-risk payments and how they are determined is significantly greater than most ASX listed entities, as it should be. And we continue to review those processes to make sure that we are continuing to provide that transparency and that they align and continue to align with APSC guidelines.
And were the payment of bonuses in line with the guidance set out in the Morton Review?
I'm not specifically familiar with the Morton Review. Mr McDonald may have more familiarity and could comment.
Thank you, Mr Graham. My name is Nick McDonald. I'm Group General Counsel and Corporate Secretary of Australia Post. Certainly the APSC guidance which came out of the Morton Review was something that was carefully considered by board and management during the course of assessing our remuneration policy and framework, the setting of targets, the assessment of performance against those targets, and the robust processes and governance that we have around variable remuneration. As Mr Graham referred to, our annual report at page 84 goes into some detail about the way in which the APSC guidance was taken into account by the organisation, and it goes through the principles that were in the guidance and how they were considered by the organisation in the course of setting and assessing performance against that framework.
Mr McDonald, I was actually asking, was the payment of bonuses in accordance with the guidance, not just to take consideration of the principles? Did Australia Post comply with the guidance?
Thank you, Senator. Australia Post considers that its framework and the payment of variable remuneration was aligned with the principles in the guidance as applied to an organisation that operates primarily in commercial markets and taking into account the considerations that Mr Graham mentioned earlier.
That's all the questions I have for the moment. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator Pillock.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, if I could. You mentioned, in answer to a question from Senator Henderson, about what you're doing in regard to preparations for the upcoming peak period. Are you able to tell me how many staff you've put on or are going to put on over the period?
Yes, Senator, thank you for that question. We are looking to put on between 5,000 and 5,500 additional personnel. As of this morning, we have our normal Monday review, the start of every week. We're about 397 short of that number as we speak. And that is in a couple of pockets. Queensland, particularly the southern part of Queensland, seems to be a very difficult place to get labour at this point in time. So we are struggling in some pockets there. We will cater for that by obviously applying overtime, but we're very conscious of that issue as well. But as I say, depending on how volumes are, and it's very unpredictable this season to indicate that due to inflation and interest rate rises, but we are quietly confident with the backup measures we have in place that we will be able to provide a more than adequate level of service to our customers and communities.
Thank you. Have you been able to catch up with the backlog post-COVID?
Yes, we have.
There was a big backlog.
Yes, we had some significant backlogs, and we've had some particular outliers. I know Norfolk Island has been one. The islands generally that we service are difficult because they've generally relied on air charter or air freight passenger flights going in due to tourism. Obviously, they weren't flying during COVID. We've also had backlogs in certain areas due to flooding. So we've had a whole cacophony of issues that we relate to. Today, as we speak, we have certain backlogs in some regional Victoria areas and on to Western Australia because the rail link has been closed between New South Wales and South Australia. Parkes rail link is closed. That's a significant corridor for rail volume. So hence what we are doing is trucking that volume on the road to South Australia, adding a couple of days extra. It also significantly impacts deliveries to Western Australia because obviously they all flow via rail. So again, we're adding about 2 to 3 days to that service corridor as well. It is a result of the flooding, but the more serious part is we are now entering our peak period, and based on the indication I got at 5 o'clock this evening, that rail link will not be open until the 26th of November. So that's going to have a significant impact, not just on Australia Post, but on all supply chains that are supplying product basically east of Melbourne. Sorry, west of Melbourne, sorry.
Thank you. Just on a different sort of area, how is Australia Post working to strengthen postal services in the Pacific?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. We have had a long-standing relationship with our Pacific Island nation partners, both through the Universal Postal Union, which they are members of and we are members of. Indeed, Australia has been the representative for this part of the world over the last couple of years. That's now been transferred to New Zealand, effective July 1. We are participating in a federally funded program of which $400,000 has been allocated to Australia Post to assist with the modernisation of Pacific Island postal services. We are working with departments and with the Pacific nations directly through their postal authorities to ascertain how best we use that fund, both in terms of training, in terms of equipment, technology, to help them modernise their postal services.
That's good news. You mentioned also in passing the commitment to net zero by 2050. How are you planning to get there? Can you expand on that a bit for us?
Thank you, Sandra. I'll pass that question to Ms Mangos, who's got sustainability as part of her broad remit.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Tani Mangos and I'm the Executive General Manager of Community Sustainability and Stakeholder Engagement. Now, we did launch our 2025 Sustainability Roadmap in October of this year, and it outlines a range of targets, including a pathway towards net zero by 2050, which makes Australia Post the first Commonwealth GBE to do so. We've got a range of initiatives that are broken up between short-term, medium-term and long-term. In the short term, some of those initiatives include upgrading the energy efficiency of our properties, continuing to decarbonise our supply chain, reducing emissions of our delivery fleet, and we've got the largest electric delivery fleet in the country, and with the focus on last mile. It's increasing our network efficiency, investing in 100% renewable electricity, and building a net zero tool to capture and model carbon trajectory and financial impact. And also in the short term, we're looking at establishing a climate action plan. Over the medium to long term, it's investing in sustainable aviation fuel and reducing emissions of our delivery fleet, focusing on medium-sized vehicles first and then focusing on larger vehicles. It's also finding alternative solutions to landfill and driving adoption of electric vehicles in our contractor supply chain, as well as accelerating the reduction of our air freight emissions and decrease reliance on gas-related emissions.
Great. Did you say you've got the largest electric fleet?
Yes, we do indeed. 4,600.
627 vehicles as of this week.
4,627.
Yeah, needs are primarily our postal delivery vehicles. We're looking to add another 1,500 as we both find availability and look at changing routes that are able to change from motorbikes or other forms of transport to electric. We're also invested in 20 electric trucks, but it's fair to say the technology on the larger vehicles is yet to be economical. We don't get distance, and the cost of those vehicles is still incredibly high, but that will come down. But we do consider ourselves a leader in electric vehicles in Australia and wish to remain a leader.
Right. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
On the issue of vehicles and the government's plan to use Australia Post vehicles to audit mobile coverage across Australia, we've now heard in evidence today that there's going to be some sort of partnership with another provider because Australia Post can't cover the country. So how much of the country are you able to cover in this audit, Mr Graham?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. We have conducted a trial on the technology, so the technology, we believe, does work. The question on how much do we cover is a varied one. I guess and how you ascertain that. Is it by the number of kilometres on highways? Is it by the physical land mass? I'll take on notice that specific response because it will need, I guess, a framework as to how do we determine what we mean by coverage. We do know that we cover 95% of the population base in terms of delivering through our mail network, but obviously the question that you asked relates to a broader physical expanse, so we will come back specifically on that. We are working with the departments to scope out what this project may mean. We are, we believe, the best equipped to cover the land mass that is available to a vehicle because we are the most geographically dispersed company in Australia, but it is fair to say we don't cover every single pocket, and if the determination of that project is to do so, then there will be gaps between that determination and our network.
So are you able to take on notice the number of roads in the country or the kilometres of roads that you cover, the roads you don't cover, but also the landmass? Because your population reach is not really a very
helpful figure because Australians are wanting connectivity when they're on the move, not where they're in their houses. And so how are you going to be able to map connectivity across large tracts of land where it might be vital for farmers and other types of businesses, but there may not be the roads that Australia Post uses?
Look, Sandra, I think it's a very good question. I think it is a detailed, complex answer. We can estimate how many kilometres of the national highways we operate on. Obviously, we cover a vast area of the country and we are on those roads on a consistent basis, but how many of the national highway network or other road networks do we cover in percentage terms? I'll come back to you and take that on notice. And I think it is fair to say that there are areas of Australia that don't have roads or infrastructure, but that people may be traversing, and therefore we have to work out through working with the department and other stakeholders how that data would be captured.
Aren't you moving a fair bit of mail and parcels around by air?
We are. We have 25 aircraft in our fleet, but we also cover an extensive road network, the most extensive road network in Australia by far. But as you say, we will come back and take on notice just how much of the land mass that covers, and therefore what gaps may still be remaining to be covered by some alternative means.
So who are you talking to deliver part of this audit? And where are you at with those discussions?
We have been advised, as everybody has saw from the announcement, that the commitment has been made to establish this project. We are in early discussions with the department to ascertain what is next in relation to that in terms of the operational execution of that. But we are in the very early stages of that. We know that we have run trials, that those trials have proven that the technology does work, that it can be fitted easily on our vehicles, and it captures the necessary technical information that allows people to determine whether there are gaps in the network. But beyond that, in terms of the broader scope and the operationalisation of that project, we are in very early stages with departments.
So is the technology capable of being fitted to motorbikes or just to trucks and vans?
It's capable of being fitted to what we call our EDVs and also motorbikes. But obviously, the larger and more sturdy the vehicle, the easier it is to find a place to fit the technology. But we have tested on a number of our vehicles, and it's proven that it can remain on the vehicle for the duration of that trip and be able to download the necessary data to give the technical people what they require to ascertain the viability of the network.
Including on motorbikes as well?
I'll revalidate that and take that on notice. I believe it is, but I don't want to make that commitment when I'm not 100% sure, so I'll take that notice and come back to you tomorrow if that's okay.
Because many towns are not serviced by cars or trucks at all, they're serviced by motorbikes.
They are, but that is for a last mile extension. We would have a van or we'll have a van going into that town, but again, I will take that on notice. I think it is a good point to clarify, because we do have certainly in areas where there is difficult terrain, the only means of servicing those areas can be a motorbike. As I say, I believe that a motorbike can take the device. It's a very small device, but I will validate that and come back to you if that's okay, Senator.
I'm just going to finish off by asking you about where you see Australia Post in 10 years' time. It's a rapidly changing world that we live in. The digital economy is changing rapidly. Most people don't send many letters these days, but of course online shopping and parcel delivery is booming. Where do you see Australia Post going? Can you maintain your levels of profitability? And is there a future for letter delivery in this country?
Thank you, Sandra. It's a complex question, and I'm not taking the sort of crystal ball gazing, but if you look at trends that we see across the globe in terms of the future of mail, certainly we see significant declines in the next 5 years. More than 95% of the mail that we send today is corporate mail. It is your superannuation statement, your bank statement, your insurance invoice. All of those can be sent electronically, and indeed those companies are encouraging their customers to receive those electronically. Certainly if I look at 10 years from now, one thing is for certain, the last letter ever delivered in Australia will be delivered by us. But we are facing a longer-term future where mail, as we know it today, may not exist in the existing form and may be completely overtaken by electronic conversion. When the tipping point for that is, I don't know. But as I said in my opening statement, we've seen a significant decrease in mail delivery since 2008, and that has only accelerated in recent years, and has accelerated, frankly, by the onset of COVID, which drove many people to go online when they haven't gone online before. However, we have a growing parcel business, and we are the largest provider of parcel services in the country, and we want to continue to invest in that business to ensure that we provide services to Australian customers, particularly in rural and regional Australia. And we also have a range of other services that are growing. Our bank at post services are growing, particularly in regional towns where our banks are pulling out. And we have a range of other products that we believe will satisfy and have growth related to them. However, our most significant decline is in our mail business. We lost $256 million in that business last year, and that is a business that is not going to recover. In fact, it will continue to decline. We have a very large, complicated business that we run. We have a clear plan called Post 26, which has a number of initiatives around ensuring that we remain a leader in our parcel business, but it will not stop the decline of our mail business. But what we are doing is making sure that we fully meet the needs of the communities in which we serve. As I said in my opening statement, there are people in our community who rely on that mail or who need the assistance over the counter in one of our post offices to fill in a form or have explained to them what mail they've received means, particularly from a government department. So it is a rapidly changing landscape, one that we are having to run very fast to compete in. It's also a landscape where we're fighting in the war for talent because our business continues to change rapidly. But we're up for that fight and we look forward to the ongoing support of our customers, our communities and all stakeholders to ensure that we are relevant for the next 213 years.
Chair, my final question, I'll be very quick. Just a brief answer would be terrific, Mr Graham. Your commitment to regional and rural Australia, it's been quite a controversial history with Australia Post in terms of various cutbacks to regional Australia mail deliveries. Can you describe where you are at the moment, and can regional Australians expect to see a better service from Australia Post?
Thank you, Senator. We did have a restriction on our mail services across the whole of Australia, but that obviously also impacted regional Australia during COVID. We have now reversed all those restrictions, so we're back to delivering our normal mail services. We highly value the work that we do in regional and rural Australia, and that will continue to be, I think, a hallmark of what people expect and should expect from Australia Post.
Sorry, but just in terms of the scale of your delivery, I mean, there's been a lot of concerns in the past about scaling back your delivery into regional communities in many parts of Australia. Can you provide a snapshot of your commitment to regional Australia?
We are very committed to regional Australia. As I mentioned in my opening statement, we've opened 8 new facilities this year. More than 50% of those facilities were in regional Australia. We are probably, in relation to the context of our licensed post office network, the investment we're making in our overall operational network and the investment we're making in Bank at Post, I would say we are one of the largest investors in regional Australia of any company in Australia.
So how many deliveries are you making to regional Australia each week?
It would be in the millions. Senator, I'll get you the specific numbers.
Sorry, I mean on a weekly basis.
It would be in the millions, Senator. Sorry?
Are you delivering every day, every second day?
Yes, we are. We are delivering mail every day. As I say, there were restrictions imposed during COVID due to the difficulty in sending mail. That was put in place for a 1-year period. That has now been rolled back. We took some time to roll that back to 100% because of, again, COVID issues, but we are now back delivering to pre-COVID levels in all of Australia, including regional Australia.
So every regional community is receiving a daily mail delivery?
No, we have not delivered to all regions every day. That has not been part of our historical service. A vast majority of large regional areas do receive a daily delivery, but there are other areas, due to the distance and complexity of getting mail to those areas, that would receive a delivery 3 days a week.
Thanks, Mr Graham.
Thank you,
Chair.
Senator.
Thank you, and thank you to representatives of Australia Post. We will now release you into the fine evening and invite Screen Australia to come to the table. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, welcome Mr Graham Mason, Chief Executive Officer. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and spend the evening with us. Do you have an opening statement?
I do not, Chair.
Okay, not a problem. Shall we go to Senator Davey?
Thank you very much, and thank you. I appreciate that. We are getting on in the evening. We have a strict 11 p.m. knockoff, so I'm informed. I just want to ask some questions about the Screen Australia resource statement that was released. Portfolio budget statements for Screen Australia. In the portfolio budget statement, it showed that annual appropriations have dropped from 40.686 million in 21-22 to 27.834 million in 22-23. But elsewhere in the budget statement, it said that it shows your expenses, which will be 104.4 million, total income will be 104.7 million, and that says that revenue from the government will be 98.3 million. So can you just explain to me how you get 98.3 million from the government when appropriations are only around 27.8?
We get money in different sources, different ways from the government. We get direct funding, and we also get money via the department.
Do you want to explain some of the different funding streams from the government, just so that we've got that?
Certainly, Senator Davies. Stephen Allett, Deputy Secretary. So it's a legacy issue where Screen Australia has received two kind of buckets of funding, if you like. An amount of, let's give you the exact amount for 22-23. So they'll get 70.454 million from the department through a grant, and they'll get a direct appropriation of 27.834 million, which is paid through the portfolio to Screen Australia. So that adds up to something of the order of the number 98 million.
Yep, that makes sense. Can you explain why the appropriation has dropped by nearly 13 million in the...
I can do that, Senator, because there was money that we were given over, in fact, 2 years called the Screen Fund, which was to assist independent cinemas, and that second tranche is the $13 million. And so that's come to an end because that finished, and then that's why it drops off.
So the Screen Fund, which I know was very widely, it was appreciated certainly in regional areas and independent cinemas.
Yep.
But that's...
Yep, it was in 1 year, and we, on behalf of the then government, there was 199 cinemas that we gave money to
in that first year, and then it was decided after some conversations that it was reinstated, but it was it was capped out at 20 million. And so when that second tranche was gone to, from memory, another 177 cinemas, that was it. That was ended.
And so the second year with that financial cap, was it oversubscribed?
The then government had always said that there was the fixed amount of money, and so when that fixed amount of money ended, we shut the scheme down.
Shut the scheme down.
I think, you could correct me, but I think the former government put it in as a COVID-related grant.
They did, Senator.
So, going to the outcomes, to promote engaged audiences and support a creative, innovative and commercially sustainable screen industry through funding and promotion of diverse Australian screen product. And I must say, that includes a lot of screen product that is filmed in regional Australia, and we love it, and it is a really good economic driver in those areas that benefit. In 21-22, my understanding is your targets were all met or exceeded. You've got similar targets for this year. Will the drop in appropriations impact in any way your ability to achieve those targets?
No, Senator.
And can you just explain some of the long-term relationships and partnerships you have that also, because obviously your expenses are more than just your government income, so you obviously you have other partnerships that provide income to Screen Australia. Can you just cover those off for us?
Well, so Senator, we do various things. So we actually we get minimal, but we get some recoupment on investments. Some projects we just give grants to, some we actually give an equity investment. We take normally a softer commercial position because the whole point of us existing is to help businesses and get content made, but we do get revenue from that. We sometimes get revenue on some of the schemes that we could be running as well. And then obviously, as you indicate, we aren't solely funding things. We're working with a range of people, whether that be a commercial network, whether it be a streamer. We work with YouTube. Now, normally those people give us money to run schemes with them. We run a very successful First Nations scheme with Instagram, where Instagram gave us money to work with First Nations Instagrammers to make their content better and their commercial offering stronger. And we have a variety. We've done 8 years with YouTube in the same way. So various people also contribute to things that we run.
When you're making those sorts of investments, the equity investments, or working with other partners, such as YouTube and Instagram, do you also look at the ongoing ownership agreements? Because I have had a lot of feedback from Australian content producers that negotiating deals, particularly with our large overseas streamers, often comes with caveats and criteria about the ongoing ownership of the product. Do you assist Australian producers at all in those negotiations to try and ensure that IP is not lost?
Screen Australia is an unusual entity, Senator, that we have a lot of staff who come from the sector, like myself. I spent most of my life in production and distribution. So we have quite a good helicopter market view. So we try to assist generally, and that is not just on projects that we are investing in or part of. We try to give support more broadly to the sector. And from that, we also, of course, things that we are asked about, we normally have a very good view on what the current market conditions are. And Senator, it is true that some of the newer entrants in the market are operating in slightly tougher ways, but as someone who used to be in charge of worldwide sales and acquisitions for a Hollywood studio, I can tell you there's always been tough deals in this space, but part of Screen Australia's job is to ensure that the Australian content creators get the right deal or the best deal as possible for them.
That is reassuring to hear. I know that there is a lot of work to be done in the sector, particularly to beef up the external view of the quality of Australian content and Australian product, because in my personal opinion it's fantastic, but we need to value it within our own shores to ensure that others overseas value it. So my final line of questioning, I've just, some of your leasing liabilities in your departmental balance sheet, I'm just wanting to get an understanding about, so leasing liabilities, 2.38 million for 21-22 compared to 101 million in 22-23. That is quite a significant uplift.
I would have to take that on notice, Senator, and work out for you with our CFO and the department what that is.
Right. Yeah, and some detail about those variations, particularly over the forward estimates, to get an understanding there. Otherwise, that's it.
Thank you, Senator Davey. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. My questions go, I guess it's under the, I understand that the Games is in your purview. Can you please outline how the first Games Fund was established?
We were very keen always, Senator, to be operating in the game space again. We had been there earlier in Screen Australia's history, and so we introduced a scheme pretty much aimed at lower range games studios, so ones where they were looking to develop content under $500,000. And so we did one scheme which we were aiming to spend $3 million, but we ended up spending just over $4 million on 31 game studios around the country, which we're very excited about. And we've opened it again in this year. We have another $3 million set aside for that same thing, and hopefully that will dovetail into the games offset, which is coming through.
Great. And to what extent is Games currently being supported by Screen Australia?
So in that way, Senator, so obviously we now have a rolling fund. It's open permanently. So this is our second year of being in the game space. We're working very closely too with the screen agencies of the various states, because all of them are very active in this area, particularly Victoria, it must be said, is sort of leading the way. But we've also, I'm very excited that we've got 2 of the 5 game studios we gave support to in this last funding round were from Tasmania. And that's also very exciting for us that we're seeing other smaller areas really active again in this space. So territories.
Territories, yeah. Okay, great. And I guess moving on, I do understand that Screen Australia experienced cuts to funding by the Liberals and Nationals when they were in government, is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
And can you describe the impact of those cuts?
Well, the games funding was stopped, so that's when we wound back from doing games in, I want to say 2015?
Yeah, 2014.
14, 15. So there were various instances there of things like that we moved back from.
Well, aren't we grateful to Minister Burke? Thank you so much.
But can I just have a clarification?
Sure.
The gaming money, did that come out of the Creative Australia Fund?
Yes, that's correct,
It
Senator
did?
Billy.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Thank you so much for spending some quality time with us this evening. We appreciate your time and your response to questions. Thank you so much. I would now call the officers of the Bundanon Trust to the table. Welcome, Mr. Samuel Edwards. Thank you. You're interim chair?
Yes, that's right.
Lovely. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
We do. We have one, yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Chair, I'll hand over to our CEO, Ms Rachel Kent, who will give the opening statement.
Thank you, Ms Kent.
My name is Rachel Kent and I'm the CEO at Bundanon. So Bundanon is the only national collecting institution in regional Australia so it has an important role to play in shaping the nation's cultural identity. Gifted to the nation in 1993 by the artist Arthur Boyd, whose work adorns Parliament House just outside, and his wife Yvonne, it represents one of the most significant acts of cultural philanthropy in this country. Bundanon is situated on the Shoalhaven River on the south coast of New South Wales, and it means deep valley in the Dharawal language. Bundanon works with diverse communities and First Nations custodians, and it supports the work of artists across disciplines, visual and performing arts, music, literature and dance, through on-site residencies, live events, learning programs and exhibitions. 2022 has been a very significant year for Bundanon, with the successful completion of its master plan and the opening of its new infrastructure. Bundanon's Art Museum and its Bridge for Creative Learning opened to the public on January 29 this year. The new infrastructure was delivered and opened in a complex and challenging period, including the aftermath of COVID-19, lockdowns and extensive flooding across New South Wales, which saw our launch events cancelled. Located within a high-risk fire and flood zone and deeply impacted by the January 2020 bushfires, we encompass a 1,000-hectare wildlife refuge with multiple biodiverse habitats. The challenge of location and weather impacts necessitating a very careful balance of cultural, educational and environmental activity. Now, Bundanon's master plan was funded by $22.5 million from the Australian Government through the Office for the Arts, $10.3 million from the New South Wales Government's Regional Cultural Fund, and $1.4 million in philanthropic and other contributions. With government's generous support to realise the master plan, Bundanon has delivered a world-class art museum and tourism destination on time and on budget that has generated 300 jobs and $134 million in economic impact, of which 150 jobs and $75 million of impact are in the Shoalhaven region itself, from commencement of construction in April 2020 to launch in January 22. So Bundanon today is a significant regional employer encompassing cultural, educational, hospitality, cleaning, security and landscape staff and contractors. Designed by Kirsten Thompson Architects, Bundanon in fact received the highest national architectural recognition this week, the Sir Zelman Cowen Award for Public Architecture, as well as a National Sustainability Award. In July, it further received the Sulman Prize for Public Architecture and the Sustainability category. Now, Bundanon's bush location, national remit, creative and educational programming position it quite uniquely in Australia and abroad. The residency program supports upwards of 150 artists and groups every year and generates opportunities for Australian artists to tell their stories. Bundanon further offers place-based learning for young people with a commitment to social impact and needs-based programs that respond to geographic and economic disadvantage. And it plays a significant role in strengthening communities, building resilience and positive mental health post-bushfires, floods and COVID-19 through creativity and learning within an ancient landscape. Sustainability and a low carbon footprint are central to Bundanon's mission, and they respond to its challenging climatic conditions. Designed in response to fire and flood mitigation, the Art Museum is situated within a hillside and the bridge straddles a flood gully. The new infrastructure utilises solar power and we harvest rainwater on site. Bundanon maintains 2 carbon forests, undertakes annual cultural burns with First Nations custodians and collaborates with custodians and environmental scientists on land care and bush regeneration. So Bundanon is now a major regional, national and international cultural destination and a driver of regional economic growth, employment and destination tourism. Despite the challenges of extreme weather and COVID-19, visitation has surpassed all projections. Since its launch, Bundanon has welcomed over 35,000 visitors on site through the Art Museum, learning and live programs, commercial bookings, cafe, residencies and wider site visitation. Public visitation is forecast to exceed 80,000 people per annum by 2027. So Bundanon is the realisation of Arthur and Yvonne Boyd's vision to create a world-class centre for the creative arts and an Australian national treasure for all people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Hughes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for being here. It's late into the night. From this financial year to date, so the past 5 months, what are the general attendance figures?
Well, this financial year, I mean, since we opened publicly on January 29, February, March, we were actually partially closed because of flooding on the east coast of Australia. So we've really only commenced pretty continuous operation of our site to the public since April. We had one more moment of closure in June, but pretty well since April through to the present. So over this period, it's about 35,000 visitors.
Okay. Is Arthur Boyd's work on display permanently?
Yes, there are some works on display. We have a changing exhibitions program in our art museum. We also have a very beautiful historical homestead, which we're restoring at present. When we reopen the homestead, it's full of art from Bundanon's art collection, which includes a number of Arthur Boyd paintings, and there is a dedicated Boyd gallery upstairs. We also present key works by Arthur Boyd across the wider site, including the Boyd Education Centre.
Okay. And could you update the committee on figures for bookings in the hotel and the restaurant?
Yes, actually, we don't take bookings in the restaurant because it's actually easier for us to manage walk-in trade for the restaurant. But in the accommodation, we divide the year. Half the year is educational bookings and half the year is commercial bookings. We release usually 1 or 2 weekends every month as experience weekends under which members of the public can come and stay on site and engage with our programs. We don't trade as a hotel. We do have a restricted DA, which means that we're very careful about our bookings and we can only really welcome group bookings on site rather than, say, individuals. But we have weddings, conferences, symposia, a number of academic events, corporate strategy events, client retreats and so on that book on site with us, as well as conferences.
And they utilise both the accommodation and restaurant facilities?
Yes. We have 2 blocks of accommodation. There's the Boyd Education Centre that some of you might know. That's the 1999 Glen Murcutt building, and that has pod-style accommodation, so 4 beds, sliders screen. That's very good for children and for our residential school stays. And the new accommodation on the bridge is 32 bedrooms. They're just single bedrooms with ensuite, so we can sleep up to 64 on the bridge.
Okay, so that's the bridge. And is one of those rooms set aside for you?
Oh, if only. No, it's not.
So what are your performance metrics?
Look, we have a range of metrics. I mean, obviously, for us, we work at the intersection of, I guess, 4 key points. It's creativity and art. It's education and learning, it's environment and sustainability, and it's ensuring First Nations perspectives are really at the core of what we do. So all of those 4 things really form the basis for what Bundanon is today. As I said, we're in quite a remote regional bush location, so access is critically important for us. At the moment, the only way people can access us is by road, so by cars, by buses. We're hoping to open up ferry access very soon. We will be running a shuttle between our 2 sites. We have a beautiful historic homestead as well as our artist residencies on one site, and then we have our art museum, bridge and educational programs on the other. In terms of our metrics, we really measure everything from site visitation and, art museum programs through to quality of experience. So it's both qualitative and quantitative. But certainly what we are seeing is really, really good media coverage, both statewide, national and international, and that's across the arts and cultural sector, it's across the tourism and travel sector, the architecture and design sector. So that's a really good indicator of success. Likewise, foot traffic for us, as I said, 35,000 people is well beyond initial expectations, and that does come off the back of significant challenges
a little bit
for us. So we're hoping that it will get better and better.
So just finally, have you or Mr Edwards as interim chair or any of the board met with the minister since the change of government?
Yes, we have.
Okay, and when was that?
That was
It was about 6 weeks into his tenure, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very swift,
Okay.
actually.
All right,
Yes.
and just the one meeting?
Just the one.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Thank you.
Oh,
sure, maybe.
Just out of interest, have you also made a submission to the cultural policy?
Absolutely. We're very, very interested in the National Cultural Policy. We're aware that it will roll out in December. We did make a submission. And, for us, I guess a couple of critical things are regional and remote access and policy strand. Likewise, environment, sustainability, climate change, because in our location, which is a high-risk fire and flood zone, we do feel like we're on the precipice of climate change, and it's an everyday
I was down to attend
feature.
your bridge opening, but I couldn't make it.
Well, sadly, our launch was cancelled because
So you're
of
lucky.
said floods.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's good to know, so thank you. Sorry about that.
Not
It's
a
just
problem, Senator Davey. Senator Billick.
Can you just, because of the time, I have to sort of ask you to restrict your answers a bit, I suppose, but what's your education program like currently?
Well, education is really a backbone for Bundanon, and it has been really since the property was gifted to the Australian people in 1993. We usually welcome between 5,000 and 7,000 school children on site every year. In fact, I checked the figures this week, and we've almost had 5,000 school children on site already since the January 29 opening. And again, as I say, bearing in mind that floods have really dented our weeks and months of operation, so it's very busy. We have a combination of schools, both public, private and independent, and they come from right across the state, sometimes more widely across the country. Some of the local schools come for day programs, and the other schools come for residential school stays, so usually 1, 2 or 3 nights on site.
What sort of age group with the students?
It's primarily secondary, definitely for the overnight stays. But I mean, we also have, a Bundanon mini program. We have a lot of local primary school children who come as well, just for day visits.
Yeah, lovely, thanks. What other kinds of programs are successful?
Look, we have a range of programs. One thing I want to really actively build is our social impact programs, and really to address regional, geographic and financial disadvantage, because the area that we operate in the Shoalhaven, you have these immense pockets of wealth as well as huge pockets of poverty. Another area that operates incredibly well for us is the Artist in Residency program. As I said, you have a couple of hundred artists and groups right across every creative discipline who come through our program every year. And I think probably some of the great works of theatre, music and so on that you might see performed live around, Sydney, Canberra and so on, have probably been produced through Bundanon and its residencies.
And you had an additional $2.4 million of funding from the October budget?
Yes.
How are you going to use that?
With enormous relief and very strategically to deliver our programs. We are working very closely with government at the moment about the new infrastructure and the sustainability needs for the organisation going forwards, because of course it is a lot bigger. It's open publicly for the first time. We have a brand new art museum, and so we're busy working very closely to establish what our sustainability will be. But that money will take us through to the end of the current financial year. So that is through to June 2023, and it will be used for our programs, both educational and artistic.
Is that okay? Yep. Thank you. I've got a couple more, but I'll put them on notice, so we're just a bit short of time. So, yep.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for telling us about your amazing facility.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
We appreciate your
you.
time, and we release you to the evening.
Thank you.
Very nice to meet
And I... They've sat here for umpteen hours for like a 10-minute engagement. So do I. So do I. I would now like to call officers from the National Museum of Australia. And thank you for your patience and endurance. I wonder if somebody could assist with those name tags so we can... Dr. Matthew Trigger, thank you very much for attending. Do you have an opening statement for us?
No, I don't, Senator.
No? Okay. In which case, we'll just plough straight in. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Trigger, and welcome to being the last cab off the rack this evening. I'm new to this committee, so I haven't been here for one of the arts sections. I'm normally here with Senator Farrell doing sport at this time of the evening. So maybe just if you can give me a bit of insights without an opening statement is sort of what's the main mission, if you like, behind the National Museum of Australia?
Well, the National Museum of Australia is really funded to develop a program of engagement with the Australian public and beyond, to take the Australian story to the world. Mm-hmm. Principally, it's responsible for the development, the documentation, the preservation, the research, the display, and otherwise creating access for all peoples to the National Historical Collection, which is our prime material record of the nation's history. It includes close to 250,000 objects, and the greater part of the museum's program really emanates from that custodianship and in a sense, expression of the National Historical Collection. But of course, as a museum that welcomes something in the order of 700,000 people to its site in Canberra, more than that number to its travelling exhibitions around the country and overseas, and about 7 million people online in total through its online engagement. It's responsible really for holding a mirror up to the nation about national times and experience, and also communicating that national story to the world.
Okay. So, again, just humour me if you will, because I apologise if I'm...
No, not at all, Senator.
Not here. The museum just did an exhibition, Ancient Greeks.
Did.
Is that right? So I'm a little bit confused how that is the national history. So maybe if you could sort of explain that to me, but also sort of let me know what the cost of that one was and whether or not it was successful.
So part of the museum's role is also to bring great collections from around the world to this country for the enjoyment of Australians, and obviously for their education and an opportunity to access collections they might not otherwise be able to, that really represent the breadth of human experience of the globe. Just as we have a responsibility for communicating the Australian story to the world, we also think we have a responsibility to bring the best of the world's stories to these shores. And of course that we know that in any circumstance, to understand our own history, especially the complicated history of this country, which is one made up of the long history of First Nations people here, but also the stories of many people who've been welcomed to these shores in the past 250 years or so. An understanding of the cultures and societies of other nations, other areas or regions of the world here bears as much on the capacity we have to understand our own history. So each year we generally bring major collections from abroad to this country. They're exercises in which we aim to raise the funds to defray the costs of bringing those exhibitions to these shores. In the case of Ancient Greeks, I think the total costs associated with that program that ran from December to May would have been in the order of $2.5 million. And we were able to, through ticket sales and other revenue associated with the sale of merchandise associated with the show, able to defray the costs of that exhibition.
The full 2.5?
The 2.5.
Okay. All right.
Senator, I would have to give you the exact figures, but
All right,
very
if you
close
maybe have
in
a
this
little
case.
notice
Yeah.
for me, that would be
Yeah,
great. So how does the museum determine which aspects of Australia they're going to hold exhibitions around?
Well, you're right, Senator, to point to it being a grave challenge, really, for the institution. We have the broadest mandate of any of the national institutions in our estimation. Really, anything that constitutes Australian experience is nominally a cause for us to be interested in it. But of course, it's necessarily the case that we're limited both in funding scope and the functional and operational capacities that we have to make choices, as you say. It's a museum that's focused around three key themes. Those are the stories and histories of First Nations people of this country, the story of the making of contemporary Australia from 1788, and in broad aspect, the relationship of peoples to the Australian environment. And focusing upon those three themes, it's then possible to think about varied aspects of Australian society and to draw some connections, particularly with the preoccupations of the present day. So we've just opened a major new gallery called Great Southern Land that focuses on that theme that I remarked on a moment ago, people's relationship to the environment. And as a result of that major investment in that permanent gallery, the first renewal of that gallery in 20 years, we're also running a temporary program that is looking at aspects of regenerative farming in Australian landscapes called Earth Canvas. So very often the temporary program on Australian or domestic themes is emerging from the wider engagement we have with Australian life as represented through the permanent galleries, which are detailing aspects of those three key themes.
Okay. I've just got one more question, but I might put that on notice because it's just around whether or not certain exhibitions have ever been considered. So conscious of time rather than me running through them now. And if they haven't been considered, they may offer you some good suggestions.
Right, might give
So I will
They'll be welcome, Senator.
I will put them on notice in writing for you.
I appreciate it, thank
And
you.
happy to take credit at a later date.
At a later date. Absolutely.
We always cite our authorities,
Excellent.
Senator, so there's no problem.
Excellent. Senator Payment.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for indulging us this late. This is my first
Not at all.
estimate, so happy times. A quick question. I mean, I commend the work you guys do. Could you talk us through the recent launch of your new gallery spaces and, I guess, the ripple effect or impacts it's had or the reception it's received, essentially?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we've been able to open two new spaces that are key elements of the master plan we established several years ago, really taking the museum's development through to 2030. The gallery Great Southern Land was the first redevelopment of 2,000 square metres of permanent gallery space that we were able to undertake in that area since opening in 2001. So it was very welcome that we were able to redevelop that space. It includes a range of stories that really look at the relationship of the Australian people to their environment. It weaves together the First Nations story, that long history of association with Australian places, with those stories of people who've come more relatively recently, including my own family. So there's a breadth both of its ambition but also in its scale. So it includes large multimedia installations that take you literally visually across the country, including a wonderful piece of film that was made by Anangu Media of Uluru in a rare moment of rain, although it doesn't feel like a rare moment these days. But it also includes a range of objects from the National Historical Collection that speak of this relationship between people and the environment. In fact, there's more objects in that space, 2,200 objects there now than were there formerly, and includes some very large theatrical installations, like a group of orca whales that are literally swimming through the space when you go into that area. Separately, and with the assistance of Tim and Gina Fairfax, we're able to redevelop a part of the museum to serve as a discovery centre for children, principally for children 0 to 6 years in age that have not been well served by the museum really hitherto, but also inclusive of older children as well, 6 through 12, in a themed play space that is being created by Arterial Services, a Melbourne-based company, and then a maker's space for children over 12 where a range of programming allows for facilitated visits by schools and others. Both those new developments, I think, have been responsible for drawing audiences beyond our expectations in this first quarter. To give you some sense, notwithstanding the fact that we anticipated post-COVID that would be a slow recovery, that recovery seems, in our visitor numbers, seems to be taking place much faster than we might have expected otherwise. 200,000 people have come through the doors in the first 3 months of this financial year. And if were that to continue, it promises to be then one of the strongest years of visitation on site in Canberra, at our Canberra facility, that we've ever had in our 21 years since opening the doors in 2001. Similarly, our programs online are going through a very large jump, or experiencing a very large jump rather. About 2 million people have engaged with us online in the first quarter of this financial year. And indeed, the travelling exhibition programs attracted about 150,000 Australians around the country to work that is going into other venues, but is originated by the National Museum. And we have a major exhibition that's just finished its run in Berlin, Songlines, that some of you may have seen when it was in Canberra some years ago, representing the great mythopoeic story of the Seven Sisters their travels across a vast swathe of the Australian countryside. That goes now to Paris, then Helsinki, and then we think to North America over the course of the next few years. So it's been a busy time, but we do think that in terms of the visitor numbers here in Canberra, it's being strongly driven by those developments.
That's incredible, and you answered my second question on online engagement. Just in terms of, you mentioned inclusivity of ages and, you know, the audience you cater to. What about people of all abilities?
Yeah, indeed, the Access program of the museum is something that's been long-standing, and we work actively to ensure that the museum is an accessible site for a variety of groups in Australian life and society. We're proud of the work that we've done in enabling that kind of access, but it is the case that we're always seeking for other ways that we can introduce a breadth of the program and ensure that we're meeting what are now the very diverse needs of the Australian community when they visit the museum.
Fantastic, thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you so much. That was very informative. That's all for that's all from us. That's all, folks. Thank you so much for your time and your forbearance. And we will now.
Look at us, 5 minutes early.
Just like, how good's that, right? How good is that? So that concludes the committee hearings for today. Senators are reminded that questions on notice should be provided to the Secretariat by close of business on Tuesday, the 15th of November. I thank Ministers McAllister and Brown and all witnesses who have given evidence to the committee today. Thank you to our long-suffering and excellent Hansard, Broadcasting and Secretariat, and the committee now stands adjourned.